I heard this story not long ago, and I remember this is what my aunt, who worked in a nursing home, told me. She told me about a hospital or something like that, like a nursing home. And here, it was normal for the elderly to pass away, nothing unusual. At the time of the incident, she had only recently joined the nursing home. One day when she was on a shift, she saw a lot of people gathered from afar. She thought there might have been a dispute, so she came to inspect. It turned out that there was no dispute at all. It was just Miss Lou, an elderly person, who said that she was going to go somewhere really far away, so she insisted that she wanted to give the people all of her things. Her statement made my aunt very curious and wondered where she was going to move to or what had happened to her. Miss Lou didn't say clearly where she was going, but she told my aunt a strange thing, that she didn't have much time left to live because she had seen Miss Shen. Miss Lou's words made it very difficult for my aunt to understand, and it seemed that my aunt didn't even know who Miss Lou just mentioned, so she really wanted to know who this Miss Shen was. But when my aunt wanted to ask for more details, she was dragged away by a former employee. Later, the former employee told her about a rumor related to Miss Shen that anyone who saw her would die. When it was dark, a lot of strange things happened in this nursing home. In the corridors, there was often the sound of someone's footsteps walking very gracefully. In addition, it was the sound of some high heels stepping on the ground so loudly that it almost filled the entire space at the time. In particular, this was a woman wearing a red cheongsam, a traditional Chinese dress, which appeared, and they thought this might be the Miss Shen everyone was talking about. Then Miss Shen went to a room. After entering that room, Miss Shen went to sit next to an old woman and talk to her. The next morning, that old lady would die in that room, so the elderly in the nursing home all believed in the existence of Miss Shen. But when my aunt heard the story, she was confused and didn't know whether to believe if this rumor was true or not. As for the former employee, when she told the story, she also seemed to believe some of these things to be completely true. She told my aunt to be especially careful at night. On the next day, Miss Lou was sick and was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, but she could not be cured and passed away that night. At first, my aunt thought it was just a coincidence, until one day she had to work the night shift. Their management style was very school-like, and at night they usually would turn off the lights, and no one was allowed to move around except if they wanted to go to the bathroom. It was around 11:40 p.m. when my aunt was in her office. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door, and it came from high heels. The problem was, the elderly people in the nursing home didn't wear high heels, and the staff they were not allowed to wear them, but there was a sound coming from those high heels. Out of curiosity, she got up and went to see who it was. When she was about to reach out to open the door, she suddenly got a little scared, and she remembered the story of Miss Shen at that moment. Although she didn't believe it to be true, my aunt was still a bit scared to be alone at night like that. After she was mentally prepared, she carefully opened the door gently, but she couldn't believe she just opened the door and then heard the sound of heels hitting the ground, and it was getting closer and clearer. At the time, she slowly poked her head out the door and looked in the direction of the noise. It was unbelievable when my aunt saw there was no sign of anyone at all, and the footsteps would become less and less audible. But the interesting thing was that the sound of the heels would turn in another direction. Because she was more curious than usual, she followed the sound of the shoes to see who it was. And when the sound of the high heels became more and more shrill, as if every step that woman took was weighing more and more on my aunt's heart, she got closer and her fear grew bigger and bigger. She became extremely worried. After walking for a while, she turned to another corner, but there was no road ahead. At that time, my aunt thought she would definitely meet this Miss Shen, but no, it was completely different from what she expected. She only vaguely saw a red patch drifting into a room in the middle of the night, and it was completely different from the explanation that the former employee had told her. Immediately she ran and chased into that room, but when she arrived there was nothing to see. She looked through the little window above the door. This machine still hadn't appeared, and the people there were sleeping peacefully. At that time my aunt really didn't know if she had heard it wrongly or looked at it wrong. She also found the story really ridiculous and became more and more worried about whether the rumor was true or not. The next day a colleague told my aunt about the trouble going on in the nursing home. There was an old man here who said that Machine came to see him and he thought he was going to die, so he refused to get up and eat with everyone. After finishing a few errands in the nursing home, my aunt came to see the old man and talk to him about what had happened. When she found out that the old man's room was the room where the strange footsteps stopped, she was quite amazed. The old man passed away. This made her start to believe that the rumors might be true and that Machine could actually exist. For this reason, my aunt went to ask a lot of elderly people in the nursing home what they knew about this Machine. It was quite interesting that these people could describe Machine, not only the color of her dress but also her height. They could tell exactly what she looked like, but each person had a very different description of Machine's face. Because my aunt had a background in art, she drew Machine very well and beautifully with a tall and thin figure, her hair in a high bun. She was wearing a red Cheongsam outfit and high heels, but my aunt couldn't draw her face because no one knew what Machine's real face looked like. When it came to the profession of carrying coffins, there were many taboos as well as scary stories happening around it. For example, a person doing this job was absolutely not allowed to have sex the night before, not to get married or have children, to avoid injury and not to let blood get on the coffin. And most important taboo was that from the moment the coffin was lifted until the grave was reached, the coffin must not touch the ground. And the person carrying the coffin must not complain or say negative words, no matter how tired they were. Speaking of which, I want to tell you about a true story that happened in my village. That year, a 70-year-old woman died of illness in my village. Her family also held a funeral for her. At the time, the management of funerals was very strict due to concerns about epidemics. The older woman family hired workers from a nearby mine for the burial, and these people knew absolutely nothing about the burial customs in our village. Taking advantage of the early morning hours, they proceeded to carry the coffin, not knowing that something terrible was waiting for them ahead. They did not have much experience in burial, but it must be said that they were in good health. Carrying the coffin was not a problem for them, because to ensure safety, not to violate the government's ban, the funeral took place without drums, and everyone went quietly to the back of the mountain. In the past, our villagers used to bury their relatives in a cemetery in the forest. It was about 2 kilometers from the village. The path was not difficult at all. However, while carrying the coffin near the cemetery, the Coffin Carriers suddenly felt that something was wrong. The coffin suddenly became very heavy, and the road became steeper, making the steps quite heavy too. Everyone felt that the road that day seemed a bit strange. "Oh my God! Why is it so heavy?" said one of the group members carrying the coffin. His elbows were shaking from the coffin's weight. Before they could continue, everyone felt that the coffin was a bit heavier than usual. The weight made the group stop because they couldn't stand it anymore. At this point, one of the group thought that maybe due to going uphill the coffin would be heavier. The man did his best to exhort the people in the group to keep going. It was also close to the cemetery at that time. Everyone in the group tried to carry the coffin with all their might, even though it was growing strangely heavier. And at that very moment, something monstrous happened. The coffin suddenly shook violently. Then there were loud noises on the coffin lid. It seemed that someone inside was trying to break through to get out. The old woman had been dead for a few days. Was it possible that the old woman had come back to life? Family members of the old woman were also surprised. The coffin shook more and more violently each day, accompanied by high-pitched explosions coming from the coffin. The Coffin Carriers were trying their best at this point, but the weight of the coffin held them tightly. Suddenly an explosion rang out in the sky, accompanied by the boos of many people around. The coffin fell to the ground because of the steep slope. The people carrying the coffin fell backwards. Both the body and the coffin slid down the slope. The coffin slid down the slope for a while and then stopped. Everyone rushed over to hold the coffin upright. At that time, the family members of the old woman also expressed panic. They looked at each other without knowing what to do next. Scary things kept happening. Inside the coffin, the sound of smashing continued to be deafening. The noise grew louder in this quiet forest. The noises were getting louder by the moment as the old woman inside was seemingly about to rush out. The onlookers felt extremely frightened. Everyone panicked. It was the first time people had encountered such a situation. Someone was going to take a rope to open the coffin and take a look inside. Just then, an old man approached and said that they had broken some taboos against the dead. "Come on, one of you got hurt, right?" The old man was an experienced person in this matter because he had seen such a situation in his youth, so he asked. Sure enough, someone was injured during the mining process among the workers carrying the coffin. So the old man quickly lit incense and prayed for the soul of the old woman to forgive their mistakes. The old man said that the wounds on the workers' hands had accidentally caused blood to stick to the coffin walls. This thing was a taboo. Everyone must kneel and ask for forgiveness. The old woman's family and the workers carrying the coffin nervously watched the old man's actions. Incense was lit, and the old man also performed the ritual to apologize to the deceased. Just burning paper, the old man prayed for the old woman to pass away peacefully. Everyone knelt around to bow to the coffin. At this point, the wind was strong, and the inside of the coffin kept making shrill noises. However, the coffin had not stopped. The old man suspected that there was still guilt on the part of the family. He asked the old woman's relatives to sincerely admit their mistakes, and after a while the coffin stopped shaking. Everyone gradually returned to its original calm state. Suddenly, the old woman's son explained that it was indeed the fault of him and his wife, because last night they slept together. The old man explained that thing was a taboo to do, to have sex in the family that night. Luckily, the apology was accepted by the dead. People continued to carry the coffin up towards the burial. From that moment on, nothing happened. The coffin was taken to the cemetery and properly buried. Later I learned more taboos about coffin carrying. There were scary things that could cost people their lives. Later, when I have a chance, I will tell you all about it. My name is Yao. After leaving my hometown for the city, I got a job in a good company. Because I was a quiet person, most of the time in the company I didn't even interact with my colleagues. There's only one person that I talk to the most. Maybe it was because we were the same age. It seemed to be easy to communicate with one another. We had many topics in common. His name was Jakey, and he was working in the same department as I was. One day, Jakey went to work with a tired and sluggish look. Normally, he was very cheerful and a sociable person. He always smiled and said hello when he met his colleagues, but today he passed me without even looking. I was surprised, so I called him over. I discovered that his face was not just tired, but also looked kind of emaciated, like someone who was severely undernourished, so I asked him more about it. After hearing his story, I couldn't help but be shocked and didn't know what to say to Jakey, but he said that recently he was looking for a new room to rent. According to him, he saw a poster about a room for rent on a board in that neighborhood. Because the rent was quite cheap, as soon as he looked at the poster, he was attracted to it. So he immediately contacted the owner of the inn and scheduled a visit to see the room. The room was in a house. The road to get there was also quite easy and also close to the company. Jakey could walk to work, so he can save quite a bit of money too. Would all be shared with other people in other rooms in the house. The room is also relatively old, not new at all. So he was thinking, but because the price was cheap and the owner kept standing next to him, he was convinced and agreed to move in. After that, the owner also intended to ask Jakey to give him the money firsthand. Without thinking much, he just thought it was fine to give the money to the owner. He was worried that maybe he would spend that money on something else. Nothing was strange at this point. It was just that Jakey felt his room was a bit cold, but he didn't notice anything strange. On the same floor as Jakey, there was another man. He had a rough appearance that looked like a market gangster. He seemed to have just moved in there about a week before him. He often sat in the living room and watched television. His voice was very loud. According to the phone calls that Jakey overheard, it seemed that he did not have a decent job. Frequently, there were calls that made him uncomfortable, and then he scolded badly, as if his job was to collect loans. That was the type of tone he had. But because he didn't socialize, Jakey didn't want to be curious about other people's lives. He just overheard it briefly and didn't pay any attention. Jakey just passed him and went to the window to dry clothes. Strange things only started happening when Jakey was there for almost a month. That night Jakey worked late, so when he arrived the house was dark. Because it was late, Jakey quickly got ready and went to take a shower, but as he passed the living room, he heard a sound. Curious, Jakey stopped by to check it out, because by the time he got home, he didn't see anyone. Everyone had already gone to their rooms and turned off the lights to go to sleep a long time ago. At this moment, the living room TV was being turned on and hosting a food program or something. On the sofa, there was a figure of someone watching intently. Jakey tried to look closely to see who it was, but it was completely impossible to see the face. Then suddenly, it blurred in a vague way, even though the light from the television was still shining brightly. By default, it was the scary gangster guy on the same floor. Jakey didn't think much, so he continued to go to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Jakey was about to return to his room when he saw that the TV was still playing the food program from earlier, but it was empty. Jakey was angry because he thought the scary gangster guy didn't turn off the TV after finishing watching. Jakey accidentally stepped on something sticky on the ground near the sofa. It was dark yellow and very sticky. Curiously, Jakey touched it, and as soon as he brought it up to see what it was, a rancid smell hit his nose. It was like the smell of decaying food. It made Jakey extremely nauseous, but he still tried to get a mop to clean the floor. After all, it was still a common area, and he couldn't just leave it like that. There was another strange thing that made him think. That room of the scary gangster guy was very quiet. The lights had been turned off since Jakey came back. Even when he saw a figure sitting on the sofa in his room, there was no light either. Was it true that he watched TV? Nah, Jakey didn't feel too suspicious, so he quickly returned to his room. Anyway, he still had to go to work early the next morning. Not long after, the company held a birthday party for Jakey. He drank until he got drunk and then dragged himself home. At this time, his mind was no longer clear. He was so drunk that he couldn't even go to his room, so he fell on the couch to sleep without caring about anything around him. Now the drunkenness had completely overpowered him. In the dream, he felt his whole body going cold. Even the air around him suddenly turned very cold. Now he thought he was drunk, but he could still feel the cold air. At the time he was half awake, Jakey saw the TV suddenly turned on and was showing some food programs again. He didn't know who turned it on. Maybe it was the scary gangster guy again. From the darkness of the house, a tall, black, scary figure approached him. Although the figure was large, his steps were very light. None of the movements could be heard, as if he was gliding towards him off the ground. Suddenly the big man figure approached and he used his tongue to lick Jakey's face. Although he hadn't woken up from his drunkenness yet, he could completely feel the stickiness on his face. So immediately he got up from his drunken state and also found that he was indeed being harassed by someone. He panicked and shouted loudly. Then he also stood up from the sofa and flailed his arms and legs to chase this pervert away. But the strange thing was that the moment the figure seemed to be vaporized into thin air. Only Jakey was left in the dark room and the glimmer of light coming from the television. At this moment he was extremely shocked. He didn't know if he was dreaming or awake. At first Jakey still thought that he was too drunk, so he was a bit paranoid. But after touching his own face, he suddenly felt a burning pain, like he was burned with boiling water, and that pain was right where he felt the lick from someone. Jakey started to panic. He rushed to the bathroom to look in the mirror, and indeed, in the painful spot, his skin was also tanned and dry. His face looked suddenly sunken. After that, Jakey was also unable to explain what happened to him, just because he was drunk. So he was paranoid at that time, but he himself knew that everything was not that simple to explain. An invisible fear prevented Jakey from standing for too long in the living room or sitting on the sofa again. Every day when going to work and after work, Jakey always passed by the living room. Every time he couldn't help but look curiously at the sofa. It made him shiver and then recall the incident that night. One day he got off work as usual. Then it was already dark and Jakey went to the bathroom to change. Even though he didn't want to, he needed to go there. He had to go across the sofa. Finishing everything, Jakey went to his room to go to bed early, but he remembered that he had to return to the company, so he had to carry his bag to go out. After returning, Jakey saw the scary gangster guy. He just sat there and watched TV on the sofa. Fearing that the scary gangster guy would face something scary like Jakey did, Jakey spoke up and tried to warn him about it. He said that that chair had a problem and advised him to go to his room sooner. But of course, his words were completely useless to a gangster. He saw Jakey as a coward and a paranoid person while mocking Jakey. Jakey was so angry that he didn't want to interfere anymore. He angrily left and went to his room and thought he would never care about the gangster guy again. So, to relieve his frustration, Jakey took out his phone and played a few games to clear his mind and stop thinking about other things. After a while, Jakey also prepared to take a bath. The living room was so quiet then. No more laughing from this gangster guy. Jakey also felt strange. Stepping out of his room, Jakey saw the gangster guy still sitting on the chair, but strangely enough he didn't move at all. He was just sitting like a statue. His body was shaking in waves. Sweat was pouring out like rain, drenching his face. He wanted to call out for help, but he couldn't open his mouth or move anymore. Entering the bathroom door, Jakey panicked when he looked in the mirror and saw a shadow of a person standing outside by the sofa. There was not only the gangster guy there, but something else. He clearly saw a tall man standing behind the gangster guy, his hands holding the guy's shoulders, making his whole body motionless. Jakey knew that the man behind the gangster guy was definitely not a human. Next, he suddenly bent down and licked the gangster guy's head, so that was exactly the same thing that happened to Jakey that night. He was licked. It was true that he wasn't paranoid. The big fat guy pressed his shoulder tightly with his hand. His whole body was drenched with sweat. His eyes widened like a person who was near death. Just like Jakey, the top of the head where the fat guy licked him was immediately red and swollen with a long streak. It didn't stop there. He continued to look again, his face grey and sore, and he also secreted something greasy in the hideous areas. Strangely, this time the licked place was no longer simply red and swollen. It started to develop large and small blisters all over the wound. That looked extremely nauseating and horrible. It seemed that the gangster guy could still feel everything, but couldn't move or resist. He could only glance around. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Jakey was also extremely panicked. He wanted to scream but was so afraid that angry fat man would harm the living people. He was confused too as to how to help the gangster guy. He looked around to see if there was anything that could be used in a situation like this. Finally, he discovered that the aluminium basin in his hand would work. Gritting his teeth to gather courage, Jakey decided to risk his life even though he was very scared. He rushed over and knocked hard on the bowl. It caused shrill noises and made the gangster guy's whole body jump. And it seemed that this method worked. The hideous ghost no longer controlled the guy, but had turned his attention to Jakey. The ghost looked at Jakey with an angry expression, because he dared to ruin his business. Its whole face was clearly visible. Its eyes were white and its face became soggy and sticky with mucus. For a moment, Jakey suddenly had a bold idea. He thought to wake the gangster guy out of his ambiguity, so he ignored the ghost standing next to him and rushed to use the laundry basin to hit the gangster guy in the head. The blow that hit the man made him swoop forward and hit his face on the table. Right after that, Jakey also realized that the ghost was still standing behind him. Worried that he would control him as he did with the gangster guy, Jakey ran as fast as he could into his room to hide there. He also hoped that this way he could make the fat ghost disappear. A few minutes later, Jakey dared to show his face out of the door to observe what was going on. A man who knew only studying like him really had to put all his courage to do scary things like that. But fortunately, the gangster guy recovered his sanity. He sat on the ground and rubbed his head with his hand. Seeing Jakey in the distance, his eyes filled with tears and his face was contorted. He ran over and hugged Jakey like a baby and cried. He also recounted that he was watching TV when he felt someone's hands holding his shoulders, which made his whole body stiff with fear. Even when he was licked on top of his head, he could clearly feel the burning pain. As soon as the both of them calmed down, they decided to go to the house owner to find out what was going on. With a rough face and a scary aura of the gangster guy, the owner quickly told all the truth. He said it was true that a person had just died in that living room. But because he was afraid of the impact on the rent, he tried to hide it away. It was a tall and very fat man. He was always eating something. He worked in the stock market, so as soon as he saw the clean room he was satisfied and moved in right away. He ate a lot, and he did not exercise. With no relatives coming to visit him, he started to fall ill. One day, while watching TV in the living room, he passed away from a heart attack. After listening, the gangster guy was extremely angry and asked the owner to return the rent to him. And about Jakey, he wanted the owner to rent it out for free to Jakey if he continued to stay there. Only a few months later, the wound on the gangster's head quickly became cold, but it still left a big scar. He didn't mind that. Maybe it made his job easier to be scary. It is really cool to have such a big scar on the top of your head when you need to collect debts. This thrilling story happened before I was even born. I later heard from my grandmother that my grandfather was still very young at that time. The whole family lived in a small village. My grandfather was probably about 13 years old then. My grandfather's name was Shan, and he had an honest disposition. One day, Mr. Shan was asked by his father, my great-grandfather, to deliver cakes to an acquaintance. On the way back, Mr. Shan suddenly saw something glimmering on the side of the road. That was also the first time my grandfather saw the strange thing. My grandfather crept along the grass to take a closer look inside. It turned out that the thing that flashed was a big snake with its whole body in a pure white color. Its eyes were bloodshot, but for some reason, it just lay there unresponsive. Looking closer, the snake still had a lot of blood. It looked tired and exhausted. Although seeing a snake with such a strange color for the first time, he was a bit scared. Mr. Shan still used a dry wooden branch and tried to touch it. It just lay there and had no intention of attacking my grandfather. So with his honesty, he decided to help the snake. Mr. Shan carefully lifted the snake with a branch, then slowly put it into a basket. He didn't even forget to put a cloth over it, afraid that other people would be afraid to stop him. Mr. Shan was careful, moving little by little, carrying the heavy basket home. He thought long and hard and decided to go to the kitchen. Looking around, Mr. Shan saw a large jar in the corner of the kitchen. It was his home's water storage jar for when it rained. This jar was the only one big enough to hold the snake. For some reason, he felt a connection with the animal. It was also very gentle, not intending to attack him. After putting it in the jar of water, he did not forget to tell it to be obedient there before closing the lid. And so, in the days that followed, he took great care of the white snake. In the countryside, each family had a few hens that lay eggs. Every day he would sneak out and get some eggs for the snake. He was caught by his mother many times, but he still tried to hide the fact that he kept a snake in the house. Every day my great-grandmother wondered why the eggs in the barn kept disappearing, strangely enough. She thought it might be because the hens refused to lay eggs. But Mr. Shan did not even notice his mother. He still tried to take care of this beloved animal. Every day a few eggs would be taken so that the snake would gradually heal its wound. One day, like every other day, my grandfather ran as fast as he could into the kitchen, hiding some eggs in his shirt. However, when he opened the lid of the water jar, he was extremely alarmed because the beloved snake he had worked so hard to take care of for nearly 2 months had disappeared. In the jar, now only the eggshells were left. Mr. Shan burst into tears, not wanting to make his parents know what was happening. A few years later, he accidentally saw that the old white snake had returned, and it seemed to be much bigger, but the snake never appeared completely. It only peeked behind objects in the house. Even my great-grandmother saw it appear on the ceiling several times. She was a little worried, not knowing what purpose a snake had coming back here. So during a meal, my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather had a discussion about the snake. She said that it appeared more and more in the house and it was getting bigger and bigger. She was afraid that something bad would happen. My great-grandfather didn't think so. He decided to bring some cake after dinner and went to find a famous shaman in the village to ask him about this matter. After arriving at the place, my great-grandfather narrated the incident to the shaman. The shaman also pondered for a long time, pressing something incomprehensible in his hand. In the end, he said this thing was a great blessing and not a bad thing or a bad omen at all. After listening to him, my great-grandfather was delighted and asked the shaman for more details. The shaman said snakes were sentient beings, and this snake was not an ordinary snake. The snake decided to follow my grandfather and bless him, so the shaman asked my great-grandfather to come home and build a small altar for the snake. After that, my great-grandfather did a good job. The crop was abundant and the snake rarely appeared in the house. A long time after that, my grandfather's family also made an unexpected fortune, building the most spacious house in the village. The whole family wondered if it was related to the snake or not. At the time, my grandfather was also an adult and married. His work and study path were also extremely favorable. That year, unfortunately, bandits from the mountain would often come down to the village to disturb the peace and plunder. They did not stop there. They would even kill innocent villagers. Because they were in a remote area, bandits hardly respected anyone. And of course, the place they were aiming for was my grandfather's house, since the house looked the biggest in the village. There were bound to be plenty of things for them to rob, they thought. After a few minutes of probing, bandits decided to ride their horses and stormed inside. Big strong horses broke through the gate. They used guns to shoot many times into the night sky, making everyone afraid. They then arrested Mr. Shan's family and threatened them with guns. Although Mr. Shan was angry, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Shan got angry and told the bandits they could take everything in the house but leave his family alone. After hearing this, the bandits showed a proud smile. But of course, they were a bunch of bottomless feeders with greed. The bandits not only wanted to rob, but also saw that my grandmother was beautiful at that time, so they desired her. Seeing the bandits touching his wife, my grandfather tried to resist and shoved his hand away, but only received a blow from hell. Then one of them overpowered him with a gun, and two more forced my grandmother and another female into a room. Seeing his wife being bullied without being able to do anything, my grandfather became angry. He howled and cursed at them for being assholes. But they seemed to feel proud about it. One of the bandits would hit him on the head with the handle of a gun, causing him immense pain. They felt that he had a lot of annoying words to say, so they surrounded him and kicked him repeatedly with their feet. Because of an honest farmer like Mr. Shan, he could only hold his head in battle. Suddenly, from inside the room, a high-pitched scream made the bandits outside also stop in their tracks. Then, the bandit who forced my grandmother into the room was pushed out by something so strongly that he flew through the air, as well as the window. The other bad guys gathered around him and saw that his whole body seemed to be crumbling and becoming horribly deformed. This scene made the rest of them start to panic because, of course, women couldn't do this to a man. They gathered and raised their guns in defense and then slowly entered the room. They carefully opened the door and gently stepped inside because they knew that the normal person couldn't break another one's limbs so easily. The villagers around now dared to approach and help my grandfather up. His face was covered in blood and he didn't know what was happening inside his house. Another scream rang out, and my grandmother and the maid rushed out and were not heard at all. My grandfather, Mr. Shun, insisted that his wife would be beside him. My grandmother was still scared, but she also told him that a large white snake had appeared and killed all the bandits. That's right, the old white snake had returned. Now it was a large monster. It must have been more than 10 meters long. It used its tail to wrap tightly around the necks of the bandits, breaking their bones. When the villagers and my grandfather heard everything was quiet, they dared to come in and see the bandits' bodies lying across the floor. Everyone teamed up to dig a hole next to the forest and bury the bandits. Then, I heard my grandmother tell me that when my grandfather was old and sick and near death, he saw a young man appear in front of him. The young man was tall and had white hair and a pale skin. The young man said that he was the white snake. He explained that he was the one who was saved by my grandfather and in return wanted to protect my grandfather's family for the rest of his life. So, its altar was preserved by my grandparents and passed on to descendants. To this day, I still light incense to give thanks. I was only 10 years old that year, and my parents worked far away, so I had to stay at my grandmother's house for a while. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, so she lived alone. When she heard that I was coming to stay, my grandmother was very happy. She loved me very much and took good care of me, but I was a very rude child. I frankly disparaged the food she cooked because it was not delicious. I was also very harsh on a few other things that made her very sad. Looking back on that period in my life, that was in the countryside and was quite interesting. After dinner, I and a few neighborhood kids played around. My grandmother and her friends would sit and chat while watching us. That evening, my grandmother needed to take some things to my aunt. She told me to come home earlier and look after her house. But she was gone for a long time, about 2 to 3 hours, and it was getting dark outside. The children who played with me all had to go back home to go to bed already, leaving only myself and a few older people sitting around. There was no one to play with, so I went back home. Since I was home alone, I decided to close every door. When I finished, I waited all by myself. After waiting for my grandmother for a while, I started getting tired and fell asleep. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening and she still hadn't come home yet. As I fell asleep, I started to hear noises inside of the house. I heard someone walking around, but the footsteps were very light. At first I thought my grandmother might have been back, and that's when I woke up. And I thought again that something might have been wrong, because her footsteps was not light at all. I wondered if it was a thief, and I was thinking about what to do next when I heard a man call someone else's name. This person's voice sounded very sad, and the last syllable was still lingering from afar and near, making me shiver. The man came out of the kitchen, and his legs were hovering in the air. He suddenly lifted the curtain, as I was scared to death. The figure of the older man, with eyes bulging, his dry smile and hideous whisper, still haunts me to this day. I was so scared that I buried my head in the blanket to hide, and I cried without a sound, scared, clenching my fists and whispering to my grandmother to come back soon. Even so, I could still sense that the ghost was doing something. He seemed to be wandering around the house, calling out someone's name and searching for things. Then, seemingly finding nothing, he slowly returned to the kitchen. I don't know where I got the courage from, but as soon as I heard silence, I decided to open the window and get out of there. As I walked out the door, I dared to cry, and as I ran, I cried and cried for my life. Unfortunately, my grandmother had not yet returned. She was probably still spending time with people nearby. Seeing me crying like that, the ladies in the street immediately asked me what happened. I panicked and told everyone what happened. The information I gave them confused all of them. One of the men in the neighborhood picked up some sticks and went to my grandmother's house. He searched everywhere with his friends, looking inside and outside, but not seeing anything strange like I did. A neighbor asked me again if the door was closed or not, and how could outsiders get in if it was? And even if they did, they couldn't get out so quickly. They asked me if I'm sure I wasn't dreaming. I knew I wasn't dreaming, and I assured them that the ghost was looking for someone named Bella. The neighbors told me that Bella was the name of my grandmother. This I did not know. The lady next door kept asking me what the eccentric man was looking for in my grandmother's house. She and a few others found it a bit strange. Seeing me alone was also not good, so a few people stayed with me to wait for my grandmother to return. After a while, my uncle appeared. He took me to the hospital to see my grandmother because while she was away, she had a heart attack and had to be hospitalized for urgent treatment. On the way, I was very nervous. At the hospital, I quickly ran to the room where she was lying. My grandmother's health had stabilized. I told her what happened at their house, and everyone was stunned, not knowing if it was an omen, because at the time the strange man appeared to me. That was exactly the same time my grandmother was receiving emergency heart treatment. This story is about something that happened 10 years ago in my village. One day we heard the sound of an ambulance and saw a crowd gather around some accident that occurred. The person lying on the stretcher was Mr. Kim. No one knew why he fainted. In the early morning, people heard a very loud scream coming from his house. The villagers expressed suspicion, and yesterday they also saw him bring back a very large ceramic jar from somewhere. They suspected that what happened to Mr. Kim had something to do with that jar. After the ambulance had left, the villagers still gathered and gossiped about it. Some even said that Mr. Kim must have encountered some sort of ghost. Yesterday morning, Mr. Kim alone carried a hoe to the cornfield area to hoe and sow new seeds. This area was along the riverside in the village. The land was barren, only suitable for growing corn, and Mr. Kim was plowing the land with great enthusiasm. Suddenly the handle of the hoe seemed to hit something. Mr. Kim stopped. He discovered something underneath. To prevent the hoe from breaking the object below, Mr. Kim used his hand to dig up the soil. Suddenly he was surprised. Below was a black ceramic jar. People like Mr. Kim knew very well that this was an antique jar because the local government had reported that his village area had many antiques, and people who could dig antiques were going to be paid a huge amount of money. It took a while for Mr. Kim to dig up the jar. He poured out all the soil inside, but at the moment he didn't notice that there was some strange debris inside. He was quite nervous. Mr. Kim quickly slung the jar over his shoulder, hoping that no one would see it. Then he took it home, full of joy because this time he believed he was gonna get rich. When he got home, to prevent some snoopers from stealing the jar, Mr. Kim left it in the living room. That night, Mr. Kim lay awake thinking about what he would use the money for after he made his fortune, because he was so happy. He lay tossing and turning. His wife also urged him to go to sleep. At midnight, suddenly Mr. Kim smelled something rotten. He placed his hand on his nose because the smell was extremely bad. "Damn it! What's that smell? What stinks so? Did you fart?" Suspecting that his wife farted, Mr. Kim loudly asked her that. However, at this time his wife was also sleeping deeply. Just then, suddenly Mr. Kim heard someone's gasp coming from somewhere. Even stranger than that was when Mr. Kim heard the breathing sound coming from the living room. He started feeling worried. Could a thief be breaking into his house? Or are they intending to steal the jar? Thinking about that, Mr. Kim got out of bed. He reached for a flashlight to go out of the living room to check it out. As soon as the door of the living room was open, there was a hazy fog around. The inside of the living room was empty. There were no strangers at all. Mr. Kim looked around, not knowing where the breathing sound was coming from. The stench still wafted around the room. He covered his nose with his hand. The smell was like the smell of a dead rat. He didn't know where it came from. At the moment, suddenly there was a groan from the jar, which caught the attention of Mr. Kim. What was even stranger than that was that something black was protruding from the top of the jar. Mr. Kim was very surprised. The rotten smell was coming from this jar, but it was clear that when he bought the jar, he had already poured out all the sand and soil inside. At this moment, he felt curious, so he approached the jar to check. Mr. Kim pointed the flashlight towards the jar. What was that black thing that appeared to be protruding from it in the dark? Right after that, he suddenly became terrified and speechless when he witnessed what was going on. A human head was protruding from the jar. Groaning came from it. He was now numb with his legs, Mr. Kim. He raised his eyes to look inside the jar, inside the long hair that covered the face. The face looked up at Mr. Kim, blood oozing from its eyes. A very scary picture. Mr. Kim shouted. The head also slowly emerged from the jar, as Mr. Kim was so scared that his face became pale. He fell on his back. For the first time in his life, he witnessed such a terrifying scene. The head emitted a stench accompanied by lifeless eyes. The mouth gradually opened wide. When it screamed, there was no tongue inside. Only then did Kim realize that inside that jar was only a moving head. He knew that he had encountered some sort of ghost, and the crumbs he spilled in the morning were his ashes, which made him even more terrified and worried. Then he felt his surroundings darken. The stench was still around, until his wife found out and called an ambulance. Later, Mr. Kim was discharged from the hospital. He was severely psychologically affected, but only for a while. The government also came and took away the jar because it was an antique dating back to ancient times. In the old days in Korea, there used to be scary customs that punished criminals. Some of them were death by jars containing poison. The victim would slowly disintegrate and die painfully when immersed in a jar. Because the stench was still clinging to his house, Mr. Kim decided to invite a shaman to come and banish the evil from this house. Unfortunately, his dream of changing his life was officially extinguished by that very scary experience. My father once told me a story. It happened a long time ago, around the 80s of the last century, so I couldn't guarantee the authenticity of the story. That year, there was a tragedy in the village that killed a woman and a child. Police also soon arrived at the scene to investigate and remove the body. Their deaths were so tragic, nobody could describe in what bad shape the corpses were. And the most tragic thing of all was that the killer was a family member. Initially, the police thought that the killer was a jealous husband who was cheated on by his wife and who also had a child with another man. Unexpectedly, when they investigated and took the perpetrator's testimony, they found that this person's family relationship was extremely good. There was no conflict that could lead to such a tragedy. However, the interrogation of police statements was not difficult. The killer felt guilty. He collapsed, so he didn't hide anything. The police didn't ask too much, but the perpetrator himself confessed and explained everything in a great detail. According to his testimony, the case took a more thrilling turn than people would ever imagine. The killer, surnamed Sato, named Kanai, is a farmer and has more than a dozen rabbits in his house. Although his family is not rich, he is considered the wealthiest man in the village. But that year, he was a bit unlucky. He just moved to an area near the mountains to expand his rabbit farm. But the rabbits, one by one, got lost. After many days of observation, Kanai discovered that the one who regularly stole his rabbits was a white fox. To protect his rabbits, Mr. Kanai spent a fortune building a high wall, buying an iron fence around the yard, but unfortunately this proved ineffective. The fox was very clever. It always tried to sneak in and steal pets. Whenever Mr. Kanai discovered it, it found a way to escape again. This made Kanai extremely angry, and he decided not to give up until he caught this very fox. I heard from my father that he bought some serrated traps to trap the fox. Although he was afraid of harming his rabbits, he still thought that the light rabbits were not enough to activate the trap. But the big fox could do it. In the evening, Mr. Kanai quietly set traps in some corners around the rabbit cage. When you have to endure a loss a few times, human personality would gradually become more apparent and ill-behaved. But at that time, Mr. Kanai only wanted to catch 1 or 2 foxes to deter other foxes, so they would not dare to come and steal rabbits anymore. But when everything started, it was hard to say which direction the story would go. The night Mr. Kanai set the trap, everything went his way. The next morning, when he went to the rabbit's cage to check, he saw the thief lying on the ground. He shouted with joy that he had caught the big white fox. This trap was also extremely powerful, causing the fox's legs to be clamped so that it could not be pulled out. After losing so much blood, the big fox had died. By morning, it was just a lifeless corpse. Mr. Kanai was very happy about catching the fox, but even though the fox meat was not for eating, its fur was indeed very beautiful, and he immediately thought of selling it to make some money. A piece of fox fur could buy a dozen more rabbits, and Mr. Kanai rejoiced at the big profit. The scene of the fox skinning, I won't tell either, because everyone can imagine how gruesome it is when you skin some animal. And then, the foxes began to fear him. They no longer dared to go back and steal rabbits. It was exactly what he originally intended, but he had then become more ambitious. An old farmer like Mr. Kanai suddenly tasted the joy and the sweetness of revenge, so he thought more boldly, even a little bit more evil. To catch the fox, Mr. Kanai did all sort of things. He used chickens and ducks as bait. One day he even went to the mountains to set traps. The number of foxes he caught was great. In this way, within just a few short months, The number of the fox population was significantly reduced due to his uncontrolled nature and capturing of all the foxes in the area. He killed countless foxes, both pregnant and still immature, and he almost killed all of them. Only a few strong foxes was able to escape. As a result, his rabbits were no longer stolen, and he was delighted within his heart. He made himself a shirt made of fox fur, and he was always happy to be admired by people, and he could sell it for a lot of money. Everyone else followed him to hunt foxes, and it was time for him to pay for what he did. One night, Mr. Kanai had to get up early to take care of his rabbits. After finishing feeding the pets, he was about to enter the house when he saw a black figure standing on the top of the wall. The black shadow made Mr. Kanai curious. He turned around and saw that it was a white, furry fox looking straight at him. This fox was very large, with light blue eyes. At first, Mr. Kanai just thought this could be an ordinary fox. It seemed that because of hunger, he went down the mountain to steal food. Mr. Kanai's anger rose. He took the pickaxe and ran to chase the fox down. But the pickaxe was missing. The big fox also disappeared quickly. Everything happened so fast that Mr. Kanai had no doubts. He went back to the chicken coop to look for the fox, but the fox was nowhere to be found. He had no choice but to go back to the house and plan to go up the mountain the next day to trap the rest of those foxes. But as soon as he entered his house, he saw a white shadow of a fox. Turns out it had ran into his house and was standing on top of his bed. At this time, when it saw him enter, it suddenly opened its mouth to bite the neck of Mr. Kanai's wife. He was originally eager to win. He wanted to kill the fox, so he didn't think much of it. He took the pickaxe and smashed it down, but in the blink of an eye, the white fox was gone. When he looked back, he knew he made a mistake. His pickaxe had hit his wife's head, and the skull was broken. He was shaking and crying at the death of his wife. Before the crisis ended, he heard the fox cry from behind. The fox stood in front of the door of another room, looking at him like it was provocative, challenging him to kill it. Speaking of which, it was plain to see and understand what was going on. He resented the fox, and he continued to chase after it with his pickaxe. The only thought left in his mind was to kill the fox for revenge. So when the fox jumped on his head and tried to bite his son, he made the mistake once again. Mr. Kanai didn't hesitate to try and hit the fox with his pickaxe. And then the fox disappeared in an instant, and his son was then killed by him on the spot, just as he had done with his wife. After this investigation, Mr. Kanai was taken to be assessed for mental illness, and as a result, he was a very ordinary person, but was still sentenced to death without any pardon or anyone believing his story. My mother once told me a creepy story involving my uncle. She said that after the incident, my uncle left the country to work far away and had not come back for several years. That year, there was a small factory that mainly produced canned food in our village. My uncle was a factory worker at the time, and he was in charge of shipping and delivering goods to agents. Every day, he also had to do the job of loading and unloading goods. He would drive the car to deliver the goods too. Although the job was quite hard and the salary was low, it was better than having to work far away and leave the homeland, so he still accepted to do this hard job. Once when the noodle harvest season approached, many people in the factory business would quit their jobs and the workforce would not be enough, so the factory arranged for my uncle to work overtime the night. From a worker, my uncle was assigned to a security guard. In fact, it was quite safe here, so it was also reassuring for him. That night, he was going to walk around the factory for a bit before going to sleep, and when he was about to return to the factory, he suddenly saw a dark figure carrying a large shovel coming out from the back of the factory. My uncle thought this person might have been a warehouse thief. He was still holding a shovel and didn't know what it was for. My uncle decided to shout at him. Unexpectedly, when the man was discovered, he threw the shovel back and jumped on the wall to escape. Looking at the figure, he looked startled, so my uncle confirmed that he might have been a thief. He ran to the wall, but the thief was quite fast. He managed to escape. In the blink of an eye, he jumped off the wall and ran away. My uncle at that time was giving chase, but had to stand and look after the factory too, so he silently scolded the stupid thief and went back to his work. I heard that my uncle had a little drink that night, so it was his habit when something didn't go right. Because of this incident with the thief, he did not dare to sleep well. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, he heard a strange noise outside the door. It seemed like someone was talking to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure standing in front of the door. The voice wasn't very loud, so it wasn't clear what the person was saying, but there were a few words that seemed to be calling someone's name. My uncle thought that someone had come to see him because there was usually several other workers at the factory working overtime, but this time it sounded very much like a woman. Maybe the wife of a worker, my uncle thought, but this person was way different. He wondered if any woman could come to him in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but get curious, so he got up and went to the door. When he opened the door, the woman in front of his eyes was very scary to my uncle. She was definitely a woman, but she had no body. To be precise, her head was floating in the air. Her hair was green, it looked fuzzy. She was clearly a ghost. My uncle, being stunned for a long time, finally regained his senses and let out a huge scream. Even though he had alcohol in his body, he became sober immediately, like during the day. However, after shouting and screaming, he did not feel like the ghost was intending to kill him. The head of the ghost didn't hit him like he thought it would. Instead, it just hovered in front of him, with its mouth moving and a look of pain and tears rolling down its face as if begging him. But my uncle could not hear what she said. After a while, the woman turned her head. My uncle could only see the long black hair, then it drifted towards the back of the factory. Moments later, the head disappeared into the corner of the workshop. It seemed like she wanted to show my uncle something. He was usually shy, but at the time his feet seemed to be disobedient. Automatically he followed her, or the head in that case. Reluctantly he followed this woman's head, and at a glance it was a narrow alley at the back of the factory area surrounded by large walls. The place was where the garbage was collected. Vegetable peels, eggshells, bones from the factory were piled up like hills, and in the heat of the summer it turned into humus, giving off a bad smell. My uncle did not dare to do anything that night. He only looked at it for a moment and then hid in his room to sleep until dawn. It was not until the following morning, when someone came to the factory to work, that my uncle found a shovel and led everyone to the garbage dump. As he had guessed, the head of a dead woman was pulled from the dump. He quickly called the police and they sealed off the scene, with the factory temporarily closed for investigation. The workers were given 2 days off from work, but the goods were still in stock, so my uncle still had to deliver these goods. About the third day after the woman's head was discovered, my uncle and his boss went to the country seat to deliver the goods. Not long after leaving the factory, they saw a large group of people gathering at the riverbank, surrounded by many policemen who were investigating something. Out of curiosity, they parked their car nearby and went to the crowd to ask what was wrong. As it turned out, a person who went to exercise in the morning discovered the body of a woman floating in the river. The police were working to recover that body. After that, a person's body was picked up from the river and placed onto the bank. The body was swollen and rotten, but specifically, it had no head. My uncle had a heavy heart. Looking back, he realized that the boss's face was not good about this. And after seeing the boss like that, my uncle's heart had a bad premonition. Later, he would be right, because his boss was the very culprit of this case, and he was arrested and convicted for murder. It turned out that my uncle's boss had an affair and got this woman pregnant. Because she threatened his reputation as well as his status, he decided to do a very evil thing and kill her by decapitation. There was a year when I brought my daughter back to my hometown. Something bad happened to her. Now when I think about it again, I still feel frightened. My wife and I have been working in the city away from home for many years. It has been more than 2 or 3 years since I had the opportunity to return to my hometown to visit my parents. My parents were of course very happy to see us. They were also happy to see that their granddaughter is now grown up. Things have changed quite a bit there. The house my parents lived in originally had 2 rooms. When we returned, the one on the east side was being repaired and renovated. This time there was no room for us to stay in. My mother was going to move to my grandfather's house, but I told her to let us stay there because we didn't have to stay for long. Our family had not seen each other for a long time, so we were chatting and having a good time. After that, I let my daughter hang out with her grandparents for a while. Meanwhile, I moved my belongings to my grandfather's house. My grandfather lived there, and he died many years ago, so the house was vacant. I also very rarely mentioned him to my wife, because he was a very treacherous man when he was young. He abandoned his own wife and children mercilessly because of his mistress. Until he was too old to walk, he went back to beg my grandmother to forgive him. Although my grandmother accepted to forgive him, the family did not care about him in the end. My grandfather died of tuberculosis. That night, after all the cleaning was done, our whole family slept in the room that my grandfather used to sleep in. My daughter Nico also felt very scared when we were there. It took a lot of effort to get her to go to sleep. Then, my wife and I talked for a while before we could fall asleep. Around midnight, Nico suddenly shouted in a loud voice that startled both of us. She said that there was a ghost standing near the bed, reaching out to touch her. I didn't know if she was telling the truth, but to comfort and reassure her, I took a stick and pretended to chase the ghost away. But Nico also pointed at the wall and said that an old man was standing there staring at her. Even though I couldn't see anything, I still tried to pretend I did and hit the air with sticks just to calm her down. My daughter always mentioned that scary old man, so we had to coax a lot and hold her tight before she could sleep again. Nico has never said such strange things before, so my wife was a little worried, but I felt normal about it because she was still not used to the new place. The next day I told my mother about it, and she was so angry that she cursed the ghost violently. She did that partly to calm my daughter's fears. But ever since she cursed, Nico had been coughing constantly. My mother thought Nico might have been choking on food, so she patted her on the back and gave her some juice, but that didn't seem to work. Immediately my mother's expression changed and told us not to stay in that room anymore because she thought my grandfather was haunting Nico. The next day, on New Year's Day, my father and a few early uncles in the family went to visit the family's ancestral graves. My wife and Nico were at home alone. My family's ancestral grave occupied an area of most of the hill, and each grave is taken care of and worshipped during these New Year's holidays. Only one of my old grandfathers had overgrown weeds. No one wanted to sweep and trim the grass in front of the grave. When I arrived, I also heard my father scolding him very harshly. He scolded a lot and even threatened my grandfather to let go of my daughter and not to harm her. That scared me a bit. After we finished our work, we quickly went home. As soon as I entered the yard, my wife ran out in panic, saying that Nico had become very ill and had to be taken to the hospital earlier. She coughed continuously without stopping. Not only that, but also vomited a lot of thick black sputum. I was so worried, and I rushed to take my daughter to the district hospital for examination. Unexpectedly, she was diagnosed with tuberculosis by someone, an extremely dangerous and contagious disease. This news was like a thunderbolt. I wondered, how could this happen? How could a 3-year-old child get this disease? Moreover, there was no source of infection in my house, so this was quite absurd. Nico was hospitalized. She went under treatment for a few days but still did not improve. My wife and I were both worried and afraid. In the corridor of the hospital that day, I accidentally met one old uncle that I knew. He came to the hospital to see the doctor. He met me to talk privately and seemed a little hesitant about whether to talk to me or not. He said that Nico's appearance reminded him of my grandfather's condition before he died. He was afraid that Nico was possessed by my grandfather. Apparently, the more we cursed at him, the more damage he would do to Nico. So he told me to go to his grave to sincerely apologize and pay my respects, and then maybe Nico could be saved. I went home and told my parents the story. Even though they didn't like what I was about to do, they didn't object to me because it involved Nico's life. Right after that, I sincerely brought some incense to my grandfather's grave and paid him a visit. I knelt in front of the grave, trimmed the grass, and sincerely begged my grandfather to let Nico go because she was his great-granddaughter after all. She didn't do anything guilty. I also knelt to admit my mistake. I cried and begged not because I confessed my guilt or because I regretted something, but because I felt my Nico was too pitiful. I'd said all that could be said. I could only beg my grandfather not to haunt my daughter anymore. And the miracle happened. When I got back to the hospital, my baby Nico stopped coughing and was as healthy as ever. Just to be sure, I took her to the hospital in the big city for one more checkup, and the results this time showed that her lungs are exceptionally healthy and nothing was wrong. I don't know if it was a misdiagnosis from the previous hospital or because my prayers worked, but my daughter was fine anyway. Since then, it's been 3 years now, and I don't dare to bring her back to my hometown ever again. The natural way of doing things does not always change, but once they become domesticated or dominated, they will tend to do good deeds to accumulate virtue. This story is an example. I remember when I was in the 5th grade of elementary school. One day during the winter break, it was snowing outside and it was too cold to go outside. My parents were at a clothing store doing business. They were too busy to care about me that night, so I just watched TV alone at home. I was cold, so I had to burn coal in the pot to keep warm while baking potatoes and watching TV. I was so occupied that by the time the movie ended, it was dark and freezing outside. The temperature had not increased at all. I decided to eat the whole roasted sweet potato belly, so I was not hungry anymore. My parents came home very late, so I didn't wait for them. I didn't know what to do that day, as I felt very sleepy and couldn't keep my eyes open, so I just passed out on the chair. When I woke up, my parents weren't home yet, so I turned off all the lights and went into my room to sleep. Coal was still burning. It was cold. I didn't know how long I would sleep for, but I slept very well. The night was quiet. There was a sudden noise outside my room. I was very tired, but I heard the sound coming from outside the window as if someone was knocking on the door. Because I was so sleepy, I couldn't wake up immediately, and after a while, I heard the sound of chickens in the yard scattering as if someone was chasing them. I thought my parents were coming back home, so I didn't care. I just thought that they would wake me up after the meal was prepared. The strange thing was that I didn't hear them at all. And after a while, I heard another knock on the window again, and this time louder and more urgent. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep any further. I had to get up to look, and when I saw a figure standing outside the window with eyes looking at me through the bars, I was startled. It was very dark, but for some reason this man was leaning against the window. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I was sure it wasn't my parents. Seeing me staring blankly, he also didn't move. Then the figure began to slowly wave at me, as if to signal for me to go out and meet him. I did not know who it was. I thought it might have been a village friend who came to visit me. Where could I play in this cold weather, I wondered. I didn't want to get out of bed, but I had no choice but to get up and go solve this issue because that person refused to leave. I didn't know if it was because I stood up suddenly or if something else happened, but I felt sudden dizziness and fatigue. I didn't have any energy or strength to walk, but I finally managed to get out of the room. Stunningly, I stepped out and just opened the door. A cold wind was blowing and making me shiver. I felt a little bit better inside. I saw the figure standing by the chicken coop. The young man looked very thin. He looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy who seemed to be looking at me, although I didn't know that for sure. We weren't far from each other, but I couldn't see his figure or clothes, only a vague figure surrounding by the blue light. The young man was also strange. No matter how much I asked him, he didn't say a word. Seeing that, I curiously walked down the steps and walked towards him. I wanted to see who he was and what he came for, but as soon as I stepped down the stairs, I felt my whole body lose all strength, paralyzed in the snow. After falling to the ground, my face turned to the sky. I could only feel my eyes spinning. And at the moment, I saw a short figure holding a chicken in his hand. He came to my side and looked down at me slowly. Because of his short figure, when he looked down at me, we were face to face, and I finally started seeing who he really was. The young man's body proportions were strange. His body was terrifying, plus his limbs were short. Even weirder than that was that he had animal ears, and as he got closer, I saw the rest of his true form. His face was full of fluff. His mouth was pointed like a fox's nose, and his skin was yellow. I finally concluded that he was a wild ferret. The strange hairy face, less than 30 centimeters away from me, was still smiling. He lowered his head and stared at me for more than a minute. While watching me for a while, he turned around and left with a chicken in his hand. and then my vision became increasingly blurred. After he left, my eyes completely darkened and I lost consciousness. I was in a coma not long before my parents returned, and as soon as they entered the yard, they found me lying unconscious in the snow. Seeing this scene, the two of them rushed over, hugged me anxiously, and called my name over and over again. And this is when my father saw what has happened in the chicken coop. 7 or 8 chickens were slashed by their throats, and my father cursed whoever did this. After hearing my vague account, the whole family knew it was the yellow ferrets, so my dad decided to punish him. But that was not as important as I was, and my mother also hurriedly urged my father to quickly take me to the village infirmary. At the time, the infirmary was located on the premise of the village committee, and it was an old doctor in the village who examined me. After being examined, the doctor said that I was not bitten by a ferret, and the cause of my coma was carbon monoxide poisoning. Later, when my parents thought about it, and they went back to the house to get all the things, they were surprised to see that the house was filled with charcoal smoke. I closed the door that night so that the gas would not escape. I also told them that the reason I went out was that someone resembling a ferret called out to me. According to the doctor, if the yellow man hadn't knocked on the window to let me out, I would have stayed in the house and continued to fall asleep, and probably wouldn't have woken up at all. Hearing that, the next day my father immediately went to the city to buy some more chickens and placed them in the chicken coop and waited for the ferret to come and steal them as a way to repay and thank him for saving my life. When I was 8 years old, my parents and I moved to this neighborhood to live in a house next to a large tunnel. Apart from the boring peacefulness of the neighborhood, there was nothing attractive about the area. Only a large tunnel at each of the ends of the street was constantly attracting my attention. Every afternoon when I got home from school, I would pass by one of the tunnel's exit. It was strange that this exit for some reason was being blocked by barricades. The people of the area seemed to be familiar with this mysterious tunnel, so no one approached it except for me. With some mysterious magic, every time I turned away, the small tunnel constantly created a mysterious attraction that made me unable to take my eyes off of it. I thought to myself that one day when I become an adult, I would go in there to explore the tunnel and see what interesting things rests inside. Time also gradually passed, and one day I became a teenager. I had a few friends who shared the same curiosity as me at the university, and that day we had an appointment to explore the mysterious tunnel together. I was at the rendezvous point when it had already begun in the afternoon, and after a while 2 of my friends also came running along. Everyone looked very excited, only I showed confusion and nervousness on my face. Over the years, the abandoned tunnel in the area where I lived had become famous and mentioned by many people, making my friends curious to explore the insides. But no matter how much my friends asked of me, for some who had never heard of that tunnel like me, I couldn't answer all of their questions. This made the mystery of the tunnel even more heightened. We discussed waiting until it was too dark to go inside the tunnel to explore. We would start from the entrance that was blocked with iron bars because we thought that was the most mysterious place of it all. And as planned, the whole tunnel was plunged into darkness. The coldness around this mysterious tunnel was shown more clearly. The place was also where we began the inside of the tunnel. When we stood in front of the barricade, we realized that it was taller than the head of an adult like us. However, getting inside was not difficult. So we decided to go into the tunnel and go further. One by one, all of us climbed the high fence and supported each other. In a few moments, they were all standing at the entrance. Inside the tunnel was a dark, mysterious, and attractive color. There was no light inside, only the street lights that showed us the way. The sound of our footsteps echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by the voice of each person in the group. They made the gloom and coldness of this tunnel even more multiplied. We went inside with our phones in hand to record all the scenes. We hoped to make a movie full of attractions and interesting things. As we went deeper inside, the sound of the wind blowing from inside made us feel chilly. The deeper we went, the louder the wind became, mixed with a sound like the engine of a train. We started looking at the screen, scared and worried because we didn't know where the sound was coming from. My friend thought for a while and then began to analyze. He thought that the area above the tunnel had been degraded for a long time, revealing holes that allowed the wind from outside to blow inside, creating crazy, scary sounds. The other friend in the group expressed disagreement with the last opinion because we were making videos about spirituality and ghosts. It was impossible to analyze these things from such a scientific aspect. After stopping and looking around for a while, we decided to go inside to explore more. On the way, I suddenly remembered the history of this mysterious tunnel and told my friends. This tunnel had become old and ugly because it had been built for a long time, but no one had visited it recently. This thing made the rumors about the mournful cry in the tunnel all the more interesting. As we were walking, our group accidentally discovered a small altar that was crudely erected. The border of the stone tablet was cracked and covered with dust. The incense placed next to it had also long expired. The thing piqued our curiosity even more. At first we were scared, but we thought this might be the mystery behind the tunnel. The reason that the tunnel was blocked from anything flowing around or anyone to enter and had to stop working was this small altar. We thought that the mystery of the ghost tunnel here had finally been solved, so we were extremely excited. My friends at the time also suggested that let's take a commemorative photo in front of the stone tablet as proof that we had been there. After taking some pictures, it became really dark. We did not want to stay in the dusty place for too long, so we decided to leave. But after walking a few steps, the person holding the phone recording the trip suddenly shouted, informing us that the phone was broken and suddenly the power was off, and maybe the video we recorded until now would be lost away. We tried to check for memory. Luckily, before the phone could shut down, it recorded the whole process. But the joy did not last long when my friend suddenly trembled with a convulsion, his eyes showing real panic. He moved his lips and called out to us but couldn't say it out loud. Beneath his feet, a cold hand grabbed him from the ground, knocking him down. My friend panicked and screamed. A man with a white beard, grey hair and black eyes as deep as 2 holes were trying to hold my friend back. The other 2 of us who heard our friend shouting so loudly were also surprised, so we turned our heads to see what was wrong. In front of our eyes, our friend had collapsed to the ground. The older man was trying to hold tight. We didn't know if this was blinding or true, but it was enough to haunt the group. My friend stomped on the grey-haired older man's face with all his might, and the older man was thrown away, his hands no longer holding my friend's leg. My friend's whole body was suddenly heavy. After seeing that, we immediately ran over and quickly caught our friend before the scary older man could chase us. We ran for our lives outside, not even daring to lag back for a second. My friend ran to the exit of the tunnel when he suddenly remembered the phone, so he was about to turn back, but he couldn't see the phone anymore. Instead, the fearsome man was crawling on the ground only a short distance away, from which he was able to grab my friend. The 3 of us saw this and ran out in fear. Our screams resounded and everyone in the neighborhood heard of it. We scrambled to climb the fence to escape. Some hunch told me that as long as we ran past this barrier, our group would be safe. After getting off of the fence, I didn't forget to look back inside the tunnel as to verify what had happened was completely real. The tunnel once again spread the mystery to the outside world with its dark and cold color. But this time, I saw eyes as bright as 2 headlights looking fiercely in our direction and emitting devilish laughter. Later, we learned the story of the ghostly tunnel. In the past, this tunnel was used for trains. The trains would run non-stop from one station to another, so it was originally empty of people before, until one day a careless citizen had a catastrophic accident here while he was upgrading the tunnel. He was old, moving slowly, so when the train came he did not have time to get out of the way, and as a result, the train smashed into the man, causing him to die towards the exit of the tunnel, while the other half of his body fell into the railway ahead. Because the train was going so fast and couldn't stop in time, it ran across the older man's body, turning his lower half into pieces of meat. This accident caused the train to stop working, but his soul still lingered there. Much later, after an altar was made for him, his soul could not escape, so people blocked the entrance to the tunnel to avoid unfortunate circumstances. It's a story that happened to me many years ago in my village. The story was so famous that it was handed down forever. The purpose was also to warn people about cause and effect. About a few decades ago, there was a man named Yang in my village. He was rather lazy a person and hardly had a stable job. But lately, he was diligent. Every day he would carry a big basket into the forest. It turned out that he had seen rabbits and came up with a cruel money-making idea that was to trap rabbits and sell their meat. He found rabbit burrows and deliberately set traps nearby with some food to lure them in. Before that, the rabbits were not hunted by anyone, so they were almost completely defenseless against anything, so the rabbits were painfully captured easily. But the rabbits did not satisfy Yang just yet. He thought they were too old and couldn't be sold because the meat was no longer tasty, so he would purposely reach into their burrow to find the baby rabbits. The baby bunnies no longer had older rabbits to protect them. Yang would easily catch the young rabbits lying in the burrow. They were born less than a month old, about the size of a hand. Yang looked at the young rabbits that had not yet grown all their fluff and felt satisfied. He thought their meat would be delicious, and he decided to sell them for twice the price than those of the older rabbits. Even though the rabbits struggled in pain, Yang didn't care but showed a sinister smile instead. He collected all the rabbits in the burrow and put them in the basket he carried with him. Some rabbits were still alive, and some were dead. Rabbits were crammed inside Yang's basket. After seeing no more rabbits in the cave, he also started to go home and prepare to sell them at the market. In his heart, he was secretly glad for these victories. But there was an old saying that you would reap what you sow, and Yang did not know that disaster was about to occur to him. The fair that day also began to take place in the bustling city center. Almost everything needed was on sale. Yang also arranged for rabbits from old to young on the floor on a makeshift white towel. Since no one had ever sold rabbit meat before, the villagers also felt strange about it. According to Yang's sale, rabbit meat was both delicious and tender. So people did buy some to test it. At the end of the market day, holding a stack of coins in his hand, Yang happily counted them. The vegetable man sitting next to him felt that Yang was a bit callous. He thought that the young rabbits were too small. Why didn't Yang wait a little bit for them to grow? The other vegetable seller thought that catching and killing rabbits like that would result in retribution because the mind was too cruel. He advised Yang, but instead of thanking the man, Yang felt even more confused. He thought the man was selling vegetables and he was just jealous of him for making more money. Yang believed that no matter how old or young rabbits were, sooner or later they would be caught and sold anyway. So there was no need to wait or be benevolent about it. Making money was the most important thing, so he continued to sell rabbits without heeding the other man's words. That day Yang sold a lot of money. In the following days he also continued to hunt rabbits in the forest because rabbit meat was inherently delicious, so his business was also quite good. That night it was a bit hot because it was almost summer. Young people were sitting together to play cards and chat. In the distance, a strange figure was slowly approaching them with a limp and slow gait, gradually appearing from the darkness. One of the group turned to look. It was Yang. He carried the basket as usual. It seemed that Yang continued to go hunting in the forest. They meant to make him sit back and play for a while and then move on because it was just dawn. But Yang didn't react at all. He just stayed silent and exhaled with heavy, eerie breaths. Then Yang slowly turned his face towards him. His face was pale and gaunt, and his eyes were bloodshot like they were glowing in the night, making others shiver. This made the men who were playing cards suddenly panic and freeze. Obviously, Yang was having problems because he didn't look the same as usual. Then, Yang continued to drag his heavy footsteps and continued as if nothing had happened, nor did he speak a word as if he were a corpse without a soul. Those who witnessed this moment also felt strange and a little creepy, but they didn't think much of it. The men whispered to each other and thought that Yang might be drunk. They thought that because he made so much money, he would also drink and gamble. And since earning a lot of money, Yang didn't often talk to anyone in the village anymore. They thought it was because he was too proud of himself and didn't see anyone as equals. So despite Yang's strange expressions, they still tried to curse him and told him to watch out for retribution for always killing small rabbits. They then continued to play cards and ignore him. Yang's figure gradually disappeared into the night. When they looked closely, it was clear that Yang was not just an ordinary drunk. The following day, in the village, no one saw him. At first, no one noticed, but as the days had passed on, they started to get a little concerned. Yang wouldn't go anywhere for so long from this remote village. They began to split up to look for him. People went to Yang's house and also found that the furniture was still intact. So Yang did not leave the village to go elsewhere, but where did he go? The whole village should team up to find Yang. Although he was normally a bit greedy, lazy and arrogant, everyone had lived together since childhood and they couldn't just leave him missing like that. After a whole day of searching everywhere, it was starting to get dark and there was still no trace of him. Just as they were about to give up, they heard a scream from afar. Everyone was shocked because a human body was found in front of everyone. That's right, it was Yang. Yang died, and his body was lying in the middle of the meadow, looking extremely pitiful. After taking a look at the body, it looked like he had been dead for a few days because there was a stench around it and it was slowly decomposing. The bloodstains on the body's clothes had also dried. When they approached to take a closer look, everyone panicked when they saw his neck. It was ripped and it looked like something had bitten into it. The horrifying scene scared everyone. Yang's eyes widened as if he had seen something scary. The red blood vessels were also clearly visible. It looked like he got eaten by something even though he was still alive and felt the pain. This thing causes some people to vomit uncontrollably. Anyone would feel nauseous before the stench and having to see so much blood and flesh like that. At the time, another resident discovered strange things next to his body. He pointed towards the head of the body. Besides, strange things appeared. Perhaps that was also the cause of his death. Those were small blood-stained footprints that looked like the footprints of a rabbit. They were spread all over the ground near the bitten neck area. And after looking at the tracks, it seemed that the rabbits were the ones who caused this. It seemed like they escaped into the forest among a path. At this point, everyone started to think that Yang was being avenged by the rabbits. Because everyone searched everywhere, there was no clue of a fight or anyone that someone had harmed him at all. The villagers buried Yang and the murder case gradually fell into silence without any answers. But everyone in the village knew that Yang had received retribution for his actions.
In 2012, it occurred in Guangdong, China.
I was in my second year at that time. I didn't want to work part-time during my summer vacation, so I returned to my hometown. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the village in our small southern villages. The streets were usually less crowded than during the day, but that day there was no one. I was walking down the alley when I noticed a strange phenomenon. For a few days now, I'd noticed a circle of scattered paper dust in front of every house's door. These doors were closed, and this paper charm was probably to ward off the evil spirits. That was when I realized why there was no one on the street tonight. Someone had died in the village. Even though I didn't believe in superstitious things, I definitely still felt the hair on the back of my neck. So I didn't dare to stay in the street and dashed home shouting, "Dad! Mom! I'm back!" I exclaimed loudly. I went to school in Shanghai at the time, which was not far from home, but there was only one break per semester. So when they heard my voice, my parents greeted me cheerfully, and I noticed that my mother's face was very happy, while my father seemed a little concerned. My father approached me and pushed me into the house, refusing to let me speak. When I saw my father's worried expression, I felt strange. When my father pushed me into the house, he quickly shut the door and looked at me, terrified, as if there was something dangerous inside. When my mother noticed me asking, she explained why. It was discovered that there was a deceased person in the village, and the death seemed strange. It was amusing to hear that my hometown was still superstitious about these things in this day and age. "Mom, we can't meddle in other people's domestic affairs, so don't believe these rumors," I explained. My father was irritated when he heard me say this because I didn't believe it. Then he came over and told me about Mrs. Lan's death. Miss Lan went to town a few days ago to buy food when a small truck behind her lost control and rushed towards her. Miss Lan was crushed by the wheel without having time to react. The entire car was smashed to the front. She died on the spot, and the scene was described as tragic. The most terrifying thing was not this, but Miss Lan's body, which could not close her eyes or close her mouth as if she was resentful. After that, when Miss Lan's family asked the monk to keep an eye on her, the monk stated that Miss Lan had died unexpectedly before the end of her life. As a result, Miss Lan's family sought someone to carry the coffin in accordance with the old custom. They carried the coffin for several days and nights and were still hanging around, which made my father very nervous and made him warn me not to go out at night. I agreed, but I didn't give it much thought at the time. My father truly understood me. He knew I always did my own thing and held at me. My mother was nagging next to me, and hearing her nags irritated me. So I told them I was tired and went to bed early so I wouldn't have to argue any longer. But that night I had a strange dream, or rather, a nightmare. I had a dream that I was wandering through the village streets and alleys like a maze that I couldn't get out of. I ran into some friends on the street and went for a walk. Actually, even though we didn't get the full experience of a big city there, the beautiful scenery here was really nice. Especially the hill behind the village, because in recent years, people have paid a lot of attention to the ecological environment. The fresh air and the overlapping mountains was a good place. We kept playing like crazy until after 9 o'clock at night, when we split up and went to our respective houses. When I got home and saw that no one else was there, I remembered that my father had told me about Miss Lan's family carrying the coffin, but I didn't believe it and I was not afraid. However, as I entered the alley on the west side of the village, I was startled to hear a strange sound from behind. When I turned around, I saw 4 strange-dressed men approaching me, carrying a large coffin. They were all dressed in gray cloth with red ribbons. Only then did I realize I had encountered the coffin-carrying individuals sought by the Tran family. These people would greet everyone they met, but it was said that if the person responded, the pain of the deceased would be transferred to that person. they had most likely been carrying for a few nights and haven't been able to talk to anyone. They took charge as soon as they saw me. They greeted me enthusiastically, but I had lived here since I was a child, and I know the rule: don't answer or say anything. But that person's words continued to irritate me. My throat and eyes were itchy and I really wanted to respond. Also, my mind appeared to be in control at the time, and the answer was about to be said. At this point, a young man rushed from behind, holding an SLR camera, photographing people carrying coffins. I recognized the young man as a visitor from somewhere else, not knowing how he ended up in our village. He was extremely inquisitive about everything. The man was unaware of the carrying coffin rule, so he approached the people carrying the coffin. The Coffin Carriers rejoiced when they saw this person take the initiative to speak. I believed the young man was my age, and I was concerned that he would do something bad. But before I could say anything, I noticed 4 people carrying coffins turned their heads to look at me sullenly, as if they were afraid I would ruin the plan. Those people's stares gave me chills. I was terrified. I knew people who accepted this type of carrying coffin were bad people. I was shocked, so I kept my mouth shut. To avoid trouble, I could only turn my head and walk towards the house. The young man continued to inquire. Those who carry the coffin appeared to deliberately turn the coffin's head towards the young man while answering. That night I ran home, but my father scolded me so harshly that I didn't dare to tell him about what had happened that night, so I went to bed. When I woke up on Monday morning, my mind was dizzy and a little sore. I was not sure if it had anything to do with what happened the night before. I staggered out of my room to find my parents eating breakfast and discussing a car accident. I moved forward immediately and listened to my father's words. But after hearing it, I got a chill down my spine and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The dead man turned out to be the young man who came to our village last night with an SLR camera. He stayed in a small hotel in our village last night, but he only checked out and walked out in the morning. A large garbage truck passed him and then lost control. The garbage truck sped up and slammed into the young man. He died on the spot, under the wheel, without having the time to react. I felt a pang of fear and guilt as soon as I heard the news. If I had stopped him last night, he wouldn't have died. But if he hadn't died, I would have replaced him. What about me? There were no solutions to these problems, but there was a legend here, and those who answered the coffin driver will have a few years of bad luck, and in the worst case, death. Our village was in the remote mountainous region of the far northwest. Because parents worried about their children going out at night to meet wild animals, they often told scary stories to scare our children. This creepy story happened a long time ago. At that time, the tunnel was not open. Most of the villagers were hunters and very few farmers. Because our village was isolated from the outside world, we had limited electricity at that time. The power source was only provided to the village committee. The poor families still had to use candles to light the night. In the evening, the whole village was pitch black. The space was empty and there was no one in sight. The children also soon returned home before the sun was out. In our village, there was a man named Tien. He was strong and good at hunting. It took him a long time to save money to buy a flashlight. That night, Tien woke up to go to the toilet. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he heard people talking outside the courtyard wall. He stood in the corner and listened carefully, but he only heard strange noises and didn't understand anything. Tien guessed that they were thieves, and they were using a secret signal. So he tiptoed open the courtyard door and looked outside to see if anything was amiss. Tien saw 5 black shadows in front of his neighbor Tam's door. This made him feel very strange. Because it was too dark, Tien could not see anything clearly, only feeling 5 shadows like 5 children playing. Tien thought that these children might be the children of the neighbors, and they sneaked out of the house in the middle of the night to make trouble. At this moment, Tien suddenly remembered that he had just bought a flashlight, and he quickly took it out to try. Tien went back to the house and took out the flashlight. Tien turned on the flashlight and shone it on Tam's door to see clearly. In an instant, Tien fell to the ground in fear. He was speechless. Tien saw 5 little monsters in front of Tam's house. They were holding an iron chain and spinning in a circle. That causes them to make noises when they walk. Tien's flashlight fell to the ground in an instant because he was too scared. The little monsters over there heard the noise, so they looked at each other. One of the little monsters seemed to be moving forward. The closer he looked, the scarier the hideous face of that little monster became. Tien looked at it and touched the iron chain in the monster's hand. Tien was so scared that he didn't dare to look at it again. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even get up. He saw the little monster getting closer and closer. He did not care about other things. He immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to the little monster. Tien begged the monsters to let go of his mercy. "If I do something shocking to you, please forgive me and spare my life," Tien said. But the monsters stood still, motionless. Tien could only slam his head harder, bowing to them repeatedly. While bowing, Tien heard footsteps getting further and further away. His sweat fell to the ground, but he still did not dare raise his head to look. Waiting until there was no sound, Tien dared to look up. Of course, there was not a single person around. Tien hurried back home and called his father, Lao Tzu. "Dad, I just met a monster." When Tien told his father about this matter, Lao Tzu, who was still sleeping, immediately became frightened. Lao Tzu quickly got out of bed and said to Tien, "Go to the yard to light incense and put 5 glasses of wine." Lao Tzu took Tien to the door, burned incense and poured wine. His father asked Tien to knock his head on the wine glass 5 times. Lao Tzu reminded him. Lao Tzu reminded Tien when anything happened he was not allowed to raise his head. After finishing his sentence, Lao Tzu ran back home quickly. Tien followed his father's instructions and bowed down to the cup. The voice getting closer and closer made Tien extremely scared. He felt like he was going to die. But he always kept his father's words in mind and didn't look up after he knocked his head 5 times. The voice was getting closer and closer to his ear. Tien closed his eyes tightly, afraid that Tien would be killed if he happened to see it. Then he heard a cup fall, and then there was no movement. Tien waited for a while, kneeling until his legs were a little numb. He slowly opened his eyes. On the ground, only the shards of 5 cups could be seen. He raised his head to look around. The flashlight that he had just dropped on the ground was still lit. The incense in the bowl had gone out. There seemed to be nothing to prove what he had just gone through, except for those fragments. Tien took the flashlight and returned to the house, his heart still pounding. As soon as he entered the door, his father sighed. "Looks like Tam from next door will not live long." Tien was surprised and asked his father what happened. Lao Tzu glanced at him and explained. "These are small ghosts sent by Hades who came here to lock the souls of the dying." According to what Lao Tzu said, Tien saw these things to be true to 80% of what he had seen. Tien was stunned because Tam was too young to die. He felt real fear. Since the monsters now drank and ate Tien's incense, they wouldn't kill Tien. Tien breathed a sigh of relief when he had just escaped death. Only the next day, when the sun began to rise, the countryside was still quiet. Tien was going up the mountain to hunt, suddenly remembering what his father had told him yesterday about Tam's short life. He unconsciously looked at Tam's house. At this moment, he saw the door of Tam's house open. Tam strongly took a gun and went out. Tien looked at Tam striding back, thinking that his father had lied to him about yesterday. Tien felt more comfortable seeing that Tam was very healthy. Then Tien continued to hunt without thinking about anything anymore. In the evening, Tien held 2 rabbits that he had hunted that day. From afar, he saw that there were many people gathered in front of Tam's house. He ran closer and saw that people were crowded around. Tien couldn't keep his composure and tried to squeeze into the crowd. He saw a white cloth hanging in Tam's yard, and Tam's body was covered with another white sheet in the middle of the yard. Tien was in a daze. Cold sweat poured out like a bath. At this moment he felt someone pat him on the shoulder from behind. He was still shocked. Looking back, it was his father, Lao Tzu, with a stern face looking at Tien. Lao Tzu took his son home, and the whole way he didn't say anything but just sighed. Lao Tzu looked sadly at his son sitting on the bed and comforted him. Lao Tzu said that fortunately yesterday, the monster drank Tien's wine. Otherwise, Tien would also have a disaster. Since then, Tien did not dare to go out at night anymore. Later, other families in the village used this story to teach their children not to go out at night. When I was younger, my parents worked in big cities and did not return home all year, so I lived in a village with my grandmother and grandfather. They loved and spoiled me so much that I became obstinate. I often went out with 2 naughty boys who were in the same class as me at the time. Once they asked me to use our PE class to run into the forest and collect bird eggs. One of them climbed a tree in search of a bird's nest, while the rest of us waited below. After climbing the tree, he looked straight in one direction and kept staring. The other guy and I were waiting below, impatiently, so we urged them. "What are you doing for so long? We're getting impatient." He pointed to one direction and said, "I see someone hiding a treasure." Upon hearing this, the other boy and I ran up to another tree and climbed on it. I looked in the direction he indicated, and as expected, a woman burying a beautiful decorated box in a hole. The woman then covered the hole, knelt a few times to beg, and left. After the woman had gone, we went down from the trees to discuss what we were going to do. The boy in the green shirt proposed his idea, and the 3 of us agreed wholeheartedly. Because people in the village were unfamiliar with this type of burial, even cremation was uncommon. We had no idea what kind of box it was. That was all we could think of as we began digging up the box. The box was soon revealed. It was made of wood, carved with flowers all round and draped in a red cloth. The green shirt guy picked up the box and discovered it to be quite heavy. We were so excited that we ran all the way home with the box in our hands. My grandparents had to work all day, so the house was empty when the 3 of us entered. We were very excited to open the box and see what was inside. As soon as I opened the red cloth, I heard a shout from outside. It was our teacher's voice. The 3 of us were terrified and hastily hid the box under my bed. We climbed the backyard wall along the window, hoping to sneak out while the teacher knocked on the front door. As a result, when I poked my head out of the wall, I saw the PE teacher waiting for us beneath the wall. After being apprehended by the teacher, we were requested to invite our parents. I was chastised by my teacher all afternoon, and my grandfather picked me up at night. During dinner, I felt it was very cold in the house. After eating 2 small portions of rice, I got a headache and went to bed. That night I had a dream, or rather, a nightmare. A nightmare in which I was standing in the dark. A large house was not far away. I was so scared that all I wanted to do was get out of here as soon as possible. At this point, my friend who was in the green shirt walked right past me. With no soul eyes, he walked straight to the big house. I grabbed him and told him, "It's dangerous where you're going." But it didn't seem to work. He suddenly became very strong and shoved my hand away, and I couldn't imagine from where he got his strength. I followed him as he continued walking towards the house. As I approached, I noticed that there was no door and that the house was carved on all sides. He climbed on the carved flowers. He looked so horrifying, as if he was some kind of animal. He climbed to the top and then vanished. What the hell was going on? When I saw that, I dashed after him to catch up with him. When I got to the top, I looked down but couldn't see the bottom because it was pitch black. I looked down at the ground, feeling extremely insecure. Right at this moment, I felt like there was a hand behind me, pushing me. I screamed in terror as I fell completely into the abyss. I screamed and sat up only to realize that everything had been a nightmare. I was sweating profusely, feeling cold and dizzy. It was nearly 4 a.m. and it was still dark. I couldn't sleep any longer, so I hugged my pillow and knocked on my grandparents' room door. When my grandparents discovered that I had a fever, they gave me fever-reducing medicine and wrapped me in a blanket. I quickly fell asleep as a result of the drug's effect. I opened my eyes in a dream and saw that large house not far away. I was afraid, so I tried to turn around and run. As I was running, a figure darted past me like the wind. I took a closer look, and it was the boy in the green shirt, and I was not sure what he was doing here again. Then, as soon as I turned my head, the wall with the carvings appeared in front of me. The boy in the green shirt began climbing unconsciously as if he were being controlled like the last time. I looked up higher and there was a figure crawling on the wall. It was the other guy who had been waiting with me under the tree. I gritted my teeth and climbed up, even though I had no idea what I was doing. Just like the last time, there was an abyss on the other side of the wall, and I was not sure who pushed me down. But this time was different. I didn't regain consciousness and quickly collapsed. I smelled burning straw and looked around. The front and back were both dark, and the walls were grey. Not far away, I noticed 2 figures lying on the ground. They were my 2 friends. I quickly crawled to the green shirt guy and flipped him over. There was no facial contour on his face, only a large mass of flesh protruding in the middle with a large slit. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat, wondering what the hell this was. The large slit suddenly opened, revealing a massive eye. I was terrified. How did he become that way? I didn't dare to look at him, so I quickly turned my head, only to discover that the surrounding walls were all covered in big and small red eyes. And where I fell, now on the ceiling, were round eyes, each one staring at me fiercely. I rolled my eyes and fainted because everything happened all of a sudden. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the hospital with my grandparents looking at me with concern. But I didn't have the strength to ask for help. My throat was dry and I couldn't speak. I fell asleep again and couldn't wake up after a few seconds. This time when I opened my eyes, I was in the place full of eyes and my 2 friends had vanished. I was shivering in fear and losing my mind when I smelled the scent. I followed it and saw an open door. I crawled and rolled towards the door as if pleading for something. From behind, I heard a crackling sound and the floor became extremely hot. I didn't dare to look back. Instead, closing my eyes and running straight towards the door in a state of panic. I finally woke up when I stepped outside. I opened my eyes to find myself back at home lying in bed. The house was filled with incense smoke, and an old man dressed as a shaman was holding a bunch of incense around me while reading something. After I recovered from my illness, my grandfather informed me that the box my friend and I dug up was a forbidden item belonging to someone else. My grandfather knew something was wrong when he took me to the hospital for treatment, so he invited the village shaman to come and see. He noticed something filthy in the house right away and discovered the box under the bed. After asking my 2 friends for directions to the location where we dug the treasure up, the shaman and my grandmother and grandfather buried the box once more and begged forgiveness. I was finally awake and healthy after the shaman blessed my house all day long. I'd become more obedient since then, because every time I wanted to be naughty, I imagined those eyes staring at me in that very nightmare. This story took place in a rural area in China in the late 1990s. Tang was a famous carpenter in the village who was highly skilled. Many other carpenters followed Tang to apprentice level. Early this morning, someone came to the house to ask Tang to build a new house for him. This guest was Old Wang, an influential person in the village. Lao Wang had been a contractor for a vegetable market in the western village for several years, so he had earned a lot of money. After discussing the cost that Mr. Wang offered was quite stingy, but he was still not satisfied. This older man was a famous bully, domineering, notorious, and dishonest. Because they were from the same village, Tang was reluctant to accept a job with a relatively low salary to please the old Wang. Because Lao Wang's construction schedule was quite urgent, Tang quickly gathered all the staff to start working immediately without delay. With a large staff, the whole team got to work very quickly and easily in the first 3 days alone. The building's wall was already more than half a person's height. The work was still going well, but the people working for Lao Wang were a bit unhappy. According to local custom, when teams of carpenters and masons worked for the owner, the host family would be in charge of tea, water, cigarettes, and lunch. Tea and cigarettes didn't have to be delicious, but they were always enough. Lunch must have meat, vegetables for everyone to eat full to have the strength for work. Lao Wang was a rich man, so the team thought they would be treated more thoughtfully than many other families. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the team did not have a cigarette, a sip of water, let alone a hearty lunch as imagined. Most of the meals were vegetable dishes that were not very fresh. This thing must be rotten vegetables left over from Tang's vegetable market the other day. Much older staff were often unwell. Staff complained to Tang that Lao Wang did not treat people like humans, but Tang knew he couldn't do anything either. He could only try to comfort everyone to continue work. After all, his life was not as good as other people's. But everyone did heavy physical work. Continuously fasting for many days made it difficult for them. Those people's jobs began to slow down obviously. Tang's face was also a little unstable. In his heart, he also understood everyone's grievances, just pretending to be confused to avoid it. "Okay, tomorrow I will go see Lao Wang," Tang said. The next day, everyone gathered at the main house to prepare to install the beamed roof. According to the old local custom, on this day, the family would prepare 8 dishes, 8 bowls, and a table for the crew. Next to it would be a red envelope for the captain. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang finished speaking, Lao Wang's face changed color. "What? I have to pay wages and have to invite you to the party? Who do you think you are?" As soon as Tang heard Lao Wang's words, his anger rose. He immediately uttered all the words he had suppressed for the past few days. "This is the rule. Everyone does it. Why would you have to ask that?" As soon as everyone saw the dispute, they all stood behind Tang. They also began to speak angry words about what had happened. Lao Wang was used to being domineering in the village. How could he give in? He took out his phone and started calling someone. After that, a few thugs were present to settle the dispute. They used to follow Lao Wang to help him underwrite the vegetable market. Those thugs weren't from this village, so they had nothing to fear. They immediately ran to Tang and shouted, "Are you planning a riot?" Before Tang could speak, he was hit in the head with an iron rod by the thug. The blood spurted out a lot. Tang was seriously injured. The other bricklayers, seeing this, did not dare to say anything. Now, Lao Wang's arrogance was shown many times more than before. But how could Tang swallow this humiliation? Before, he was respected all his life by people. Everyone rushed to take Tang to a small clinic in the village to bandage and sew up the wound. Fortunately, his injury was not serious. When it was almost noon, everyone sighed in anger and went back to work because they knew Lao Wang's human nature wouldn't pay them the rest if they quit. When the work was almost done, Tang returned. He used a ladder to climb the roof. Seeing that everyone who looked at him wanted to help him, but Tang refused everyone's help because he was planning on his own. There was no need to discuss Tang's level. With just a few moves up and down with 2 hammers, soon the entire roof beam frame was completed by Tang. 2 days later, all the tiles were covered on the roof. Finally, Lao Wang's 4 magnificent large tiled houses were built. People in the village could not help but whisper about the largest house in this region. 1 month later, the house was completed. The villagers gathered together again, but there was a new theme about Lao Wang's house. After moving to a new home, Wang's mother, who was still recovering, suddenly died of a serious illness. Because Lao Wang and his mother used to have a bad reputation in the village before, no one cared when his mother died. As for Lao Wang, since he moved into the house, fires had occurred continuously. The mother died. The wife divorced. His daughter was about to be married off to the town's mayor to strengthen their relationship. Suddenly, the husband's family changed their minds. A few days ago, someone reported that Lao Wang was arrested at the market. Several times when the police came to the market gate, the whole vegetable market was scared and no one dared to intervene. The brothers who followed Lao Wang all left one by one. A few days later, Lao Wang was seen going to restaurants serving food in the city to ask for money. Maybe there were so many unhappy things during this time that his mind lost focus for a while. When Lao Wang was crossing the street, he was suddenly crushed by a speeding car. No one expected that a famous person like Lao Wang would die so tragically. After Lao Wang's death, his family suddenly became poor. At this time, Lao Wang's wife said that the assets in their family all belonged to her. She had only written for divorce with Lao Wang but had not yet gone to the city to apply for a certificate. His wife sold the newly built house to a businessman from the city. After she took the money and left, never to return. The new owner in that city wanted to build a small second floor, so he sent workers to demolish the roof. But when the worker lifted the tiled roof, he was stunned. Although this worker had worked in the construction industry for many years, he had never seen such an incident. On the main beam of the house, there were 7 large iron nails with strange shapes that were nailed side by side. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone felt that something was wrong. After observing it for a long time, an old worker saw a clue. He said it was witchcraft in the carpentry profession, nailing the family feud with a coffin. With this spell, everyone in the house would die. The house was eventually demolished and rebuilt as a 2-story building from which nothing happened. Because of this incident, people did not dare to ask Tang to work anymore. This horror story happened 7 years ago near Xingxing Farm, China. This experience was considered a memorable one. That year, I was heartbroken because my girlfriend of 2 years left me. I signed up for a 4-day tour in Guangxi province with a group of guests. Most of the people in the group were older men and women, and I was the only young man. After we walked around on the beach, the guide continued to take us to a farm on a large mountain to see the forest landscape. To me, it didn't matter where I went, as long as I left the city where I lived to forget about my story of heartache. Because of the city being so small, almost every corner had memories of my ex-lover and myself. After visiting the beautiful natural scenery of the farm, we were arranged to rest in a renovated hotel from the villa. The condition of this villa was good. It had an observatory outside. The scenery in the distance was beautiful. Thanks to that, my mood gradually improved. Actually, now that I thought about it, I felt stupid. I realized that in this world not everyone could walk together for a lifetime when in love. Maybe this was my first love, so it took me a long time to forget. On the farm, it got dark very quickly because it was surrounded by forest. It was especially quiet. The elders who accompanied us took an early break. There would be no excursions in this forest in the evening, so I slept early that night. I remember that I slept until midnight. After 11 o'clock, a humming sound suddenly woke me up. After being woken up, I couldn't go back to sleep. Once again, a particularly shrill sound resounded in the stillness of the night. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up and go outside to look for that sound. I wanted to see who did what to disturb people sleeping in the middle of the night. Following the sound that was coming from, I went to the back of the villa and saw that no one was there. In the backyard, there was only a large stone mill. I saw that no one else was there. I raised my ear to hear it, and the sound seemed to come from this mill. At that time, I found it a bit strange. This mill weighed several tons and seemed to have been thrown straight to the ground. How could there be a sound if no one moved? However, after I got close, I discovered a strange phenomenon. This large mill seemed to be covered with charms, although the rain and wind made them slightly fade the color. My house was also in the countryside, so I was not unfamiliar with this, but I had never seen such a peculiar stone mill. I could be sure the sound was coming from below the millstone. I kept putting my ear to the mill and listened. This sound was so shrill, like someone below was bumping into a big stone mill. This thing scared me. Was anyone here? Or was there a secret below? I thought. My curiosity also surfaced. I saw a cork on top of that large stone mill and knew that this was a screw hole. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. I didn't hesitate at all to approach and unscrew the cork. As soon as the cork was pulled out, there was an explosion, and some cold air appeared. It seemed that the bottom was isolated from the outside world. How could the creature below survive? Humans or animals couldn't survive below this without air, so what exactly hit the rock underneath? How did that thing get down there? I put my eyes into the hole and peered under the stone to check. Sure enough, the bottom of the stone mill was empty, like a deep dark well that was hard to see. But after observing for a while, my eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. When I saw everything in the well, I couldn't help but be startled. Under the well, there were dozens of human skulls. They thickly piled up. I didn't know how old these human skulls were. The black eye sockets of those skulls seemed to be looking at me, looking very scary. I felt that those skeletons had turned into resentful spirits. They were rushing towards the mouth of the well where I was looking down. This thing scared me. I quickly backed away and my eyes left the hole. However, at that moment I saw a dark cloud rush out of the mouth of the hole. The dark cloud hit me right in the eye, and I immediately felt a sting, a very uncomfortable feeling. After stinging my eyes, I felt dizzy. I tried to scratch my head and pull my hair. That feeling made me nauseous for a while. The world was spinning, my eyes were dark. At that time, I only had one thought, that was to return to my room quickly. But then my mind suddenly lost control and my body could not move anymore. There were many people talking in my ears, but I couldn't understand a word. Before I fell, two figures appeared in front of me. They asked me, "Why are you here at this hour?" They seemed to be talking about my situation and how to save me. I didn't remember anything anymore. "Looks like he did it," said one. While unconscious, I had a strange dream in my dream. I saw a group of Japanese soldiers walking into a small mountain village with guns in their hand. There were a few people dressed as villagers, hiding in the shadows and attacking the Japanese with stones and bricks. They used familiar terrain to attack quite effectively. Soon the Japanese soldiers had their heads smashed. The remaining Japanese soldiers panicked for a moment. Their formation became more chaotic. The Japanese soldiers were killed by unexpected stones thrown by the villagers. When the villagers hiding in the shadows ran out and killed the Japanese soldiers, they piled up Japanese soldiers' bodies. They cut off the heads of those Japanese soldiers. Their heads were covered in blood and looked terrible. The villagers threw the soldiers' heads into a dry well. The dry well in my dream was very similar to the deep well under the stone mill that I saw tonight. The heads fell and gradually disappeared into the deep darkness. I don't know how these images that only appeared in anti-Japanese dramas appeared in my dreams, but then I dreamt of the big stone mill. The whole of the great mill was constantly releasing black gas, and there were wailing voices. Finally, the wailing sound disappeared, but it became the thumping sound I heard tonight. The great mill was also full of curses. Everything was slowly becoming blurry. There were really souls in that deep well. After that, my consciousness seemed to have recovered a bit. Those strange dreams disappeared. I could hear people moving around, but my eyes couldn't open. I felt someone cut a small cut on my forehead with a sharp knife. Then the man burned a paper talisman over my head, and he put the paper talisman in a jar. I also didn't understand what this meant. Then, like a steamer, he pressed it to cut my forehead. I could almost feel my blood being sucked into the vacuum cup. I could be sure that my feeling was right at the time. But during the whole process, I couldn't keep my eyes open even though I wanted to. When I was fully awake, the sky was clear. I jumped out of bed and the story last night seemed to have never happened. But there was a sharp pain in my forehead. This wound reminded me that everything last night was not a dream. I covered my forehead and went to the villa owner to ask him what had happened. But from them I got a completely different answer from what I felt. The answer seemed reasonable, but I really couldn't accept it. I didn't know if I was thinking about that. I always felt that the villa owner was reluctant to tell the truth. I turned and ran into the yard, wanting to see the big mill from last night. But when I saw it, I was stunned. A large glass plate was placed around the stone mill. Looks like it was just brought in there, so it looked brand new. The cork that I remembered was pulled out last night was now pressed again. 2 new talisman symbols crossed across the cork. If everything went according to what the boss said, how could all of this be explained? After that, I went to ask the owner of the villa again. They said the stone mill was a cultural relic, and the paper talisman was used by villagers for blessings, not for exorcism. I knew I would be powerless because I had nothing to prove, so I stopped arguing with them. And what I went through that night, I didn't know what to say now. And as I experienced this night, I was left speechless. It occurred in 2015 at a vocational high school in Nagakawa, Japan. That year, I graduated from middle school but failed to enter high school, so I enrolled in this vocational technical school to learn how to repair machines. Our school had just built a new and very spacious facility, and the 3 of us lived together in a dormitory. The bond between the 3 of us was strong. On a weekend I played poker with a friend in the dorm, but if there were only 2 players it was a little sad, so we were going to invite the other guy, Yoshi, to join us. However, because Yoshi was not in the dorm, we didn't have much fun playing most of the time. Yoshi was in fact very different from the rest of us. He had been accepted to a prestigious high school that year, but he chose this one instead. We noticed him staring at his phone that day with a blank face, so we crept up behind him. We all assumed Yoshi was in love, secretly chatting or watching a 18+ movie at the time. But as we got closer, we noticed that he was staring at a photo on his phone and still had tears in his eyes. It was a picture of him with a short middle-aged man. It seemed to be his father. The 2 of them were standing beneath a stone wall and their smiles were especially warm in the photograph. We were surprised to see the situation, but we both assumed he was homesick. "Do you miss home?" the other friend inquired. I mocked him a few sentences, not with malice, just to make him feel better. How old are you? Still crying? But Yoshi still didn't say anything, and when he did, we were both taken aback. Today is the first death anniversary of my father. We recognized that teasing Yoshi was a mistake. Fortunately, Yoshi was not the type of person who was difficult to get along with, nor did he blame us. Rather, he freely told us his story. We also learned more about his father from the story Yoshi was about to tell. Yoshi's hometown was located in the mountainous region of Gifu province. Despite living in a poor rural area, Yoshi's family life was very good because his father had a unique profession. In addition to farm work, his father went to the mountains to collect medical herbs, and the most difficult part was that he had to climb the sharp cliffs by tying a rope around his waist. Of course, this was extremely dangerous, and the mountains there were high and steep, and there were cliffs at the mountain's base. If you had fallen, you would certainly die. But taking these risks was worthwhile for Yoshi's father because the celandine, a valuable medicinal herb, grew on the rock ledge. The celandine was unknown to many people before, but in recent years, it had suddenly become extremely valuable because it could cure some rare diseases at the time, and its price was rising. And because Yoshi's father risked his life to climb the cliffs, every time he could pick the celandine, he would earn a large sum of money. As a result, the entire family's life was improved. He was very satisfied despite the fact that it was difficult and dangerous. However, he was very frugal, only using an old rope to climb up and down, which frequently worried Yoshi's mother because the old rope would be unstable. A year ago, the rope wrapped around the cliff and broke while he was taking medicines from the cliff. When the rope snapped, he lost the protection and fell off the cliff. Everything happened so quickly, he didn't have time to grasp anything. In fact, their family was very concerned about this herb picking job. The family has warned him numerous times not to continue because it was extremely dangerous. But he always laughed and encouraged Yoshi to work hard at school. It would cost money to get into university later, so he wouldn't do it until Yoshi graduated. Yoshi's tears welled up again as he said this time, the first time we saw a child blaming himself for being so good at studying. I turned around and ran outside after hearing Yoshi's story and seeing how sad he was remembering his father. Many people considered that I was a smart boy. Everyone knew that I always did things on purpose but could never guess what I was going to do next. After 4 or 5 minutes, I ran in from the outside, lit 3 cigarettes stolen from the house next door. Yoshi's tears were flowing again at this point. He was very emotional. Honestly, I was not sure if this was appropriate, but it was a tribute to Yoshi's father. We lit 3 cigarettes and placed them on the windowsill, bowing 3 times simultaneously. After all of this, we were well-connected friends. We had a good time again. In this way, even after the cigarette had been extinguished, the father and son's emotions were always kept in their hearts. But when we went to bed that night, we experienced something very strange. We all slept soundly that night, but in the middle of the night, I awoke, feeling extremely cold for no apparent reason. I awoke but couldn't move. I could only open my eyes. At this point, I noticed a person standing in front of Yoshi's bed, a vague black shadow whose face couldn't be seen clearly, but I had a strong feeling that the person was his deceased father. The man sat on Yoshi's bed, smoking a cigarette and still talking to him in his mouth. His voice was so deep that I could only faintly hear it. He admitted it was his fault and advised Yoshi to take good care of himself, his mother, and to do well in school when he grew up. Yoshi was crying all the time, but he didn't wake up. Perhaps he was having a very sad dream. Yoshi's father remained bedside, talking to him. Then I fell asleep, and when I woke, it was already dawn. Yoshi's eyes were very red after waking up, and the dark circles under his eyes were also very visible, possibly due to his dream last night, in which he cried all night. I asked him if he had a nightmare the night before, because I saw Yoshi cry a lot. I quickly remembered last night's incident and told Yoshi. Yoshi stated that he had a dream about his father last night in which he was smoking next to his bed. When he finished, the other boy couldn't help but be surprised. There truly had been a conversation between Yoshi and his father, and I was an eyewitness to it. That guy suddenly shouted, "Look! There are actually some cigarette butts at the foot of Yoshi's bed!" We had to know that none of the 3 people in our dorm could smoke, and a strange feeling came over us. I couldn't help but recall the person I saw last night in Yoshi's dream, in which Yoshi's father sat in this position and smoked. Yoshi's tears flowed again as he sat on the bed, reaching out his hand to touch where his father had sat, as if the warmth that his father had left behind remained. "Don't worry, Dad. When I grow up, I'll take care of myself and Mother. I'll be a strong man." This was a sacred event that I witnessed firsthand, and to be honest, I was not afraid. In my heart, I only had a warm feeling about Yoshi's father-son relationship. We all graduated. Yoshi was introduced to work by the school, and the salary was also good. I believed his father was also relieved. An internal basketball game was held at the company. Lou, as one of the few accounting department representatives, was compelled to take part in this game. Because the game was so intense, it was difficult to avoid unnecessary injuries. During the confrontation phase, Lou was hit hard by the opponent and lost his balance. When he fell on the ground, he was unable to stand and sprained his ankle. Lou couldn't get up at the time and had to be helped by everyone around him. He went to the hospital to have it checked out. The ankle was slightly deviated, and while it was not a serious injury, being hospitalized was unavoidable. Hospitalization was tedious. Lou did not have a girlfriend, so only a few close friends paid him a visit. He had to kill time the rest of the day by playing on his phone or watching TV. Lou wanted to go to the bathroom right after dinner that night, but walking was now extremely difficult. While walking down the hallway, Lou ran into head nurse May, who knew Lou was going to the bathroom. The nurse informed him that the water pipe in the toilet on the 5th floor was broken and in need of repair, and he was directed to another floor. As a result, Lou had to take the elevator down to the 4th floor to use the restroom. Lou looked around and noticed that there were no lights here. It looked like this was the 1st floor where an experimental device was placed. Lou looked around and noticed an area with what appeared to be a toilet that could be used. Lou rushed through the bathroom and was washing his hands in the sink. In the mirror, Lou noticed someone passing by. Although it was impossible to tell who it was, it looked like an elderly man. Lou was unconcerned about this. After washing his hands, he turned to another corner of the corridor and pulled out a cigarette to smoke. Because smoking was not permitted in the room, so he would smoke 1 cigarette every time he was going to the toilet. Lou unintentionally looked towards the end of the corridor while taking a breath. He smirked slightly and felt strange. The old man hadn't left the floor yet. He was standing in the corridor's corner, turning his back on him. Judging by the old man's appearance, he would have encountered a difficult situation, so he came here alone to vent his rage. During his hospital stay, he heard many heartfelt stories from patients and their families. When he finished smoking, he extinguished the cigarette butt and quietly exited the room. He went to the elevator area to return to the 5th floor, but he was surprised when the elevator door was about to close. The old man he had just met on the other side of the corridor while smoking refused to leave and remained in this corner of the corridor in the same posture. Lou approached the old man. He didn't want to be intrusive, but today he wouldn't be silent. Lou handed the old man a cigarette and said, "Old man, whatever you're up to, let's start with a cigarette, right?" The old man ignored Lou and refused to budge. Lou couldn't understand, so he moved closer and only saw the old man mumbling something. After a long period of listening, he heard what sounded like a string of numbers, 9917. Lou was perplexed, so he shifted his position to the old man's side, intending to ask him what the numbers meant. But when he got to the old man's side, he discovered that the old man had a problem. He didn't appear to have a left hand. His left sleeve was bare. Lou immediately detected a strong odor of blood. When Lou looked again, there were no feet under the old man's trousers leg, and blood was oozing out from there. And his mouth continued to mutter the previous numbers. His face muscles twisted. He looked so angry. Lou was scared of crutches and turned away when he saw him like that. He staggered into the elevator. Thankfully, the old man did not pursue Lou. He was still standing at the same place. When Lou returned to the 5th floor, he felt like a lost soul, devoid of emotion. Lou ran into Nurse May again, who was standing in front of him puzzled. The nurse was wondering why he looked so strange, so she asked him if he was in any pain. Lou wanted to speak at first, but he hesitated and then found an excuse to give a vague answer before returning to his room. He believed that what occurred was insignificant, and that he should simply return to his room, get a good night's sleep and forget about it all. However, Lou thought it was too simple when in the middle of the night he was woken up by the voice of someone reading the familiar numbers. The sound came from behind him, sending shivers down his spine. He sat up abruptly despite the fact that the room was dark, but the contours of his face made Lou see who it was. The old man's face remained the same as before, angry, with his teeth grinding and his mouth constantly repeating the numbers. Lou screamed and tried to flee instinctively, but due to the pain in his leg, he lost control and fell on the ground. When he collapsed, the lights in the room turned on, indicating that this was not a dream. Nurse May's voice came from the door. Perhaps Lou's scream drew the attention of Nurse May, who dashed over to investigate. Lou couldn't believe what he had just witnessed, but when he got up, he noticed that the old man by the bed had vanished. May was extremely concerned after witnessing Lou's unusual actions. The nurse rushed to help Lou up. She suspected he had fallen because his leg was hurting. Lou inquired of Nurse May about the presence of an elderly man in the room. Surprisingly, May stated that there was no one else in the room. Lou claimed that an old man was standing beside his bed just now. Nurse May noticed Lou's panic and attempted to calm him down. Nurse May's reaction surprised him. Did he really see it incorrectly? Suddenly, he remembered the strange number sequence he had heard. He inquired of Nurse May as to whether she was familiar with the sequence. He claimed that the old man he met only repeated these numbers over and over, as if he was trying to communicate with him. Nurse May believed he was stressed and advised him to get more rest, but she still jotted down the figures before leaving. Unable to sleep and fearful of turning off the lights, he remained awake in the hospital room until the morning. The next day at noon, Nurse May arrived and informed them that she had investigated the strange number. It was, in fact, the patient number. It was the code of an elderly man who died in a hospital many years ago from a serious illness and was once in his patient room. She comforted him with a smile. Such things happened all the time in hospitals. It was not uncommon. It turned out that Nurse May, like Lou, had the same experiences when she first started working at the hospital. But the more she got used to it, the less these spirits would harm her, just make her a bit nervous. Some people could sense spirits, while others couldn't. However, anyone encountering this for the first time would be equally terrified. Lou was discharged half a month later, and when he walked out of the hospital, he felt much better. It was just terrifying encounters like these that everyone would have while staying at the hospital. This story happened in a residential area west of Liaoning City 8 years ago. That year, after graduating from technical school, I was assigned by school to work at a mechanical processing factory. That factory had an agreement with our school that would pay little salary for fresh graduates like us. At that time, we were in the category of interns because we didn't know much, so we had to let them use us. However, during that time, I met some good friends. When we had a rest on Sunday, we would gather to play games and have dinner together. That same day, my colleague Xin and Fang would come to Fee's house to cook and drink together. Fee's parents were away for a few days so we could have fun. We just walked to Fee's house and chatted happily. As we approached the gate, an older man with white hair walked past us. We didn't pay much attention to the older man's ugly appearance, but the moment he passed us, I actually smelled a strong, rotten smell. The smell was so unpleasant that it made people nauseous. It was like the smell of an animal that had been dead for more than 10 days with maggots. We all frowned at the older man. At that time, I thought it was strange. The older man was well dressed and had a nice figure, but why was he so smelly? Fee lived in the same neighborhood as the older man, and they were very familiar. When I inquired about the older man, Fee introduced us. The older man's age was younger than his appearance, but why he became like that, no one knew. This incident would certainly make people curious. There was an incident in his family, that's why he was so strange, Fee said. It turned out that the man's wife fell ill and passed away. Currently he lived with his son, who was our age. Although the house would not be complete without his wife, the older man worked hard every day because he had a son. He wanted to give his son a good life. But he would never have thought that one day the worst thing in his life would happen. It was a robbery and murder case. Although the case was solved and the killer was severely punished, his only son was never resurrected. The man's life suddenly fell apart because his only motivation for living was gone. Since then, the man quit his job and didn't go out anymore. The older neighbors were very sorry for that man. However, about a month after the death of the older man's son, residents discovered something strange. One day, two people nearby passed by the door of the older man's house and said, "A good family disappeared in the blink of an eye. Poor thing." Suddenly, they noticed that there were a lot of pamphlets posted outside the door, covering most of the plastered wall and giving off a burning smell. This thing at least showed that the man had not been out for a long time. The people around smelled rotten, so everyone suspected something was wrong. At first, everyone said nothing, but over time the smell became more and more severe, making it impossible for people to sit still. A few aunts and uncles in the neighborhood committee reported to the police. However, the police knew the older man became like this because his son was killed. At the same time, they also discovered that the older man did not have suicidal tendencies. But that aunt and uncle still decided to report to the police. The policemen thought for a long time because this was really important. It was not easy to break into someone's house without a superior's order. Probably because he didn't go out for a long time and didn't take out the trash. That caused a stench, the police said. Seeing that the police did not believe him, an uncle stepped in front of the crowd and told a strange thing he had seen in the day before. When this uncle was walking one night, he saw a man throwing trash around. The uncle approached and saw that the man was the older man near the house. In just a few days, the hair of the older man turned grey. The uncle barely recognized him. When the uncle saw the older man, he wanted to say hello and comfort the older man with a few words. But the older man reacted strangely. He turned and left without saying any word. This made the uncle find it very strange. In the past, this older man was often very enthusiastic. When he met everyone, he greeted everyone. Even if his family had a bad situation, he was always warm. The uncle turned his head and saw that the trash bag the older man had just thrown was even more stranger than usual. There was still a lot of blood on the bulging black bag, and there was still the same rotting smell coming from the older man's house. Was there something shady here? The uncle was frightened, stepped forward and tore the black bag open, wanting to see what was inside. This uncle was surprised because there were some dead crows inside. Some had just died, some had rotted and gave off a stench. This story made the uncle want to break his head because he did not understand. The uncle wondered if this older man was doing something shady. After hearing what the uncle said, the two policemen felt strange and finally decided to go to the older man's house to check. The uncle and the neighbor led the two policemen to arrive at the older man's house. The door seemed to have not been opened for a long time. The stench was strong. The police also thought it was odd and reached out and knocked on the door, but no matter how they called, no one answered and no one opened the door. At this time, the police also felt that things were not easy. Maybe something happened. The two policemen discussed whether to ask someone to open the door. They needed to see how things were going. At this moment, the door suddenly opened with a cluck, 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 cluck. It was a man who opened the door. His hair was now white, but when the policemen saw him, everyone was surprised. There was a lot of blood on the farmer's body. The older man kept his head down and said nothing about the police interrogation. The police were afraid of something serious, so they quickly restrained him first. They asked the older man to stand still and not to move to make sure he couldn't do anything. That uncle and aunt's neighbor were both around the door at the time. They were amazed when they looked inside the house. Then some policemen ran over and checked the older man's house. In the kitchen, the policeman found a lot of crows with bloodstains all over the kitchen. There was also a crow being slaughtered in a basin of water, blood everywhere. The body of the man's dead son was not cremated or buried but lay flat in his bedroom. The situation at the scene was strange, so the older man was taken to the police station. After many questions from the police, the older man finally spoke. After the death of his son, he was sad for a while, but then he heard someone say that if he drank the crow's blood for 81 days, he could bring the dead back to life. The method sounded cruel and unscientific, but he was eager to give it a try. The older man cried as he told the story and kept begging the police to let him go because his son couldn't stop drinking blood for a day. After listening to the police, everyone was speechless because he loved his son so much and could do anything to hope for his son to come back to life. Because crows were not considered a protected animal and disposing of dead family members was not mandatory, the police released him. After hearing Fee recount that older man's story, my first reaction was to feel sorry for that man. However, Fee said that the people who entered the older man's house that day spread the rumor throughout the entire surrounding area. These people said that although his son had been dead for nearly 2 months, the body had not decomposed and the hair was still growing. As for whether the rumors were true or not, we didn't know either. Later, my family arranged for me to work in a factory in Jiangsu. I left my hometown. I didn't know if that older man's son would come back to life. Fee said that the older man suddenly moved out and no one knew where he went. It occurred in 2008 in a small village north of Hiroshima, Japan. That was my real-life experience as a child. That year, during the National Day holiday, my father drove from Shimane to take me and my mother home to see my grandmother. I was only 10 years old at the time, and I loved the countryside. I was fascinated by everything there. I kept asking questions and making my parents uncomfortable throughout. We drove for more than 4 hours and arrived in a village around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Grandma's house was still a typical country house at the time, with a large yard and 2 rooms, 1 main house and 1 warehouse. At the time, I could only visit her twice a year, once for National Day and once for the Lunar New Year, so my grandmother was desperate for me to return. But I was not used to her zeal because I hadn't seen her since I was a child, and I was not particularly close to her. When we entered the house, Grandma and my parents were discussing their daily life. I looked for a chance to get away from her grip. I would never dare to go out by myself, so I climbed the ladder to reach the warehouse roof. There were only high-rise buildings in the city. As for standing here and being able to see the entire village, it felt very new to me, so I stood here and looked around. I suddenly felt chills behind me as the sky darkened. I had the impression that someone was keeping an eye on me. I looked behind unconsciously and I felt a shadow passing behind me. I quickly turned around and saw a shirt hanging on a bamboo pole next to the chimney. The roof of Grandma's warehouse connected to the neighbor's house, and the clothes were on the neighbor's roof. But this wasn't a problem for me. My parents and I fell asleep after dinner that night because we were tired. But unexpectedly at midnight, I had a nightmare. I was not sure why the shirt hanging on the roof of my neighbor's house appeared in my dream. In the black mist, that piece of shirt kept getting closer to me, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. As I looked closer, I noticed a figure dressed in clothes hanging from a bamboo pole. I gradually realized that the man was an elderly man, his face contorted in pain, and he was terrified. The old man got closer and closer until he was right in front of me, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to scream at me. I could feel him screaming, but I couldn't hear anything. The old man pressed his mouth to my ear and made strange buzzing noises, and I had no idea what he was trying to say. I had the impression that he shouted for a long time in the dream, but I couldn't understand a single word. I was not sure how long the situation would last. I could feel my awareness fading. Then I heard my parents' voices calling out to me. I struggled to open my eyes, seeing my parents' worried expressions in front of me. "Wake up, my son," my father said. It turned out that I was screaming while sleeping. So many strange things happened at once. My father asked, "What happened to you? You kept screaming in your dream and your body is sometimes hot, sometimes cold." My parents were concerned about me and woke me up. I was feeling strange on the inside, so I told them about my dream. After that, I fell asleep again until dawn when I woke up. I overheard my mother said that I appeared to be dreaming again. My parents didn't think much of it at the time, but they had to inform my grandmother anyway. Surprisingly, as soon as my grandmother heard it, she became enraged, as if she knew what had caused it. However, my grandmother did not say anything clearly at the time, but instead walked out the door and began cursing. Grandma was a typical rural old woman. When she was angry, her words were difficult to bear, and my parents were powerless to stop her. Grandma scolded the neighbors, sounding like she was scolding an old man. Grandma's scolding was becoming increasingly louder. Her language was becoming increasingly unbearable, and this was the first time I had seen her so enraged. "If I hadn't made your ancestors' graves for you, you wouldn't be where you are now!" my grandmother exclaimed. To be honest, we didn't know what was going on, but I thought Grandma scolding like this was extremely inappropriate. Dad approached her and drew her into the house because we didn't want her yelling at the neighbors any longer. We all found it strange that Grandma's anger remained after she was dragged back. My father inquired about what had happened and why my grandmother was so enraged. Grandma drank 2 sips of water and then told us a story about the neighbor's house. It turned out that the neighbor's house was previously considered a poor household in the village, but the house was recently purchased and relocated for more than a year. Once upon a time, this family had an elderly man who lived with his son and daughter-in-law. That family's daughter-in-law was a fierce woman, especially unfaithful, lazy all day and forcing her father-in-law to work hard. He was also old and frail. It was said that when he was younger, he was terrified of his wife. When his wife died, he let his daughter-in-law rule, and he worked very hard. His daughter-in-law once asked him to go to the river to water vegetables at noon. He started to be dizzy as a result of heat stroke. He couldn't stand, so he fell into the river, wouldn't get up, couldn't get up, and eventually drowned. The old man died just like that. Looks like he had a grudge that he couldn't swallow, because when he died, one eye was closed and the other was wide open, as if he was unwilling. Ever since that day, there had been rumors about ghosts appearing in the neighbor's house. Nearly every night his daughter-in-law's screams could be heard by his neighbors. It was said that the daughter-in-law dreamt of the old man every night, wanting her to follow him, and that every night she woke up startled, unable to sleep. Then, not knowing where she learned how to solve it, she found an old shirt worn by the old man when he was still alive. She put it on a bamboo pole and erected it on a chimney. According to a legend, this allowed the old man's ghost to bask in the sun like fire during the day, and at night it was as cold as an ice pillar. When my parents heard what my grandmother said, they were all enraged because of such a daughter-in-law. My mother exclaimed that she was to blame, and my father agreed, saying, "It's a shame that the old man can't be at peace until he died." Grandma didn't say anything else after seeing my father and mother react so angrily. Things went on like that. I had no problems, and my grandmother urged my parents to go back to the city. Grandma was concerned that I would be injured again. Every time I returned to my hometown, I discovered something new and liked a lot of things. But after that incident, I was a little scared. When I left, I discovered that shirt still hanging on the side of the chimney, and I was not sure if the old man was a living ghost. This story happened in a mountainous area in Thailand in 2003. It was famous for its rich natural resources and majestic scenery. At the time, the mountains near the town regularly emitted loud explosions that caused the ground to shake violently. This phenomenon had happened so many times that people here had become used to it. The explosions was not a sign of an earthquake or landslide, but rather caused by the quarry team of the town. In the past few years, construction had been carried out everywhere. The stone materials had become a common thing. The quarry team would place some cannons on the cliffs and detonate them. After the smoke cleared, they would proceed to collect stones. During a blasting, a young man ran before and saw the scene in front of him surprised. His mouth stammered as he called for the older workers to come and see. The captain of the quarry team pushed aside the young man who was looking up at the cliff and moved up. However, the captain's eyes also showed bewilderment. After a corner of the mountain was mostly destroyed by the explosion, something strange appeared. It didn't look like an ordinary stone. On the stone there was a layer of scales like dragon scales. There were no artificial traces, but how could there be such a finely carved stone? Some on the team were a bit shocked and scared after seeing it, because everyone had lived on this mountain for many generations, and everyone knew this mountain was very sacred. The captain seemed to know something about the strange stone, but he tried to suppress his fear because he did not want to affect his work and those around him. The explosion shattered many surrounding rocks, but this dragon-like rock was still intact without a crack. So the quarry team had to stuff more explosives into the holes under the dragon stone and detonate it again. After completing the preparations, the quarry team quickly returned to hide behind the large stones, ready to detonate. Immediately after, a loud explosion reverberated throughout the forest. The surrounding mountains were also shaken. Nearby areas were also affected by this large explosion. The rock and soil fell, and everywhere was mist with dust. This explosion even startled people living at the foot of the mountain. It seemed this was the biggest blast the quarry team had ever made. Even the workers hiding behind the mountain were almost injured by the rubble falling from the mountain. The captain lit a cigarette to calm himself. He had been doing this job for many years, but he was still afraid when he blew up rocks. After all the rocks fell, the construction team came out and checked the condition of the dragonstone earlier. This time everyone was surprised and terrified, not believing what was happening in front of their eyes. The rock that resembled a dragon remained unbroken or even chipped after a massive explosion. The captain stepped forward to inspect the dragonstone thoroughly, then suddenly shouted in terror. This stone was indeed a natural one, but it had intricately carved patterns, solid, which could not be damaged. While the captain was wondering what to do, he heard thunder. Black clouds came and the sky suddenly darkened. The captain, who had never believed in spiritual matters, felt a bit scared this time, so he ordered the team to return to the village. When it was dark, Padan, the captain, still wondered about the dragon rock under the mountain. He then took a bottle of wine to the house of an old stone worker in the village to ask about it. This old stonemason had been dealing with stones his whole life in the mountains, so he had a lot of experience with these kinds of stones. Padan wanted to consult the older man about the dragon rock. After drinking 2 cups, Padan immediately told the older man about the strange stories he had encountered today. After listening to Padan tell, the older man suddenly remembered the dragon god that his master once told him about. People said that it was a true ancient dragon. Padan, when he heard the old stoneworker telling him, felt very hard to believe, but he also could not explain what he was facing. The old stoner said that he was not sure if the legend of the dragon god was true, but he thought it best not to touch the dragon stone anymore. The two were talking when suddenly the door was pushed open, followed by a panicked voice. "That's Padan's wife." She ran over anxiously, holding a dead chicken and duck in her hand. No one knew what was going on, but all the chickens and ducks that the Padan family raised suddenly died unexpectedly. Padan began to think that it might be the plague, but why did the chickens and ducks show no signs before they died? Padan's wife thought that things were not so simple. According to the wife, their pets all had a strange expression. Padan quickly ran back home. The old stonemason also felt that everything was strange, so he followed. After returning home, they realized that the seriousness of this seemingly simple problem was cruel. Chickens, ducks, swans, and even pigs and dogs raised by Padan family were lying on the ground. Seeing the dead chickens and ducks all having a painful expression on their faces that made Padan shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Padan still did not understand why. The old stoneworker standing next to him was 80% sure that it was due to the god dragon in the mountain. Not only Padan's family but also the whole village had a similar situation. Chickens, ducks, dogs and cats all died one by one. A night full of strange things just passed in the small village at the foot of the mountain. Someone flew a fortune in one night. At dawn, Padan was awakened by the shouting outside the door. It seemed that something bad was about to happen to this village. Padan quickly got up and put on his clothes and went out to check the situation. In his heart, he could not help but feel anxious and worried. As soon as he opened the door, Padan was very surprised because his yard was crowded with men, women, and children in the village. The villagers heard about the bombing that shook the stone dragon of the quarry team, and then in the evening a series of strange incidents happened, so they came here. Everyone complained and even scolded Padan because they thought he was the one who brought disaster to the village. Padan also anticipated this. He was clear that he needed to solve it as soon as possible. If this continued, he would become a criminal in the village. Then a villager brought the story he had met early this morning and told Padan. It seemed that things were getting worse and worse. As usual, these two farmers went to the fields early in the morning, but when they got there, they were dumbfounded when they saw the condition of the crops. The new rice fields that were green yesterday were all yellow and withered. Like livestock, crops were damaged abnormally. Not only the man's rice field, but also the crops in the fields near the mountains withered. Chickens, ducks, pigs died. People only depended on the fields. Unexpectedly, the crops were no longer there. It seemed disaster had struck this poor village. After hearing the story of the crop, the people became even more indignant. Only then did Padan realize the seriousness of the problem. Padan reassured everyone, but in his heart Padan didn't know how to deal with this thing. Padan once again went to the old stoneworker's house to talk. It seemed that he was the only one who could help Padan now. The old stoneworker didn't know what to do to calm the dragon god. He asked Padan to bury the dragon stone first, then sacrifice some live chickens and even pigs. Then the old stonemason went to find a large flat rock on the mountain and carved a stele according to the method left by his ancestors. Then the stele was engraved with an ancient poem praising the merits of the dragon god that the older man had heard from his master. Padan didn't know if it was because the old man's method really worked. Since the stone stele was erected, nothing unusual happened in the village anymore, and that stele was left in the great mountain. next to where the dragon stone resided. According to an old legend, a dragon was imprisoned in this mountain because of offending Allah, then turned into a stone dragon. And it was truly sacred. The story took place in a small village in Hunan province, China. In the village, Zhao and Li were a young couple who grew up together and had a very good relationship, but their parents didn't approve of their relationship. The two young people didn't want to be separated, but no matter how hard they tried to persuade their families, the parents on both sides disagreed, and the two were forced to separate. Without much thought, their fingers interlocked, and the decision was made. There would be no more laughter, no more tears, only deep love from their hearts, and not even death would be able to separate them. Without a second of hesitation, they did what they decided. They stepped into the deep water while holding hands, allowing the river to drown them. Just as the two were about to sink into the water, an elderly man named Lu, who was hoeing nearby, noticed that something was wrong. Lu was terrified and dashed into the river to save them. The old man tried his best, but now the two of them were submerged. He fumbled in the river for a while before rescuing Xiao. Because he was too old, it took him a lot of effort to pull Xiao ashore. Now, when he looked back, he wanted to go into the water to save Li, but there was no sign of her in the river, as she had drifted with the current. Fortunately, Xiao choked on the water in his mouth and gradually awoke. But when he awoke, he saw that he was the only one saved. Li had vanished, and he ran into the river, desperately crying and wanted to be with Li. But the old man held him tight. Xiao cried bitterly as he looked at the rising river, saying clearly that they wanted to be together by choosing death, so why did they still have to be apart? At this point, Lu could only console Xiao with words before escorting him back home. After returning home, Xiao rushed to Li's house to inform the family of the news, and Li's parents and brother immediately ran to the river. Many people in the village came after hearing the news and gathered on the river bank.
Li, my daughter!
Her mother cried. Li's father asked many people to assist him in getting into the river to retrieve the body, while her mother was kneeling on the ground and crying so hard that her heart was tearing. But after searching the river for a while, they couldn't find Li's body, and with no other way to find her, her father paid for a few small boats to travel further down the river. Folklore held that the drowned person would float on his own. If not, because the majority of them are entangled in the water ferns, people were still looking for Li's body down the water. Her mother was sitting on the bank beating her chest and crying to death. She said that she regretted and shouldn't have opposed this marriage. She forced her daughter into this path. But there was no medicine to heal regret in this world, and no matter how much she cried, Li could not be revived.
It's my fault. Li, I hurt you.
From 2 o'clock in the afternoon until more than 7 o'clock in the evening, the body of Li wasn't found. Her family had paid to search for 3 days, but the body could not be found, which devastated Li's father and mother. Her mother couldn't handle the shock of her daughter's death and collapsed in bed, while her father scowled. That night, their family gathered to talk about how to resolve it. It was fine if nobody talked about her loss, but whenever Li was mentioned, the old woman's tears welled up in her eyes, beating her chest with regret. Her father was smoking a lot with a sad face all the time. The daughter was born from their guts, but now she was lying cold in the deep water, breaking their hearts. Li's brother stated that there was something wrong with the situation and suggested looking for a shaman to see if it could be resolved. The couple agreed with the idea. There was no other option. They could only try. 2 men arrived in Xiaoping village and looked for Mr. Shen's house. When a woman opened the door, Li's father said, "We came to meet Mr. Shen." The woman said nothing and turned around to let them into the yard. She brought the two of them into the room, opened the door, and informed people in the room that someone had come for business. At this point, they looked at the old blind man sitting in the room with a white beard. He greeted them. Lee's father placed the items he had brought on the table. Lee's father sat down, eager to find a body, but because he couldn't, he told Shen what had happened. When the old man Shen heard this, he sighed and said that Lee was very resentful. When Lee's father heard what Mr. Shen said, it was clear that Mr. Shen would have known something. He begged Mr. Shen to show him the way, and Mr. Shen replied that Lee wanted to get married. Lee's father was surprised to hear about the marriage and the afterlife. Shen gave the father detailed instructions on how to organize a wedding for the dead so that her body could be found. Finally, Mr. Shen emphasized that the ideal yin marriage partner would be someone who wished to die in love with his daughter. Lee's father was concerned after leaving his house. The relationship between the two families was strained in the past, but now he had to find someone who was compatible with this yin and yang marriage. Although his heart was troubled, Lee's father had to grit his teeth and endure knocking on Zhao's door in order for his daughter to rest in peace as soon as possible. When Zhao's father opened the door and saw Lee's father and brother, he was taken aback because two families had long since lost contact. Lee's father was not pleased when he saw Zhao's face. His daughter was no longer with him, but their son was fine. First, Lee's father claimed that his family was to blame and that he should not have stopped the children from falling in love. But when Zhao's father learned that he wanted his son to marry the dead girl, he became enraged. With that, Zhao's father violently shut the door, not allowing Lee's father to speak another word. Despite being mentally prepared when he arrived, Lee's father was still upset by Zhao's father's attitude. At this point, his son persuaded him to go back to find another solution. He sighed and turned home with his son. At this point, they heard the door to Zhao's house open. Zhao was the one who opened the door, screamed with emotion, and declared his intention to marry Lee. Because Zhao's parents were powerless to stop their son, the two families arranged a yin-yang marriage, a belated wedding, yin and yang separation. That night, both sides of the family prepared all of the offering and the heartbreaking black and white Lee's portrait. Zhao was also well dressed. The two had often fantasized about getting married, but no one imagined that they would have to marry under such ironic circumstances. Lee's father purchased a rooster in accordance with Mr. Shen's instructions. Zhao hugged the chicken to his lap and bowed his head in front of Lee's portrait. The long-awaited marriage of two young people had finally begun. According to the blind old man Shen, Zhao bit his right hand and dripped blood on the rooster's head. Mr. Shen said that the rooster would replace Zhao to go to find Lee. Lee's parents then placed the rooster in a cage and transported it to the river where Lee committed suicide. Lee's mother hugged the cage, choking with tears. If they hadn't stopped the children, they wouldn't have done these stupid things. Lee's mother threw the cage into the river, extremely regretful. After a while, the water began to bubble up, as if something was about to rise. Then, Lee's body came to the surface. Lee's face was still fresh after days of being submerged in water, and the long-awaited wedding finally took place. Lee was Zhao's wife after this marriage. Zhao insisted on burying Lee in his family's ancestral grave, despite his parents' objections. Zhao would never give up on this love, and he wouldn't marry until getting old. He told his family that he only had one wife in this life, Lee, and that if he died, they should bury him with Lee. The main character of the story was Anton, a dealer who went to the mountain alone that year to import medicinal herbs. He arrived in Damgon village, which was located deep in the mountains and had extremely inconvenient traffic. This was a location that produced high-quality medicinal herbs, but due to transportation issues, very few people came to pick up the goods. As a result, the price of medicinal herbs was quite low here, and it met Anton's criteria. The people here were very welcoming, and when Anton arrived from elsewhere to buy medicinal herbs, the village chief immediately exhorted the people in the village to arrange for him to stay. It only took them a few minutes to find an empty house in the village for Anton to rest. Not only that, the villager chief also requested that his wife prepared a lavish dinner for him. The village chief then quickly left. When he arrived at the gate, he abruptly turned his head and told Anton not to go out at night. The village chief's statement piqued everyone's interest. Anton, on the other hand, didn't think much of it, quickly packing his bags and eating dinner. After a long day, Anton dozed off as soon as he sat down on the bed. The countryside, particularly in the mountains, had a very quiet atmosphere. The cool breeze also caused Anton to fall asleep gradually. He had no idea that something horrible was about to happen to him. At exactly midnight, a woman's pitiful cry could be heard from outside, and that sound jolted Anton awake. Despite the low volume, the cry created a sense of anxiety and insecurity in the listener. Anton stood up and wanted to go outside to see what was going on. The crying could clearly be heard coming from the courtyard, but when Anton went outside, there was no one there and the crying ceased. He was about to return to the house to sleep when he heard another cry from the back of the house. The cry was sad, but also spooky and strange. After going around the house, Anton came to a halt in front of the yard's corner, where a well was located. At the time, there was a woman crying on the edge of the well. Anton couldn't see the woman's face clearly because it was dark and she had her back turned, but her crying was heartbreaking. Anton, moved by pity, approached slowly to inquire about her story and console the poor girl. However, Anton was taken aback when he placed his hand on the woman's shoulder because the woman's body was extremely cold. The woman turned her head with a ghostly smile before Anton could react. Her face was haggard and pale, and her eyes were deep, and she didn't appear to be a regular person. Anton was afraid to scream loudly, so he turned to flee, but the woman caught him by the wrist. Due to the ghost's control, Anton was so terrified that his face turned pale and he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, the ghost's hand hooking into his skin. Anton jumped up, realizing it was all a dream. As a result of the intense pain, his face was still filled with fear at this point. Anton tried to remain calm and reassure himself that this nightmare could have been caused by being overtired. At the same time, Anton felt a sharp pain in his wrist, looked up, and saw 5 black fingerprints. In the dream, he was also grabbed by the witch's arm. However, when Anton looked around, he was astounded to see that the door was open and that some footprints stretched from the bed to the floor. Convinced that there was a thief in the house, Anton quickly glanced at the money bag next to him, which remained in the same position without moving. So who left a trace? Despite his fear, Anton was still curious about this to find out what had happened. He followed the trail of black footprints. As he walked behind the house, a gloomy atmosphere began to emerge. Anton's heart began to have a bad premonition as well. There was a well in front of Anton now, just like in a dream, except there was no ghost sitting on the well's wall and no ghostly cry. Anton had a feeling what he had just witnessed was more than a nightmare. Everything had to be related to the well in front of him. So Anton summoned his courage to walk towards the well, then placed his hand on the well wall and crawled inside to investigate. Anton saw nothing but dense water at the bottom of the well. The water surface, on the other hand, was constantly rippled as if something was about to happen. Just as Anton was about to return inside, a figure in the water appeared out of nowhere. If you looked closely, you could see that it was a woman's silhouette. When he saw the terrible scene in front of him, Anton's face darkened instantly. He screamed in fear and then backed away slowly due to inertia. When he stayed back, he ran into someone, quickly turned around, and Anton recognized the person was the village chief. The village chief's appearance at this moment was like Anton's savior. Anton hurriedly informed the village chief of his dream of a ghost and followed her in their footsteps to the strange well. Anton was then reassured by the village chief and led into the house. The chief began to tell him a story after he had calmed down. 7 years ago, a merchant who purchased medicinal herbs came to the village and was warmly welcomed. He was able to purchase medicinal herbs from the villagers at a reasonable price. However, after he left, everyone discovered that the money they had received was all counterfeit. Pam was one of the people who sold him medicinal herbs. He didn't want to be screwed after 2 years of hard work collecting herbs, so he went to the merchant's house to get his money back. However, 3 years had passed and Pam had not returned. When the villagers learned that he had died in a foreign land, Pam's wife couldn't take it any longer and jumped into the well to commit suicide. When the village chief finished telling the story, Anton felt a pang of sympathy, but no less fear. So the woman he met in his dream had to be Pam's wife. Suddenly, the village chief pulled a wooden stick from his belt, and a few villagers with knives and sticks burst in through the door, asking Anton to let them check his bag. Anton immediately refused, but the villagers eventually subdued him. A villager handed over his money bag to the village chief. When the village chief and some young men took the money from Anton's bag, they discovered it was all counterfeit. When his deception was exposed, Anton began to cry, pleading with the villagers to spare him. Of course, the villagers were unconcerned by his words. They despised scammers because of what happened to them 7 years ago. The village chief was the most enraged because he was Pam's father. He swung his wooden stick angrily at Anton, imagining his son being murdered by scammers. Anton was hit in the head with a stick before he could react. The stick immediately struck his head, splattering blood everywhere. In fear, Anton begged the village chief, but he was now completely transformed into a different person. He approached Anton slowly by an enraged expression. It appeared that the village chief was attempting to avenge his son by killing all of the scammers. He raised his stick again and struck Anton hard on the head. After being knocked unconscious, Anton was ruthlessly thrown off the cliff by the villagers. Anton miraculously avoided death. He then reported the incident to the police and was sentenced to prison for using counterfeit money. Those people who were with murder plots in Damgon village were also punished by law. This story was a true story that happened in my village when I was only a 10-year-old boy. Although I was young at the time, I still remembered every detail in the story. If I was asked who was the most unhappy person in the village at that time, it would have to be Miss Nan. Nan's husband died early and her son was incompetent and useless. He was almost 30 years old, but all day he only knew how to drink, gamble and never do business. An elderly mother was 60 years old but still had to work hard to provide for her son. Her son not only didn't take care of her, but also when it came to meals and sleep, Ben still had to let his mother remind him. Every morning, Nan had to call her son until he would get out of bed. Because she had to repay Ben's, their already poor family was now even needier. A meal of porridge with dumplings was too luxurious for her mother. However, Benz could not be happy to see this meager meal. He went out despite his mother's call. The old mother always convinced him to take the right path and do good deeds, but Benz always ignored that advice. There was only one son in the family, but Miss Nant couldn't ask for anything, so she had to take care of everything, big and small. Miss Nant's health was poor, her limbs were slow, so she worked from early morning until noon in the hot sun. Everyone in the village loved her, but they couldn't help much because everyone was poor. Many people advised Miss Nan to kick her son out into the street. He needed to be independent, but anyway, for her, Benz was also the only child that she loved very much. At this time, the villager had just turned away when suddenly heard a loud noise, looked back and saw Miss Nan fainted, lying on the ground. The neighbor asked people around to carry Miss Nan home, then go to the place where they often organized gambling to find Benz. This woman rushed in and informed Miss Nan's condition, but Benz didn't care that his mother was fainting. For him, gambling was the most important thing right now. Seeing Benz's attitude, the people playing cards with him were also angry. They quickly ended the game and sent this Unfilial Son home. He just lost money and was taught life by everyone, so he was angry. Ben stood up, slammed the table and turned away, not forgetting to curse the other people a few sentences. When he got home, he opened the door with an angry kick, not caring at all for his mother ailing. He immediately rushed to the bed and scolded Miss Nan for embarrassing him, then turned and left. The mother used her weak breath to call and ask Benz to cook some white porridge because she was hungry, but his cold footsteps did not stop. Completely ignoring the life and death of his old mother, he went to another place to play cards. At this time it started to rain heavily. Benz looked up at the sky and swore a few words. He always thought that God was not fair to him because he was reincarnated into such a poor family. He continued to curse and immerse in the rain to the gambling area. He thought that this was the only way he could get rich quickly and forget his misfortune. By the time Benz got to the casino, there was already a muscular man waiting at the door. This man was a notorious debt collector in the village, once in prison for murder. Like many other gamblers, Benz was also involved with loan sharks. It seemed that Ben still didn't know the identity of this debt collector, so he ignored the man. The debt collector immediately blocked Benz. Just a small impact from the burly man made Benz tremble with fear. The debt collector pushed Benz out the door and warned him that if Benz didn't pay all the money, he wouldn't step foot in the casino. It seemed this debt collector had more humanity than Benz. The man also felt sorry for Benz's old mother, time and time again having to bear the debt for her children. Although Benz didn't want to go home, he didn't dare to attack. He knew that if he provoked the thug, he would only bring disaster on himself. Then he ran to another casino, but still no one let him in because everyone knew he had no money to play. By this time Benz was drenched like a rat. He was cold and hungry. Only now did he think about going home because there was no place to hold him. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Thunder and lightning flashed continuously like the sky was angry with what Benz caused. Seeing the violent thunder, he also had a bad premonition. The whole person started to shake. Benz was scared, turned around and ran home as fast as possible. But he didn't run long enough before he was struck by thunder. He felt like an electric current ran through his body. Everything seemed blurry. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The screams of the sky mixed with the sound of rain made the atmosphere more mournful and deadly. His entire back was badly burned due to lightning strikes. Indeed, even God could not forgive an unfilial person like him. Accidentally, 2 villagers passed by and took him to the hospital. After knowing that, no one pitied him. The people in the village thought that this was the price he had to pay for his unfilial piety. The incident that the unfilial Benz was struck by lightning spread throughout the village. Adults and children all ran to the hospital to see. At this moment he was screaming in agony because of the burn on his back, dragging his feet step by step to follow the other 2 kind people into the operating room. It seemed that God still left him a lifeline so he could correct his mistakes and take care of his old mother. It was the story I heard from Lao Lu in the village. He worked on the construction site. He cleaned the construction site during the day and helped look after it at night to avoid stealing steel and cement. That time, Lao Lu followed the team of engineers to repair the bridge in the evening. Lao Lu set up a tent and slept on the unfinished bridge. On weekdays, he ate dinner, drank tea and listened to the radio because he alone had no other pastimes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he went out to inspect the construction site one more time before going to bed afterward. He turned off the radio, lit his flashlight, and went out to check. The bridge was only half repaired, no one crossed. On the construction site, there was also someone's sand and tools piled up, nothing too valuable. Lao Lu looked at the front and back with his flashlight. When he saw nothing happened, he thought everything was probably fine. He returned to the tent and prepared to go to sleep. But when he opened the tent door, he heard a woman crying behind him. Lao Lu wondered if he had gone to check and found no one. So why were there women crying? He looked in the direction of the sound to check. He discovered something very shocking. As mentioned before, the bridge has not been repaired yet. Only half of it has been repaired. There were still some bridge piers on the river that had not been connected to the bridge body, but at this time Lao Lu saw a woman crying on the middle bridge pier in the river. At first Lao Lu was also taken aback. After that he calmed himself for a moment. Then he looked at it with a flashlight and wanted to ask this woman how to get to the pier. But he was surprised when he used the flashlight. The woman on the bridge suddenly disappeared and the crying stopped. Lao Lu thought that maybe he had seen the wrong thing with these blurry eyes, so he turned off the flashlight and went back to the tent. The next day, while everyone was having lunch, Lao Lu told the story of last night to the workers. He started telling the story and everyone was listening attentively. As soon as Lao Lu mentioned a bizarre story last night, the workers gathered a lot and asked him what he had seen. Lao Lu vividly recounted how he saw a woman crying on the jetty. Lao Lu pointed everyone to the pier that was lying there. This river was deep. It was difficult for ordinary people to climb up to the jetty in the middle of the river. The workers felt that Lao Lu's words were absurd. Lao Lu, a construction guard, was alone at night on the construction site and saw a mysterious person. Or did Lao Lu meet a ghost? Some people didn't believe it, and some people thought that Lao Lu didn't seem to be lying. Then they all remembered the previous shipwreck in the river. It turned out that a few days ago a boat upstream they were under construction sank, killing 2 men and a woman. The 2 men's bodies were recovered, but the woman's body had not been found. Someone asked if Lao Lu had to see the ghost of the drowning woman. Although Lao Lu's description of the woman sounded similar to the victim, some people still thought that there was no ghost at all. The story went on like that all day. In the evening, Lao Lu inspected the construction site as usual and did not hear the woman's cry anymore, so he returned to the tent and fell asleep. But in the middle of the night while Lao Lu was sleeping, that crying came again, sounding lamentable and sad. In the stillness of the night he heard very clearly Lao Lu sitting up, groaning. He dressed quickly and took a flashlight out of the tent. He wanted to find out if he was dizzy. He followed that sound to go to the bridge. The night scene was scary and creepy. From a distance, Lao Lu saw a woman sitting on the opposite jetty, crying there, very distressed. Lao Lu gathered his courage and shouted at the woman he did not understand what he was doing. As a result, the woman jumped off the pier. This thing was strange. This thing scared Lao Lu. He wanted to rush to save people, but he was too far from the pier. He stood dumbfounded as he shone his flashlight on the pier opposite his eyes. The woman disappeared halfway after the jump, and there was no sound after falling into the water. Lao Lu used the flashlight to shine on the pier many times, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Lao Lu believed that the woman was a female ghost. Early the following morning, Lao Lu found Master Li, the contractor, and told him about seeing a female ghost. Boss Li was not happy to hear that. He thought Lao Lu was spreading superstition and spreading false rumors. Boss Li also said that if this affected workers' work, he would dismiss Lao Lu. Master Li scolded Lao Lu a few times and then left angrily. Ignoring Master Li, Lao Lu bought some underworld banknotes and burned them on the bridge after dark. It was that if you dreamed of a dead person, it was a bad omen. In such a case, you could burn some underworld banknotes. Lao Lu burned paper money for the female ghost on the bridge. It seemed to have really worked since that night. Lao Lu had not heard the crying for 3 days in a row, nor seen the female ghost again. On the 4th day, the workers began to pour the piers. At that time, the facilities were still poor. There were not many types of artificial machines like today. Workers poured the first layer of concrete and then waited for it to dry before pouring the next layer. The strange thing was that the bridge pier poured the day before, the next day it collapsed, so it could not be repaired for several days. The foreman couldn't help but report the strange incident to Boss Lee. Boss Lee suspected that the foreman had cut down on the materials, which was why this happened. The foreman was so scared that he swore he would never do such a thing. Boss Lee believed that the foreman said, but the pier still couldn't continue pouring concrete. Was it really haunted? When Boss Lee heard the word ghost, he reminded the foreman. Boss Lee didn't say a word, but he thought about something in his heart. First, he reprimanded Lao Lu for engaging in superstition, which was actually just to let the workers work in peace. Then he stopped the project for a day. The following morning, a small car ran up the bridge. Boss Lee especially invited Master Zhang to help him see the date and calculate feng shui. Boss Lee led Master Zhang to the bridgehead and showed Master Zhang the pier where the accident happened. Master Zhang looked at the pier and his expression changed. Master Zhang said as soon as he arrived at the pier, he felt overwhelmed with gloom. Master Chung said that the bridge might be entangled in some resentment, so it had been built many times without success. When Boss Lee heard about it, he panicked and prayed to his master for a way to solve the problem. Master Zhang asked Boss Lee if anyone had died during the construction of the pier, because he felt that there was a contractor with a dark heart. When a worker had an accident, he directly buried the victim's body with reinforced concrete. Boss Lee swore that there was absolutely none, and that he would not work so unscrupulously for the money. Master Zhang looked at Boss Lee and felt that he was not lying. Master Chung looked at the piers and said that the problem should lie in the water. Boss Lee hurriedly hired a good diver nicknamed the Water Rat, and at the same time found another boat and told the diver to go under the pier to check what was wrong. Lao Lu also joined the crowd, curiously waiting for the results. The diver rowed the boat out and under the pier alone. Everyone on the shore was also looking down. After taking a deep breath, the diver dived straight into the water. The sinking part of the pier was 5 or 6 meters deep, and the diver tried his best to dive. But under the pier he saw nothing but some gravel. He dived to the other side of the pier again, trying to see if there was anything unusual on the other side. But as soon as he dived, he was so scared that he choked on the water. He saw that some of the rocks under the bridge were cement blocks with many exposed steel bars. A woman's body was hooked by steel rods and hung there. The body swayed continuously in the water. The diver quickly surfaced, shouting to Boss Lee on the shore that there was a female body under the pier. Boss Lee selected 2 more diving workers from among the workers and promised to pay more to bring the woman's body ashore with the diver. Lao Lu also followed Boss Lee to see how things were going. The woman's body, despite being soaked in water for many days, still did not rot and swell but was soggy white with a lamentable expression. Master Zhang thought that woman didn't want to die, so her face was full of resentment. After being compared by the police, the female lead's body was the one who was not found in the shipwreck a few days ago. Boss Lee also spent a lot of money to let Master Zhang perform the magic. Finally, the bridge was completed and had been in use for many years. After hearing Lao Lu's story, I even went to see it. It was just that the symbols on the jetty have long since disappeared and were no longer visible. It occurred in 2013 while I was a student. There is a fairly clear river right next to the hostel where we live. We're all from the country and we've been swimming in rivers since we were kids, so when we saw this one, we knew we had to jump in. Aniko quickly undressed and began wading into the water. This individual appears to be looking forward to revisiting his childhood memories. Kane and I both went into the water shortly after. The river in the city isn't as clear and cool as the river in the country, but it still makes us happy. We swam for a while before starting to play in the water like we did in the country. If anyone happened to pass by, they'd probably think we had some kind of mental illness. There is a bridge near the river. Although bathing near the bridge would have been cooler, we never went because there was an underground current under the bridge that was dangerous. That day, I noticed someone swimming beneath the bridge. Aniko approached, intrigued by my surprised expression, and inquired as to what I was looking at. I stated that I saw someone swimming beneath the bridge. That area is extremely dangerous. If you slip, you could lose your life. After hearing this, Aniko and Kane became concerned as well, so the three of them looked at the water beneath the bridge at the same time. After a long period of observation, we determined that it was a girl. She, on the other hand, remained stationary and did not move. I couldn't see her face because it was so dark under the bridge. All I could see was her long hair floating in the water. Because Aniko and Kane suspected I was spying on the girl, they urged me to come over and strike up a conversation. I have a crush on a girl with long hair, but I can't talk to her naked. The three of us swam in the river until the sun went down before getting back. Before going back to the inn, I looked under the bridge to see if the long-haired girl was still there. For some reason, it was already getting dark, but she hasn't landed. However, I quickly left because I was afraid the girl would think I was sneaking around. Because the weather was still hot the next day, the three of us planned to go to the river to swim after school. Because it was extremely hot, I entered the water before Aniko this time. The two boys quickly dressed up and chased them down, but as soon as I stepped into the water, I noticed the long-haired girl I saw under the bridge the day before. Not only was I taken aback by the girl's appearance, but so were Aniko and Kane. This piqued everyone's interest. The long-haired girl from yesterday swam in only in one position and didn't even look back. Swim, but all three of us had the impression that the other girl was floating in the water. Aniko, who was always cheerful, began to be concerned. He didn't think this girl enjoyed swimming so much that she spent 2 days in the river. Kane also spoke up at this point. He had the impression that it was just a human head floating in the water, but Aniko and I both thought it was impossible because the water under the bridge was moving so quickly. If it had been a human head that couldn't stay put, it could have been swept away. After some deliberation, Kane came to the conclusion that it is best if we go under the bridge to find out what the truth is. Aniko and I both agreed on this point, so we made the decision to approach the other girl. Because I was the best swimmer of the three of us, I led the way to the fast water just to be safe. I couldn't see her face very well because it was quite dark under the bridge. All I could see was her very long hair and snow-white skin. I was afraid to approach her for fear of upsetting her. I only dared to stand back and try to call and ask from some distance. She did not respond, but instead slowly turned her head to follow the flowing water, and what happened right after that was truly terrifying. What we've seen since yesterday is a human head, and it's starting to decompose. Maggots are crawling from the eye sockets, nose and mouth. I screamed in terror and backed away slowly. Aniko and Kane, who were swimming alongside, were both terrified. We three panicked and swam ashore, where we immediately called the police, who arrived to investigate the incident. It turned out that the head was tied to a large rock, which prevented it from moving at all. We were returned from some interrogation as a group of 3. Aniko, Kane and I skipped dinner that night, unable to swallow the maggots crawling all over the girl's face. Perhaps because we were too shocked and tired to sleep that night, we all went to bed early, but the fear on our faces could not be hidden. That night, Kane and Aniko both had the same strange dream. This appears to be what the other girl was attempting to convey to us. We fantasized about the river road. It was evening and a girl with long hair was riding a bicycle. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt from the shore's grass and charged towards her. The girl screamed in terror, but no one heard her. To avoid everyone's gaze, the shadow pushed the long-haired girl and a bicycle into the grass. He used his hand to strangle the girl until the girl could no longer resist. I don't know what his purpose is to act like that. After killing the girl, the man tied her up and placed her body on the back of the bicycle. He then walked towards a water tower by the river, wondering what this perverted murderer was going to do with the poor girl's body. Looks like this isn't the first time he's killed someone. He calmly carried the girl's body to the top of the water tower. Then he put the girl down and stared at her body like he was contemplating his booty. After observing for a while, he bent down to pick up a large rock from the ground. Involuntarily, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. With an amused expression on his face, he used all of his strength to repeatedly throw the large stone at the girl's body. After the girl was dead, he broke her neck, severed her head, and placed her head in a black bag. He looked down at the river and chose the section with the fastest current. He then dumped the poor girl's head into the water. He tied the head with a large stone to prevent it from floating away. In the dream, I appeared to have transformed into that girl, and I felt myself falling into a stream of cold water. Through the water, I could even see the man's evil face. After committing so many sinful acts, he smiled contentedly. I tried to wake up because that dream was causing me so much pain as if I were a victim for myself. Everyone was drenched in sweat from the fear by this point. As soon as I opened my eyes, I noticed a swarm of maggots on my pillow. They confused me as to whether this was real or a dream. I immediately jumped up, panicked and howled because I was disgusted and nauseated. At this point, I realized that I was not the only one who had been awakened in this manner. Both Aniko and Kane are wearing the same expressions as me. Not only that, but the floor of the hostel is now full of water, much like the scene in my hometown on heavy rainy days. But this is the 7th floor of the dormitory. It was hard to believe. There are still long hairs floating on the floor's water, and we have no idea where they came from. I was curious, so I asked Aniko and Kane why they had gotten up so early. Their response made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. They wished for a girl like me. We've all had the same dream. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. So we went to the police station together and tracked down the officer who had questioned us that day. He didn't believe what we were saying, but luckily this cop was still in charge of the case. So he drove us down the river to see if he could locate the water tower we were discussing. There was indeed a water tower by the river, not far from where we used to swim. These water towers appear to have been abandoned for a long time. They are quite old, with many cracks on the outside. We drove past 3 water towers in a row, but none of them resembled the ones we saw in our dreams. The cop was getting frustrated because we couldn't figure out which tower it was, so he offered to drive us home. I, Kane and Aniko were all perplexed, but I still believe it's not a coincidence that all 3 of us had the same dream. Just as we were about to give up, Kane, who was sitting in the back seat, yelled and pointed out the window. When we looked in the direction he indicated, we found a ruined water tower just like in our dreams. So the cop and the 3 of us approached the water tower to observe, hoping to find clues to the case. The volunteer cop led the way with the 3 of us trailing behind. Strange things happened in quick succession, and we gradually lost our courage. As we got closer to the water tower, a strong stench rose up, making everyone want to vomit. The cop asked us to wait below while he climbed alone to inspect the top of the water tower. A headless girl's body was found above the water tower. Then, a large number of police and forensic officers arrived. I had an indescribable feeling when we were back in the police car, looking at the poor girl's body being brought down from the water tower. Although this incident was reported in the newspaper, we have always kept this strange dream a secret. This story happened to me when I was studying in an intermediate vocational school. That year my school had a rule that it was forbidden to go out at night. I was a naughty student, so I snuck out to play games at night by climbing the wall. My purpose was to go to an internet shop to play games. These internet shops were a dozen minutes a walk away from my school, but I could do exercise every night by walking to that shop. The internet shop was usually very crowded at night. My friends and I often ran there to play. Although I loved to game, I didn't play all night. I would only play for about 2 to 3 hours. That time, as usual, I would play until nearly midnight. After playing for a few hours, I would usually find a noodle shop to eat late and then went back to school. Before going there, I would quickly pay for the game and leave. In a position a few seats away from me, a boy was playing a game while dozing off in a chair. The sleepy boy had a bad temper. No one dared to tease or destroy him at times like this. He dozed off, arms stretched behind his back. When I was passing by, I accidentally touched his arm. I immediately apologized, and luckily he didn't wake up. This internet shop was located in a commercial area. The front gate was completely closed, so if I wanted to leave, I had to go through the exit behind. I was walking down the stairs very quietly at the time. Suddenly I saw a man standing right next to the wall opposite the stairs going down. What scared me was that this man had no legs and his body seemed to be floating in the air. I was frightened but also had to leave. When I got too close, he was gone. I quickly assured myself, thinking that I might be a bit dizzy from gaming, so I looked at it wrong. I quickly exited the basement. When I was about to step out of the basement, I came across something strange. A woman was lying on the roof of the hatch with long jet black hair hanging down. She was staring at me, but the woman had no eyes, even though I knew she was looking right at me. If I hadn't leaned against the wall, I would have fallen to the ground long ago. My legs could no longer stand. Fortunately, the woman also disappeared. My first thought was that this basement was haunted. I immediately decided to run out of there. I was just running up the door when a strong light hit me in my face, so bright that I couldn't see anything. Right after the sound of brakes almost burning the car wheel, I realized I was standing in the middle of the road. If the driver hadn't braked in time, I would have died from being hit by a car. Luckily, I was fine and only received a few scoldings. I almost lost my life, standing on the side of the road for a long time because I was so shocked by what I had just witnessed and faced. My only thought at the time was to hurry back to school, not being able to stay outside anymore. I wandered about walking on the sidewalk, thinking about what I had seen in my mind. I was scared and worried. As I was walking like that, I suddenly heard a weak woman singing from behind. It sounded so far away, yet so close. My back seemed to stiffen. I only dared to look to the side to feel. Unexpectedly, behind me, a woman in a white dress was slowly approaching me. I didn't hear any footsteps, only singing. The song was not loud, but the humming was quiet. But when I heard it, I would shiver. I absolutely did not dare to run for fear of her finding out. I could only increase my walking speed, so I strode very long and fast. Although I was quickening my pace, she was able to keep up, even though the distance between us was narrowing. The silence that reached my ears made my heart sink. I was so scared that I couldn't help but cry. I felt like life was too short at the time. My legs also stopped working and I couldn't seem to run away. At the time, I just thought that I didn't study well and would not find a decent job in the future, so I wondered why didn't I just die. At that time, I only thought about death. The thought was so powerful that I fell into silence. Suddenly, a car horn sounded, startling me, and I immediately woke up. The taxi parked on the curb. The driver got out of the car and suddenly asked me loudly why I wanted to die. It was only at that moment that I realized I was standing in the middle of the street again, but just a few minutes ago I thought I was walking on the sidewalk. The driver looked at me and thought I was about to commit suicide, so he approached me. I was scared and started crying out loud. He no longer cursed at me but gently asked me what was wrong and why I was seeking death. He comforted me and then took me back to the school without taking charge. The fact that I was punished for running away from school was inevitable, and after that night I fell ill. I had a constant fever and had to take medicine for the rest of the several days at school. At noon the other day, a classmate came to the dormitory to visit me and tell me about what had happened in the internet shop we frequented. He said the internet shop I went to the night before had a person who suddenly passed away. He told me the news. I was extremely shocked because the dead person was the one I accidentally bumped into when I was leaving. To this day, I still think that the fact I saw ghosts again and again may be because I accidentally touched that person. Because of him, I could see ghosts. My uncle has worked as a taxi driver for more than 5 years. This is also the first time that he had encountered something scary as well as strange. He would usually work until after 11 o'clock, and at that time around 9 p.m. he would still be doing his job. But on the road he passed, there would be a few customers waiting for him. He would quickly pick up a male guest and invite them to the car. At this time, my uncle would also be taking customers to a place called MP Tower located in the inner city. When he entered the city center, the road would be very crowded. He would also quickly drop off the customers in front of the big building. He would then drive to another crowded place nearby. On the side of the road, there were 3 people standing with their hands out to catch a cab. After getting into the car, they told my uncle that they wanted to go to a suburb. The place was more than 110 kilometers from where they were standing, and it would have taken a lot of time to get there and back. My uncle gave them the cost. The 3 of them immediately agreed without making any negotiation. My uncle transported them out of the city and quickly onto the highway. Getting off the highway, he would drive into a deserted country road following the instructions of the 3 young men. The further he drove, the darker the road became. It would be surrounded by luxuriant trees. In my uncle's mind, he felt a bit scared, wondering if these 3 people wanted to trick him into going to a deserted place and commit murder or robbery. It wasn't until the car entered the village that they asked him to stop the car. After paying him, they got out. My uncle immediately drove back to the city. After driving quite a distance, in his mind, he also wanted to catch some more customers on the way to the city because it was convenient and he would have more income then, right? Even though he thought it was wishful thinking, at that moment at the side of the road, a woman was waiting and reaching out to catch the car. The woman was pregnant. He didn't know if it was because she was about to give birth or what was happening, but her expression was extremely contorted. He stopped the car and asked her where she wanted to go. The door opened and the woman awkwardly got into the car but didn't say a word. She only groaned because of the pain in her stomach. When my uncle saw this, he ran to help her get into the car. As this was something that he's never experienced before, he was a little bit confused. He asked the lady if she wanted to go home or go to a hospital. She still did not answer a word. Seeing that the situation might be stressful, he decided to take the woman to the hospital because she was already showing signs of labor. Without hesitation, he drove very quickly because of the hospital location far away. He was afraid that he would not be on time. Sometimes he would look in the rearview mirror to observe the woman's every move. In the back seat, the woman was holding her stomach while groaning. The stomach seemed to be moving as well. Suddenly, something started protruding very sharply out of her belly. It was not like the movement of a fetus, but more like that of a demon wanting to come out. After that, her stomach moved more and more violently. The fetus repeatedly kicked the belly. The woman cried for help in extreme pain. But when my uncle stared at the woman because he was worried about her, he had already let go of the steering wheel. When he turned his head to look back, he felt a large beam of light hitting his face. At this moment, in front of him was a car from the opposite direction that was rushing towards him at fast speed. Fortunately, he was able to turn the steering wheel in time so he could avoid the car accident. When he stabilized again, he immediately stopped the car and went to find the owner of the other car to talk to. Although the driver on the other side apologized, my uncle was still angry. He told the other driver that he was carrying a pregnant woman. If there was an accident, who would be the responsible one? But after looking at the car, the man on the other side said he had never seen the pregnant woman my uncle talked about. There was no one in the car. My uncle wanted to prove his point, so he led the man back to the car to take a closer look. My uncle pointed at the woman sitting in the back of the car and told the man to look there. What my uncle didn't expect was that the woman had just disappeared. Only a large pile of mucus was left on the car seat. The man thought that my uncle had made a mistake and there was nothing serious, so he left. My uncle couldn't figure out what had happened. He checked the mucus in the back seat. It was not like amniotic fluid during childbirth. It was the kind of mucus that he didn't even know what it would be or what it was, only that it smelled very stinky and foul. He thought to himself that the person he had helped might be a ghost, so he was very scared and did not dare to stay there any longer. When he returned to the city center, he immediately took the car for a wash. Even though it was washed many times, the stench still could not go away. My uncle thought that this car was cursed with bad luck, so he decided to sell it and buy a new one. Finally, there was one thing that he would never forget. The person who bought his car got into a car accident only a week after he sold it. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the ghost he met, but that's what made him never dare to cross that road at night ever again. I have an uncle named Ben, who is my father's third brother. The story I'm about to tell you is also related to him, a man who is extremely addicted to gambling. After losing his job, Uncle Ben couldn't find work. Every night he would go to the casino and try to make a living by this so-called profession. My aunt always tried to stop him, but she never could. In those days, she took care of everything alone. She took care of the whole family and 2 small children. My uncle just gambled. He played 10 times and lost 9 times. The family's assets were gone. There was a day when Uncle Ben didn't come home for 2 days. My aunt didn't go to look for him because that wasn't the first time. On the 3rd night, my uncle returned. My aunt guessed that he only came home because he lost all his money again. But this time, his face was proud. He took out more than 50 million from his pocket and gave it to her and said it was all for her. This proved that he won. He finally won. It was the first time my aunt saw this, and more importantly, my uncle promised never to lose again. He also proudly told her about how he won this game. Yesterday, he played mahjong with some people. He would first lose continuously. All his money was lost, everything, and the people in the casino would kick him out and wouldn't let him play anymore. But even though he begged for the casino to let him continue playing, he was still punished and banned. As he was standing in the hallway cursing, someone called his name from behind. The man told my uncle that maybe he should try praying to the god of fortune. Maybe then he would win. My uncle didn't show any interest in this. He did not believe in any god. He would sometimes consider praying to different gods, but no god ever helped him to win in gambling. The man continued to persuade my uncle, saying that ordinary begging would not be effective. This made my uncle a little curious. He needed to know where to pray to get this effect on him. The man offered to drive my uncle to the place where he could pray to that god. So the two of them went straight and deep into the forest. They crossed a large tree path to a small statue. The stone statue, placed neatly in the forest, was also covered with a red scarf on its head. The man showed my uncle how to pray. He needed to use his hair and nails as well as blood to make prayers work for this god. My uncle found it strange, but he still wanted to try it because he had nothing to lose. And after thinking about it, my uncle decided to pull out some of his hair. He took some hair, nails, as well as blood, and placed it in a bowl in front of the god statue as an offering. After that, he clasped his hands in prayers, and he would pray that he could win every bet he made. As soon as the prayer ended, the wind blew across the statue. That caused the veil to fly off. When the strong winds blew away the veil to reveal the statue's damaged and fierce face, my uncle became scared. He thought maybe he should not have prayed to this statue or altar at all. After leaving, he went back to the casino to borrow money from others to try his luck once again. True to the promise of the stranger and the prayer he made, he won every single bet he made. The amount of money earned was too much to handle. Once my uncle bet 10 times and won 9 times, no longer as unlucky as before. But every time he won, he would start feeling tired, and he would start panting like he had just run 3 kilometers. He coughed for many days. My aunt advised him to stop gambling, but he still did not listen to her. Every time he came home from gambling, he would bring back a lot of money, which surprised her. But in terms of health, he was not as good as the night before. In just 2 weeks, my uncle lost weight, went from 80 kilograms to only 65. Seeing such an unusual transformation made my aunt worry. She cared about him a lot. She knew he was hiding something from her, but she couldn't convince him to tell her because he thought he had to earn a few billion more before he stopped. The next day, even though he was not feeling well, he still decided to continue to go to the casino to play. My uncle kept winning and winning, and he collected a lot of money. But in the 5th game, another player won. My uncle then struggled to breathe. He tried to scream, but fell over through the table. It seemed he was having a heart attack. Everyone was shocked. Someone called the ambulance to take him to the hospital. However, he sadly passed away even before the ambulance arrived. My aunt received the bad news and she rushed to the hospital. She cried bitterly because she couldn't say goodbye to him for the last time. He was gone. In just 1 month, my uncle had lost nearly 20 kilograms before his passing, and his health seemed to be declining rapidly. My aunt suspected something was off and asked the doctor for an autopsy. When the results came back, she was shocked, for the cause of death could not be determined, nor could the doctor explain anything in a scientific way. My aunt was shunned by her husband's death. She suspected that his death was related to some evil deity. So she decided to go to the spiritual place in the forest to find out. When she arrived at the forest, following the instructions of a few people, she looked everywhere but couldn't find any statues or altars. It's been 3 long years since my uncle had died, yet his death still remains a mystery that has made my aunt and our family extremely heartbroken and sad. I heard this story a long time ago. At one company, workers often worked overtime and left very late to earn extra income. Near 9 o'clock in the evening, a young man named Carol had just finished his shift. Carol was offered a carpool by a colleague, but because the two were not on the same road, Carol refused and intended to take a bus to go home. The factory where the guys worked was in the suburbs, and the last bus back to the city left at 9:20 p.m. and arrived at the pickup station around 9:30 p.m. The young man thought he was in time to catch the bus, so when he got out of the factory, the other man drove back first. At this time, the young man looked at his watch. Unexpectedly, it was almost 9:30. Carol knew he could be late, so he rushed to the nearest bus stop. The bus stop was a few minutes by motorbike from the factory. He had to run at full speed to get to the station. When he got there, he was almost out of breath, panting. The young man looked at his watch once again, and a worried expression about afraid of not being on time. Unfortunately, the clock struck 9:40 p.m., meaning the last bus left the station more than 10 minutes ago. The way back to the city also became longer because it was difficult to catch a car here. Carol was disappointed. He had missed the last bus. He thought about having to take a taxi back to the city and worried about money. While Carol was thinking that, a bus arrived. When the bus arrived, Carol was overjoyed, thinking that the bus was late as he was. This might have been the only exception ever. It could also be considered as Carol's luck. The bus creaked to a stop in front of Carol. Because Carol often rode the bus at this hour, he recognized the familiar driver at a glance. What was strange was that there were so many people on the bus. Normally, at this time of day, only about 1 or 2 passengers would be there. This was even more crowded than usual. Only one person on the bus had been following Carol's every move since he got onto it. It was a middle-aged man whose expression changed when he saw Carol. Not paying any attention to this, Carol slowly found an empty seat near the back of the bus and sat down. The man was still staring at Carol and thinking about something. To avoid the angry look, Carol purposely turned his head toward the window and looked down. Unexpectedly, the man stood up and went straight to where Carol was sitting. He approached without a word, and a hostile look on his face, like Carol had done something wrong with him. Moments later, the man suddenly swung his fist and punched Carol's face. Unable to take it anymore, Carol angrily stood up and argued with the man. He wondered why he hit people like that. Carol didn't have time to say anything when the man ferociously grabbed him by the collar and wanted to drag him out of the bus because he was not pleasing to the eye. He didn't understand what was happening. He just wanted to push the man away, but he couldn't. He begged the people on the bus to help him. But none of the people on the bus would speak up, as if they could neither see Carol nor know what was happening on that bus. Then the man pulled Carol to the front of the bus while he was shouting that he needed to get out of the bus urgently. Despite Carol protesting, the man kept asking him to get off the bus. The driver did not say anything and motioned for the bus to stop. At this time, the bus door was also open. Immediately, the man pulled Carol out of the bus without once looking back at him. The bus door quickly slammed shut, and the bus continued to move. When the bus drove away, the middle-aged man let go of his hand and watched as the bus was slowly disappearing. Suddenly he sighed, his face drenched with sweat. He suddenly changed his expression and told Carol that he was scared to death just now. Carol froze in place, thinking the man was losing his mind, so he acted like that. This man saw a suspicious and confused look on Carol, so he told him that they were riding on a ghost bus. The man also recounted the process of getting on this bus. Once settled into position, he sensed that something was wrong. The first was that the people on the bus were all lifeless, not talking or breathing. He immediately looked around to examine the situation. The bad luck was that he discovered that all the passengers on the bus had no legs. Only then did he realize that they were not human at all. He was afraid to make a sound and didn't know what to do until he saw Carol getting onto the bus. He realized Carol was a real person alive. So, he had to think of a way for both of them to get off of the bus. The man made it clear to Carol and told him to hurry home. Carol thought the man didn't look like a madman lying. By that time there were no more buses, so he decided to take a taxi to go home. When he got into the taxi, Carol and the driver accidentally heard the news broadcast on FM radio that the police had found a bus which jumped off the bridge and fell into the river at 4 p.m. The news reached his ears, sending chills down his spine. Soon after, information about the bus was made clear. All 9 passengers and the driver died. What was even more bizarre was that it was the same bus that Carol was on. This is a scary story which happened in 2019. Something about an experience with a young man named Kalim. This guy was a gangster who worked as a debt collector and security guard at small bars in town. Kalim was on the road that day when he got an unexpected phone call. While lighting a cigarette and talking about work, a loud noise behind him made him turn his head in surprise. A car honking loudly and traveling at high speed was speeding towards him. It seemed that the car was losing its brakes. The driver's face was panicked. However, there was nothing the driver could do. Kalim did not have time to react at that time, and the car rushed towards him at breakneck speed. The impact was so strong that Kalim was thrown to the side. The car's tires were all broken at that time, and Kalim only saw the sky and earth darken before him. The car which hit Kalim also stopped on the side of the road. Kalim was unconscious because the impact was so strong it also tore his clothes. There was something very scary on Kalim's biceps. A fearful tattoo suddenly changed his face to become more aggressive. What was happening to Kalim? People around him quickly ran over and called for an ambulance. It was fortunate that he was not in mortal danger. Let's go back in time a bit. A day ago. In order to look cooler and individual or goofy, Kalim went to a tattoo parlor at the end of town to get himself a cool tattoo. I've chosen a tattoo. You can do it right away. Just look at that. So cool, hey? The tattoo artist previewed the image that Kalim requested to tattoo. It was the image of the Hell King. The tattooist had warned Kalim in advance not to get that tattoo, but Kalim decided to ignore it. The tattoo artist carefully tattooed the best possible tattoo on Kalim's hand to please the customer. However, he still warned Kalim that tattooing the Hell King was taboo. He also warned him to be careful, because bad luck might happen. And if he wanted to remove the tattoo, he must wait at least a week. Kalim was very satisfied with his tattoo. He felt like he was stronger and more bohemian. He just kept looking at himself in the mirror and admiring himself. Kalim didn't think the Hell King's tattoo was bad luck at all. He believed that the Hell King represented the most powerful, evil things. Maybe now everyone would think he looked very cool. And of course, bad luck did happen to Kalim the very next day. Although the accident did not kill him, it definitely frightened him. Because it would take a week to remove this tattoo, Kalim had to ask a shaman to remove the curse from this tattoo. The shaman invited him to a deserted alley in town. He burned the votive paper and prayed for something. Kalim also knelt beside him, showing remorse. As soon as a week passed, he would definitely remove the tattoo and sincerely beg the Hell King to forgive his sins. The shaman then created a straw effigy with Kalim's hair. He then mumbled something that Kalim could not understand. A lot of scribbled words were also written above the dummy, which seemed to be charmed. Then the straw dummy was also thrown into the burning fire. It seemed that this was a substitute ritual to help Kalim escape his current unlucky situation. The bad luck of the day caused him to be injured. The bad luck had lasted a week. Khalim wouldn't know what bad would happen to him. Next, the shaman told Khalim that the ritual still had an important part. The bad luck that Khalim had was partly due to the bad things that he was doing. The tattoo on Khalim's body was just punishment for him. Khalim wanted to get out of it. He had to give up the evil path he was on and find some good things to do instead. He also added that actually printing a picture of the Hell King was not a crime. The Hell King was fair. He would only punish those who were guilty, or those who did not know how to repent. After hearing what the shaman said, Khalim seemed to have a vague understanding of something. The shaman continued to instruct Khalim that soon there would be an important ritual. Whether or not it would work would depend on Khalim's bravery. The shaman said to follow him through this alley. Even if Khalim heard someone's call, there would be no answer. Khalim had to ignore it and go straight forward. When the fire went out, it was time for the shaman to walk. Khalim also followed behind, and at this time Khalim felt very tired. His mind was hazy, and he wandered off unconsciously. The air was getting colder and the shaman was walking slowly with Khalim following behind. Neither of them said anything, making less noise. The wind started howling, scarier and scarier. At this moment, Khalim heard something. The cry sounded familiar, and he woke up. The shaman said to Khalim to calm down and go on, don't care about anything. The voices, however, brought Khalim to a halt. He felt his mind go blank. He also suddenly understood something. Memories of the past had rushed back, and Khalim realized his bad luck today was the payment for the sins he had committed. He slowly turned his head, looking toward the source of those familiar sounds. He was sure enough behind them were shadows beckoning him. Khalim knew who they were and why they were there. They were the ghosts of people Khalim had killed, his ex-girlfriend, his debtors, all of whom were forced to death by Khalim. He seemed to realize the sins he had committed. They were always an obsession in his head. He walked away apologetically. He understood that his bad luck did not come from the Hell King, but from the sins that he had caused to those unjust souls. Khalim was completely apologetic. He felt remorse for his actions in the past, and he also wondered why he was in this mess. The shaman understood Khalim's mind. He walked away without turning back, advising Khalim to return to the path of honest business. As long as he knew how to repent, Khalim would no longer have had bad luck. He told Khalim to remove the tattoo because the King of Hell never gave anyone a second chance. The ways he helped Khalim only lasted a week. It all depended on the determination and repentance. The shaman also advised Khalim to get an honest job and do many good deeds, as many as possible. After listening to the shaman, Khalim expressed his gratitude for the help. However, his mood was still very heavy at the time. He asked the shaman with a tired face if the evil spirits would forgive him. The shaman could not answer this question either. A week later, Khalim went to remove the tattoo. He found a job at a supermarket, and the bad luck did not bother him anymore. I enjoy reading horror and fantasy novels, added with an interest in supernatural things because something unexplainable happened to me once. I experienced a horror story as a child. I had thought about it a lot over the years. This story had been buried in my heart incredibly. Before talking about my story, I would like to tell you about something that happened at my grandma's house when I was little. My grandmother's house was in the countryside and was surrounded by huge mountains. The livelihood of the people there depended on the resources of these mountains, so the villagers there often went to dig mountains. The people there extracted all kinds of rocks and sand from these mountains. Therefore, it was easy to see holes of different sizes in the areas that had been mined. When it started to rain, the holes would be full of water. People were unaware of the depth of these holes and danger that lurked inside of them. The children at the foot of the mountain often went up there to play for fun. Among those children, the one who was the bravest often chose the deep holes for swimming. A couple of kids in the village who lived near my grandmother's house decided to go check it out. But when it got dark, only the younger brother returned home. The boy told everyone that he did not know where his sister had gone. Everyone waited for a long time. It was getting dark, and the older sister still hadn't come home. The adults in the family felt very worried. They began to search for her inside and outside the village. Some people in the village at the time said they had seen the two sisters going up the mountain to play around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so they told the family about going up to the mountain to search for her. After hearing that, the adults in the family knew that a bad omen had appeared. They rushed to the quarry to look for the older sister. They started searching around the quarry and the holes. After searching for a while, the mother suddenly discovered something strange in the distance. The mother got a little closer to get a better look and saw his son's ball floating in the waterhole. With a premonition that something was wrong, the mother called some family members and rushed there to see what had happened. When they arrived at the hole and looked down, people could guess that this was the deepest hole because the bottom was not visible at all and the area of it was quite large. Once again, the mother saw something on a large rock by the hole. It was a pair of shoes, and those were probably her daughters. Immediately, a man jumped into the water to save the kid. After a long time and a lot of effort, the man was able to resurface with the girl in his arms. After being saved, the sister sadly passed away with her swollen stomach containing all the water she swallowed. The mother sadly broke down, experiencing the death of her child. Then, when the mother got home, she used a broom to sweep the house and then beat her son with it. She thought her daughter's death must have been the boy's fault, and she took it all out on him. Only at the time did the younger brother honestly explain what happened. That day, the younger brother and older sister played football very close to the hole. The ball was kicked out and the sister did not catch it. It fell into the hole. The younger brother was unsure of getting too close because of his mother's warning, so he begged his sister to go to the water to retrieve the ball. The older sister saw this and did not know how to handle it, so she had to go into the water to pick up the ball. As a result, the sister slipped and fell. Unfortunately, she couldn't swim. The older sister disappeared, and the younger brother on the shore was no longer seen. At that time, the younger brother was so scared that he rushed home without daring to tell everyone the whole truth. After experiencing these things, the holes in the mountains became dangerous places. The adults in the village often warned the children not to play near the holes. I was only in the 5th grade of elementary school. During the summer vacation that year, I was allowed by my mother to go to my grandmother's house to play. Whenever she saw me going out, my grandmother always told me not to go up the mountain and not to go near the quarry. I was at a naughty, playful age. How could I listen to my grandmother's advice? At first, I just threw rocks into the water, but soon realized that it was one of those holes. It was so deep that when a stone was thrown into it, it would no longer be visible. I threw one after another, and this time I threw it very hard into the water. Suddenly, I saw a special red carp appeared with a very large body. I didn't think much of it, but I thought I wanted to catch the fish, so I waded into the water. Meanwhile, I tried my best to be able to move forward, but I still couldn't catch that fish. Still, I wouldn't give up and I tried my best. Unfortunately, my foot slipped and my whole body started sinking into the water. My body sank deeper into the water and I couldn't swim at all. I just struggled instinctively. But the harder I kicked, the deeper I sank. After a while, I couldn't swim anymore. At this point, I started drinking too much water, and gradually it overwhelmed me and my breath started leaving my body as I sank. I almost felt like I was about to die. And then I had the feeling that someone had saved me. I vaguely saw that it was the shape of a girl, and suddenly a very miraculous thing happened. I was lifted out of the water. Because I was so excited and quickly climbed ashore, after turning my head to look back, she disappeared. I was really confused and didn't know what had happened. My grandfather and grandmother suddenly appeared, and later I heard her say that when my grandmother was at home, she had a premonition that something bad had happened to me. So she came to find me. And in order not to be scolded, I lied to my grandparents that I was just hanging out near the hole when a girl pulled my leg down and I almost drowned. As a result, my grandparents did not scold me, but only comforted me, saying that I still had great luck, or else I would have been taken down by the girl to take her place and be a ghost for the rest of my life. Although many years had passed, I still did not have the chance to tell the truth to anyone. The truth I had hidden for so many years. All I wanted to do was to thank the girl who saved me and apologize for blaming her, as well as all the tragedy she had to endure. This was a scary true story that happened to my family aunt. On the occasion of my grandmother's birthday, my parents took me home to visit and congratulate her. My grandmother did not like the hustle and bustle of life in the city, so she returned to her hometown 10 years ago and lived in the same house with my aunt. My grandmother was 90 years old but still very sharp. Our extended family had a very cozy birthday celebration, but then something terrible happened that day. Late at night, my parents and I were arranged to sleep in the next room. I was assigned a separate bedroom. While I was sleeping, I heard a commotion outside the house. I heard my aunt scream outside. However, at that time, because I was too sleepy, I did not pay much attention to it. The screams got louder and louder, and after a while, I heard the commotion of a lot of people outside. So I sat up and tried to look to see what happened. The sleepiness continued to hit me, but I ignored it and continued to lie down to sleep. I planned to ask my parents the following morning what had happened later, because sleep was the most important thing at that moment. When morning arrived, I was awakened by the birds chirping. The scenery in the countryside was really different to that from the city. The fresh wind also made me sleep much better. I crept out of my room. I didn't know what time it was. I didn't hear my mother wake up like usual today. Usually it was so comfortable. Suddenly I saw in the corner of the wall a pile of ashes. This made me curious. It seemed to be a pile of banknotes and tokens that were burned last night. But why would it be here? I felt curious. Could it be that last night's fuss had something to do with these things? I also found it difficult to understand because yesterday was obviously my grandmother's birthday celebration. So who would burn paper money and votive papers like that for what? I knew that this was custom for my village traditions. However, later I was told by my parents about the night before. I heard my aunt's screams and everyone ran outside to check it out. At that time they discovered that she had fallen down in the yard. No one knew what had happened. Seeing my aunt unconscious, everyone expressed concern. My cousin tried to resuscitate her, but the situation was bad because she couldn't see her aunt breathing anymore. However, after a period of intensive care, my aunt woke up. At this point, she appeared extremely panicked and scared. She kept shouting, "Let go! Let go!" Her face was pale and sweaty. She seemed to have seen something terrible. Then everyone thought she had seen a ghost and invited a shaman to exorcise her. The shaman quickly set up a stage and began to cast spells. It was also the first time I witnessed an exorcism performed by a shaman, which looked very serious and monstrous. During the ceremony, the shaman said that last night was a ghost in the south. He came to capture my grandmother's soul but accidentally caught my aunt by mistake. So to solve this problem, the shaman asked us to prepare coins and gold paper to burn instead. Everything was prepared and done by everyone in my family. Only my grandmother was absent. People burned votive paper and begged the ghost to leave the place and spare my aunt. The fire was now burning brightly, accompanied by the commotion of people. My aunt was also getting better. Everyone reassured her that everything was okay. She would rest fine. Having finished everything, the shaman instructed the people in the house on a few things to ensure that this thing would not happen again. That night, my family members could not sleep at all. Only I slept as if nothing had happened. My aunt then slowly regained consciousness. Her face also became rosier. Everyone surrounding her breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she had regained consciousness, and everyone was also curious to know what had happened. My cousin reassured my aunt that everything was okay, and that the shaman helped us out, so there was nothing to worry about. My aunt looked happy, and she felt secure. She began to recount the terrifying incident that had happened that night before. So after the birthday celebrations, Auntie washed the dishes and walked back to her room. The air that night was quite cold, and suddenly she felt like someone was walking behind her. She stopped when she noticed that a man was also looking at her. She turned her head and asked who it was. Because it was dark and the person hid behind the tree, it was difficult for her to see his face. The shadow remained motionless, looking at her. She thought he was a family member, but couldn't see exactly who he was. She asked again why he tried to scare her like that. Suddenly, the shadow drew closer to her. With smoke spreading around, he looked at her with a very dark and scary look. Suddenly, he grabbed my aunt's hand, causing her to scream, and at this moment an electric current ran down her spine. She felt the fear of being caught by the hand. More frightening, that shadow tried to pull her away, pull her in, causing her to duck her head forward. At this point, she was so scared she shouted for help. The shadow was still pulling on her no matter how much she cried. Fortunately, because of all the screaming, everyone in the house woke up and ran out to save her in time. This story happened a long time ago, but I still remember it very well because it happened on the occasion of my grandmother's birthday celebration. I was only 10 years old that year, and my parents worked far away, so I had to stay at my grandmother's house for a while. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, so she lived alone. When she heard that I was coming to stay, my grandmother was very happy. She loved me very much and took good care of me, but I was a very rude child. I frankly disparaged the food she cooked because it was not delicious. I was also very harsh on a few other things that made her very sad. Looking back on that period in my life, that was in the countryside and was quite interesting. After dinner, I and a few neighborhood kids played around. My grandmother and her friends would sit and chat while watching us. That evening, my grandmother needed to take some things to my aunt. She told me to come home earlier and look after her house. But she was gone for a long time, about 2 to 3 hours, and it was getting dark outside. The children who played with me all had to go back home to go to bed already, leaving only myself and a few older people sitting around. There was no one to play with, so I went back home. Since I was home alone, I decided to close every door. When I finished, I waited all by myself. After waiting for my grandmother for a while, I started getting tired and fell asleep. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening and she still hadn't come home yet. As I fell asleep, I started to hear noises inside of the house. I heard someone walking around, but the footsteps were very light. At first I thought my grandmother might have been back, and that's when I woke up, and I thought again that something might have been wrong, because her footsteps was not light at all. I wondered if it was a thief, and I was thinking about what to do next when I heard a man call someone else's name. This person's voice sounded very sad, and the last syllable was still lingering from afar and near, making me shiver. The man came out of the kitchen, and his legs were hovering in the air. He suddenly lifted the curtain, as I was scared to death. The figure of the older man, with eyes bulging, his dry smile and hideous whisper, still haunts me to this day. I was so scared that I buried my head in the blanket to hide, and I cried without a sound, scared, clenching my fists and whispering to my grandmother to come back soon. Even so, I could still sense that the ghost was doing something. He seemed to be wandering around the house, calling out someone's name and searching for things. Then, seemingly finding nothing, he slowly returned to the kitchen. I don't know where I got the courage from, but as soon as I heard silence, I decided to open the window and get out of there. As I walked out the door, I dared to cry, and as I ran, I cried and cried for my life. Unfortunately, my grandmother had not yet returned. She was probably still spending time with people nearby. Seeing me crying like that, the ladies in the street immediately asked me what happened. I panicked and told everyone what happened. The information I gave them confused all of them. One of the men in the neighborhood picked up some sticks and went to my grandmother's house. He searched everywhere with his friends, looking inside and outside, but not seeing anything strange like I did. A neighbor asked me again if the door was closed or not, and how could outsiders get in if it was? And even if they did, they couldn't get out so quickly. They asked me if I'm sure I wasn't dreaming. I knew I wasn't dreaming, and I assured them that the ghost was looking for someone named Bella. The neighbors told me that Bella was the name of my grandmother. This I did not know. The lady next door kept asking me what the eccentric man was looking for in my grandmother's house. She and a few others found it a bit strange. Seeing me alone was also not good, so a few people stayed with me to wait for my grandmother to return. After a while, my uncle appeared. He took me to the hospital to see my grandmother because while she was away, she had a heart attack and had to be hospitalized for urgent treatment. On the way, I was very nervous. At the hospital, I quickly ran to the room where she was lying. My grandmother's health had stabilized. I told her what happened at their house, and everyone was stunned, not knowing if it was an omen, because at the time the strange man appeared to me. That was exactly the same time my grandmother was receiving emergency heart treatment. It occurred in Tai Po Town, Hong Kong in 2013. I wouldn't say exactly which hospital and which district it was in, because I was still working there. It was my second year working in this hospital, and I had grown accustomed to the job, so my working attitude became sluggish. I was hiding in the corner of the stairs one afternoon to smoke a cigarette when I heard a nurse call my name. "Dr. Jin, I have a patient who requires surgery." It turned out that a patient had just been taken to the emergency room with an injury that required immediate surgery. At the time, I wasn't the primary surgeon, but I was also a doctor. I didn't dare to ignore it at that time, so I immediately threw the cigarette butt away and dashed into the operating room with the nurse. I was a step behind schedule, and the patient was ushered into the emergency operating room. The treating doctor didn't even reprimand me, he simply told me to disinfect and get to work. I packed my belongings and rushed to the surgery room, and it was only then that I noticed the patient's wound. The patient had a severe wound, with the lower half of the arm completely gone. Despite my limited experience, I could see that the wound wasn't cut, that the arm had been completely ripped off by some force. This type of injury was uncommon, and it was also the most difficult type of hand surgery in which I had been directly involved. The surgery took more than 5 hours to complete, and we did our best to treat all of the nerves and blood vessels in the patient's wounded arm. When I arrived at work the next day, the patient had awakened, and I had learned about his condition during the sessions. "How did you get injured like this?" I inquired. To be honest, I didn't care how his injury occurred. When he came to recall the reason, he had a terrifying expression on his face, as if he was hesitant to tell. His family lived in a rural suburb, a small fishing village by the sea, he said. While many people in the village relied on fishing for a living, his family was an exception. They relied on farming to support their family. Because there was a lot of arable land in the village, he told everyone in his family to clean up to start planting, and his family agreed. So, during this time he plowed the land, digging for many years without planting anything, and he was extremely tired, but he felt happy. He was digging in the ground the other day when he came to a halt with a stunned expression. He turned over his pickaxe and saw that it was a human skull, and half of it was rotting. Although this was not a good omen, he didn't take it too seriously because his ancestors had lived here for many generations, so the ground had buried a few dead people. Furthermore, those bones had been here for more than a dozen years. The ghost had long since reincarnated, and he threw all the bones he dug out on the grass at the field's edge. After a while, many more bone fragments were dug out one by one, but they were all broken up. When he finished digging, there was already a pile of bones lying there, and it appeared to be quite complete. He didn't think it was good to be seen by others, so he returned home after burying the bones. He lived in the westernmost part of the village, away from other people's homes. All of the family's children worked in the city, and he was the only one who lived here alone. He was tired all day, so he went to bed early and fell asleep without noticing. He was awakened unexpectedly in the middle of the night by a knock on the door. The sound was becoming increasingly louder as if someone outside was knocking on the door. Whoever came to the door at this hour astounded him. Just as he was about to get up, the door of the room was violently opened. At the door, a shadow appeared. He inquired several times, but the shadow did not respond, and instead entered the room very naturally, as if it were a place devoid of people. As it got closer, he realized it was an old man dressed in antique clothing who looked very scary. But the old man only had one arm and shouted at him as he approached. The old man asked him to give back his arm because he had lost one, but this was a ridiculous request. The old man reacted hastily. Maybe today the skeleton he discovered in the ground had come to haunt him. Perhaps he lost a portion of the old man's arm while digging up bones. However, his bones were also discovered in a state of disarray. The old man walked over to the bed and grabbed his arm before he could react. He was not sure how skinny old man could be so strong. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the elderly man with extraordinary strength yanked his arm away. The old man ripped his arm off and caused him great pain. The intense pain and fear caused his mind to go blank, and he couldn't feel anything. Then he passed out. When neighbors heard the screams, they discovered that he was injured badly and took him to the hospital. He had no idea where the ghost had taken his arm. The neighbors searched for a long time but were unable to locate it. After hearing what he said, I was speechless. I thought he was maybe suffering from a mental illness, so I summoned his son and told him to look after his father, fearing that his self-harming behavior would interfere with the treatment. But I could tell his son was uninterested in what I had to say because he believed his father's story was true. I didn't think it was necessary to say anything else, so I went back to my business that day, thinking I'd find out later. Then his son came to tell me that he had returned to the village to check on his father's request. Sure enough, his son discovered the small mound that his father had built. Then he dug it up to double check and was very careful in doing so. His son saw the scattered bones as his father described them, and he did not lie. The son simply put the bones together out of curiosity, and it turned out that a piece of arm bone was indeed missing. What was more terrifying was that his son discovered in that grave the piece of his father's arm that had been rotting with maggots. Only then did his son fully believe his father wasn't lying, and that the unjust spirit had ripped off his father's hand. The story happened in 2014 near Rongbuk Monastery in Tingri District, Zigazi District, Tibet Autonomous Region. Some people in our climbing group were frustrated with nature, so they tried to help each other go under the guidance of a local guide. We started down the mountain. Unlike the previous uphill with high confidence, the downhill road this time was extremely long and rough. When we reached the campsite, the three of us collapsed on the ground almost at the same time from fatigue.
"We are safe now. I will find someone to help," said the tour guide.
Fang, a local Tibetan guide, was trying to comfort us with a few words and then went to find someone to help us notify the rescue team at the foot of the mountain. Looking back on this climb, I still had feared. There were 4 people on our team, all members of the Chamber of Commerce. We all liked outdoor sports. We were always ready to conquer anywhere with a sparse population and harsh environment. Mount Everest was our common desire, but we did not expect that the event of conquering the top of the world would end this way. 2 days ago, we passed by Rongbuk Monastery's Everest base camp. We chose the climbing path by ourselves and started towards the holy land of Mount Everest. At that time we were filled with confidence, and we felt that we were able to conquer anything on this mountaintop. At this time our team leader was Ming, a captain with the most successful business and the most adventurous spirit in us. "Hurry up!" He always encouraged people like that. I must say that under Min's leadership throughout the journey we have made good progress, overcome many difficulties and dangers. Everything had gone very smoothly. But maybe our luck has ran out. The sacred snow mountain had not finally taken care of ignorant people like us. When Ming was climbing an ice cliff, his climbing gear fell off because the ice broke. Ming had no support at all, suddenly slipped and fell. The gap between 2 snow-covered mountains was hundreds of meters high, extremely dark below. We were about 20 meters away from Ming at that time, and we couldn't save him. We could only watch him disappear into the dark. Several of us were dumbfounded as we watched him disappear. When we were planning our trip to Mount Everest, we all promised to do well. But when Ming's sudden death appeared in front of us like this, we didn't dare to face it. We did not have the ability and courage to find and rescue Ming, so we had to retreat to the rest station on the mountainside yesterday warily.
After Ming's accident, I once again looked up at the snow-capped mountains in front of me. It was no longer sacred as before, but full of mystery, majesty, and fear. We reported the accident to the local search and rescue team and waited 2 days at the rest station for someone to guide us down the mountain. Unexpectedly, the result after much waiting was that the search and rescue team had not yet found Ming's body due to the harsh weather and geography. Honestly, we also knew many people died and went missing on that snow-capped mountain, but if we wanted to give up like this and leave him here, we really couldn't. If you guys want to find him, I have a way to try. At this time, Fang, the old Tibetan guide, suddenly told us that he had one way, but this way was a secret technique in Tibet. Facing the snow-covered mountains with no clue, we had no choice but to agree to trust the experienced older man. We found no help but to believe in Fang. He carried a basket full of cow dung and a black ceramic jar in his hand and went up the mountain alone. Next, 2 long days of waiting, we were all hoping and looking forward to Fang. During these 2 days, we analyzed the ability of an older man like Fang to find Ming's body, and the conclusion we got was not optimistic at all. Not to mention, the older man couldn't go down into the deep gorge to find Ming without advanced climbing equipment. Moreover, the things he carried weren't of any help. However, we also knew that anything was possible in the mystical Tibet region. Those who visited Tibet had less understanding of the mysterious land in Tibet than they experienced of the people living here. At this moment, we suddenly heard footsteps outside. We were sitting by the window and looking out. It turned out that Fang was back, and behind him there was another person. Looking at that man's equipment, it turned out that Ming had not died yet. When we saw Ming follow behind Fang, we were all glad that he wasn't dead yet. We were all excited to run out of the camp. But I didn't know how this was possible because I had seen Ming fall off the cliff. Not to mention, Ming was in the mountains for 5 days without supplies. Although it was unbelievable, the truth was in front of us. We were still eagerly waiting for Ming's return. But when we got closer and saw Ming, everyone's mood dropped again. How could he be alive when the bruised face of a dead person has appeared? His whole body was full of cracked purple wounds. But even though we asked, Fang, the older man, didn't reply to us. His mysterious attitude intrigued us all. At this moment, I saw him take out a Tibetan blanket from the camp and spread it flat on the ground. Then he drew some cryptic handprints on Ming's face and pushed them back. At this time, Ming completely fell back, directly lying on the Tibetan blanket. Fang took off all Ming's clothes and found another Tibetan blanket to cover him. I knew this was the ultimate Tibetan respect for corpses. When Fang took out a piece of camel meat from the small black jar he carried with him, then we heard him say that the camel meat was soaked with special herbs. Fang lifted a piece of camel meat over his head and circled Ming's body 3 times, chanting continuously. Then he squatted down, bringing the piece of camel meat close to the nose and mouth of Ming's body. At first, we didn't understand what he was up to, but about a minute later we saw a strange bulge in Ming's throat. Ming's throat was constantly twisting, getting longer and longer, getting closer and closer to his mouth. Something seemed to be about to crawl out of his neck. Right after that, 2 tentacle-like things protruded from Ming's mouth. We were all shocked by this horrible and mysterious sight before our eyes. We were speechless. Slowly, a big red bug crawled out of the mouth of Ming. It was a thing we had never seen before. The worms followed Fang and the camel meat, then crawled into the black jar. Then Fang tightly covered the mouth of the jar. Seeing that Fang had completed the ritual, we realized that Ming's body was able to move thanks to that creepy bug and that strange secret technique. The matter was over. Ming's body was brought back to his hometown. I didn't know how many people were still dreaming about the snowy mountain mecca, because it had many mysteries. This probably happened when I was in 4th grade. There was a railway on the edge of our village, and there were several trains that ran through it every day. We went to school and sometimes walked along the railway after school, which made us very excited. The railway was also the birthplace of a game, which was to test courage. "The train is coming! Who's gonna go first?" said my companion. When the train was approaching, one of us suddenly jumped on the railway and waited for the train to be the nearest before jumping out. Not everyone dared to play this game. Only Ben among us dared do it. Every time I watched him jump off the railway, I sweat because I was worried he would be crushed by the train under the rolling wheels. Seeing the train rumbling and standing next to the railway, I felt my legs soften. This was really a scary game. Ben just stood there waiting. The train was rushing at a terrible speed. Wait until the train was just in front of Ben, when he quickly jumped to the side. Suddenly, the train sped up like sparks, causing Ben's clothes to be thrown up and the train giving off a lot of smoke. For this dangerous game, none of us dared to do it, and although that Ben was the bravest. At that time, I was still a child and didn't know anything, even admired him and wished that I could be as strong as him. When I was at home, I often practiced by pretending that there was a train rumbling ahead. When the train came to my sight, I quickly jumped to the side and dodged it perfectly. My mother found it strange, so she asked me what I was doing to keep jumping around like that. Maybe it was because I was too young and I didn't think it was a terrible thing. I said, "I'm practicing dodging the train. Ben is very good at dodging." But my mother didn't think so. Almost every day she had to tell me not to play near the railway. That is very dangerous. But I definitely didn't listen to my mom because it was okay for Ben to do so. As a result, my mother beat me and forced me not to go to the railway area to play anymore. I still didn't understand why other kids could do it, but I couldn't. I cried. My mother said that as reckless as Ben was, one day he couldn't jump. He would be ran over by a train and die. It was horrible to hear such words. My grandmother came into the house, thinking that what my mother said was a bit too much for Ben, so she asked my mother why she said such cruel words. My mother didn't mean it that way, but she was so worried about me that she uttered such careless words. She pulled me to the side of the table and helped me to get rid of my mother's whip. She also told her not to say such things in front of me from now on. Then she taught me about the unsafety of playing on the railway and told me to listen to my mother. Then, my grandmother and mother joined forces to let me draw my lesson. I also gave some examples to refute, but none of them worked. I could only choose to eat with my head down and nod in agreement without saying another word. On the day the incident happened due to a fever, I begged my mother to let me skip school and stay home to rest. In the afternoon, I heard someone calling outside the gate. Yang came to play with me after school, and he was in the yard talking to my mother, but my mother refused to let me go out with Yang because I had a fever and needed to rest. I'd been staying at home for a long time, so I wanted to go out and play with Yang for a while. I ran out as soon as my mother was closing the gate, but I stopped because my mother insisted on not letting me go out for fear that I would run out with my friends to the train area to play. I said I was almost fine, so I wanted to go out for a while, but my mother was adamant and it made me very angry. Mom said I was still sick and told me to go out only when I was completely recovered. I didn't want to go back inside, so I kept begging my mom to let me go out, but almost all my efforts were in vain. My grandmother came out of the house and asked what was wrong with us. I looked at her with pleading eyes. I told her that I wished she could talk to her so she would let me hang out with Yang for a while. So she told my mother to let me go out for a while, that I would be right back, and told me not to go to the train area. As soon as my grandmother agreed, I didn't care whether if my mother agreed or not. I immediately ran out of the gate. I ran for a while and still heard my mother telling me to be careful and come home early. After I went out, Yang and the others were long gone, but I could guess that they went to the train line, so I ran there. I started to gasp after running for a while because actually I was still tired and tried to run as fast as possible. Maybe because I was sick and had a fever, I felt weak, my legs were light and even a little dizzy. As I approached the train line, I saw a person walking in front of me who looked very familiar. Seeing that it was Ben, I wanted to catch up with him. I shouted loudly, but Ben didn't react at all. I still tried to keep chasing him, calling loudly, but Ben still didn't hear and kept walking. He ignored me and walked away carefree. I didn't think I called out so loudly that he couldn't hear. I thought he purposely pretended not to hear, so I sped up. But strangely, I was running and he was walking, and I was stunned because I couldn't keep up with Ben. After chasing a bit, he turned into the woods on the side of the road and did not continue towards the train track. I thought he wanted to hide something and scare me, because he was that kind of character who always created unexpected situations. When I looked into the forest, he was gone. I didn't know where he went. Ben just vanished into thin air. There was a cemetery and I mustered up the courage to lean forward, but I couldn't see Ben at all. I thought he was hiding somewhere, so I called his name out loud in front of the cold graves. My voice really echoed in the graveyard, and it sounded like a very scary sound, screaming. Maybe it was because I was sweating all the time while running. At that moment, I felt chills spread through my body. I didn't care that Ben was hiding in the graveyard anymore. I quickly ran towards the train track. A strange thing happened next. I saw Ben and Yang gathering at the edge of the railway from a distance. What struck me as strange was that I clearly saw Ben disappear into the graveyard, but didn't see him come out. How did he get to the track before me? But I was so familiar with Ben, how could I be wrong? Unmistakable, I was quite sure. I didn't know if Ben had always been ahead of me. Was he intentionally hiding something to scare me? He said he was by the railway all the time, and I didn't think he was lying to me. I was about to tell him I saw someone like him, but Ben interrupted me and said the train was coming. He watched the train slowly approaching, and the rumbling sound of the train in the distance made us a little scared. Ben jumped on the railway first and asked if anyone dared to challenge him with courage. One of us was Yang. He said he was going to challenge Ben, and then Yang stepped on the rail. This surprised Ben, because no one had dared to compete with him before, but Ben still looked confident. I had a weird feeling that day, so I just said that they shouldn't compare themselves to each other and do something that's too dangerous. I held, "Go do something else, guys!" But Ben didn't take any advice, and he seemed very excited. He urged Yang to do the challenge with him. The two of them were standing next to each other on the railway, waiting for the train to come. My heart almost dropped when I saw the scene. Watching the train from afar, I imagined what would happen if they didn't jump out in time. When the train approached, Yang was clearly scared. Ben also looked scared, but he still kept a calm expression. When the train was a few hundred meters away from them, they should have jumped right now, but they were still standing there, not moving. Yang couldn't wait any longer and he jumped off the rail as fast as a squirrel with a panicked expression. Ben looked very confident. He didn't look scared at all. We were restless and worried about Ben. The train was coming and we were all screaming, trying to get him to come back here quickly, because if it was too late, no one knew what could happen. Ben intentionally paused again so he could feel the wind brought by the train before jumping off the tracks. But that time, Ben didn't have to jump out and the train sped in front of us and past him. All three of us were scared to death, especially Yang standing in front, his face and body covered with Ben's blood. Ben was killed by a train. Yang was extremely panicked. From this moment on, I was really terrified. After this incident, I stayed at home for more than a week before going back to school. More than 10 years later, I had not been near the railway ever again. Even when I heard the train, I was nervous and sweaty because of that terrible childhood experience. The story took place in 2003 in a small town called Wan'an in Shangpu County, Shangzhou City, Fujian Province, China. During the summer vacation that year, the town cut down an old tree to build the library. This tree was growing in the schoolyard. The big tree was many years old. The tree bark was very thick but did not appear to be a precious tree. The tree trunk was so overgrown that it had to be cut down. When adults were busy with work, naughty kids never lost this joy. After the workers cut down the tree, someone was trying to dig up this giant stump. But the stump was large and so hard to dig up. We took advantage of their digging to find all sorts of things to play with from the tree stump. We were hoping to find something interesting inside the stump. After a few of my friends picked up the silkworms, I was also a bit worried because I didn't know if there was anything else I could pick up. When I saw the deep hole at the tree base, I lay down on the ground and looked inside to see if anything was left. But it was so dark inside I couldn't see anything. I could only reach in with my hands and guess whether there was something in or not. After rummaging around for a while, I finally found something strange in the soil and roots. I secretly hoped it was a good item. I took it out and looked at it. It was a coal-black ball and looked very mysterious. It looked like it would be interesting. I thought I had got much better stuff than my friends and their rock. I was afraid that the black ball would be snatched by my friends. Therefore, I didn't say anything to anyone about the coal-black ball. I silently picked it up and hid it in my body. We played for a while and it was getting dark. I brought this mysterious black ball home with joy and excitement. My father was working at a fish process factory in town. Every day he worked overtime, and every time he came home late, seeing me bring back the strange ball, my mother blamed me for picking up something so dirty. After eating, I went back to my room to rest. My mother reminded me to take a shower, change my clothes and throw away that dirty black lump. But I didn't expect my nightmare to start from that moment. Really terrible. At 10 o'clock in the evening it was pitch black outside with no streetlights. The scene became quiet and scary. At this time, my father got home from work. My mother left the food for him and waited for him to come home to eat. My father did not forget to ask my mother if I had gone to bed. My mother also replied that I had long gone to bed after a long day of playing. At that time, the East China Sea also had a lengthy fishing ban. Summer was the peak fishing season. My dad would be very busy almost all summer. I didn't see him. But on the day when fishing was banned, Dad would be free. My mother and I were used to my father's work arrangement. That day I heard my mother tell me that the night when my father came home and was preparing to eat, my parents heard a loud sound of objects falling from my room. They all thought that I hadn't slept yet. My parents believed that I was naughty in the room. "Looks like our son hasn't slept," my father said. At that time, my mother was a very disciplined and strict person. Hearing noises in the room, my mother wanted to scold me. She got up and went into my room. As soon as she opened the door, she cursed into my room. My mother asked me why I hadn't slept yet but disturbed my father like that. He was eating rice after a busy day. But when my mother opened the door and looked into my room, she was shocked to see the scene before her eyes. My mother said that I wasn't sleeping in my bed but hanging myself from the curtain wire. Because the curtain cord was too tight and blood could not flow through, my face was as white as suffocation and my pupils kept turning white. My father heard my mother's screams and ran to my room immediately. My father screamed in horror when he saw me hanging. Together, the two of them hugged me down from the window. I even didn't realize that because I was unconscious. They put me on the bed and patted my chest and back for a long time. My mother was so scared that she cried a lot. Due to being discovered and rescued in time, I finally woke up. I tried to recall and tell them about a nightmare I had just had, but my mother said that they didn't think they had seen a ghost at that time. They thought I might be sleepwalking or have some sort of psychological problem, but this incident scared both. My parents let me sleep in their room and they watched over me all night. However, that terrible situation did not reappear all night. My parents slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The next day my father went to work again. My mother was worried and did not want me to hang out because what happened to me last night still scared her very much. But I could feel that I was perfectly fine. I didn't feel comfortable at home. I wanted to meet a classmate, so I asked my mother's permission to go out. My mother told me to remember to come back soon. I ran to the square in the center of town with a close school friend. We laughed and talked a lot with each other. For more than 1 hour I had fun with my friends. My mother washed clothes and prepared everything without me and my father. Suddenly a friend who was playing with me came to my house and told my mother that something had happened to me. And he told my mother about the horrible experience I had outside. My friend said I was almost hanged and was being taken to the clinic. At that time I was taken to the clinic in town. My mother ran there with my classmate. As soon as I entered the clinic, my mother saw me lying on the hospital bed in an unconscious state. My mother later recounted that I had a deep knot on my neck at that time. My blood was oozing out a lot. I had suffered severe blood loss. The doctor said that fortunately I was treated in time. It was not life-threatening. My breathing and heart rate were normal, but somehow I was still unconscious. Both my mother and the doctor felt that my problem was not simple, so they asked a friend who played with me what went on. My friend said what just happened was scary. We encountered a ghost, and that ghost almost killed me. My friend told them that we played games together in the gym area of the street park in the morning. They suddenly saw me walking to the woods in the park alone. My friends didn't know why I was acting so weird. They all thought I found something hilarious inside. 2 of my friends followed me and went into the forest, but my friends saw me standing under a big tree. They called me twice, but I didn't answer. Instead, I started climbing to the top of the big tree without a sound. They called me several more times, but I still didn't answer. They stood below to see what I would do when I climbed the tree. But my friends saw that besides me there was another terrible thing in the tree that made them shocked. It was a female ghost wearing a red dress. The ghost looked hideous and scary. That female ghost was holding my hand and pulling me up the tree. After I was pulled up the tree, the female ghost hung me with a prepared noose on a tree branch. I didn't know why I didn't have any struggle or resistance at the time. The female ghost disappeared after hanging me. I was strangled and stuck out my tongue right after. My friends who witnessed the incident quickly screamed and called for the adults nearby to save me and take me to the medical station. At first, my mother and the doctor did not believe my friend's description, but the doctor took my hand and found a dark handprint on my wrist. This made them believe what my friend said. Then the doctor also found the mysterious black ball that I was holding in my hand. After learning that this ball was picked up from under the tree, the doctor recognized the problem. He was equally alarmed. The doctor said that maybe this ball was made up of the resentment of the person who hanged himself after death, and it lay on the soil under the body of the hangman. About what the doctor said, I also checked it myself. It was also recorded in the medical record of the medical examiner. Later, when my father heard the news, he ran into the hospital to visit me and was instructed to burn the other black ball in the garden with a peach branch. As soon as my dad burned it, I hadn't been hanged for any reason since. Everything was back to normal. The formation of a black ball in the soil at the feet of a dead person by hanging has not been scientifically proven, but there were many records such as Xingyu Lu and other ancient books. This story took place in Shenzhou, the capital of Henan province. After being unemployed for 4 months, I found a butcher position that was being hired at a vegetable market. Although this job was not a serious business, I had no choice with my savings. I walked into that butcher's shop and wanted to meet the butcher to interview for this position. As soon as I walked in, I could smell the strong smell of blood. The butcher shop owner was a healthy middle-aged man with a beard. I had always felt that all butchers had something that made me afraid of them. The boss was a very straightforward person. He told me about the salary and what I had to do and told me that this was also a hard job. If I was me before, I would never have chosen to work in such an environment. However, the current circumstances do not allow me to have more choices. The two of us then chatted a little more about the job's details after we finished the hiring process. I started working that very evening. Before that, I really couldn't imagine how this job would be. But when I started working, I found this job to be quite simple. My task was to cut the pork into small pieces. Then I would use the grinder to build the meat very finely. The fresh meat would be sold during the day. The remaining minced meat would be sold to the restaurant in the evening. So, this work could only be done at night. I never thought I would do such a boring and disgusting job. However, sometimes people had to bow to the reality of society. No matter how talented you were, as long as you couldn't pay the rent, you would still have to sleep on the street tomorrow. So even as the bloody smell of minced meat and nausea tormented me, I had to continue to suffer. The owner of the restaurant was Dai. He was a foreigner and lived in the back room of the butcher shop. Every night before he left, he always ordered 2 dishes and drinks from the small shop next door. I tried a lot in this job, but it seemed the owner was an alcoholic. He had little interest in my work. The thing that made me feel even more strange about the boss, every night when he was drunk, he would start cursing people, berating horribly, even a woman. After scolding all kinds of things, he fell asleep in shock. I had to drag him to the bed in the back room several times. I'd worked there for more than 10 days in a flash. One night the boss had to go out to meet people around a rather large restaurant. He did not forget to warn me to watch out for the store and pay attention to safety. I quickly replied that he should trust me completely. After 10 days of working, the boss gradually got close to me and became more comfortable with me. I also came to think differently about the boss. He was not a too bad person, except for his slightly aggressive temper and alcoholism. Since the boss wasn't home, I cut the meat a little bigger to save trouble. I felt like I already knew all of the capabilities of this high-powered meat grinder. but unexpectedly that day, because I did not remove all the bones and the meat, I caused the meat grinder to get stuck. Looking at the pile of pork waiting to be pureed, I began to think and suddenly remembered that there was also a meat slicer in the restaurant. I usually put it on the shelf in the corner of the store. I thought it would be reasonable backup equipment, so I took it out. This meat grinder was clean. I need to clean, wipe it, and then plug it in to grind the meat. But I didn't expect what was about to happen after. As soon as the cord was plugged into the electrical outlet, the light in the room blinked twice. At that time, I thought it was because the line of the meat slicer was not good. After a few blinks, the light bulb went back to normal, and I didn't care about it anymore. Afraid of getting stuck again, I checked the piece of meat just now, changed the knife and started grinding again. But at this time a strange thing happened. The meat grinder worked for a long time but did not produce meat. Instead, it spewed out a lot of black hair looking like human hair. I pulled those things out of the faucet when I took a closer look. It turned out to be a woman's long hair. Honestly, the long hair on a woman's head was normally pretty, but once the hair was cut and held in hand, it made people feel shivers. At that time, I was hit by a strong electrical current. My mind was dizzy for a moment and felt empty. At that time, my mind was like being in a movie. I saw a naked woman lying on a cutting board. Beside her, a strong man was standing with a knife. What followed was an extremely bloody scene. That man was cutting the woman's body into countless pieces with a knife. Then the woman's meat was pressed into a meat grinder and it became a fine puree. This scene made me nauseous. When all the body pieces were disposed of, only the head of the long-haired woman remained. But that woman's head couldn't fit into the meat grinder, and long hairs got tangled in the grinder's gears. Although it was a long story, the images of that story flashed through my mind very fast, and I woke up immediately. But when I looked down, I suddenly saw a human head on a meat grinder. I screamed in fear, and my legs could no longer stand. I sat down on the ground. I was shocked at the horrible scene before my eyes. Everything happened so fast that I didn't have time to figure it out. Suddenly, a large hand was put on my shoulder from behind. I was so scared that I screamed and turned my head suddenly to see who it was. It turned out that was the boss. He came back after finishing collecting the bill. Seeing me sitting on the ground, he asked me what I was doing, why I was sitting on the ground like that. I got up and told the boss that his backup meat grinder appeared to be leaking electricity and I appeared to have been electrocuted. I was trying to talk to my boss about what I just had seen before. I turned around and found everything was normal in the meat grinder. The scenes just now seemed to be just my hallucinations. The boss glanced at the meat grinder on the desk and was suddenly very angry. I didn't know why this trifle made him so angry. He fired me because I disobeyed. Strangely, he not only paid my salary in full, but also gave me 501 more. I didn't want to learn more about this after I had left the butcher shop, but I thought there must be some horrible secret there. In 1991, it occurred in Sha Tin, Hong Kong. After graduating from secondary school, I didn't have a job and was just wandering around all day, so my father sent me to a distant relative's house to learn how to paint professionally. It was actually about making paper people, paper horses and paper structures. In a nutshell, it was a collection of paper objects used for burning. Because this was a profession associated with the dead, many people found it unappealing at first. I was no exception, but after more than a year of study, my perspective had shifted dramatically. First and foremost, this was a primary source of income for my family, with some colored paper and dried rice stalks that could be sold for money, and it was a highly skilled industry. And my master, I'm not sure what to say about him, but he was very well known within 10 miles and 8 villages nearby. He was a great teacher to me and taught me many things. My master and I moved a few large paper animals out of the house one morning in September to make room. My master was also very familiar with the funeral process, and he was frequently invited to perform funeral rites. But before he left, he told me that the finished paper people should never have their faces painted because the paper people would become spiritual. Drawing souls was the term used in the paper drawing industry to describe craftsmen who used color to draw the facial features of a person on the paper ones. I believed it was because he was afraid I would make an ugly face and waste my time, so I didn't care too much, and I was afraid the master would nag me, so I continued to work at home. The majority of people were afraid to enter the paper shop. Actually, after I got used to it, I preferred to be alone and work faster. I shaped the hot oil-soaked cornstarch into a man's skeleton, and it was quickly assembled. A palm tree leaf stalk soaked in hot oil was not only strong, but also difficult to break, making it very convenient and flexible. The wire connecting the paper body had to be made of caster fiber. These things hadn't been too sloppy under the master's supervision. The master frequently stated that in this profession, you shouldn't deceive people because there were ghosts. It was easy to deceive people, but it was not easy to deceive ghosts. These materials were typically prepared by the master himself, and all I could do was follow. In our industry, the paper used to be put on the frame was referred to as leather, which referred to the type of skin that was glued to the paper body. All good leather was made of dried straw. No glue was used in the manufacturing of plaster, which was made from flour and glutinous rice puree. The ratio of water to flour, as well as the temperature, were critical for ensuring flexibility. Although many people were no longer interested in this ancient craft, my master was always interested in it. Even though I could disagree with him, I still greatly respected him. After more than a year of study, I had mastered all of these things. It took me half a morning, and while I couldn't see the sophistication of the skeleton inside, the outer appearance was nearly identical to what the master would have done. I took out a pencil case from the drawer to color the paper man, and I wanted to draw him wearing clothes. I was facing the paper man at the time, but I suddenly felt eyes staring at me behind the desk. I looked back, and only the paper man was there. I discovered that the master's brush set was specially designed for drawing people and creating their souls on paper. At that precise moment, an idea occurred to me. The color of the sky outside was gradually darkening by this point. Master had yet to return. Perhaps he forgot about time because he had been invited to drink. But after a long struggle, I gave up the thoughts in my heart, not wanting to irritate my master. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the master hadn't returned, and when I looked at the paper people in the room, I got a strange feeling in my heart. I had some issues like that. I couldn't forget an idea that had formed in my mind. I always wanted to do it. My master would never let me do this, so this was a good chance for me to show it off. So I began to draw souls for the paper people cautiously. Actually, I enjoyed writing and drawing, so I believed I could draw very well. It was just if the drawing was bad, the master would consider it a waste of time, so I was very careful. I finished my first paper man nervously, and it was a huge success. I became more daring and quickly drew the second paper person. The only thing I didn't understand was why there was so much red in the master's color box. When I finished, I looked at my masterpiece and saw that it was as good as the paper man made by the master. Speaking of the soulful paper man, I believed it was even more beautiful than his paperman. Everything had been cleaned up, but the master hadn't returned. He surely had been too drunk, so I went to bed first. At first, I couldn't sleep well because I was always worried about when the master would return to open the door for him. But my eyelids didn't listen to my body, and I fell asleep without realizing it when I lay down. Perhaps I had a good night's sleep as well, because I heard people walking around. The sound was very strange. It appeared that someone had walked around in front of the door, and the sound of paper rubbing could be heard from time to time. I sat up, and there was a noise on the bed, followed by a sound in front of the door. I thought, that's strange. Was that my fantasy? I checked the pendulum clock on the table. It was past 12 o'clock at night. I was afraid it was the teacher returning drunk and unsteadily, causing damage from outside. So I got up and went outside to see. But what struck me as odd was that there was no one outside, and I couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. I opened the door once more and looked out into the courtyard to see if there was anything there. However, the yard was also empty. Master may have drank too much and slept in an acquaintance's house. He was unlikely to return tonight. It appeared that the sound I just heard was a dream, because I was dreaming at the time. However, the light in the room enabled me to see a black shadow rushing towards me, and behind me appeared a man holding a wooden stick. Before I could get a better look, a wooden stick smacked me across the head. I couldn't figure out what was going on because of the surprise attack. It was only then that I reluctantly pushed myself up, looking back to see who had hit me. But when I saw it clearly, it made my head spin. How could it do this? In front of me stood the paper man I just made today, a man made of paper with skeletons made of palm leaf stalks and straw paper. How was the paper man in front of me able to move? And he even wanted to kill me with that stick he was holding. I couldn't care less about it right now, so I backed away as quickly as I could, avoiding the club that kept swinging downwards. But at that precise moment my hand came into contact with something, a sickle used to cut rice. I desperately waved the sickle forward, cutting a long hole in the paperman's thigh. The paperman's movements came to a halt, but I was terrified on the inside, as if my masterpiece was being destroyed by myself. Those skeletons made of palm leaf stalks and parchment skins were entirely my own creation. I was in a state of shock at the time. I'm not sure where I got such ridiculous ideas. The man in front of me was about to suffocate me. While I was still dazed, the paperman suddenly rushed forwards towards me, perhaps because I drew too much. The paperman at the time appeared to be a real person, which was very strange. I immediately threw those ridiculous ideas out the window and continued to wave my sickle forward. Because the crescent was so sharp, I could see it had cut a few holes in the paperman's body. Despite the fact that all of the skin had been ripped and brushed, skeletons inside had been cut open. The paperman's movements continued. The paperman lunged in front of me in the blink of an eye, a large stick in his hand raised towards me. I was helpless to resist. All I could do was close my eyes and wait for the stick to fall. But at that moment I felt a light in front of me and heat spreading. When I opened my eyes, there was a burning paperman in front of me with a torch through its chest. There was a figure standing behind the blazing light and raging flames, holding a torch. When the master returned, he saw my situation and used torches to relieve my siege. When I saw my master return, I just wanted to tell him what had happened, but he abruptly stopped me when I said, "Teacher, just now it became completely real."
"Bring out all the paper people."
To avoid a disaster, the master directed that I immediately burn all of the paper people that I had made today. The fruits of my day's labor turned into a raging fire in the blink of an eye. But after witnessing the heinous appearance of the recently resurrected paperman, I felt compelled to burn it all down. The master asked why paper people had become real and why I had given them a soul. It turned out the story has a long history and many ancient secrets. This drawing soul is even a never-ending anecdote. If you draw the paperman too much like a human, he will have a soul. The paperman only needed bones, and their responsibility was to replace the souls of the dead, so the paperman couldn't have a soul. In the master's chalk box, there was a red color made of rooster blood powder mixed with cinnabar that could only be lit at the last moment when the paperman and paper horse were about to be burned. That was how it ended. I'm still learning craft techniques from the master. I'm still doing this job, but I have a lot of respect for the people who came before me. I've seen a lot of strange things these days in this business, which was known as doing business with the living during the day and doing business with the dead at night. The story took place in a small town located in western China. This town was isolated, so it had not developed much until now. The following story was all about my grandfather's experiences. My grandfather was a very famous person in town. When my grandfather was young, he was a skilled carpenter. He was often invited to other people's homes to build furniture. But later, my grandfather changed his profession to making coffins. The reason for changing jobs was that since my grandfather was injured and had a scary scar on his face, people stopped hiring him to build things in the house. Only the profession of making coffins was that customers didn't care what the builder looked like. All coffins made by grandfather were made according to the traditional process. The coffins would be made of white stubble and painted with a final coat of primer when the coffins were sold. Every time my grandfather finished making a coffin, he would put the thin layer of quicktime on the bottom of it. Grandpa said quicktime would resist mold and insects. But this lime layer couldn't come into contact with the deceased. Grandpa would add another layer of wood on top of the lime. I thought only skilled craftsmen worked so meticulously. All these factors had made grandfather's coffin products highly appreciated by locals. There hadn't been a second coffin shop locally for many years now. But coffins were rarely sold because the demand for coffins depended on the number of deaths in a year. In most of his free time, Grandpa used to sit on the recliner in front of the shop. When I was little, I didn't understand what my grandfather used to sit there for. I always wondered what he was thinking. All I knew was that Grandpa lived these days like that for decades. Then, one morning a few years ago, a villager came to lay the coffin at my grandfather's place, and from that moment on, strange things kept happening after that coffin contained dead bodies. At that time, my father went to the city. My grandfather was looking for a young man. He would drive a delivery truck in town to deliver goods on behalf of my father. At that time, my father was in his 20s, and he was also a handsome young man. But because of selling coffins for my grandfather, no girl dared to love my father, so he got angry and left the city. In the past, the goods used to be all delivered by the grandfather himself. During these years, he was indeed old and no longer strong enough. That morning, after handing over the coffin to the delivery young man, my grandfather repeatedly instructed him to remind him what to tell the deceased's family about the traditional custom. There were still a few families who could fully implement these rules, but my grandfather requested his rules must be clear, and they need to do it themselves. After a busy morning with work, Grandpa leisurely walked the street. Grandpa had lived in this small town all of his life and had never been out of town. He was familiar with every brick in his town. He said that he lived a very comfortable life here. The people in town also respected him very much. That day, on the walk, Grandpa greeted a few people he knew and at the same time looked for a breakfast restaurant to have breakfast. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a group of people passing by carrying a coffin. Only then did Grandpa know that the coffin was the one that was made by him and delivered this morning. In terms of time, the family was currently carrying the coffin, proving that all formalities for worship had not been carried out before. Grandpa didn't know if the shipper who delivered the coffin told that family about the procedure, so he felt a little uncomfortable. But it was probably too late to say anything more now because the coffin had already been carried, so my grandfather could only grumble a few words with the owner of the breakfast shop. On the way back to the shop, Grandpa happened to be on the same road as the coffin-carrying procession. Grandpa walked slowly behind. At first, he guessed that the family did not appear to be properly prepared for the funeral. Paper money was just a few change bills. Faced with these, my grandpa didn't know what to say. However, at that moment, a strange thing happened. When the procession carrying the coffin came to a stone bridge, suddenly the 4 people carrying the coffin stopped. As soon as the 4 stopped, the whole funeral was forced to stop. The 2 leaders of the delegation also looked back when they discovered the situation. The 4 people carrying the coffin suddenly changed color. The whole body trembled, and both hands firmly grasped the coffin. After seeing the appearance of the 4 people, my grandpa could guess that the inside of the coffin was becoming heavier and heavier. One of them had to exclaim why the coffin was so heavy. This thing was strange, because these muscular men could lift an object weighing more than 400 kilograms together. Meanwhile, the coffin plus the dead person inside did not exceed 200 kilograms. At this time, the coffin seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, causing the rope to lift the coffin to be pulled very straight and make a creaking sound when it came into contact with the coffin. The legs of the 4 of them were constantly shaking, becoming more and more curved. It looked like the coffin was about to fall to the ground. Everyone present saw it, and they were a little stunned with fear, not knowing what to do.
How is that possible?
One exclaims. My grandpa just walked in from behind the crowd. After seeing that the coffin was about to fall to the ground, my grandfather was extremely frightened and immediately shouted to the front. Hearing my grandfather's shouts, the men lifted the coffin a little, but they couldn't stand it for long. At this time, my grandfather guessed there was something evil in the coffin, so he immediately went to that family and asked how the person in it died. When they first bought the coffin, they told my grandpa that the person died of illness. However, at this point it was no longer possible to hide it, so a man in that family told the truth. It turned out that this family was my grandpa's acquaintance in town. They also knew each other. The person lying in the coffin was the daughter-in-law of this family, and the fault was that of her husband. The husband was the son of this family. He worked in the city all year round. Meanwhile, the daughter-in-law stayed at home to take care of the elderly and the children. One evening 3 days ago, the husband suddenly came home from the city. But when he got home, he sat down at the table, bowed his head, and said nothing. At first, the wife thought her husband was tired of driving, so she did not ask much. She wanted to cook some dishes for her husband. But at this moment, her husband suddenly said something. The husband did not bring any good news, but wanted a divorce. "I'm back for a divorce. I have another woman, and we have a child together in the city," the husband asserted. With the story of the husband dating other women in the city, the wife had guessed for a long time. However, she was still afraid that unreasonable questions of jealousy would affect their relationship if it was not true. But she did not expect the husband to be so heartless. He'd returned after many months and bluntly wanted to divorce her because of another woman. After hearing his words, the wife was speechless all night. Then, after a while of silence, no one spoke. They decided to go to sleep. The two lay with their backs to each other all night. The husband felt ashamed. He wanted to open his mouth to talk to his wife many times, but in the end he still didn't know what to say. He knew that his wife had not slept and cried all night. He was the one to blame. Unexpectedly, that night, a terrible thing happened that no one could have foreseen. After a restless night, the husband fell asleep without realizing it. When it was just dawn, he woke up and was surprised to find that his wife was still asleep. This made him realize something was wrong because his wife usually got up early to clean the house. Lying for a long time, he still did not hear his wife speak. When he turned around and saw his wife lying across from him, the husband suddenly trembled with fear. He must have seen something terrible. It turned out that his wife had taken poison to commit suicide last night. Her face was blue and purple because she was poisoned. Her nose was bleeding. The story happened so suddenly the husband also knew he had no face to tell the truth, so he lied that his wife died from a stroke. Grandfather heard the story with a sigh because the family didn't tell the story of the other daughter-in-law to him. This position was a bridge. The water under the bridge was cloudy, making it easier to aggravate this injustice. The only thing the husband could do now was to try to ask for forgiveness of the woman's soul. Failure to do so would result in the coffin falling, the woman's spirit being unable to leave, and the family unstable. The man didn't know if it was his conscience speaking or not, or if he was afraid of the death of his wife. He immediately ran to the coffin and bowed his head to ask forgiveness, but after a while, the coffin was still very heavy. Perhaps such bad things could not be easily forgiven. The man now had no choice but to kneel on the ground and try to beg for forgiveness. My grandpa couldn't count how many head bumps the husband did. Only afterwards, there was blood on his forehead. The coffin was suddenly lighter. Before, no one thought that inside the coffin was a woman who had to suffer such injustice to the point of committing suicide. Those present said that this woman was indeed a good wife, and she still felt pain when she died. Grandpa saw this and said a few more comforting words, then the coffin was back to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the incident happened, the coffin carrying group felt a little sorry. They carefully carried the coffin towards the cemetery. At this point, the matter had been resolved. Seeing the large crowd carrying the coffin to leave, the grandfather always felt a little moved towards that ill-fated wife. Grandpa always said that he didn't know what was going on in this world anymore. Every rule seemed to be treated as a trifle, and no one talked about it anymore. Everything in this world was possible. Death was always inevitable. However, in some cases dying was not the best way. Grandfather still sat on the chair in front of the shop and smoked every day, watching the time go by boredly. There were still many more stories about him. I would tell them slowly. It took place in 1983 in a small village north of Jiangzhou, China. Lu and his father, Mr. Yang, were worriedly walking around outside their house. Mr. Yang felt strange in his heart when he saw his son so nervous, so he constantly comforted him. "Mei is in good health. There will be no issue." However, Lu's nervousness was not unusual given that he and his wife Mei had been married for 7 years but had no children. The entire family, including the elderly father, who had been waiting for their daughter-in-law May to become pregnant, and the time had finally come for her to give birth. And the midwife went into the room all morning and still didn't see anything, so the father tried to comfort his son, telling him to calm down and not to worry too much. Finally, near noon, there were children's cries from inside the house, which delighted Lou and the old father. Hearing the child's cry, everything seemed to become more beautiful and stronger, and the hearts of both the True's family, father and son, seemed to burst with joy as a result of happiness. After 10 minutes, the door opened and Sen, the midwife, stepped out.
"Aunt Sen, is our child born?" Lou inquired cheerfully.
They were speechless when they learned that May had given birth to their first fat son, and Lou was as happy as if he had caught gold. Miss Sen had been a midwife her entire life, and she knew that while Lou was not young, he was a first-time father, so she advised him not to be too hasty and to keep the child's mother from going out in the wind. Lou was so excited that he didn't listen to what Miss Sen said next and ran into the house to see his wife and children. With joy-like celebration, Miss Yang finally had a grandson. He prepared a large red envelope for Miss Sen. However, after a few sentences, the old lady Sen pushed open the red envelope and hurriedly left.
"Remember to keep the windows closed at night when giving something for the baby and mom to nourish their bodies."
As he watched her rush out of the house, Mr. Yang wondered in his heart, was there something wrong? However, the family and Lou, who were now surrounded by the newborn and May, quickly dismissed these minor concerns. Everyone was concerned about May's health because this was her first child, and everyone was overjoyed to see their first grandson. Lou used to lose his temper a lot because May couldn't have children, but now he appeared to be extremely happy with everyone, and he always had a smile on his face. The child had grown stronger and stronger with the help of every family member, and May's body had also recovered. But on the night the baby was born, the moon was very full and something strange happened. The couple was sleeping with their baby in their arms one night. Lou and May were fast asleep. May was startled awake by the baby's cry, which sounded very eerie and strange, and it was frightening. May initially assumed it was her son who had awoken in the middle of the night crying. She didn't know if the child was hungry or in pain. But when she opened her eyes, her son was soundly sleeping next to her. But the crying continued in waves and didn't stop. May considered getting up to listen more carefully, but her body appeared to be pressed by a heavy object, rendering her temporarily immobile. Immediately following that, May felt a small black shadow crawling over her. She was not sure if it was a dream or not. May couldn't move, but she could roll her eyes down and see a baby crawling on top of her. The child appeared to have been born recently, but the entire body was grey, with a few blue veins on the head, and it appeared very frightening. What was more terrifying was that the child had a mouth, and it was covered in layers of sharp little teeth. He was a child from hell. The child gradually climbed onto May's chest, eventually removing her shirt and biting her nipple. Her chest was painfully pierced by the small fangs the infant was sucking. May had now no idea how long the baby had been sucking milk violently like a demon, and she had gradually lost consciousness. May didn't wake up until the next morning. Everything that happened last night was dreadful. May still had a lingering fear from last night's horrifying scene. She thought it was a nightmare, but the dream was too real. Lou awoke some time ago, desperately clutching the child on the ground. What happened? It was strange because their son had been so healthy since birth. He had never cried before, and no one knew what made him cry so hard. Fearing that Lou was clumsy and didn't know how to care for the baby, May got out of bed and continued to care for her son. But the child kept crying, and he kept crying louder and louder, making May impatient and heartbroken for the little child. The child's grandmother was wise and knew that the baby would not cry for no reason, so she advised the couple to closely monitor the baby. However, when the tiny duvet was opened, even elderly people such as the baby's grandmother were taken aback. It was red and swollen on their son's fragile neck, with small holes in the same place. They appeared to have been bitten by small teeth. When May saw this wound, she immediately remembered a nightmare from the night before. She told her mother and Lou about her ordeal last night. After she finished speaking, she felt a slight pain in her chest. When she opened her shirt, she discovered a row of tiny teeth marks. Hadn't she had a dream last night? Didn't the child's grandmother immediately recognize the newborn ghost, as the old people in the countryside used to say? She stated that in rural areas, if a newborn dies, it cannot be buried or burned. Instead, most of them are found in the open field and discarded. It was claimed that these children had suffered too many injustices and that they must be exposed to the sun in an open area to be exonerated. However, some dead babies were born in clouds, moons, and stars, and because these places were rich in yin, they became a kind of newborn ghost, carrying heavy resentment. This type of newborn ghost harbored a deep resentment. They relied solely on nature to find milk everywhere, infecting young mothers who had recently given birth nearby. According to May, she was targeted by an infant ghost. At the time, she had just given birth. When she noticed that the couple was both scared, she quickly said something else so that they wouldn't be too concerned. They followed the child's grandmother to the deserted grasslands west of the village, where children's bodies were frequently dumped. Surely a dead child was thrown nearby, she said, and that child had turned into a ghost infant, and we could tell them apart. Lou and his father spent the night in the grasslands, where they discovered a dead child lying alone on the moor. The features on the dead child's face were hideous and frightening, and his mouth was still stained with blood. The Yang family's father and son couldn't bear what it had done to their children and grandchildren, so they went out and found a lot of wood and placed it on the ghost child. Following that, a fire burned that horrifying ghost child, who appeared to be very frightening. The newborn ghost never appeared again. Lou's son stopped crying, but the baby's body was always a little weak and sick, which the grandmother attributed to the nun's mother's collision. Later, with the help of the midwife Sen, they learned how to better care for the child, and that dreadful story was never told again. Miss Sen also stated that she recently gave birth to a child for a family in a neighboring village, but the child died shortly after birth. Miss Sen recognized this as a bad omen, but no one believed this and did not expect the dead child to actually become a newborn ghost. This scary story happened in a fishing village in China a few years ago. There was a woman who had been waiting for someone under the lighthouse at the pier for 7 days. She was the wife of Fang, a fisherman. On the day Fang set sail, his boat was suddenly hit by a storm and had not returned for 7 days. Although her son advised her to return home, the wife still waited there. Fang's wife had been waiting on the pier for 7 days now. Each time she was dragged home by her son to stop waiting. This village was a typical fishing village of Fujian province, China. The people were all fishing on the sea, so sometimes shipwrecks were inevitable. Finally, the bad news came on the 8th day. The son then panicked and ran to the reporter to tell his mother that he had seen Fang's body washed up on the beach. The wife had already guessed the outcome, but in her heart she still hoped that her husband would return safely. Fang's body was soaked in water for a long time, so it looked terrible when it washed up on the beach. Fang's corpse was densely covered with sea creatures such as sea clams and conches. These often attached themselves to dead bodies in the sea. The people saw this and immediately helped clean Fang's body from sea clams and conch and brought his body home for burial. Those sea snails adhered to the skin of the decomposing corpse. When the people pulled the snail out with his hand, the snail would bring a piece of meat or skin from the corpse. The people made great efforts to help. People brought the body back to the village, prepared it for burial. Most people in shipwrecks died in such a tragic way. Sea clams and conch were removed from Fang's corpse still on the beach. After dark, a group of young people was walking by the beach. The sea was extremely cool but contained many dangers and death. These 3 young people all worked in town and turned back to the village at night to rest. That day they invited each other to go out to relieve stress. One of the groups, Han, found the sea clams and conches scattered on the beach. The group didn't know where the sea clams and conch came from, but these conches looked delicious. The rest of the group said, "These people are a waste. These delicious big conch are thrown here. This thing is a real bargain." So the whole group packed those snails and prepared them to bring home to cook and eat. The group did not forget to laugh happily because they accidentally caught delicious bait. The sky suddenly became pitch black, and clouds were gathering in the evening. The houses near the sea were quiet. The group went home to cook snails and make some small dishes, and then they started drinking. People lived near the sea that had one thing in common. They knew that the meat of this conch was very tender and juicy. This conch was large and had lots of meat. The young men pulled out the snail meat with a small toothpick. The snail was completely separated from the shell. The appearance was a little scary, but the meat was delicious. The conch was an expensive food in the city, therefore these young people couldn't ignore the immediate benefit. The group of young people used toothpicks to get the snail meat and ate happily. They looked like they were eating well. But only Han didn't eat any snails. "Why don't you eat it?" a young man asked Han. "I'm allergic to snails, so I can't try. You guys just eat it. I was scared when I looked at it," Han said. So the 2 remaining people gossiped and quickly ate all the conch. After eating, the group went to bed because it was past midnight. Because 3 young men were tired and had a little yeast in them, they slept soundly. Han also quickly fell asleep because he was too tired. Just sleeping for a while, Han was suddenly woken up by terrible screams. He still couldn't figure out where these screams were coming from because he was still sleepy. It turned out that one of his co-workers was sick. But isn't he sick? Han saw that person writhing in pain, his whole body arched, his whole body covered in a deadly grey. His stomach felt like something was moving. His belly was gradually bulging high, bulging like a pregnant woman. His belly was constantly expanding, the underbelly was twisting back and forth, looking very scary. Han was frightened by the sight and immediately went to his friend's bed to help him. At that time, there were also screams of pain from behind. Han wondered what had happened again. Han looked back. His other friend was also in great pain, to the point of kneeling on the bed. His whole body had blue veins, so painful that he gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't stand it anymore. Han did not dare to delay when he saw the situation. He immediately ran out to find a doctor. After a while, Han found a doctor who had been working in the village for more than 30 years. When the doctor arrived, Han's 2 friends passed out from the pain. The 2 of them looked like they were dead. Han looked at them with fear. The doctor said they had eaten something unclean. That was why it happened. Han told the doctor about these 2 eating the conches tonight. We picked up some conch and mussels today. The two of them ate them, Han told the doctor. After listening, the doctor told Han about the terrible origin of those conches. Han's face paled from fear. The doctor said that conch and mussels were the things that contained the evilest spirits in the sea. They like to suck the yin gas of the dead. If we eat them a lot, they would be very harmful to our health. After that, the doctor went to get a bunch of sticky rice to soak in water. This way was a cure for conch poisoning. The doctor asked Han to give his water to his friends to drink so two friends could recover from their illness. After being poured a lot of sticky rice water into their mouths, the other two started vomiting madly. The scary thing was that the spit out conch meat was not completely digested, still intact with the shape of the conch. In ancient times, it was believed that conches and sea mussels could absorb yin and form pulls. Most sea snails and mussels were not very clean creatures at all.
This story I heard from my aunt and happened in the 1970s. Rural life was still poor. Occasionally there were performances in the countryside by singing troops from the district town to serve the people. When knowing that there would be a show coming up, the whole village would come to the communal yard to watch it. Significantly few people went to see the troupe. My aunt said people just went to watch it for fun because they didn't understand what the choir was singing about. The troupe sang about the play The Judge. The audience was very crowded. Moments later, the troupe began to sing and perform for the audience to enjoy. My aunt and her best friend also stood below to watch the show. However, because everyone was jostling and playing, the two of them were pushed forward. But because of that, the two were lucky to see the whole scene of the artist singing on the stage in front of their eyes. The character who played the Mandarin was drawn with a large face with a white crescent on his forehead. Then he babbled the first verses. But while he was singing, he suddenly stopped, and then he stared at something at an unknown place. The villagers thought he had forgotten his lyrics, so they shouted to him. But then, it was very common for these incidents like this to happen to a theater actor who was singing. Therefore, there would always be someone behind the stage helping the actors whenever they forgot their words or lyrics. Although someone would hide behind the stage suggesting lyrics to him that day, the actor decided not to sing any more and walked down from the stage with a worried look. As soon as the villagers could no longer hear the troupe's performances, everyone dispersed and went home. Only one close friend of my aunt's still wanted to stay. The troupe was arranged to live at a villager's house. My aunt and her best friend took each other and ran inside. The two decided to sneak in and peek through the window. The two of them were surprised to hear that the leader had cursed the actor so much for not doing well as the leader had told him to, and at the same time rebuking him as an inexperienced actor, and that he shouldn't make mistake with such things because that would affect the group's reputation. My aunt's best friend couldn't help but laugh when she witnessed the actor's embarrassment at the time, and her smile faltered when she heard the actor say that he had seen ghosts. And not only did her aunt and her best friend disbelieve, but neither did the leader. They did not believe that the actor saw a ghost while performing. He repeatedly emphasized that he did see a ghost. He said that when he was singing on stage, Suddenly a woman who looked like a female ghost appeared on the stage from nowhere, and she was kneeling. What's scarier was that her face was full of wounds and dirt, just like a female ghost would be. She knelt in front of the actor and cried and begged. At the time he was so scared that he stood frozen in place and did not dare to move anywhere. After hearing the actor tell the whole story, the leader was also very scared and asked the actor if the female ghost was gone. The actor told the leader that the woman was still there and that she was kneeling behind him. The leader became scared that he had to hide behind the actor's back and didn't know what to do. Then, one of the female actors in the cast came up to him and came up with a way to stop the ghost from following the actor. As the team leader thought of this approach as a possible solution, he let the actor try the role this time again. Moments later, the actor would be in his judge costume, and at first, the actor would ask the ghost who was kneeling in the background if she had encountered any injustice and why she was there. The female ghost immediately replied to him that she had been raped and killed unjustly, so she came to ask him to get justice for her. She recounted the night she went home alone. There was no one on the way back then, but when she was walking to the cornfield, from behind a corn bush a strange man appeared as if he wanted to do something evil to her. Although she used all her strength to try and escape, unfortunately she was dragged by the man into the cornfield. She was alone at the time and knocked down to the ground. She tried her best to resist, and she scratched and fought, but this just made the man embarrassed and angry, so he pulled out the knife and slashed her face several times. That man did a very blasphemous act of raping her in a secluded place. After that, the man killed and threw her body into a dry well in the west of the village to cover up all the bad things he had just done. Because this was a cornfield, no one really went there, and no one could find her. The female ghost tearfully recounted the story of being murdered by that man, and told them who the murderer was and where he lived. When the actor heard the story, he told her that he promised to help her find justice for her and asked her to go back. After the female ghost left, the leader and the actor went to the police to report the injustice. But the police did not believe the story and thought that there must be some superstitions of the feudal age hanging around. But then, the village chief also went to confirm two things. The first thing was that a woman who was missing had not been found, and the description fitted it. The second thing was that there was actually a dry well there. The police, after hearing what the village chief said, searched and found a dry well, just like the village chief said, and then they smelled the stench from afar in that well. Only then did everyone believe that a horrible murder took place there. When they got there, they finally found a decomposing female body. The missing girl was the daughter of a house in the village. Immediately afterwards, they followed the address given by the female ghost and found the house of the person who murdered her. They gave the man to the police to handle to regain justice for the girl who had been unjustly abused for so long. That day, the killer was arrested. My aunt and her best friend went to see it. The killer was also a resident of the village, and when he was arrested, he still had scratches on his face from the struggling with the victim who was now a ghost. From there, the police tried to prosecute him easily, and this play, The Judge, has been famous and widely circulated for many years because of it. Last year, my younger brother Shinichi and I went to my wife's hometown to visit her parents, but unfortunately the town was forced to close due to the epidemic, so we were stuck. I went fishing with my brother. The lake was located on the south side of the town. I heard that this lake used to be used for fish farming, but it had recently become an abandoned one. Shinichi and I decided to fish here that day because it was located far away from people's houses, undetected by anyone. Fishing took patience, but once you caught a fish, you were always as happy as the New Year's party, so we spent the afternoon fishing all day. We were so immersed in fishing that we forgot the time. Before I knew it, it was already past the afternoon and the sky was getting darker. We had a good harvest that afternoon, but I still didn't want to go home. I wanted to stay and fish a little longer. When I glanced into the distance under the reflection of the water, I vaguely saw two people standing in front of the house next to the lake. Because of the epidemic, no one came here but us. I didn't even see a single person pass by all day. When I suddenly saw someone standing on the dam, I unconsciously turned my head in that direction, wondering if they were the keepers of the lake. But when I looked back, I saw that the top of the dam was empty. The thing confused me a bit. Shinichi saw that I was looking at the top of the dam in confusion, so he also looked up, but unfortunately, we couldn't see anything. After hearing what I said, he once again glanced into the direction, and then confirming that there was nothing important, he didn't care anymore and continued fishing. I started staring at the fish again, but for some reason, I always felt a pair of eyes staring at me from the side of the house on the dam. As if something urged me on, I couldn't help but look back. As I looked back, there was no one there but the dark old house. I took a closer look at the house and thought to myself that maybe there was a man in the old house, but because it was so dark inside, I couldn't see anything at all. I didn't care much about this. But then I looked again at something floating in the water. As we waited for the fish to bite, Shinichi caught another one. At first I was happy, but in my heart I always felt nervous and worried about something. This time I didn't look back at the actual house's picture, but looked at its reflection in the water. The moment I looked at the water and saw a shadow, I got so scared that I almost threw my fishing rod into the water. I did see a figure in front of the house. It was a man, not standing in front of the house, but hanging from the upper beam. I didn't know if it was the wind blowing, but his whole body was swaying slightly. Seeing this, I was so scared and I broke out in a cold sweat. I suddenly turned around and was looking for the fishing rod in my hand that I had just dropped. Shinichi also noticed my reaction. There was an inexplicable surprise on his face as he looked at me and followed my gaze to the house on the dam. In that moment I understood that something was indeed wrong. I couldn't tell what it was either. Shinichi seemed to realize something as he looked at the house too. He didn't say another word, but his face changed, just like mine. Shinichi gradually understood the seriousness of the matter, and we both quickly packed up and left. As soon as we left the fish pond, we hurriedly started the car, and during the ride neither of us spoke and the atmosphere was a bit tense. But at this point, I was still shivering. On the way back, we had to pass a few abandoned houses adjacent to the dam. We both had mixed feelings about what happened, really scared about what we had seen. We finally passed the house. We both couldn't control ourselves and looked at it one more time. It was old, mossy, empty, and very creepy. As we passed, the lights from the headlights of our cars shone on the dilapidated house. The inside of the house was empty. There was no sign of living people. It was strange. We decided quickly to return home. After confirming that there was no one in that house, the atmosphere in the car calmed down a bit. When we got home, we talked about this. I also talked with my wife and her parents. I heard that the fish pond had been lying empty for more than 10 years, and the reason that that house was abandoned was also a scary thing. Long ago, there was a couple who were leased out by the state to this fish pond, and after that they spent all their money investing in fish farming. However, some children in the town had sneaked out there to steal fish. Then, because of insulting and scolding these children, the couple was harmed by people. The people even poisoned their fish dam and killed all of the fish. When the couple went to confront the perpetrator, he attacked the husband violently and broke his leg. So not only did all the fish in the pond disappear, but also they had no money for medical treatment. Tragedy struck. The husband couldn't stand, resentful and miserable, so he drank pesticides and committed suicide. At the time, the wife was too heartbroken to go on. She did not have time to think, so she hanged herself on the rafters next to the dam. Since then, some spiritual things have happened regularly in this place. Many people who passed by this lake at night would see them or hear their cries and lamentations. To this very day, the fish pond was no longer contracted, so it was left alone and became a deserted lake. After hearing the story, I was upset and felt sorry for the couple, but I was also a little worried. After all, the fish we caught were also released back into the wild. The story that I'm about to tell you is from my personal experience, and even though I don't remember all the details, it is 100% truth. My hometown is in the northwest and it's close to the desert, so it's located in a sandy place where the weather was windy all year round. For me and the people who lived here, there was always a lot of fun to be had and a lot of connection to the place. Moreover, in this desert area, there were many jujube trees, and usually in the fall we would go to pick the jujubes to eat. Today's story, I will tell you about my cousin. At the time she was only 21 or 22 years old, but had just gotten engaged not long ago. She was an easygoing person, so every time she took me out to pick jujubes and play sandboarding, it was fun. At the time, I was wandering around when suddenly I saw something black buried in the golden sand, and because the sun reflected the light, we couldn't see anything at the moment. It wasn't until we got closer that we used a stick to pick it up, and saw that it was a cool-looking pair of sunglasses. Later, when we found out that the item was still new, undamaged, and usable, my cousin saw it and brought it home to use. It was surprising that when she took the glasses back home, it didn't give her anything good. Instead, many bad things would happen to my cousin. When she got home, she became ill, and every day she had a high fever and kept lying in such a coma that she could not get out of bed, and the bed she had been lying in for days. At first, her family simply thought it was a common cold. They decided to get some medicine and go see some doctors for advice. As they went home to take care of her, everyone's anxiety slowly subsided because my sister's eyes couldn't be opened for some reason. The family couldn't do anything at all, so they took her to a large country hospital for examination. But even there, they found no abnormal health problems. At that time, the doctor prescribed her some eye drops and some anti-inflammatory things, but these drugs basically did not work at all, even though they used them for days. It seemed that her eyes could only be opened by a small slit, and everyone knew that she used to have big round eyes and double eyelids, but her eyes were then crossed and it had changed a lot more than before. Furthermore, my cousin's eyes were also very scared when she saw the light. and she always said that it was very bright and blinding. She also mentioned seeing some shadowy figures floating in front of her eyes at night. But when she looked closely, she wouldn't be able to see anything. After some time, she still had to go to work and became really afraid of the light, so she had to wear sunglasses every day before going out. My cousin became very dependent on these sunglasses. In recent times, she still regularly went to several hospitals for examinations, but they still did not see any unusual health problems. One of my family aunts was very superstitious, so a few months later, as my aunt saw no improvement in my cousin, she immediately went to ask a famous clairvoyant in the locality for help. It was known that this clairvoyant was very famous, and people in the city often believed and often came there to invite her to come and help them and see the future. Very often, she did not even take money for it, but they could pay in other ways. They could pay by giving her incense, cake, or fruit. After hearing from my aunt about the clairvoyant, she took my cousin there to see how it was. About 5 o'clock the next morning, the aunt took the cousin to the clairvoyant to worship, light incense, and then enter the door. Usually before starting a ceremony, the clairvoyant would burn incense to worship a god on the altar first, which had become a long-standing custom. Because it was early in the morning and dark, my cousin didn't wear her sunglasses. First of all, let's talk a little bit more about the clairvoyant. She only worshipped a statue of a god covered with yellow cloth on top, and before entering she would often say a lot of prayers to ask the gods for help. And then she suddenly sat silent in front of the goddess statue. Onlookers also discussed that she was probably being possessed by the invisible. She sat there for a while, and then surrounding space became extremely quiet. After 10 minutes or so, she would start swaying constantly, expressing and changing both her personality and tone to the point of becoming a completely different person. This clairvoyant turned her head to look at my cousin for a long time, and even the good expression that were unique to her disappeared. My cousin was scared and amazed by the atmosphere and the state of the old woman at this time. She also asked her if she had taken someone's things without asking. My cousin did not know how to answer because she did not understand what the clairvoyant was saying. But the more she spoke, the more specific she became, and her words flashed through my cousin's mind like a flash of lightning. My cousin reacted and learned that this could be due to the sunglasses she picked up earlier. During the conversation, my cousin took out the pair of sunglasses from her pocket and showed them to the clairvoyant, and as soon as she saw them, she told them that this object was so dense that it made my cousin sick. Later, my cousin told me about the day when she and I went out together and saw a pair of sunglasses on the golden sand. She did pick them up and tried them on. The clairvoyant, after listening, did not say anything else and immediately suggested that they went to the golden sand to find the owner of these glasses. From there, she would come up with some ideas to solve the problem and help them. At dawn the next morning, my aunt and cousin searched all day and finally found it. At the time, there was a corpse buried under the golden sand. It looked like the person was dead for a long time. When they got home, they called the police to report the crime. Then they followed the methods the clairvoyant told them of burning some banknotes at the intersection, as well as burning sunglasses. Then my cousin's eyes really improved, and she was no longer afraid of the light suddenly. But she was still slightly squinting to this very day. It is said that what the dead have used will leave a mark on the living, and the living is best not to use it. That is the reason why if someone in the family dies, they should be burning the clothes they've used all their life, even the most precious things, or bury it with them. This story happened last summer.
Cheers!
The epidemic was still not too serious. People were still subjective about it, so many shops were still very busy. Because of the epidemic, my business was not doing so well. I went back to my hometown to visit relatives and happened to meet an old friend named Shen, so we sat down to talk about stories. The shop where we chose to sit and talk was located on the edge of town. It had a large yard and good business, but very poor conditions such as noisy, dusty, and easy to get wet when it rained conditions. Shen didn't care about such things, so our conversation was still fun. I gathered it was around 11 o'clock in the evening, after we had a few bottles of wine. We were both drinking a lot, and debating whether we should go back to town or find the next place to have some more drinking time. As soon as we agreed to find another place, we decided to finish the last 2 bottles in the barrel. Shen couldn't hold it anymore, so he decided to go to the bathroom before leaving the shop. There was no proper toilet there. I saw him walking out of the gate, out of the building. The bill was paid and I was fine, so I lit a cigarette and waited for him while playing with my phone. It must have been more than 10 minutes since he went to the bathroom, and I was wondering why Shen didn't come back. Then I heard a thud at the courtyard gate. As soon as I turned around, I saw a person fall to the ground, and that person was Shen. It took me a long time to react, and I rushed over to see how Shen was doing, only to find his face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was already unconscious. Some of the people that were sitting with the restaurant owner came rushing along and tried to wake him up, but he couldn't get up, and they thought maybe he was too drunk and fell asleep. I couldn't believe it. I rushed to call an ambulance and took Shen to the hospital. I knew Shen's tolerance for wine very well, and just a few bottles of wine was not enough for him to react this way, and sure enough, I did go to the hospital to see how he was doing. The doctor said that Shen was fine, but still not to the point of alcohol poisoning. They gave him some medicine and told him to rest for a few days. Early that morning, Shen woke up. He looked a little dazed. When he woke up, I asked a few questions. I didn't expect he would react with a horrified expression as he did. Shen told me about what happened before he lost consciousness. It turned out that the place where Shen went to the bathroom last night was outside the restaurant, and next to it was a small forest with a road leading to a distant place, which was very dark. Shen was stunned. He was about to urinate and unzipped his pants when suddenly he heard something coming out of the woods. As he looked up, he saw a person walking on a path in the forest, but because it was dark, he couldn't see this person's face clearly, only a very vague figure. Originally, Shen didn't care much, but this person's posture was very twisted. Whether it was stomping or swinging his arms, it was very stiff. According to Shen, this person looked like a moving robot, and then he intended to get closer to take a look. Somehow being able to feel Shen's gaze, the man stopped, and in the hazy darkness, he could see the man turning his head to look back at him. The two of them then seemed to have looked at each other, and Shen was confused for the first time. But since Shen had been drinking a lot, he didn't really care much. After a few glances at the man, Shen decided to return to the yard. But he did not expect that when he turned around, he started feeling dizzy, and his eyes started to reel. Then everything turned upside down with an unpleasant feeling. Shen said he had never experienced a feeling like this before. By this time, Shen's eyes were heavy, and he couldn't open them, and he fell to the ground. As he's been unconscious for a while, he then vaguely felt that his body seemed to be very light. His mind had become clearer, and then he was forced to open his eyes. When he woke up, Shen saw a trembling figure standing in front of him. Still that rigid body. It was a figure that Shen had just seen, and somehow, at that moment, there was a layer of light like a ghostly light all over the man's body. Upon closer inspection, this was an old man with white hair. He wore a Chinese ao yai, and walked down a path in the forest with his head bowed down. After walking for a while, the old man looked up back from afar, and it was just a very old face with the whites of his eyes with no pupils, which looked horrible. After looking at Shen, the old man slowly shook his head as if he was sighing. Then he continued to turn his head along the road and quickly disappeared into this pitch black forest. At this point, Shen finally realized that he had seen a ghost. He was shaking with fear and didn't know what to do at that moment. He heard a very familiar call from outside the forest. Then Shen heard his name being called out, as if something serious had happened. Shen quickly ran to the source of the call and didn't think at all that his long trip to the toilet would cause me to worry. But when Shen turned to look back, he realized that the one shouting it was me, and the one lying unconscious was him. Moments later, the ambulance arrived and Shen watched helplessly when the person loaded his body into the ambulance. Then Shen found himself wandering aimlessly in the forest and had no idea what to do or where to go. No matter how hard he tried to follow his body, he couldn't. It was not known how long he had been wandering, but his soul gradually lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself right there in the hospital. After some tests, the doctor said Shen was not sick at all, and then he was discharged the next day. I later learned because a person drinks too much, the body might be weakened, and it is easy to be disturbed by wandering ghosts, especially in places with a lot of yin, so it is necessary to pay more attention when going out for a drink. It happened more than 10 years ago when I was 10 years old and just entered the 4th grade of elementary school. My family had moved to the countryside to live there at the time. My parents built a house near the river. The lower floor was for sale and the 2nd floor was for living. At noon, one day during summer vacation, my mother went to the 2nd floor to take a nap. My sister and I didn't sleep but played games together downstairs on the 1st floor, partly to look after my mother's shop. Suddenly, my mother panicked and ran down from the 2nd floor, calling to both of us with a pale face, her voice trembling a little. My sister and I were stunned by my mother's question. Because from noon until my mother ran down, my sister and I played games on the 1st floor and no one left this position for half a step. After seeing that we both insisted on our answers, my mother also believed that we hadn't gone up to the 2nd floor. My mother saw that and didn't ask any more. At the time I did not feel anything. My mother saw that on my face, but her face wasn't very good. Later, from the conversation between us and my father, I learned what had happened at noon that day. After the meal, my mother would go up to the 2nd floor to take a nap. And when she pulled back the curtain, it was as dark as the night inside the room. Sometimes we could hear her snoring upstairs. She was sleeping that day when she heard a loud knock on the door that woke her up. She had lost so much sleep, so she was a little annoyed. With an annoyed voice, she asked who was outside the door, but no one answered her, and the knocking stopped. My mother thought it was my disturbance or just a dream, so she didn't think much and continued to sleep. But this time, before she completely fell asleep, she felt a shadowy figure standing in front of the bed. My mother immediately opened her eyes and was completely shocked by the girl's hunch. Standing right on the bed stood a strange girl looking at my mother. My mother did not know this girl. The girl's face was terrifyingly white. Her hair was very long, covering her face. She was wearing a strange black and white plaid dress. Someone appeared out of nowhere in the room that scared my mother terribly. And at that moment my mother shouted. The girl immediately climbed into my mother's bed, as a very decisive action made. Then she reached out and squeezed my mother's neck like a murderer with a deep hatred, even though my mother didn't know who this was. She also said that the girl was so strong that she thought she was going to die. My mother could not breathe. She could not resist. And she wanted to give up everything. When the situation got serious, my mother remembered ways to get rid of ghosts taught to her by her parents, and one of these ways was to start scolding. My mother started to scold the ghost, spitting and showing an angry attitude at her. Unexpectedly, the method worked. After a while, the ghost disappeared. As soon as the ghost was gone, my mother called to tell my father about this, but my father did not believe what she said. He did not believe in ghosts, and he thought that she was probably having some sort of nightmare. And after listening to his advice, my mother became more confused. She also began to doubt her sanity. She thought it might have been a dream. She also wanted to believe that it didn't happen, but because this dream was so real, it made her feel very insecure about herself. She thought that it was strange, but she decided to continue going to sleep because she was still very tired. And as she lay down, she heard a knock on the door again. The sound this time was even louder than the previous time. And at this point, my mother was startled to sit up and look out the door. She started scolding again, cursing into the air, even though she couldn't see anyone. There was no answer at the door. After a while, the knocking disappeared. My mom was freaked out by this. She struggled to get up and didn't sleep anymore. She ran down the stairs, and next development was that one I mentioned above. My mother didn't want to stay at home. She told us to look after the shop and then went to a mahjong room near the house to play for fun. And when she went outside, my mother's mental state also improved much more. She didn't feel sleepy, nor was she haunted by what had just happened. In the mahjong room, all were friends of my mother. In the player room there was a person, Aunt Nancy. She was a friend, and also played there. People often said that she had the eyes of yin and yang since childhood, and she could probably see ghosts. My mother didn't believe this before, but now, as soon as she entered the door, Aunt Nancy immediately stopped playing and dragged my mother outside. My mother didn't know what was going on, so she followed Aunt Nancy with a few questions. Aunt Nancy looked behind my mother and told my mother what she had seen. One thing's for sure, it wasn't good news because her eyes saw what shouldn't have been seen. As soon as Aunt Nancy finished speaking, my mother was so scared she almost couldn't walk. Her limbs were shaking. Luckily, Aunt Nancy said she knew how to treat ghosts. Soon, she took my mother to the riverbank. She cut a few trees by the roadside to ward off evil spirits and hit my mother with it. My mother was scared, but she did not interfere with Aunt Nancy's job of beating her. The harder Aunt Nancy was beating her with the bush, the tougher she got. After that, my mother also felt lighter after being beaten. Aunt Nancy said that there was a ghost drowned by the river a few years ago. When she saw my well-dressed mother walking by the river, the ghost decided to follow her, asking her to lend the ghost a set of clothes to wear. Then Aunt Nancy also scolded the ghost. If she wanted to borrow clothes, there was no need to scare people like that, and she scolded in many other words. In the end, Aunt Nancy and Mother prepared multicolored paper. They cut it into the shape of a dress, bought some of their real things, and burned the ghost a few sets together, partly because they wanted to help the ghost to be free. Later, while playing mahjong, Aunt Nancy also told my mother that the ghost thanked her very much. She enjoyed the beautiful clothes they burned. My mother only felt chills after hearing these words. My uncle is almost 80 years old this year. He is a very famous doctor that everyone in the village knows, and this story is what he told me. It was a day in the late 1980s. It was so hot that my uncle couldn't sleep, so he opened the main door and window to let some air in. His house did not have a television or computer. Without electricity, most people would go to bed early every night. When my uncle looked at the clock, it was almost midnight. The heat had subsided a bit, so he put his book back and prepared to go to sleep. As he was about to go to bed, he heard a hurried knock on the door outside. He knew that someone might have been sick to suddenly come in the middle of the night to find him, so he would hurry to open the door. In front of him was a young man around his age, with a face concealed in the dim light. But he guessed that the two of them were from the same village. They were just not familiar with each other. Because of his working habits, he was not really in the mood to look at people, but this attention was always on the wound or what was wrong. He shined an oil lamp near the man's arm to examine the wound. He was surprised to find out that it was a fairly deep wound, triangular in shape, like being poked by an iron object. It looked like a part of the flesh was lost. Although there was no bleeding, my uncle also frowned because this wound was showing signs of necrosis and changed quite badly. Having said that, he led the young man into the house to examine the wound further. He was definitely afraid of the wound getting worse, so he only said that he would try his best to give him first aid. For the rest of the treatment, the man had to go to the hospital. When the man heard that he had to go to the county for treatment, his expression was a bit strange, as if he didn't want to go far. My uncle thought he was just like the other villagers here and did not pay much attention to this illness, so he shook his head and went inside to get his tools. He used alcohol to disinfect the wound, but the young man was a little evasive. My uncle assumed he was afraid of pain. He also comforted him for a while, then diligently cleaned his wound and began to stitch it up. He burned the sewing needles on the oil lamp, and to disinfect them, of course, as he proceeded to stitch the wound up. But what happened next made my uncle feel a little strange. As the needle pricked into the man's skin, he was afraid that the man would feel some pain, so he wanted to reassure him. However, he was worried. The man had absolutely no expression on his face, showing no pain, nothing, not even saying a word. My uncle then sighed, and in his mind he was thinking of how strong this man must be not to know any pain. Only then did he clearly see the young man's face under the oil lamp. The face was pale, like a dead person's. But he didn't mind it much, as he was focusing on stitching up the wound. He just thought that maybe it was because the man lost too much blood, so he was just like that at the moment. Sewing took about half an hour. It was temporarily considered finished. My uncle remembered that he sewed 8 stitches and waited for 2 more stitches on the outside to remove the thread. The man suddenly looked up at the sky outside, panicked, and even pulled out a needle with his own hand. He was looking extremely impatient. This stunned my uncle for a moment. He kept staring at the steel needle that had not yet been removed and the thread still on the young man's wound. Just as my uncle was about to say something, the man suddenly shouted, "It's too late! It's too late!" and then rushed out. My uncle was stunned. Then he reacted and chased after the man because he was worried about the wound. As they reached the yard, the man suddenly just disappeared, as if he had turned into thin air. My uncle stood there for a long time. He didn't understand what had just happened. He was obviously quite confused, even thinking that he might have just met a ghost. Then he went back inside, and as he was about to turn off the light to go to sleep, he heard a knock on the door again. The man who came this time was an acquaintance, a small carpenter from a neighboring village. It turned out they were struggling with a difficult birth, so he came here to ask my uncle to come over and aid them. My uncle didn't have time to rest that night. He took his medicine kit and went with the man. It was the village next door, not too far. The two of them walked for only more than 20 minutes. But when my uncle ran to the door of the little carpenter's house, he heard the cry of newborn baby. That was the prospect of a mother and a child. Both my uncle and the carpenter felt more secure. Entering the house, they found that the mother and the baby's son were safe and sound, especially very pretty cute baby boy that was lying next to her. Since my uncle had already arrived, he couldn't turn around and do anything. After that, he cut the umbilical cord, cleaned and disinfected the baby, and washed the mother's wounds. But just as he was preparing to disinfect the baby, he discovered something strange. On the child's hand there was a red birthmark. A red thread, connected in lines very similar to the place where the wound was sewn on the man before. And adjacent to that, a shape like a sewing needle on the arm of the baby. My uncle was suddenly stunned when he saw this. And then he understood what has happened to the child. He realized why the man was in such a hurry. Perhaps because he was afraid of missing his reincarnation on time. My uncle had heard many stories about it, but this was the first time he witnessed it. Since then, the birth of the child with him stayed like a picture in his mind, with a shadow underneath. Although they didn't live in the same village, he often came to visit my uncle. He also loved him very much. After my uncle was honored as a child's godfather, which created a magical destiny. In recent years, due to the zoning plan of our village, the small villages have been merged into one area, and some scattered houses near the town had to be demolished. Everything here was getting better and better, and my village was also built with a nursing home where some old lonely people used to live. Furthermore, last year's New Year's Eve, the village gathered a number of volunteers who came to be with these elderly people and make them feel happier. On New Year's Eve, many people gathered around to make dumplings and cook dinner. The atmosphere here was much more bustling and fun than usual. Compared to the busy nursing home, my family ate earlier and we finished our dinner as soon as it got dark. After I finished eating, I went out with some of my friends to find someone to play cards with. When I passed through the gate of the nursing home, I saw people still cooking meat on the big stove. At this moment, an old cadre who was with everyone in the yard saw us standing outside the door and hurriedly called us over. Mr. Goro was a well-known former official and was respected in the village by everyone, including myself. As soon as he called, we all gathered together and he gave each of us a cigarette. I knew that Uncle Goro must have had some business to rely on, so I thought to myself that maybe I wouldn't be able to gamble that night. Sure enough, on New Year's Eve, the nursing home held a reunion party to welcome the new year for all the lonely elderly people. Mr. Goro asked us to come and pick up Mr. Hiroshi to celebrate the holiday because Hiroshi was also a bit lonely. We looked at each other a little hesitantly when he asked for help. We had no choice but to do it. After that, I drove the car towards the old village. Mr. Hiroshi was an old man who had never had a wife. When the village was replanned, although he was advised, he refused to leave because he did not want to destroy the memorial house where he lived for decades. My friends and I drove to the old village. This place was demolished and poorly planned, so it was almost deserted and very desolate. The whole wasteland was left with only Mr. Hiroshi's house, and it seemed that because the wiring was broken, there was no electricity, so only kerosene lamps were used. Because the path on the hillside was narrow, we parked the car at the bottom of the hill and walked a short distance before reaching his house. As soon as I entered the yard, I was about to scream when I suddenly heard a voice like a conversation between two people. Hearing this voice, we were curious as to whether Mr. Hiroshi was living alone there and who he was talking to. We looked at each other curiously and followed quietly. Meanwhile, the voices in the house continued. The house had an ancient style with window stickers. Standing on the steps outside the door and looking inside, I could vaguely see two figures sitting in the middle of the house. One of the two figures we saw was a woman. I wondered if Uncle Hiroshi had found a wife. If so, that would have been great news. We looked at each other and decided to find out. Perhaps we could quickly find a bit of breaking news in this boring holiday. I quietly wet my finger with some spit and gently punched a small hole through the window paper. I was looking into the house with one eye. My thoughts at the time were to see if it was a woman and if she was an acquaintance in the village that we knew. But when I looked in, I saw Mr. Hiroshi sitting at the table with some dishes and candles. He sat at the end of the table, took a sip of wine, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in the opposite bowl. He kept commenting on the taste with the other person. But there was no one on the other side of the table. The wine glasses and rice bowls were still full. No one was eating. However, he talked very enthusiastically as he ate. It seemed like there was an actual person sitting there, but we didn't see anyone, even though I had seen two figures with my own eyes just a moment before. My scalp was a bit numb, so I involuntarily stepped back. Mr. Hiroshi was inside, hearing someone outside, and turned his head towards the window and shouted loudly. After being called like that, we looked at each other blankly and were confused as to how to respond. Fortunately, Mr. Hiroshi had known us ever since we were all children. He heard our voices and became softer. But the atmosphere was still awkward as the two sides faced each other. Mr. Hiroshi's face showed an unhappy expression when we overheard. The three of us immediately told him about the purpose of our visit. Out of curiosity, my eyes couldn't help but look inside the house. There was only 2 rooms, and at a glance I could see them all, but as expected, there was only Mr. Hiroshi. After that, he looked at the 3 of us at the same time and refused to go to the nursing home to attend the party because he said that his house was having a party too. Any other day before, we would have persisted into persuading him a few more times, but that day we really didn't dare to do so. After replying, we looked at each other and winked at each other, then turned to leave. I could feel like he was hiding something, because he didn't go back into the house straight away. He waited until we were far away. I was really curious at the time, so I couldn't help but look back. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt like that place was a bit ghostly. And at that moment, I saw a pair of chopsticks placed on a bowl, suddenly rolling down on the table. The candle flickered slightly, and I wondered what wind could blow the chopsticks away, but not the small candle. My scalp suddenly shrank and my heart seemed to have frozen with it. I didn't know if it was Mr. Hiroshi's gaze that made the hair on the back of my neck shiver, or maybe it was, but his eyes made us feel a little scared. We quickly drove back to the new village and told Mr. Goro about what had happened at Mr. Hiroshi's house. I was expecting him to tell us something, but unexpectedly he just lit a cigarette and sighed heavily. He looked like he was about to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just told us to go home. He gave us all some more cigarettes and then went back into the nursing home. We could clearly see that there was a mystery hidden here. Later, when we were playing cards, we heard that Mr. Hiroshi was not an unmarried bachelor, but was married when he was just 20 years old. Although they had no children, the couple's relationship was very good. He had only been happy for 10 years when his wife passed away of a serious illness. And since then, Mr. Hiroshi didn't go out much more, and his personality had also become quieter and less talkative. We didn't know what we saw that night, but maybe the reason why Mr. Hiroshi would rather live alone in that lonely place rather than leaving was that it had something to do with that matter. This story my uncle told me when he returned from Qingming New Year holiday was based on his first-hand experience. It happened 6 years ago. At the time, my uncle was 35 years old. He was working as a housekeeper in the village. When it turned cold, the people in the village had nothing to do. Moreover, it was also holiday, so people gathered to drink alcohol and play cards every day. One night, my uncle went to play cards until very late. That's just in the next village. According to my uncle, it was past midnight when he returned home. As passing an abandoned house in the village, the sky suddenly became foggy. Surrounded by the fog, at the time my uncle's head seemed to melt, and his vision was only 2 or 3 meters and very blurry. He was not too far from home, as the road he was walking on he has walked since he was a child. So at first he did not care much and just continued. But after walking for more than 20 minutes, my uncle still could not get home. The village was not so large that it was impossible to walk that long and still not reach home. When looking through the fog, my uncle was surprised that he was still in front of the house. My uncle didn't understand how it could be when he passed it already. He started getting worried, afraid that he was lost somewhere with no way out. According to folklore, this phenomenon was called the ghost guiding the way. Even if you continued, you would return to the same place. My uncle felt like a pair of eyes were staring at him from behind. His feeling at the time was uncomfortable, so he hurriedly looked back to check. After turning around, he suddenly saw a scene that scared him out of his mind. He didn't know when 3 figures were standing behind him. All 3 of these silhouettes were just shadows and not real. Then he realized something was off. At this point, my uncle did not dare to stay there for another minute. He thought that he had to find a way to run as fast as possible. It didn't matter who they were, as long as he could get out of the area as quickly as possible. But my uncle seemed to have made a mistake. He ran for more than 5 or 6 minutes, but when he stopped, he was still back in the same position. My uncle decided to find the right direction and continue running. He was horrified when he saw 3 figures stop in front of him. Normally, my uncle was a brave man, but that day, he was so scared that he could not stand it. Even though he was scared, my uncle was forced to regain his composure. He squatted down on the wall and lit a cigarette to calm himself. He didn't know if it was because of the flame of the lighter, but when the 3 ghosts stopped, when they were only about a meter away from my uncle, it was a surprise. My uncle boldly asked them what they wanted from him, and at the point the 3 ghosts actually opened their mouths to answer. As soon as the 3 ghosts said they wanted money, my uncle immediately withdrew all the money on him and delivered it, but the 3 ghosts didn't take it. They kept looking straight at my uncle. Of course, he understood what those 3 ghosts wanted as gold paper money, but he could not find any gold paper money to give at that time. He begged them to let him go and thought there would be no problem. But after many kind words, the 3 ghosts still refused to leave and pressed my uncle even more into the wall. When he stood in the middle, he deliberately raised his voice to call for help, but in the middle of the night, no one heard him. In the end, he was desperate. He placed his head against the wall and closed his eyes. He suddenly remembered some Buddhist scriptures that his mother had read. He repeated the words in his mouth. The surrounding temperature seemed to be a little higher. When my uncle opened his eyes, the 3 ghosts were gone. And of course, my uncle didn't dare stay there any longer. He ran home as fast as possible. This time it was okay because the fog was much lighter and he wasn't led by ghosts anymore. So in the end, he came home for a short time. As he got home, he fell ill and had a high fever for more than a few weeks. Later, my uncle's mother inquired everywhere and found a shaman to open an altar to perform an exorcism on him. After the exorcism, my grandmother went to the landfill to burn a lot of underworld gold paper money in the middle of the night. And that's when my uncle finally felt better. Later, he heard from the shaman that the 3 ghosts had a poor background. Before that, an older woman and 3 sons lived in the abandoned house. But somehow, the house suddenly caught fire. The 3 boys were fast asleep, so they suffocated to death. And all 3 people died in that house. Since then, every night their ghosts would appear, harassing the villagers. Those who could resist stay, and those who were scared moved away. Perhaps the 3 ghosts were hungry and suffering from injustice. My uncle were one to encounter this. Everyone will regret not doing something with the deceased loved one when talking about them. So is my uncle. His name is John. He is over 40 years old. It happened 20 years ago when Uncle Jean was still living in town. He worked as a butcher. Uncle Jean usually delivered meat to many places. That day, he was so busy working that it was already past 8 o'clock when he returned. When he passed the village where his grandmother lived, he suddenly missed her. He decided to drive a tricycle to visit her. It had been weeks since the 2 of them hadn't seen each other. Uncle's grandmother at that time was over 70 years old. She lived a closed and withdrawn life. She didn't live with her children and grandchildren, but chose to be alone in the old house. After knocking for a long time, his grandmother opened the door. As soon as he saw her, he felt that she had lost a lot of weight, especially becoming very thin in her arms, almost looking like chicken nails. Her face also looked tired and lifeless, so Uncle Jean was very worried. Even though it was late at night, he didn't pay much attention to the atmosphere around him. Both of them went into the house. As Uncle Jean remembered, there were no lights in the yard and the house at the time. It was dark. Perhaps older people often saved money so they didn't turn on the lights. At the point, strange things happened. The big yellow dog in the yard was behaving very strangely. The dog was always wary of her. Its body was shrinking and trembling as if it was afraid. After that, the dog did not bark. It went into the warehouse next to it to hide and not dare to take it a step out. The dog was next to my grandmother's side every day, and this made my Uncle Jean wonder. My grandmother did not answer his questions. She went straight into the house, talking to him about her current situation as she walked. The past few days she was no longer lonely because she had her friends over to keep her company. These words surprised my Uncle John because the people she talked to normally had been dead for many years. How could she be talking to them? Then Uncle John thought that maybe she was just old and confused, so she would sometimes say baseless things. He didn't mind that much, so he followed her anyway. Inside the house, he discovered that the walls were all black as if burned by fire. He couldn't hide his curiosity and asked her why the walls were so dirty. She replied without hiding anything. She said that she was burned by her accident, and then she just went back into the kitchen. Uncle Jean was getting hungry as he worked all day, so he asked my grandmother to cook for him. After she finished cooking for him, she invited him into the kitchen, and after entering the kitchen, he was surprised at the situation in front of him. Inside, the walls were also black, as if burned by fire. The kitchen was covered with ashes, dirty and cold as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Looking at the food on the table, he suddenly started feeling afraid. The buns were scorched. The fried vegetables in the bowl were also pitch black. It seemed like they were burnt and charred. He just stared blankly at the food for a moment. Her voice snapped him out of it. He looked at the dish and felt weird, but he didn't want to refuse them because he didn't want to make her sad. So he sat down to eat. The steamed buns had cooled. The outside burnt part was peeled off and the inside was dry and difficult to chew on. Moreover, Jean didn't know how many days it had been. The aroma of the buns was no longer there. It felt like he was chewing dirt and sand. Still, he tried to swallow. He used chopsticks to pick up another piece of vegetable and found it had burned. He couldn't even eat it. None of the dishes was enjoyable, causing a frown over my uncle's face. But he did not dare to criticize the food. Grandmother was still the same as before, always trying to take care of her grandson. She devotedly peeled off the burnt skin of the buns and gave it to him. He took the steamed buns from her and accidentally touched her hand. He felt that her hand was very cold, no temperature at all. This was unlike any temperature that a living person should have. When telling this story, many people asked my Uncle Jin if he didn't find his grandmother too unusual. Of course, he didn't feel right, but he didn't want to upset her. Instead, feeling worried, he thought sorry and blamed himself for not taking good care of her. He only knew how to remind her to wear a lot of warm clothes so that she wouldn't get cold, and she was not afraid of the cold, wanted him to eat well and dress warmly. Because he was so afraid of her old age and weak health, he also wanted her to move back to live with her son and daughter, but the older woman didn't want to. She also reluctantly ate some steamed buns and then secretly put some money under the bowl for her to use. Later, he said goodbye to her as he went home. Unexpectedly, the following morning, it happened. The next day, just as dawn broke, someone knocked on the door of his room. It was my uncle's cousin, and as soon as he opened the door and heard the news, he was shocked. At first he thought something bad had happened to her, but he didn't expect his grandmother to die. Apparently she died of suffocation while the house was on fire. Of course he didn't believe it because he had seen her the night before. He told his cousin the story that he was there. It was his cousin's turn to be surprised because the timing didn't match at all. It turned out that at noon, his grandmother had an accident. In the afternoon, her aunt's family heard the news and hurriedly went to prepare burial items and coffins for the grandmother. Her body was placed in the old house for the funeral. Uncle John's cousin wanted to keep his strength to watch this body at night, so in the evening he took a nap and unexpectedly fell asleep. When he woke up, John's cousin saw that the position of the altar in the house had been changed, but at the time he was not in the mood to notice. The food made by my grandmother at noon, well, he didn't know when it was on the table and clean as if someone had eaten it. Originally, his cousin was wondering who to ask. By chance, through this exchange, both cousins were shocked to realize what they had encountered. Uncle John's limbs suddenly trembled and he started vomiting right in front of the door. Although he ate with his grandmother and talked with each other, nothing bad had happened to him. Maybe because his grandmother loved him so much, she never wanted to hurt her grandchildren, even if she was already dead.
My hometown was surrounded by a snow-covered forest filled with wild animals and, of course, hunters. Among the hunters, there was a young hunter most famous in the area for being a talented marksman. No animal could escape from the barrel of his gun. This young hunter lived with his wife in a small wooden house on the edge of the forest. Every day he went out hunting for food and extra meat to take to the market to make money. The young hunter had a bit of a habit of taking his pet dog. Whenever the dog smelled wild animals from a distance, it would bark loudly to signal the hunter of their presence. Once, the hunter and his pet dog went deep into the forest. As they reached the middle of the forest, suddenly the dog started barking loudly to signal his master of a wild animal nearby. The hunter rushed straight to the location of the dog's signal, only to find a fox looking up at him. The fox had a very distinctive coat of color, which caused greedy thoughts to arise in the hunter's head. Immediately, he raised his gun and began to pull the trigger. The sound of gunfire, which exploded quickly, scared the fox deeper into the forest. After the first shot missed completely, the hunter sighed in disappointment and realized that catching this rare fox was not going to be as easy as he thought. He decided he had to catch the fox, so he set up a trap on a tree branch in hope that the fox would return. Afterwards, they returned home after a long, tiring day of hunting. That night, he and his wife ate a full dinner and then returned to the bedroom. As usual, he told his wife stories of what he had encountered while hunting. He laid on the bed hugging his wife and told her that he had seen a rare fox with beautiful fur that would make her fall in love. So she cuddled with her husband, asking him to get her the fox fur to make a wonderful scarf for the upcoming new year. With the habit of pampering his wife, the husband immediately agreed, determined to catch the fox in order to bring the fur as a gift for his wife. The following morning he went out early, straight to the trap. As soon as the dog arrived, it started barking loudly. Then the dog took him to the trap, where he saw that the fox had been stuck with one leg. The hunter looked at the small animal in front of him and smiled happily. He thought that this was the time he had been waiting for. The fox was also aware that it was about to be killed, so it looked up at the hunter with pitiful eyes, 2 lines of tears flowing. Thinking that this would make anyone's heart soft, it only made the hunter more excited. He immediately grabbed a wooden stick and slammed it on the fox's head. The poor little fox died on the spot. The hunter then brought the fox home, stripped it of its skin and fur as a gift to his wife, and the meat was brought to the market for exchange of money. The wife received the fur from the fox and felt extremely excited and happy. She could not hide the fact that she felt so happy about this, so she brought it to the market to show off to the neighbors. Looking at the fox's fur wrapped around the wife's neck, the other woman really admired and praised her. Some people thought that the scarf was just a parody of fox fur, but the wife herself admitted that this was real fur from a real fox. Some people were jealous of the love that the husband showed to the wife, but after listening more, there were others who expressed extreme panic. A woman in the neighborhood immediately made an excuse and returned home, not daring to linger any longer without understanding why. The other woman offered to go home with the wife, willingly asking if the husband would find a similar one to sell her that fur. Those words made the woman who left first feel insecure, but she herself did not know how to say it. The atmosphere between the three immediately appeared awkward and tense when someone discovered the abnormality of the fur. The woman who walked in front of the fox, which was coiled around the wife's neck, was looking at it with worried eyes while the wife was smiling proudly. Suddenly, it came to life, ferociously looking at the woman in front of it, then bared its sharp, scary teeth. As the woman saw this, she got scared and screamed. After that, the two quickly fled. On the way back, the two of them kept talking about the fox fur, and everyone seemed to feel that something was wrong. The neighbors around then began to talk about the safety of the hunter couple, while they were unaware of the dangers lurking in the forest. That night, the couple's house fell into silence, but it was darker and colder than usual. The wife could not sleep all night because she kept hearing the sound of some animal howling on the roof. She immediately turned to call her husband to check on it, but because he was exhausted from hunting, the hunter could only reassure his wife with a few words and then continue to sleep. At this moment, outside the window of the couple's room appeared a dim shadow shaped like a fox with fierce and bright eyes. It rushed from outside and then jumped onto the wife's body, making her whole body heavy. When she opened her eyes, she saw a large fox ferociously looking at her with its fangs bared as if it was about to eat her alive. The wife woke up. She was so scared that she grabbed the fox fur on her body and threw it straight to the ground. But the nightmare that night was so scary that she felt haunted. She could not sleep, but only stay awake and sit on the bed to watch the fox fur. The following morning, the wife no longer dared to wear that ghostly fur. Her face also became paler than usual. She saw her husband off on the way to the forest as usual, but inside she was telling herself that something bad was about to happen. No matter what she did, her husband still wouldn't believe her. That day, the husband walked all around the forest but still could not hunt a single precious animal, so he returned home disappointed. He stood outside and called the door for a long time but did not see his wife open the door as usual. So he went inside and found that the yard had been empty since when. He loudly called his wife but she did not answer. The husband immediately felt strange, not knowing where his wife went, but still not coming home on this dark night. He looked for his wife around the house. His hunch immediately took him to the couple's bedroom. The room was still, silent, dark, but inside it appeared cold and gloomy. When the husband opened the door, the scene before him was so terrifying that he couldn't even stand up. His legs suddenly became soft. In the middle of the room was the body of his wife, covered with wounds. Her clothes were covered in blood. She was lying dead on the bed. He did not know what happened while he was away from home. After looking at the wounds on his wife's body, the hunter immediately realized that the wife had been attacked by some wild animal. The hunter seemed to want to go crazy, unable to bear his shock, especially when he saw that his wife had been dead all along. Her body was stiff and pale. He immediately reported this to the police. After investigation and autopsy, police said that his wife was attacked by a large animal and the claws resembled that of a fox. Later, the hunter quit his job and moved to another place to live. The fox fur also mysteriously disappeared. Many people in the village rumored that this was because the hunter and his wife killed the fox, and the fox spirit returned to take revenge. This story was a rather interesting one about a family in the village that I heard from my grandmother when I was young. Villagers said that Mariko decided to go back to her mother's house to visit her mother on a beautiful day because her mother's health had not been good lately. Only her husband and 3 small grandchildren remained at home when Mariko left. Their parents worked away from home, and Mariko usually would be the one to take care of those children. Mariko said that she would stay at her parents' house for 3 or 5 days and she would return once the work was done. At the time, the traffic was not developed, so people here all walked or climbed the mountain by themselves. The way up the hill was quite dangerous. Early the following morning, Mariko unexpectedly returned home. She came back home earlier than expected. When the 3 grandchildren saw Mariko return, they were overjoyed because they thought they would be gifts anyway. The grandson asked, "Ah, grandmother, did you buy us gifts?" But Mariko did not react when she saw her 3 grandchildren. The expression on her face looked rather strange. She entered the house with a cold face. A child asked, What happened to you, Grandma?" The children seemed to be looking forward to gifts from her. After entering the house, Mariko lay down on the bed and covered her head with a blanket without saying another word. Mariko, that day, was acting really strange because she had never felt like that before. The 3 grandchildren saw this, so they played together and did not bother their grandmother anymore. They thought it might be because she was tired from a long trip. It was not until it was dark that the grandfather of 3 children returned from the long day of work. His hunting job was also quite strenuous, and he sometimes faced many dangers. When he entered the house, he was surprised to find Mariko at home. Oddly enough, she didn't answer any of his questions. He walked into the kitchen and saw that it was cold because Mariko didn't cook dinner. The grandfather of 3 children did not complain anymore, but started making a fire and cooking a simple meal because this was originally Mariko's job every day. When the 4 grandchildren were eating, Mariko still did not get up. She just lay there silently, not moving and not talking. Her husband looked at Mariko curiously. He did not know what had happened to her, and she was so strange. Mariko did not say anything either. Still pulling the blanket over her head, she remained silent and did not eat or drink anything. After dinner, the family decided to go to bed early because there was nothing left to do. Till night, near midnight, the grandson heard the sound of creaking, strange noises, which startled the boy. The grandson looked over to Mariko and asked, Grandma, what are you doing? Why are you not sleeping? Mariko said she was eating radish because she was hungry. She suddenly made a tick-crack sound that was very harsh. The mischievous grandson started getting out of the blankets and told her that he also wanted to eat radish. But Mariko refused to let him and told him to go to bed quickly. Mariko still kept pulling the blanket over her head. She made strange noises like she was eating radish all night. This thing made the grandson also curious. She kept making scary, creaking sounds. Until the following morning, when dawn had just dawned, the sunlight was shining through the window. The grandson discovered that his youngest sister, who was sleeping next to him last night, was nowhere to be found. Her husband asked Mariko if she knew where the child had gone, because last night the whole family was asleep and no one came and not heard the door open or anything. Mariko said that because her aunt missed her granddaughter so much, it was early morning to pick her up. Since this thing happened so often, Grandpa was not surprised, so he let the story go without a doubt. Mariko still wouldn't get up no matter what her husband said. She said she wanted to rest more because she was not feeling well. Feeling worried, her husband planned to take her to the clinic in the village for a checkup. However, Mariko was adamant not to go and said that she just needed to lie down and rest and she would be fine. So her husband didn't say anything, but decided to go out hunting as usual. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct his 2 young grandchildren at home to take care of their grandmother. If something happened, run and call him immediately. A few hours later, while playing in the yard, the 2 grandchildren heard the door being pushed open. The door pull made a loud sound. The grandson looked in the direction of the door as if sensing something was abnormal. Mariko suddenly appeared and stared at her 2 grandchildren from the crack of the door. Her eyes were green and the drool from her mouth kept flowing. The grandson was a little scared. Luckily, Grandpa returned timely. The boy told his grandfather that Mariko's green eyes looked terrible. He hurriedly told his grandson to get away and he would go inside and see what was going on. Perhaps he seemed to sense something strange about Mariko too. Grandpa walked slowly into the house, still holding a gun. Mariko then went back to bed and continued to cover herself with a blanket. Grandpa raised his gun to Mariko's head. He looked nervous. A light flared up, a loud sound came out, and bullets were fired by Grandpa. The cotton blanket was dented with holes due to the bullets from his gun. There was a lot of blood. Mariko didn't make a sound. She looked dead. He walked over to the bed, still holding the gun in his hand, and opened the blanket to check. His face was white. His lips were purple. He was sweating profusely. He seemed dumbfounded at the scene before him. In the blanket, there was no Mariko at all. It was a monster covered in hair with its head smashed, looking monstrous and ugly. So, it was this monster that ate Mariko and her poor youngest daughter. As for how Grandpa knew about this thing, it had to start with when he went up the mountain that morning. While he was on patrol in the forest, he came across many crows fighting for food on the ground. He wondered if an animal had died there, so he wanted to go and see what it was. The crows kept swooping down and they were so numerous that he panicked. He saw an older woman lying on the ground. When he looked closely at his clothes and hair, he recognized that it was Mariko, his wife. It turned out she died a long time ago. Immediately he rushed home and killed the monster that turned into Mariko. If he hadn't discovered it in time, perhaps the rest of his family would have been eaten alive. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kita. I'm a fishing enthusiast and love to go fishing everywhere. The story begins with that day Ken and I went fishing together. We found an interesting new fishing spot over half a month ago. We had chosen a nice spot to take our fishing tackle. At the time, I had a hunch that I would catch loads of fish that day. Ken and I fished together. The river water was clear and the wind blowing was very cool. We sat down and waited for the big fish to take the bait for a while. Suddenly, I felt the urge to urinate. I stood up and said to my friend, "Ken, just wait here for a moment. I need to go pee. I'll be right back." After that, I went to a small forest on the side of the river. Because this riverbank was also empty that day, no one would notice. I thought my need could be solved on the spot. It would be bad if someone saw me, even though the river was empty. I began to pee. It felt so good, but I did not expect that my wrongdoing would cause a series of bad things to happen. Just as I was relaxing, I heard someone calling out to me. At first I thought it must have been the wind howling, and I heard wrong. However, the voice sounded very strange, like someone was calling my name. But I thought to myself that there was no one there. This thing made me feel a bit confused. My first reaction was to be very annoyed when thinking that Ken wanted to scare me. I scolded him a few times, "Stop joking around!" I zipped my pants after I finished. I still felt annoyed at the thought of Ken teasing me. He was teasing me, but there was no one there. I thought Ken was hiding behind a tree. As I immediately turned my eyes to that tree, I couldn't see anyone behind it. I guessed Ken was spotted by me and rushed back to the river. I would give him a few punches to stop him from teasing people like that. When I turned around, Ken was sitting there as if nothing had happened. I thought he was faking it after teasing me earlier. After I finished peeing, I felt like I started to have bad luck. Firstly, not being able to fish. Ken's fishing rod pulled fish continuously. He looked very excited and my fishing rod didn't even move. This was unusual. I'd been fishing for a few hours and I hadn't caught any fish yet, so I decided to go back. Ken and I started the engine and drove home. The river was quiet and a bit scary. On the way home, I chatted with Ken and told him that the day was my unlucky day. Before I finished speaking, my body suddenly trembled. I didn't know what was happening to me. My motorbike had a flat tire. It was bad luck. I checked my motorbike very carefully in the morning, but I didn't understand why it was like this at the time. There was no place for a motorbike repair shop nearby, so my only option was to walk home. The feeling in my heart at that time was both angry and uncomfortable, frustrated. From that day on, bad things kept happening to me. First of all, my house's water pipe broke. I didn't even understand why. My house was completely flooded. The water flowed out. It became like a small island. I hurriedly turned off the faucet. All other houses were affected, but only my house had the problem. Unfortunately, the circuit was connected to the water. The sparks went up. I thought this time I must have died. I could have been electrocuted to death if I hadn't turned the switch off in time, but things still didn't stop there. Unfortunately, things like that kept happening. What happened next was even more terrifying. I received bad luck every day since then. I thought it would be impossible to get rid of. For example, when I was walking normally, there was no stones on the road, but then my foot would suddenly trip and I would fall, and so I fell painfully in front of everyone nearby. It could be considered an accident, but 3 times in a row, I fell on the same stretch of road. There was no way to explain it. And it still didn't end there. The bad luck continued. When I was walking in the street, I didn't see any birds flying. That day, bird droppings would suddenly fall out of nowhere and hit me. Even passerbys thought I was unlucky. The smell of bird poop was horrible. Passers-by would poke fun at my hometown, and I felt nervous and anxious because I didn't know what would happen next. At first, it was just bird droppings, but then it became life-threatening. That day when I crossed the street, I clearly saw the green light, so I didn't think much of it and walked across the street. I calmly walked across the sidewalk because the light was green to allow me to go. I was sure that day I saw the signal light turn green. I promised I was not colorblind or anything. However, a car drove toward me while I was walking. I couldn't react at all because it all happened so fast. The driver lost control and he braked, but it was too late. After the crash, I didn't know anything. I was completely unconscious. My mind went blank. I woke up seeing my parents in the hospital next to my bed. My mother said the traffic police checked the surveillance cameras when I was hit and saw me crossing the street at a red light. But obviously I saw a green light. I didn't think it was weird, and I told my parents what I was going through recently. My parents were also surprised. They thought it was weird. Maybe they didn't believe it either. When I got out of the hospital, my mother took me to a man and said he would help me to sort things out. He said I would lose a part of my astral body when I had the bad luck, and the situation would get worse and worse, and eventually I would die. He asked me what I was doing during that time. After listening to my story, I finally told him about the forest where I fished. It turned out that I didn't pee on a normal high mound like I thought I did. When I went for that pee, I peed on a dead person's grave. The man quickly helped me resolve and correct my mistakes. And after that, everything went back to normal. But luck had not come back to me yet. I hoped that everything would get back to normal soon. And since then, I have never dared to urinate in the public ever again. It is a true story that I witnessed and remembered since I was a child. This story was the scariest one in my memory, and it remained a mystery to this day. I was in my teens then. That day, while I was playing a game with the children in the village, this story happened. In the distance, I could see several people in the village carrying Ricky on their backs. After seeing that, I turned to my friend in surprise and asked, what was wrong with him? Ricky was completely unconscious and was carried on his back by Uncle Kang. The two men accompanying Uncle Kang tried to carry Ricky into the house with heavy steps. The night before, I heard my mother say that Ricky didn't come home all night. His wife looked for him everywhere but couldn't find him. At this time, we kids curiously flocked to Ricky's house to see the situation. We eagerly ran into Ricky's house. As a result, when we ran into the door, Uncle Kang stopped us and did not let us in.
"Don't come in here to make trouble!"
We were furious because we were really all curious about what had happened. I thought about peeking in through the window. I signaled to my friends, go to the window. A few of us started to squeeze and tried to look inside. I saw Ricky lying motionless on the bed, breathing weakly. His wife was trying to wake him up, but Ricky was just lying there. His wife cried a lot. Ricky did not wake up no matter how his wife called him. After that, Ricky's wife turned to ask Uncle Kang how to find him. So Uncle Kang started telling the story of how Uncle Kang saved Ricky. That morning, just after dawn, Uncle Kang woke up and led the cows up the mountain. When entering the forest, something happened that caught Uncle Kang's gaze. His face showed panic. He seemed to have seen someone. A man was sitting leaning against a tree with his head drooping, motionless. Uncle Kang walked closer and saw that the man was Ricky. Uncle Kang then suddenly remembered the night before Ricky's wife told him Ricky was out drinking, but why was Ricky sleeping in the forest? Uncle Kang called two people to come along to help him together because Ricky was very heavy. Uncle Kang could not carry him alone. They placed Ricky on Uncle Kang's back to carry him. If Uncle Kang didn't see Ricky at that time, I don't know what would have happened. But no matter what, Ricky couldn't wake up. No one knew what was happening. Uncle Kang had an idea that pinching people might work. He then told Ricky's wife to push her thumb into Ricky's nose. After pressing his nose a few times, Ricky snorted and opened his eyes. So this method really worked. When Ricky's wife saw that he was awake, she breathed a sigh of relief and joy. Ricky started panicking, looking as if he had just seen a ghost. With a voiceless scream, he began to back away from fear. Everyone present was puzzled and surprised. Ricky sat huddled in the corner, muttering something with his face pale from trembling. He must have encountered something terrible. It's a demon with no face. Please, don't come near me. Stay away from me. Ricky kept repeating that he had met a demon, and that demon had no face. We stood outside the window eavesdropping, but we didn't understand what Ricky said. When we saw Uncle Kang, another man came out. Uncle Kang was angry because he still saw us out there. He shouted and chased us home. We immediately ran home for fear of Uncle Kang, who would give us each a stick on the bum. Uncle Kang was known for being strict, so all the children in the village were afraid of him. That night, I went home and had dinner with my family. The atmosphere around was quiet. My mother brought delicious food to the table, and I ate until I was full. Everyone in the house kept talking about Ricky's story because everyone found it strange. Taking this opportunity, I asked my grandmother what it was like to talk about a faceless person like Ricky, because this story was a very mysterious one. My grandmother said it wasn't a human, but a monster in human form, or maybe it was a ghost. People walking at night would meet a person like that, or an apparition. It seemed that the story was quite similar to the legend of Slender Man. This man looked much taller than the average person. He was about 2 meters tall. Someone saw him wearing white clothes that looked like a ghost. Several other people also saw him wearing black clothes, looking very mysterious and scary. Although very tall, the man walked very fast on the road and did not make a sound. Anyone who wanted to go with him would have to catch up with him, but should never talk to him. If you looked directly into his face, terrible things would happen to you. You would notice that he had no face, with no eyes, nose, mouth, nothing, just completely blank, like the face of a faceless demon. If anyone saw such a white face at night, no one would be without fear. In case, if you ran into him and ran away, he wouldn't chase you. He would stand there. Even though he had no face, you could still feel his smile. Those who saw him without dying would fall seriously ill. If anyone met him, they would have to live in pain or illness or die. No wonder Ricky was scared. That night it was certain that Ricky had encountered this faceless man. My grandmother said that someone got their wish by meeting the faceless man in some places. Of course, those were all legends. Since then, the image of the man without a face became an interesting thing to me. For many years I was worried if whenever I saw a tall person walking at night, it would be him. I would look at their faces to see if they were faceless demons or maybe Slender Man. One was to confirm if the legend was true or not, and the other was to try and see if my wish came true. I am in my 30s now, and I have never met a man without a face. I have met some people who told me stories related to him, like in my hometown. By the way, Ricky died at the age of 35, only 3 years after that event. I didn't know if it was because he met the man without the face or not. I want to tell you a true story that I experienced myself. It has haunted me for many years. Back then, when I was in elementary school, I played with two of my classmates. They were twins. The older sister's name was Lili, and the younger sister's name was Lala. Although they were twins, their personalities were completely different. Lala was especially happy, and Lili always had a cold face. Actually, I was closer to Lala, but I couldn't separate the two of them, so we all were often together. That summer, when I was playing shuttlecock kicking in front of the door, Lila and Lala's mother brought them over. Lala was a hyperactive girl, so as soon as she saw me, she immediately ran over. They were on their way to Grandma's house, but when she saw me, Lala wanted to come and play shuttlecock kicking with me. Lala's mother urged her to leave because to get to their grandmother's house, they had to cross a big river, and there were only 2 boat trips a day. They were afraid of missing the boat, so she urged them to leave. Lala continued to play shuttlecock kicking with me and decided not to go to Grandma's house anymore. She wanted to stay there and play with me. Lala didn't seem to be interested in going back to Grandma's house either. She preferred to play with me too. Lala's mother also happily agreed and told her that she would come back tomorrow to take Lala home. And the sad story also happened on that day. The day no one wanted it to happen. The tragedy of the story also begins here. Due to the high water level of the river, when the boat was running, it hit a big rock under the water. Because the rock was hidden, people couldn't see it, of course. Lila was swept away by the water because she couldn't swim. She tried to get help in vain, and everyone else was fine because they could swim. The boat capsized. Lila struggled in the cold and strong currents, and Lila's body was found downstream 2 days later. After Lila's death, her mother cried every day. She hugged Lila's clothes because she missed her daughter so much. Compared to Lala, her mother loved Lila more because Lila was a very good girl. After Lila's death, the mother always found Lala unsatisfactory, or compared to the two of them and everything. For her, Lala was like a burden in the house. Days later, Lala could not go to school anymore. I felt very worried for her, so I told my mother about this. I also was worried about her and missed her, but her mother had become very rude, so I didn't dare to visit their home. My mom said I'd better go and see how Lala was doing and what I could do to help her, because Lala was my only best friend after all. After that day I went to school as usual, and Lala's absence really worried me. Lala didn't go to school at all, so what happened to her? I visited Lala, but no one was at home. I called out loudly. The house made me shiver for a moment. It looked quite gloomy. And as I was glad, because I seemed to hear Lala calling me in, it turned out she was still in the house. At least I knew that maybe Lala was fine. Lala's room was dark, with all the curtains so tight that no light could see through. The room was cold, as if no one lived there. I couldn't see anything when I went in because the room was really dark. There was absolutely no light. It was getting darker and darker. Everything was kind of blurry. She was standing in the corner, but why she didn't turn on the light, this confused me. Lala looked like a ghost wandering around the room. I asked her why she pulled all the curtains during the day. Lala seemed to be scared of something. Lala said she was sick and she was afraid of light. But what was wrong with being afraid of the light? This made me extremely confused and a little curious. Then she walked up to me and took my hand. A chill ran down my spine. I felt like a corpse's arm was holding my hand. I saw her hands were wet and full of water. I didn't understand what was happening. Why Lala looked like she came up from the river, wet, slimy and cold. She said she took too much medicine that made her sweat a lot, and also because she just washed her hands. Even though Lala said that, I still didn't feel well. I didn't take it too seriously. I just talked to her and said that these past few days I missed her very much. She suddenly asked me with a cold expression, "What about Lili? Did I remember Lili?" Lala's question made me freeze because I was a bit surprised. I was a bit confused too by Lala's question, but I thought I should tell the truth, and I said, "No." Lala heard this and threw my hand away. She was really strange today. Lala's voice was like coming from some faraway underworld. She seemed angry and turned to ignore me. I'd never seen Lala like that, because before, Lala had never looked at me with such eyes. I felt like I said something wrong, so I apologized to her. I thought it must have been my mistake, so I was quite embarrassed. She told me to leave her alone because she did not want to play with me anymore, which really upset me because I only had Lala as my best friend. I just thought Lala was so weird that day. She didn't smile at all and her behavior was weird too. But I thought she might be thinking of her sister, so I don't blame her. Since that day, Lala had always been like that. She ignored me for days and it made me really sad. She never admitted to what she said or did to me. It seemed like Lala didn't remember anything from that day. Well, I didn't care too much either, as long as Lala came back as happy as before and didn't ignore me anymore. But this was not the case. From time to time, Lala was like a lost soul, so I asked her to come over to do homework. Lala still didn't say a word. But Lala had always been cold to me and she used the excuse to go home to help her mother. Now that I thought about it, sometimes she was Lala. Sometimes she was Lili. But I hadn't seen her in years. I don't know what her life is like now. There is a strange thing that happened to me at the school that I was attending. I have witnessed a horrible thing happening, and I was haunted by it. I was playing with my phone in the dorm room that day because I was free and had nothing to do. My classmate Ken came over and asked me to go have some fun with him. He looked so excited. Wait a minute! I need to finish the game! But what's so fun about that? He said that some of his classmates were playing some kind of pen fairy or something, like a Ouija board game. It sounded like fun, so I quickly went with him. We were looking forward to seeing what the game was like. And I realized that it wasn't just the two of us who wanted to see the fun. It seemed that the game, Ken said, was really interesting to attract so many people. There were a lot of students running to the platform on the side of the dormitory building. Perhaps they were also curious about the exciting game that was being played. I stepped forward so that I could see with my own eyes. I pushed through the crowd, and it seemed that all the students of the dormitory were gathered there. I saw 3 of my classmates sitting around a table. I wondered what crazy things these 3 guys were up to. There was a piece of paper on the desk with numbers and symbols written on it. The 3 of them took a pen together and circled something inside the thick piece of paper filled with symbols and numbers. Then we started chanting some spells. Fairy pen, you are my past life. We were surprised because we didn't understand what the hell they were saying. The 3 of them took turns reading. You are my life. Please continue to be with me. Quickly appear, quickly appear. They were probably using this method to summon a fairy pen to appear. This game was like a Ouija board game because you would also be chanting to summon spiritual forces. But after they chanted the spell, the pen didn't move. The pen remained still, proving that there was no fairy pen here. Some viewers thought it was just a meaningless game, but others did not think so. They thought that there was a demonic force that existed. One of the 3 asked again, Is the fairy pen here? If so, please move the pen. The 3 continued to chant spells and do crap. But to everyone's surprise, this time the pen moved. It did not stand still like before. And the pen moved and drew an irregular circle on the paper. No one knew what the pen was trying to say. Everyone present held their breath in anticipation. At this moment, the viewers were all very nervous. Everyone developed a cold sweat because no one thought that such a myth could happen in front of their eyes. And then one of those 3 asked a question. What day is it today? To check whether some fairy or demon was really here or not, the pen moved again and pointed to this day. The 3 of them looked at each other. They were amazed. Another asked about this age. Pen fairy, how old am I? And the pen answered correctly. In the presence of the people there, the pen moved to the right place with the age of the person asking the question. At that time, not only were the 3 people very tense, but the viewers also became very tense. Someone looked into the glass window on the edge of the platform. Something was quite unusual. There was a reflection of these 3 in the window, but something was not quite right, and the horror started here too. Instead of 3 shadows or reflections, because 3 people were playing this game, over here there were 4 shadows. It was clear that not only the appearance of 3 of my friends, but also an extra person. One of them looked like a cloud of black smoke, but that person was darker than the smoke, and no one knew when that young man appeared. Just then, one of the 3 seemed to sense this as well and stepped back. It seemed he had sensed danger. He pulled his hand away from the pen as if to end the game. He guessed the danger was ahead of him if he kept playing, and he actually decided to stop the game and get out of his seat. He couldn't stay calm anymore. He was totally panicked. The other 2 seemed very scared too. If they were really playing this game and stopped midway, then it would have been a disaster. They bet their lives on the game of chance. The young man who had just left suddenly vomited violently when he had only taken a few steps away. He ran to the bathroom and a few of us ran after him. As he went to the bathroom and started vomiting violently, all of us there were dumbfounded because we didn't know what was wrong with him. The scene was horrible. The smell of his vomit had a sour and foul stench, as if he had eaten dirt which swelled up in his stomach. The liquid he vomited was black and super disgusting. It was slimy. As we all got out of the restroom, we heard a loud bang on the platform as if something had fallen from upstairs. Then I saw loads of students standing on the railing and looking down. Myself and my friend also ran over curiously and looked down below. That was the first time I'd seen such a horrifying scene. The two fairy pen players from earlier jumped down from upstairs. It was terrifying. They seemed to die right there, leaving no chance of survival. Many of the people there took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some posted them on the internet. Just as everyone was looking down the stairs, it didn't seem to end here. The crowd started screaming like something was terrible. A girl suddenly screamed violently and ran away. She kept calling for a pen. And more than 1 or 2 people jumped out of the building that night too. Things got way scarier when the player left the game and suffered the punishment of the soul. This fairy pen game was no different from the Ouija board game. After that incident, the rumors spread more and more. At the time, many people were present to watch the game. Those were the ones who would wake up the next morning with dark circles under their eyes, and they would stay swollen for a few days. The person who vomited took a few days off. I prefer not to mention the school I was attending at this point, just to avoid causing trouble, because this is indeed a true story. Today I will tell you a famous ghost story of a restaurant in Guangzhou, China. Since the opening day, the restaurant's business was very prosperous. It was profitable, and diners from many places near and far came there more and more. This restaurant was a wooden structure with 3 floors. It has undergone many repairs so far over 200 years. This incident happened in 1985. It was said that a newlywed couple booked a party at the restaurant to hold their wedding. The restaurant was also very attentive. They also invited a very lively drum and trumpet band to join the wedding fun. Guests and friends came to congratulate and sat at dozens of tables. Everyone clapped, cheered, and shouted with excitement to celebrate the happiness of the young couple together. Friends and relatives all came to celebrate with their families. They took turns toasting the newlyweds and hoping that the couple would always be happy. At the party there was a little girl among the guests. Her face did not look very happy. She seemed to have encountered something. It seemed that the little girl smelled the burning smell of something, so she told the adults at the table as well as her mother. But her mother said that she didn't smell any burning there. People continued to ignore the girl because they didn't smell any burning like she said. They continued to stand up to celebrate with everyone. The little girl who told everyone before that she smelled burning now said that she saw smoke coming out of a house. The fire flared up fiercely. It was already red in the whole area. People didn't seem to feel the danger approaching. The fire might have burned everything. It spread at dizzying speed. It spread it without stopping. It burned quickly and burned all the curtains. The fire continued to burn and consume everything it passed by. It became more and more intense, but people still didn't seem to know that this was happening. The restaurant was entirely a structure built of wood, so the fire could easily be formed in an instant. It wasn't until the guests at the party began to smell the smoke that they noticed the fire was spreading to every corner, and that everything and everyone was on fire. They began to run up the stairs desperately. They screamed, one running on top of the other to find a way to escape. In the thick smoke, men, women, and children ran. They ran after their survival instincts, trying to find every opportunity to find a way to live. The restaurant's stairs leading down was steep and narrow. It couldn't hold everyone if they jostled each other up, and all ran down to try to get out. Before going down the stairs, flames rose from the lower floor. It seemed to want to block all exits so that it could burn everyone, including humans. Everyone seemed to want to go back up the stairs because the fire in front of them had almost burned part of their bodies. There were screams and a panic that began to ring. The guests cried out in despair, and the heat of the fire was terrible. Many people were engulfed in flames. They had no way out. They shouted as much as they could, but the fire swallowed them whole. Among the guests who could not escape, there was a man whose whole body was on fire. He rushed to the window. The others had the same fate as him. Their whole bodies were on fire. The flames completely consumed them all, and everyone rushed to the windows. Unable to withstand the terrifying heat of the fire, those who burned in the night glowed like red torches, one by one falling from the third floor to the ground. Passers-by who saw the terrible scene also panicked and wanted to find a way to rescue them, but were helpless because the fire was just too big. The whole building was engulfed in flames. Not a corner was without fire. The fire had completely consumed everything from things to people. Firefighters spent hours trying to put out the flames as quickly as possible, but the flames were too big to save anyone's life. When the fire was completely extinguished, the restaurant, which was originally magnificent, was now only a pile of ashes. Almost everything was in ruins. All were burned by the fire. Looking at this place then was no different from places that had been abandoned for many years, surrounded by the smell of burning corpses. Dozens of people were also burned to death. Bodies were scattered on the stairs, and wedding guests were then only burnt skeletons. Everyone remained the same as they were consumed by the flames. Faces were trying to scream for help, and they stretched out their arms to wait for help. On the 7th night since the terrible fire broke out, the flow of people was still passing by. As usual, the restaurant then looked extremely dilapidated. Some neighbors lived near the area next to the restaurant, and they all heard the sound of drums and trumpets shaking the quiet area. The sound was getting closer and closer. The closer it got, the louder the sound, as if some event was about to happen. That shrill sound came from the window. Everyone thought it was the house where the wedding was held, but there was no way that a family could hold a wedding at such a late night. The sound of drums and trumpets resounded deafeningly, making everyone unable to sleep. Many people got up and opened their windows to look outside to see what was going on. And they were extremely surprised when for the first time in their lives they saw such a strange sight with their own eyes. They saw a very large group of people, young and old. All were full. In the middle was a red flower palanquin. They sang while going to the restaurant where the fire broke out. All of them stopped in front of the restaurant, but these people were silent. No one uttered a word, unlike the excitement from before. After a while, suddenly everyone started to cry loudly. Young and old, everyone was screaming and crying. Something black, as if it were liquid, flowing out from the lot of the people's eyes, which looked scary. The sound of crying went straight to the eardrums. That made everyone feel uncomfortable. Those who mourned, their eyes were black. People didn't dare to listen to these sounds. They all closed their doors at the same time so they didn't have to hear anything about this devil's cry. The people who accompanied the flower float stood in front of the restaurant and cried all night. The crying echoed, and everyone could hear. This continued until the sun rose the next day. The sun gradually illuminated all things. The glittering rays gradually appeared. All of the people from last night disappeared, and that night the first 7 people burned to death in the restaurant were the people who sang. After that, the investors had to renovate the burned restaurant to restore what the fire had caused. During the renovation, there was a carpenter who encountered something strange. Everyone who was involved in the rebuilding of the restaurant was present. The carpenter was just doing his job when he suddenly stopped. He looked very scary, and there was something very unusual about him. He was like a lost soul. People called him, but he didn't hear them. It was like someone was hypnotizing him. As he slowly started walking straight to the window. colleagues did not even react in time and tried to call him back, but he completely lost his mind. He jumped out of the window to the bottom. He fell and died on the spot, and everyone knew then that he had no reason to commit suicide. A few days after that suicide, another worker suddenly climbed onto the table in the middle of the working day. It was like he was being controlled by someone. He sang Cantonese opera. While he was from another region, he couldn't even understand Cantonese opera. They said he was probably harassed by some spirit that died in the fire. After multiple attempts, the restaurant was rebuilt, but in the end, it was still demolished in 2006. Strange things about it have been handed down to this day. This is what happened to my friend. Even when I thought about that, I was still terrified of it, and it still haunted me to this day. I was having a relaxing time that night while playing some games. I like to play raids, and this was my only hobby. My work was also quite easy. After I came home from work, I sat at the computer to play a few games to relieve the stress. The evening was my favorite time. I was about to go to war in the game when suddenly my phone rang. It was late at night and I was curious to who was calling, and late calls really pissed me off. Because I didn't want to miss the game, I didn't want to pick up the phone, but just glanced to see who was calling and who was disturbing me at this hour. It was from my good friend. His name was Ben. He grew up with me when we were little, and then we went to the same university again. I reluctantly picked up the phone. I didn't know if it was so urgent that he called me at this late at night, even though he was a close friend, because that was my resting time. Well, as a result, it wasn't my friend Ben. It was someone from the hospital who called from his phone. My mind started to get confused with a lot of thoughts. I quickly went to the hospital, although the person on the phone didn't say what happened to my friend. It was probably very urgent, so I quickly left. I got dressed and ran downstairs. I was really worried about Ben. Maybe he had an accident or something. So he was rushed to the hospital. I called a taxi and asked the driver to take me to the hospital. Fortunately, in the middle of the night, I still could catch a taxi. The car rushed to the hospital. The scene outside was now pitch black. The traffic was also not crowded, and there were only a few taxis on the road then. On the way, many people were burning votive papers. I suddenly remembered that today was the day of worshipping the dead soul. On this day, paper money for dead souls was everywhere on the street. When I got to the hospital, I was called in by a nurse, and she told me that my friend was in the operating room. She called me after looking at my friend's phone with my phone number. He was taken to the operating room. His condition must have been very serious. I rushed in and asked, "Did he really have an accident? I pray he's okay." Luckily, he seemed to be fine. So I asked him what happened. "Are you okay? What happened to you?" He seemed to have just woken up, and he couldn't remember what happened. The nurse asked me to pay for his hospital bills and needed to rest now. Then I went out with the nurse. On the way, she told me about Ben's condition. The nurse said Ben was brought to the hospital in a very strange and very scared state. A taxi driver took him to the hospital and called the emergency room. At first she thought it was the driver who caused the accident of Ben. Then Ben was screaming in pain. His face was sweaty and pale, and Ben seemed to have no strength left. His belly was distended and swollen like a pregnant woman's. His shirt seemed to have broken all the buttons, and he looked like he had been hit by evil or had eaten something, so he was poisoned. He was given a gastric lavage after the examination. Even the cleaning process took a long time, but fortunately he was brought here in time, or he might have not been saved. The nurse said he spat out a lot of strange things. They didn't know what he ate, but the horrible stench was overwhelming. When I finally understood Ben's condition, I went to the ATM to withdraw money and take it to pay for his hospital bills. When I returned to the hospital room, my friend Ben became more awake. He told me what he remembered, and Ben began to recount. His face was still showing horror. He said that after coming home from work, he and his colleagues went out together to drink. After drinking too much, Ben was not sober. They said goodbye to each other and Ben seemed to be drunk. He could no longer stand properly. Because the street was dark and he was drunk, Ben quickly wanted to take a taxi home. I didn't know what happened and I just had to listen to his story. Then Ben's legs started to wobble. He couldn't stand anymore and fell to the ground. Ben was dreamy in his drunkenness. His face was red and he was surrounded by a bunch of fruit that rolled from nowhere. Ben saw some apples on the edge of his head. He wasn't awake at the time, so he picked an apple and picked it up. Ben started to put the apple in his mouth. His mouth opened wide to bite the ripe apple. While he was eating, he felt someone standing next to him. He glanced up. He was still chewing on an apple in his mouth. It was a strange man. He was very tall. The old man angrily glared at Ben as Ben had just committed something terrible. Now Ben looked closely, and he saw that his face was very strange. The man didn't look like a normal person at all. He seemed to be paying attention to the apples. Ben quickly picked up another apple from the ground and gave it to the man. At this moment, a car drove up, its light shining on him, but strangely the car had no intention of rebuilding. More frightening, the car hit the old man, but strangely he suddenly disappeared like smoke. The car also stopped in front of Ben. It almost hit him. The driver poked his head out and howled at Ben. "Hey, you want to die? What the hell are you doing? Get out of the way!" My friend suddenly felt an unbearable stomach ache and he started to sweat a lot. In pain, he screamed, clutching his stomach and rolling around on the ground. The kind driver put him in the car and took him to the hospital. When I heard him say that he ate something on the ground, I suddenly thought of something. On the way to the hospital, I also saw a lot of people burning things on the side of the road. Today is the day they worship dead people. The apples my friend picked up on the ground were offered to the dead. Most likely, the old man he saw was a ghost. My friend was punished or maybe cursed, and he almost lost his life. Is it true as they say? The dead will always claim their things back.
This story happened about 2 years ago. It was the darkest day of my life, and I am still haunted by the events of that year to this day. Because of work and life pressure, I suffered from severe insomnia and mild depression. So much had happened to me, and it made me really tired, and I gradually fell into a deadlock. The doctor prescribed me a lot of medicine and told me to remember to drink the drugs on time, get enough rest, and not stay up late to recover quickly. My boss also fired me because I could not guarantee the company's work. Fortunately, I had a good boyfriend. My boyfriend was always with me. He always supported me in everything, and because of that, I had more motivation to get well quickly. My boyfriend's house was in the city, and I was in the countryside. Part of the pressure also came from our love story. His family didn't accept me because my situation and his were very different. His parents expected him to find a daughter-in-law who was also suitable for his family. Meanwhile, my family was not well off. He said his mother invited me to his house for dinner, but it seemed that his mother didn't like me at all. She invited me to come, perhaps to let me think for myself and withdraw. My boyfriend encouraged and supported me a lot at the time. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have made it through what happened. I really wanted to marry him and prepare for a future life with him. However,
His family was a big obstacle for me. Maybe I chose the wrong time to meet his parents. While I was suffering from mental problems and my health was declining, I went to see his parents with a tired appearance. The meal that day was rich with many dishes, but I hardly touched my chopsticks. His mother said that he and I were very young, so marriage should be carefully considered. Although his mother didn't say it directly, his mother always wanted us to separate. I even thought that I really didn't deserve their son, and I thought he would listen to his parents and leave me soon. On the way home at this time it was already dark, and there were very few people passing by. He and I went together, but no one said any word to anyone. He reassured me that he would work hard for our future, but I felt that even if he and I got married, life would not be easy. Maybe in the next day or two we should stop seeing each other temporarily. That night I had to take sleeping pills to be able to sleep. As soon as I fell asleep I was awakened by the vibrating sound of my phone, and it was none other than a text from my boyfriend. As a hunch, I had a bad feeling when my boyfriend texted me at this hour. He wanted to spend quality time with his mother, and his mother would accept me, but he was forced by her to marry someone else. My boyfriend wanted us to be apart for a while, but it was all too understandable that he wanted to break up with me. The news really shocked me and I cried a lot. I really couldn't accept it. I felt like I had nothing left. At this point I lost everything. I was empty-handed, I lost my job, and now I couldn't keep my lover. I didn't know how long I cried until my mind went numb and I fell asleep. I couldn't think anymore and I slowly fell into a dream. After I fell asleep, I suddenly felt that there was another person in my room, but I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't move and I couldn't see the stranger's face. He carefully walked over to my bed and crept up step by step. Then he started to say something in my ear with a strange voice. "Are you desperate?" Every time he said a word, my heart broke. He continued to say, "No one cares about you, no one cares about your life, even if you die." He was right. I shouldn't live anymore because when I was young my parents wanted me to die to give birth to another brother. From childhood to adulthood no one acknowledged me and no one liked me, not even my boyfriend. And in the 30 years of my life I have done nothing, with no house and no car in my hand. At that point I just wanted to end my life. And that man said he would help me. He helped me up and then he continued to whisper that he would get me free. I grabbed the rope. I looked up at the roof with my mind completely blank. I didn't know what I was doing anymore, and on the ceiling there was no place or crossbar to tie the rope. He helped me. He took my arm and I obeyed him completely. He went to the headboard and tied one end of the rope to the headboard. My heart was confused. I didn't want to die. My body didn't listen to me. After he finished tying the rope, he turned to give it to me. I started wrapping the rope around my neck. At this point I still didn't realize what I was doing. I leaned forward and the tight zipper pulled my neck back. I was short of breath for a moment. My tears were also flowing a lot. I rolled my eyes and my consciousness became hazy. I started to feel everything go dark in front of me. As soon as I sobered up a bit, I heard the loud knocks. The sound was far from to near, from dim to clear. I had become more conscious but couldn't get rid of the rope. After a moment of sobriety, I saw the ceiling appear clear, no longer blurred. I opened my eyes. My whole body was drenched in sweat and I found myself still lying on the bed. And it was my boyfriend who was knocking on the door. He was outside, banging on the door and screaming. I looked around the house, surprised to see no one. I felt like I just had a dream. It was a real nightmare. I climbed out of bed and went to open the door for my boyfriend. My boyfriend immediately rushed over and hugged me. He asked me to forgive him. His appearance that night saved me and my life. We then decided to get married. and his family gradually accepted me. I got a new job and also moved into his house. But one day, I read some scary news. In my old motel room, a young man committed suicide due to depression, and he also committed suicide exactly the way I dreamt about it that very night. This story originated from a hobby of mine. I love collecting antiques, and it was this hobby that got me involved in a very peculiar incident. I loved buying weird antiques. The appearance of those items also had to be very special to attract my attention, and the best place to buy these was at the antique market. It was busy there, with buyers and sellers coming in and out. I couldn't distinguish between real and fake antiques because many of the fake ones were carved very accurately. I loved going to the antique market. In addition to real and fake antiques, there were many other things such as food, fruit, clothes, etc. It was interesting to watch buyers and sellers bid against each other. I went to the antique market when I had nothing to do that day, but no antique caught my attention. When I passed a few stalls, some things placed on the ground attracted me. I had found something I liked. It seemed that the thing in front of my eyes was rare and also very strange. That item held me back. I saw a lot of skulls on the same stall, and I had never seen such strange items before. Those skulls were inlaid with silver, some inlaid with precious stones. They were all intricately carved, and they had different beauty. I also felt that these skulls were very unusual, so I sat down and looked at them. They were eye-catching, and they had been sculpted wonderfully. I picked up one and said to the owner, "Is this a real antique?" He said they were handcrafts and not antiques, but these were very rare. I wanted to buy one, so I asked him about its price. I also thought its price would not be low because it looked very different. "You will love this vase. Congratulations, it has found an owner." I was curious about what the owner said, but I liked this vase. The owner told me that this vase was imported directly from Nepal by him. The owner also told me to rest assured about its quality. After a while of bidding, I bought one at a reasonable price. I felt happy that I got such a unique item. I brought that skull home. It was probably one of the fanciest items I'd gotten my hands on until now. I added it to my collection, and the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. The vase had a beauty that made people feel a little bit of a shiver. It was kind of a combination of death and art because it looked so magical. I already had all the items I liked, and I put the vase in the most prominent place. Horrible things happened that night. I never thought it was that skull that brought me terrible nightmares. That night I went to bed as usual after a long tiring day at work. I had a strange feeling even though I was fast asleep. I felt like someone was staring at me while I was sleeping. I couldn't bear the feeling anymore, so I started looking in the direction. Then I saw something stand beside my bed. I had yet to react to what was in front of my eyes. In front of me appeared to be a very large fat man, but because it was so dark, I couldn't see clearly. My eyes continued to look upward to see that it was indeed a man. Terrified when I realized it was a man without a head, his upper body was empty. My sleepiness disappeared when I witnessed a horrible scene. I sat up in panic, a look of terror on my face. But when I sat up, the man was gone. I sat there stunned for more than 10 seconds, checking myself to see if I was awake or dreaming. I didn't think it was a dream, so I got out of the bed and wanted to go to the living room to check. As a result, there was nothing in the living room. Everything was not what I expected. I suddenly thought of the skull that I bought from the antique dealer. I thought I could see something terrible, but I didn't see anything either. That skull was still on display, with nothing out of the ordinary happening. I didn't know why I thought of that headless man relating to this skull. I went back to bed and started going back to sleep, hoping I wouldn't have any more nightmares. Not long after I lay down, I felt the headless man standing next to my bed again. I didn't wake up this time. I wanted to see what he would do. That man just stood beside my bed without moving. He didn't move and I didn't dare to move. I just pretended to be asleep while laying there. And I stayed like that until the dawn dawned and sunlight began to shine into my room. When the headless man was no longer standing on the bed, I dared to stand up. I thought the problem was with that skull, so I took a day off from the company and brought the skull to the antique market. The stall where I bought the skulls had no stalls and was not fixed in place. I asked the stall owner next door if he knew the Nepalese man selling there. That stall owner told me that the Nepal owner was taken away by the police. I thought that maybe he had committed a crime by selling a real human skull. This thought made me have to guess old and young because I didn't know how true it was. I stood there dumbfounded because I didn't know what to do. I exited the antique market and turned into a small alley nearby. I looked at the skull and wondered if it was a real skull. After thinking about it, I decided to send it to the police station. I explained everything and the police did not confuse me with it. The police jotted down a few details and said that if there was any problem, they would get back to me. A few days later, I got a call from the police. They said the Nepal owner was a smuggler of real skulls from Nepal. I had goosebumps at that time when I thought about that picture of me playing with a skull. In mid-June last year, I started attending a university in the city, so I had to move into a dormitory. That day, in the city, the rainy season started, so the rain didn't stop all day. I had to carry my luggage alone in the cold rain. As I was walking past the flowers in the schoolyard, I accidentally stepped on a black umbrella. At that time, I wanted to find the owner of this umbrella, but I couldn't find anyone around. So I decided to bring this umbrella to the dormitory and wait for the rain to stop and try to find the owner of the umbrella later. But when I got to the dorm, I had to rush to change my wet clothes and prepare a place to sleep. Meanwhile, I hung this umbrella on the top and I completely forgot about its existence. After that, I started meeting my roommates and getting to know them and then went to the class for the first lesson. After a long day, I studied until late at night. When I was tired, I went to bed. Before I slept, I tried to change my rain-soaked clothes quickly and went to the bathroom to wash. After I finished washing clothes and returned to my room, I accidentally discovered that in the hallway of my room there was a faint black shadow. I thought someone was drying clothes, so I went out to have a look, but when I got there, no one was there. I tried looking around, but honestly, I was alone in the hallway. That made me a bit confused. Then I looked up at the black umbrella and thought to myself that I would return it the next morning. After that, I dried my clothes, went back to my bed and slept until the next morning. Early in the morning, my friends woke me up and they found out that I had a high fever. Because my roommate was worried about my health, she said she would ask for permission to let me take a leave and notify the administrator. After that, I decided to lock myself in my room and thought that it must be because of the rain yesterday that I caught a cold like this. While my friends went to their first lessons in class, I was lying on the bed and sleeping. But after a while, I heard footsteps echoing in my room. I could feel someone walking into my room and then across my bed and out onto the balcony where I hung my clothes. Then this mysterious person came in and stood beside my bed. She stared at me. I was startled and quickly turned around to see who it was, but I panicked when I saw a young man with a wet body standing next to the bed. In his hand, that young man was holding a black umbrella that I picked up in the flower bush. But the scariest thing at the time was the bloody disfigured face of the angry young man looking at me with fear. I screamed out in fear and sat up, shuffled behind the bed. I didn't know what to do. Seeing that, the young man put down his umbrella and put his hand on my side to push me into a dead end. After that, a young man used his hoarse voice to scold me for taking away his black umbrella. This horrible young man forced me to return the black umbrella that I stole, which made me cry in fear. While being pushed to the wall by the young man, I accidentally hit my head on the wall behind me. After a while, I heard someone calling my name. When I opened my eyes, I saw a woman in front of me. I woke up and sat up and saw that the manager of our room, she was still looking at me with worry. She said my roommate told her I had a fever, so she came here to check it out and then asked me what I was dreaming about and why I screamed like that. I was confused and didn't know how to answer her. Then she and I looked down at the ground. At the time, I panicked to see the black umbrella that I hung on the balcony, which was suddenly now in my room. I remembered, so I panicked and told the manager that I had met a scary young man. The owner of this umbrella came here to reclaim it. She didn't say anything after listening, just silently picked up the umbrella and told me to follow her out. Her attitude at the time surprised me. It seemed like she already knew something. I followed her to the office and saw her leave the umbrella at the door and go to the table. She called me to the table and asked me to sit down and told me a story about this umbrella. The owner of the umbrella was a student of my school and lived in my dorm room. He was a person with a difficult background. His father was a gambling addict and left him to take care of his grandmother. Because of his family's difficult situation, this young man considered quitting his studies, but he was supported by his teachers and raised enough money to pay for his tuition. The studious young man felt very lucky with that, so he studied hard and achieved admirable results. After that, he passed the entrance exam to my university and became the first valedictorian with the highest score in school ever since. During that time, he studied and worked on many different jobs to pay for his school fees. With his gentle and hard-working nature, he was very popular with friends and teachers, so everyone helped him with some money. But instead of taking the money, he refused because he thought that his savings from overtime could help him pay and leave the scholarship money to another friend with more difficult circumstances. Things started happening when entering the second semester at this dormitory. At the time, his father somehow found the dormitory and came here to find him in a miserable state. This man begged him to give him some food because he loved his father so much. The young man couldn't send him away. After that, he went down to the canteen and bought his father some food and brought it up to his room to eat. But when he returned to his room, he found his father had disappeared without leaving a message. After that, the young man looked over his desk and saw that the tuition money he had worked so hard to save was gone. Knowing who the thief was, he and the school called the police. However, with the little information provided, it was difficult for the police to catch his father. His roommate at the time also said that they had some valuables taken away, but no one blamed them. Not only that, after the incident happened, his roommates continuously comforted and tried to help him through this difficult time. But unexpectedly, this became a shock to the young man. That made him taciturn, quiet, and did not want to meet anyone. Until one day the whole dormitory suddenly became chaotic after a loud noise resounded from the balcony. His teachers and friends were all shocked when they discovered that the young man had committed suicide in the rain. The corpse of the young man lay motionless in a pool of blood. No one would dare to come near him. At that time, the person who felt pity for the young man was the manager of the dormitory, who was also the manager now. Out of pity for the young man's plight, she used this black umbrella to cover him from the rain and keep the scene intact. She stood in the rain, covered him with an umbrella until his body was loaded into an ambulance and taken away. After the incident, because of the chaos, her umbrella got lost somewhere unknown and gradually drifted into her oblivion. She then asked me where I found this umbrella in surprise. At the time, I told her that I saw an umbrella in the flowers in the dormitory yard. The manager got upset and said that's where the young man committed suicide that year. The heavy atmosphere between her and I was suddenly destroyed by a cold wind blowing across the room. We both looked at the door in surprise and saw that someone was looking at us. The manager immediately realized that it was the student who was in the accident when he was coming to claim the umbrella with his wet body. I was so scared that my face turned pale and I didn't dare to say anything. And the manager was so scared that she shivered. But then she stood up again and walked towards the student. Her action surprised me. She suppressed her fear and walked over to hug the unfortunate student. At that time, all the resentment in the young man suddenly turned into a smoke that flew into the air. The young man then also disappeared, and she collapsed on the floor. When I arrived, I found her body drenched, surrounded by strange puddles of water. Then she cried and whispered that he was a good person. After that, it was over and I didn't see that student anymore. My manager at the time continued to manage my dormitory and she was very popular with the students here. The black umbrella was still there, hanging by her in the office as a souvenir for the deceased student. It happened many years ago when I was only 10 years old, but because I witnessed things I shouldn't have seen, it haunted me to the point where I would never forget it. It was summer and I had a few months vacation. I used to play alone in the small yard in front of the house. A couple living with their elderly mother-in-law lived next door to my house. The neighbor couple frequently quarreled because they were only separated by a wall. I could always hear everything clearly, but I didn't understand what was going on because I was just a child at the time. I thought it was amusing to see them arguing and fighting like that, so whenever I heard an argument, I quickly climbed up to the pile of firewood next to the wall to listen. In this village, that man was known as a henpecked husband. When they fought, it was the wife who would assault him. They could argue about anything, from minor to major. His wife looked like a starving tiger, always rushing to her husband and scratching, so he frequently appeared with many wounds and bruises. This time too, he was scratched all over his face to the point of bleeding in front of his wife. The husband did not dare to fight back. He did not dare to curse back. He could only mumble a few sentences and then try to find a way to flee from his wife. And the wife continued to charge forward. The wife had a fierce face with sharp brows, and she couldn't catch up to her husband each time he ran away, so she could only stand behind and curse. She then went to the front door and sat there crying and bemoaning her fate. It was always the same. She had no shame. She just wanted to release her anger. Neighbors who heard the screaming and crying gathered to see the funny story, but no one was willing to help or comfort her because the entire village was so used to it. She cried until her face was wet with tears, and she didn't even notice the people laughing around her. She bemoaned the fact that she had been unlucky to marry such a dumb husband. The neighbors had the opportunity to talk and discuss as well, partly because they were fed up with her pointlessness. They believed that having such a daughter-in-law was a bad omen for the husband's family. They began talking about the mother-in-law, and it appeared that the mother-in-law couldn't control this daughter-in-law because whenever there was a problem, she didn't dare to intervene instead of allowing her abuse to continue. Her mother-in-law emerged from the house at the moment. She was very old, her face sorrowful as she looked at the daughter-in-law crying on the ground. She didn't dare to touch her, so she could only offer advice. Not only did it not work, but she was chastised as well. It was only when she cried hoarsely and tiredly and went into the house on her own that it came to an end. The husband fled until the evening before daring to return, but as soon as he got home they continued to argue. I was sleeping, but the arguing woke me up. At the time I wondered how they could live together in such a state. The argument continued until late at night. I wasn't sure when it would end because I also fell asleep during it, unable to wake up. The next morning I was playing ball alone in my yard again, and I kept hearing arguing in the neighbor's house. I knew for a fact that the couple was having an issue again. This time it appeared to be more serious. The wife was holding a large knife, and it seemed that she intended to hack her husband. The husband was terrified and didn't dare to protest. He then ran away from his wife, as he always did, despite her yelling behind him. I still wondered why he didn't have the courage to talk to his wife once to clear things up. It wasn't good to hide like that all the time. She gripped the knife tightly, tears in her eyes, and threatened to kill the entire family. I'd seen them argue before, but this time it was terrifying. I didn't hear their argument that night. Perhaps the husband didn't dare to come home. My mother rushed in from outside the next morning during breakfast to inform my father of some serious news. My mother told me that the wife hanged herself in the house, and when my father heard this, he was astounded. Because the two families were usually very close to each other, when we heard the news, my parents also rushed over there to assess the situation and offer assistance. When I heard about it, I ran after them as well. As a child, I couldn't imagine what it was like to hang to death, so I was eager to take a look. I pushed my way through the throngs outside the door and entered the courtyard, but as soon as I saw it, I was paralyzed with fear. My limbs were drenched in cold sweat and motionless, and I was so terrified that I couldn't move. My eyes kept staring at it. This was the first time I had seen a horrifying scene like this, and I started to regret coming there out of curiosity. A few neighbors were assisting in the removal of her body. Her eyes were rolled up, her mouth wide open, her face pale, and her limbs white. Her dead body hanging from the ceiling. Why did she commit suicide? Her husband wasn't at home at that time. It seemed that he didn't return home all night. When he learned that his wife had been hanged, he returned and went to a burial team to bury his wife's body as soon as possible. According to the burier, the deceased should stay in the house for 3 days before being buried to avoid bad luck, which was an old tradition. But the husband was unconcerned about these traditions. He simply wanted to bury his wife as soon as possible. The burial team also carried the coffin to the village's cemetery quickly because they had been paid and because the tenant had requested it. On the way, the carriers were startled by a noise in the coffin, which sounded like the wife trying to knock on the coffin. When one of the group members heard it clearly, he panicked and told everyone to place the coffin on the ground to assess the situation before moving on. The 4 of them put down the coffin and stood dumbfounded, hoping to hear the knocking again, but it seemed to have stopped. They began to panic, wondering whether they should open the coffin lid to look inside, because the noise was not their imagination, but rather a fear that an animal was hiding inside that would devour the corpse. So the 4 of them decided to open the coffin lid to see what was inside, even though they were all a little scared. Indeed, seeing the wife's body stunned them. Their faces were blue and bloodless. The wife opened her white eyes. Her mouth was open and stretched her arms forward as if she wanted to strangle someone. She looked very resentful, like she couldn't die in peace. One of the group's most experienced members panicked and hastily asked someone to go to the village and find a heavy object made of silver or steel, but it had to be brought quickly or bad luck would occur. The husband was following them and saw the scene. He got scared and asked the buyer to explain the situation. He wanted to know whether it could be solved or not. According to the bury worker, because the old procedures were incorrect and deceased still harbored a great deal of resentment, if they did not quickly place a gin-heavy object on top, the body would likely rise. The husband was too scared, so he turned pale when he heard this. Burial workers rushed to close the coffin, but inside it was growing stronger and stronger, and the constant knocking and pounding on the coffin caused it to shake. A moment later, the members of the group returned, holding something resembling a pendulum. The worker placed the steel pendulum gently and carefully on the top of the coffin lid. After a while, everybody kept silent to observe it. It truly worked. There was no sound inside the coffin. Seeing this, they quickly took the coffin and buried it, knowing that this method would not last long. The worker cast a glance at the husband, who smiled slightly as he saw his wife's coffin being buried. He didn't ask many questions. He just warned him that if he was involved in his wife's death, she would eventually find him. and it wouldn't be so simple. And indeed, the mother-in-law witnessed her son hang himself in his room just a few days later. He died the same way as his wife. The entire village believed she forced him to follow her, which I wouldn't know for sure. They didn't live happily together, and even death didn't want to set them free from each other. So they left, leaving the old mother to suffer alone. Last winter, I had an appointment to go to the hometown of one of my college club members. That night, we went to his village skating rink to try this new sport. The three of us tried ice skating together to see who had finished the first. Near the finish line, everyone tried their best to speed up to show their bravery and win for themselves. In the end, I was the runner-up and my friend in the group came first, while the host came in last. We both rested and talked happily, but we had no idea what was going to happen. Just a moment later, my best friend suddenly stood up and walked forward with a dazed attitude. We tried to call him, but he refused to turn back and just went straight to a certain point. He passed through people skating in front of him, towards the pine forest nearby. After a while, he tripped over a large ice hole and immediately fell into it. The two of us stood far away and saw the scene. We panicked and shouted to get everyone's attention and help. Immediately, the people around also rushed over and gave us a hand to save our friend. At this time, my friend's whole body was cold and heavy. It took 2 strong men to carry him to safety. His whole body was shaking. Fortunately, he still survived, but there was still something very panicky, he felt. We quickly dressed him up and took him home. After a while, he regained his composure and said that he didn't accidentally fall down. Then he told us the whole story, the reason why we went to that cold water hole and fell down like that. He said that, at the time, he saw in his eyes that he was trying his best to catch up with the two of us in front. Right at that moment, he saw a shadow passing by his side in a very strange way which attracted his attention. My friend turned to see in the cold, faint ice. He saw a boy about 15 years old with a thin body looking at my friend and smiling. My friend didn't think too much. He just felt that the boy was a bit strange in such cold weather. The boy wasn't dressed up properly. But in that moment, my friend was hypnotized. He lost his mind and didn't know anything anymore. After that, my friend just followed behind the boy. He didn't know that the strange boy was swimming in the cold water below the ice. At the waterhole where the incident happened, that strange boy was below and called my friend's name. That made my friend look like an idiot with his feet on the surface of the hole. Immediately, my friend was awakened by the cold water, but everything turned out to be more terrifying than he could ever imagine. In front of him now, there was no longer the boy he saw, but instead a dead corpse with both eyes falling out. This made the two of us feel both worried and scared after seeing this incident. We didn't know what horror stories would happen after this. That night, we went out to sleep. The whole family of the friend in the accident also began to gather to discuss how to solve this horror story. It seemed that after hearing the story and the location of the accident, his family members were extremely worried. That night, while everyone was discussing, my friend chose a corner of the house to sit and start saying very strange things. He started saying reproaches to his loved ones, recounting stories from his father's youth in a voice filled with disappointment. When his father heard it, he was immediately scared, got up and walked towards his place. His whole body was shaking. But my friend kept muttering strange words. He spoke in a completely different voice from usual and recounted the story that his parents had been lent money by a relative to repair the house in great detail. The stories he had told his parents were all stories that had happened to 2 people at the time when he wasn't even born. His father couldn't say anything else but stood stunned looking at him, and he stood up, his eyes wide with anger. his face full of fear. Then he glanced at his father and shouted loudly, blaming his father for why he did not help him when he was in trouble. Only now did his father know that the person in his body at that time was his brother, who died a long time ago, also at the same place where he crashed. His whole family was shocked by this. At first his family thought he was playing pranks on them until he said the name of the deceased. His family's uncles began to look at each other in fear. Everyone knew that since this man died, no one in the family had mentioned this name anymore. Everyone who was present in the accident that year had to stand up and beg the soul in its body for forgiveness for letting him die in such a painful way. Everyone explained that, at that time, no one knew that he had an accident because he was so in love with skating. Until they couldn't find him, he began to look for him. But he was found dead. Faced with the sincere words of his brothers, the soul in the body did not want to make it difficult for its family. Each pain began to subside and the eyes also decreased somehow. After a while he fell silent and then staggered, finally falling to the ground. His whole body was cold and somehow less heavy than before. His parents went over to pick him up. Everyone remembered the old story, but in their hearts couldn't hide their emotions because they remembered their lost loved one. That unexpected incident was finally resolved. My friend also regained his sanity, but still couldn't stop panicking because he didn't know what had happened to him. This happened when I was about 10 years old and living in my old hometown, a small village. Most of the people in the village chose to work as farmers, trading fruits and vegetables to the big cities, but my family was a little different. My father discovered that selling mushrooms was a lucrative business, so he began trading in easy-to-grow mushrooms. Mushrooms grew very well and made a lot of money for my family because of the soil compatibility. But he didn't grow them at home, instead on a mountain near the village where it was quieter and had a better climate to grow mushrooms. That day while eating, I overheard my father telling my mother that he would have to go to the mushroom farm tomorrow to check on the situation. I was curious and wanted to go there to see what it was like to grow mushrooms, but my mother stopped me. My father, on the other hand, was interested because I had begun to care about the family business, so he agreed to let me come with him tomorrow, despite my mother's persistent nagging. The car arrived early the next morning to pick me up with him. It was a small truck owned by a villager who worked as a hired driver. My mom came out to see me and my father off. She saw us got into the truck, while she continued to remind me to follow my father and never deviate from this path. Because it was a truck, there were no passenger seats, so my father and I sat in the back of the truck. Seeing how worried I was, my father reassured me that everything would be fine. He'd just go up there for a bit and then return home. The truck just kept going forward, leaving a cloud of black smoke behind. I fell asleep 2 or 3 times, but still, we hadn't arrived every time I awoke. My father said it took more than an hour. I also wonder why it took so long to go to the edge of the village. My father explained that the truck couldn't go fast because the road was very difficult and the ground was full of rocks. At this point, I noticed that instead of houses, I was seeing craggy cliffs and tall grasses because no one had cleaned them in a long time. The truck couldn't go fast because one side of the road was a deep abyss and the other was a cliff. But it was okay because we would arrive after more than 10 minutes. My father told the driver what time to come back to pick us up and then said goodbye to him. My father and I then had to walk up the hill, following a small path surrounded by dense forests. We had walked for a long time and still hadn't arrived. I was tired and sweaty. My father had no intention of stopping to rest and he warned me not to stay in this forest for too long, so he urged me to try a little harder. Fortunately, it only took about 20 minutes to get there, even though my legs felt like they were about to fall off and breathing fast. Then I noticed a small house with numerous mushroom-growing mounds in front of it. Inside there was an old man. He poured water for my father and me to drink, and my father immediately discussed something important with him. It appeared to be related to the sale and export of the mushrooms to the other regions, but due to some difficulties, they discussed it tensely. I was thirsty and drank a full glass of water while my father was continuing to converse with the old man. I was too young at the time to understand what the two of them were talking about. I was just sitting still and a little bored. This place wasn't so entertaining as I expected. After that I felt the need to urinate, so I asked the old man where the toilet was, but he said it didn't exist and that I could go to the yard and go whenever I wanted. So I dashed out the door to deal with it. My father and the man were still engrossed in their conversation, not paying attention to me leaving. I was pulling up my pants after I finished when I noticed a large white rabbit in front of me. The rabbit noticed me and dashed into the woods. I was bored, so when I saw the rabbit I chased it for fun, not remembering my mother's advice before leaving. The rabbit kept running faster while I was trying my best to catch up. I couldn't keep up with it until it reached the fence that separated the mushroom-growing area from the forest. At the time, I was hesitant to go further because it appeared to be a little dark in front of me, but the rabbit seemed to want me to play with it, and when I stopped, it also stopped and turned to look at me as if waiting for me. I jumped over the fence, no longer worried, and went straight into the forest ahead, engrossed in chasing the white rabbit without knowing where it was leading me to. After a while of running, I came to a T-junction and the rabbit vanished without a trace, leaving me perplexed. Then I slowly walked back, looking around for the white rabbit. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see it. How could it go away so fast? I'd seen it ahead of me and then it vanished just like that. I was walking around looking for it when something touched my forehead from above, as if it were hanging down from a tree. I panicked when I looked up because that thing was a body. It was hanging down in front of me and my forehead had touched the feet of the body. I couldn't move my legs and couldn't even scream. I could just stare at the body hanging from a tree branch above my head and panic. This was my first time seeing the scene and it freaked me out. I would never forget what I'd just seen. His face was grey and decomposing. Insects were eating his face. I quickly gathered my courage and turned to flee. But as soon as I turned around, my eyes were met with something even more horrifying. When I was chasing the white rabbit, I didn't see this at all. It was a series of bodies hanging from the trees. I guessed more than 5 people had committed suicide here. I wasn't sure if there were any other bodies in the forest, but I didn't have time to think about it because the panic made me freeze. My legs couldn't move. I thought my heart could jump out of my chest. My eyes darkened and I passed out without realizing it. I couldn't remember what happened after that. All I remembered was hearing my father's voice in my ear when I woke up. It appeared they found me and brought me home. The old man and my dad both knew what was going on. They just didn't know how I got into that place, because the area was deep inside and the road was difficult to go to because of the many turns. I inquired about the bodies, but the old man and my father did not want me to know about them, most likely because I was too young to understand these matters. The two of them simply asked me to rest for a while and then return home. After a while, when I became older, I heard people in the village talking about those bodies. Apparently they were hired workers for a large company in the area, but were exploited to the extreme. So they chose suicide. The story I was told happened a long time ago. It happened in a luxurious apartment complex in the neighborhood where I lived. There used to be a very nice apartment located on the top floor of the building, and it had the most expensive rent in the area. Previously, the room was rented by a young couple. The wife often had a habit of bathing at night and staying in the bathroom for a long time to clean herself before going to bed. At that time, as usual, the wife locked herself in the bathroom, but after waiting too long without seeing his wife come out, the husband would stood outside and impatiently called his wife. Afraid of her husband's anxiety, the wife tried to finish quickly to get out and let her husband use the bathroom. Standing alone in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, she suddenly felt pressure in her heart. She felt that the atmosphere in the bathroom today was a bit quieter and colder than usual. Outside, she heard the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. The footsteps kept echoing, but she immediately realized that it was not her husband's footsteps. While she was busy observing the door outside in front of the mirror, another image of her was looking at her with horrible eyes. The young girl at first still didn't know what was happening to her. She still calmly took a towel to wipe her face quickly. But it was also at that moment when her eyes involuntarily glanced at the large mirror opposite her. She saw the reflection in the mirror that was a bit different from herself, which surprised her. She hadn't been able to determine if what she saw was an illusion or not when suddenly the person in the mirror glanced up at her and gave her a devilish smile. When the wife saw it, she panicked and screamed. Her feet quickly stepped back, her face became very pale. Then, following her inertia, she fell and hit the door. Her whole body fell and she couldn't even stand. She once again looked in the mirror to check, but the woman in the mirror had disappeared as if nothing had happened. Her husband outside heard the noise, so he rushed inside and opened the door to check. But because she was so scared, she could only stand shaking. She did not know how to tell her husband the strange story. She could only stammer unclear sentences. Her eyes were looking into the mirror for a signal. Unfortunately, when her husband appeared, those strange things ended. However, her husband thought that she was so tired that she was confused, and he took her out. But the woman was sure that someone was looking at her. When the bathroom door was closed, the strange woman immediately reappeared with a face full of intrigue. That night, the family of this young couple who had just moved in encountered a strange disaster that they had never seen before. When the wife tried to tell her husband about the horror story she encountered, the husband remained silent, his face showing contempt, and he did not believe what the wife had said. That silence made the wife feel angry. She blurted out saying goodbye to her husband, but he had just lowered his head as if silently agreeing with what she said. After a while, the two of them argued loudly with each other. The first time the husband got too angry with his wife and then loudly proposed to break up. After he finished speaking, he quietly walked out, while the wife looked at her husband silently, feeling that there was something very disappointing in her heart. That night, she stayed alone in the newly rented room and burst into tears, thinking that her husband's feelings had changed and no longer loved her as before. In the middle of the night, she sat waiting for her husband in the living room, but still did not see her husband return home. The young wife was sad. She was holding her face while sobbing. Right at that moment, from the bathroom suddenly appeared the figure of a woman gliding towards the wife, her eyes constantly looking at the wife crying on the chair. She stood beside the wife silently. Apparently, the wife didn't even know about the strange woman's presence in the room. The only thing she could do at this moment was burst into tears like a baby. The sadness just killed her heart. Seeing that, the woman took advantage of the opportunity. She bent down and whispered into the wife's mind extremely negative things about the love that she and her husband had for each other for so long. The wife felt that this woman was telling the truth, so she stopped crying and looked at the strange woman with a very pitiful expression. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up like two car lights and kept looking at the girl in front of her for a second. Then she gave a devilish smile, her eyes also shining scarily as if she was plotting something. The young girl was immediately hypnotized by the witch's gaze, becoming lifeless and insane, no longer aware of anything else. After that, She stood from afar, directing the young wife to do foolish things to be able to hold her husband's pity. The wife obeyed the witch's words, subconsciously went to the cupboard in the room and took out a sleeping pill bottle. But there was one thing that the wife still did not expect. That was, this wooden cabinet was actually the closet of an old owner who used to rent this room. Even the sleeping pill she found was a bottle that had been in the cupboard for a long time, that she had not cleaned since moving there. At first, she looked at the bottle in her hand with a little hesitation, but when the strange woman appeared and whispered in her ear, immediately she poured all the pills in the bottle into her hand and drank them all at once. She could feel the discomfort and burning slowly in her body. A moment later, with the effect of pills causing the girl's body to appear convulsive, saliva also flowed on both sides of her mouth. The wife immediately passed out on the floor with a cold body. The last images she saw were of a strange woman with a smile that couldn't take her eyes off her. She smiled delightfully. It seemed that this witch had been wanting this for a long time, and she was enjoying it very much. The whole room then sunk into the cold. No one knew that the young wife was in trouble in that room. Fortunately, the husband, because he didn't call his wife, he worriedly ran home. When he arrived, his wife's body became much weaker. He saw his wife lying on the floor and immediately ran over to check on her. As soon as he arrived, he found a long-expired sleeping pill lying on the floor, a hunch that seemed to tell him something. He immediately called an ambulance and ran to help his wife up. He was so worried at the time. The wife then opened her eyes slightly when she heard her husband's call, but her body was already frozen and couldn't move at all. A few minutes later, the ambulance also appeared. The husband and a few other doctors together took the wife into the ambulance and took her to the hospital. Fortunately, the wife was discovered in time, so her life was saved, and when she regained consciousness, she told her husband everything. The husband then began to believe what his wife had said and learned about the history of the room from the people around, and then he found out that the young woman used to rent this house to live with her boyfriend. While they were living there, somehow the two of them had a big fight. Then the cold husband left, leaving his wife alone in the house. The wife then, because she was too traumatized and she thought about it, used sleeping pills that were in the house to commit suicide and died right in that bedroom. After discovering the girl's body, the building staff also cleaned it up, but the remaining belongings of the girl were still intact, which inadvertently caused the girl's soul to stay there and unable to get out. It seemed like the ghost was waiting for other women in the same situation to incite them to commit suicide in her place. A few years ago, when I was a senior in high school, my school organized a one-night picnic in a rural area quite far from the city. We used to think that this picnic would be the happiest trip in everyone's life because this trip was the last memory of our school days. But perhaps it was just a wrong thought because that trip left us with a haunting memory. We also lost a friend who was once very close. My school bus arrived just as the sun was starting to set, and it was dusk. The bus stopped next to a small village. My class teacher at the time became a reluctant guide, directing us to gather in a line to avoid getting lost. She advised us to care about our time and told us not to go out without her permission. At first, my class at that time was very obedient. We excitedly took our luggage off the bus and prepared to wait for the moment to check in. After packing up, our class had a walk around the local market before dinner started. While walking, a group of girls was attracted to a scary scene. All their attention was on the strange house in the area. Behind the big fence gate was a man tied with a thick chain. This man let out a devilish laugh, his eyes widening as if they were going to fall out. His mouth was torn open to the ears. After looking closely at him, they realized that there were scary scratches behind that wrinkled skin and very scary blood-red lips. After seeing the scary man looking at them, the group of girlfriends were all scared and shouted, then pulled each other away at the same time. By late afternoon, our students were present and gathered at the hotel. Then, it was the time when we were free to do what we wanted. The group of girls from earlier gathered into a group to eat snacks with the class teacher, then told her the story of the scary man they had met at the market earlier. After listening, the teacher thought for a while and said that people in the village often told each other that there was a cursed straw scarecrow in the middle of the village's wasteland if no one looked into the scarecrow's eyes immediately, as crazy as that man did. Our students did not know the truth of the story that the teacher told them at the time. We only felt it was something haunting. I thought it was just an ordinary gossip story when suddenly, disaster struck our class. In the middle of the night, 2 students escaped to the moor to go on a date and enjoy the scenery together. The 2 sat under the night sky looking at the stars in the sky, discussing the upcoming college entrance exam and promises. But after a while, the male friend felt like fiddling with something and started looking around. Unknowingly, some invisible power prompted him to look ahead of the moor and call his female friends to take a look. The 2 discovered a very large straw scarecrow standing in the middle of the field. The straw scarecrow kept swaying in the wind, like some invisible magic calling for the male friend's attention. The female friend suddenly remembered the class teacher's story before and felt a little uneasy. But in contrast to the female friend, the male friend was extremely excited. He took his girlfriend's hand and asked her to run with him to the scarecrow's place. But the female friend was too obsessed with the story the teacher told earlier and didn't know if the wasteland the teacher was talking about was here or not. So the female friend still didn't dare to go with the male friend to the scarecrow's place. As a result, the male friend thought his girlfriend was a coward and decided to go to the scarecrow alone to prove his bravery. Although the girlfriend in the back kept calling and advising the male friend to come back, in a moment she saw him walking to the middle of the field, passing through the rice field. After that, the male friend walked in front of the straw scarecrow. He planned to bring the straw scarecrow to his girlfriend's place on his own. It wasn't until he came face to face with the straw scarecrow that he realized that it was no ordinary straw scarecrow. Somehow the scarecrow's eyes were red like blood. By some magic power, its whole body moved and let out crazy laughter. When the student saw the scene, he was so scared that his face was pale, his mouth was speechless, and he couldn't utter any more words. Until the student knew he had encountered something evil, he shouted and ran for his life. He ran to his girlfriend and told her to run back to the hotel quickly, much to her surprise. He didn't bother to explain anything more. He just grabbed the female student's hand and pulled her quickly back to the hotel. In the final moments, the female student also turned to look at the strange straw scarecrow, clearly feeling it was glowing and chasing the 2. The following morning, there was a chaotic incident for all the hotel staff and our students at the whole hotel where we were staying. For everything to go smoothly, the teacher immediately asked the female students to go back to the room together so that she could deal with it outside. But not long after we returned to the room, there was a scream of fear from the class teacher outside the hallway. The students in the room were also surprised to go outside to listen, and the whole corridor immediately became crowded with people. After several calls to the hospital, students in my class stopped in front of a room with bewildered eyes. The person in the room was a male student. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he frantically smashed and scratched his face with his hands. After a while, he was silent, making many people mistakenly believe that he was gradually regaining his composure. Unexpectedly, when he raised his face to look at everyone, he revealed his madness with a form that no longer resembled a person. He scratched his face with his hand. The corner of his mouth also revealed a wide and vague smile. Everything happened at the hotel at the time. The girlfriend also witnessed this. She believed that her boyfriend was cursed by the scarecrow in the wasteland. Moments later, local medical staff also showed up. More and more people came to watch, making the scene extremely panicky. The female students outside looked at each other fearfully and said that the male friend was being transformed into the same crazy man they saw in the marketplace. The medical staff took a lot of time to restrain the male student with a thick blanket and then bring him to the hospital, waiting for his parents to pick him up. Only the female friend who had accompanied him that night was truly haunted. She still couldn't forget the face and look he gave her when the doctor put him in the ambulance. His face and mouth were now covered with red blood, his eyes were crazy, and his skin was pale like a completely different person. After the incident, we quickly got into the bus and left with a tense atmosphere. Most people were worried about the other male friend's condition. As for the female friend, she couldn't stop crying. Her eyes filled with sadness that no one could soothe. Perhaps it was the most memorable and terrifying trip of our student life that all those present at the time could not forget.
This story was a case that happened in my hometown in 2013, which made my whole village shake. Early that morning, people in the area discovered the body of a young girl floating in the sea, so they hurriedly called the police immediately. When the police came to investigate, the girl had been dead for many days. Her whole body was swollen with water, but her face clearly showed shock and panic. The face of the victim made many people in the village haunted for a long time. Everyone guessed that this unfortunate girl had encountered something terrible before the accident. The police immediately arrived, performed an autopsy, and began contacting the victim's next of kin. Not long after reporting about the girl, an elderly couple immediately appeared from afar, rushing over with a look of both panic and pain. The two quickly approached the corpse, knelt on the ground, and burst into tears with a very heartbreaking look. They also called the victim their daughter. Those present at the crime scene at the time were all touched by the scene and simultaneously sighed heavily. Both the elderly couple were the only ones who dared to touch the girl except for the police. But when the father touched his daughter's hand, immediately a strange phenomenon occurred. The abdomen of the body suddenly made a sound like boiling water, and the victim's mouth suddenly spewed black, foul-smelling water into her father's face. The dirty water on the older man's face made the people around him feel a little disgusted. But after the water was shot out of the girl's body, the swollen abdomen also began to shrink. Since then, the strange phenomenon has not yet been seen by the police and the people, so it was a bit difficult to understand, especially the new young police officer who was handling this case. During that day, the young policeman didn't say too much. His mind was only focused on the young girl's death and wanted to know the exact cause. Some people in the area said that this young girl was the youngest daughter of the older couple. For a long time, the girl did not get along with her parents and only got into an accident after a quarrel with her parents and drowned. But the theories about the girl's drowning did indeed make the young policeman feel a bit absurd. While waiting for the final results of the investigation, he could not come to any further conclusions. But one day, an invisible power appeared and urged them to solve the case once and for all at all costs. Since the day the young girl's body was brought to the police station for autopsy, the victim's father seemed to be at the police station all the time. The policeman didn't know what the older man came here for, but every time he met the doctor who performed the autopsy to discuss it. The last time the policeman met this older man was one morning at the police station's investigation room, which was used for autopsies. After discussing with the doctor in charge, the old man bowed his head and left sadly, without staying any longer. Then the older man quietly passed by the policemen who were on duty to investigate this case, including the young policeman. The young policeman also wanted to start a conversation with the victim's father, but when he looked up at the older man's face, he suddenly stopped. Within a short period, he saw that the older man's face was covered with terrifying pimples, many sores that looked like they were infected. Not stopping there, the older man's body also began to appear with very strange fishy odors that the police could not explain. The older man passed the policeman, his eyes only slightly raised to look at the policeman, then he sadly lowered his face and went out, without asking the policeman anything related to his daughter's case. Looking at the older man's gaunt face, the young policeman initially thought that this man was so heartbroken about his daughter's death that he had become like this. But when he saw the older man quietly go home without asking him about the investigation, the policeman suddenly had some doubts in his heart. He decided to go back and ask the doctors who had been in contact with the man to ask about the situation. The policeman asked a staff member at the Forensic Institute to take him to meet the doctor in charge of the autopsy on the young girl's body, and said that it was for investigational purposes. He was immediately taken to see the elderly doctor in charge of examining the body of the girl and to ask about the case for details. The first thing he mentioned was that the victim's father appeared at the investigation agency. This doctor also honestly recounted that this older man went to see a forensic doctor every day to negotiate the handover of his daughter's body for burial without having to do an autopsy. This inadvertently aroused suspicion in the young policeman's heart and also partly confirmed that what he was thinking was true. After that, the doctor said that he would tell the young policeman about his incomprehensibility during his time in contact with the old man. According to the doctor, this older man seemed to be suffering from a serious disease that caused the skin to appear with scary pimples and sores. But what made this forensic doctor feel strange was that the fishy smell of corpses was clinging to that man's body. This could prove that the other girl was carrying some injustice in her. Hearing this, the young policeman also felt suspicious, like she was unjustly for her death, or just wanted to point out the older man as the killer and the girl close to cling to the older man. When the young policeman heard that, he immediately made his final decision, firmly affirming that it was the girl's father who caused her death. It seemed that the conversion between the policeman and the forensic doctor accidentally let the victim's father overhear it. The older man hurriedly looked at the officers in the investigation institute and quickly went out. Seeing that, the young policeman promptly called the man over to ask questions and arrest him at the police station for questioning about the case. The father finally had to confess all his actions because he couldn't stand the nightmares that his daughter brought. At the police station, the father confessed that he was the one who killed his daughter and staged the drowning. For fear of being discovered, he went to the medical examiner to ask not to do an autopsy on his daughter's body. What caused him to kill his daughter, this man refused to disclose to the police, but only sincerely confessed the whole process of his crime. According to this man, on the day of the incident, he and his daughter had a conflict. He accidentally pushed his daughter down, causing her to die. without knowing anything. After years of saving, I was finally able to buy myself a small apartment in the city. This place was very crowded and life here was quite busy, but that was okay because all my efforts were all rewarded. Since all my savings went into the house, I didn't have much left, so furniture was also a big deal for me. But luckily, I joined a number of groups that specialized in second-hand sales, and I also could find the items I liked. Without hesitation, I contacted the seller and ordered them immediately. The delivery also arrived very soon. The seller also seemed to be the owner of these items. He looked pretty happy when he sold them to me. He also directly helped the transport team. Each item was loaded from the truck. I also stood beside him to observe everything. As soon as I saw them, my eyes lit up, because in my mind I thought that when I bought liquidated goods, I would probably encounter old and slightly damaged items, but beyond my imagination, they were amazingly new. I quickly went back to ask the owner again to be sure if he really sold these items for less than half of the price. He seemed to be amused by my questions, so he laughed out loud. He didn't forget to tell me not to worry. All of these items were used by the family and bought recently because they moved to another place to live, and they wanted to liquidate them quickly so they can move on time. After saying that, he waved to the transporters to quickly bring the furniture into the house. I didn't know what to say other than thanking him a lot. If it weren't for him, I would have to find friends to borrow money from temporarily to buy furniture. In turn, large items were also carried inside, including tables and chairs, beds and decorations for the room. After everything was moved into the house, they also left and I started to clean my house. A few hours later, although I was sweaty and a little tired, when I looked back at my house I felt very relieved. Although it was not too big and spacious, it had been my dream since coming to the city to set up my business. Finishing it myself today, I was a little emotional. After finishing all the cleaning, I also had time to sit down on the soft sofa to make a phone call. I planned to send a message to thank the owner for selling me the furniture again, but after joining the group to find him, I was a bit surprised. Because I was kicked out of that second-hand group, even though that man blocked me, I was unable to send him messages anymore. For a moment I wondered deeply, because I remembered that in the morning I didn't do anything to make him angry. Why would he go to this extent? After that, I didn't think much of it, maybe because he moved to another place. He didn't use his old website anymore. Because I was very tired after cleaning, after taking a shower, I went to bed immediately. That night, I didn't know exactly what time. It must have been around midnight. I was sleeping when I faintly heard some strange noises coming out. It woke me up. I listened to it. It seemed to be the cry of a child. It was not loud, but it was like it was coming from a far away place. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. At first I thought it was the sound of the neighbors next door. They must have had young children, so they cried every now and then. But then the crying got louder and louder. I couldn't sleep, so I sat up. Sitting still for a while in bed, I suddenly realized that the strange sound was not coming from outside the house, but from my living room. It was exactly the moaning and crying of a baby. I got out of bed and gently opened the room door to look outside. As soon as I opened the living room door, I had no doubts that a very loud cry came from just outside. The room was quiet and dark, giving me goosebumps. I looked at the far corner of the room where the big wardrobe I just bought in the morning was. The sound of children crying came from there, no doubt. But why was there crying right in my house? I was a bit wary. I looked over to the side of the bedroom door. I had a baseball bat. I also was a little scared at this time because maybe some thief was trying to scare me or something, but I still decided to check it out. I grabbed the baseball bat and walked out of the living room step by step. Standing in front of the closet door, the crying didn't stop but became clearer. A little hesitant. What if inside there was a thief waiting for me to open the door? He would immediately do bad things to me. But I finally mustered up my courage and opened the closet door slightly, then peered inside to check. What scared me was that behind the door there was a woman holding a baby. Her hair was drooping and the baby looked dead. Its eyes had just big, scary black holes. Suddenly she turned around and looked at me directly with the white eyes and angry expression. She screamed in pain, her eyes also filled with a lot of blood, looking very scary. At this point I was so scared that my whole body froze. I was both surprised and panicked. I screamed out loud. Even though I wanted to turn and run, my legs were stiff, so I fell on my back to the ground. I knew she wasn't human. I tried with the last of my strength to crawl out of there, but I couldn't, and she still screamed in that high-pitched voice. She thought I was her husband and kept saying I abandoned her and her baby. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I threw myself up and tried to run away from the house. Behind me, I knew that a strange woman and a child was still trying to chase after me. In my greatest panic, I immediately ran to the neighbor's house to ask for help. I kept banging on the door and screaming. The neighbors in the block heard my voice and immediately opened the door. As soon as I saw them, I immediately told the story that I met at the house. But at first, everyone around thought that the scary woman was just an intruder in my house. So we decided to try to catch the thief. I pointed to the closet, convinced that this woman was hiding there. But when they opened the closet, the woman and her baby were gone. This made everyone around feel extremely surprised. Only one man had a premonition that something was wrong. He opened the door and looked up at the hidden corner of the cabinet and discovered something horrible. It was a red talisman that had been glued to the corner of the cabinet where no one noticed, and that was the cause of everything. We immediately took off the red talisman. He started to be panicked. No one seemed to believe their eyes. When the talisman was removed, it revealed the long black hair wrapped inside. Many people told me that this was a talisman and a spell used to imprison the soul of a person who died unjustly. I listened to the advice of my neighbors, immediately brought this red talisman and burned it to ashes, and then disposed of the wooden cabinet. I smashed the cabinet to pieces and threw it outside, then bought myself a new one. Since then, I never saw the scary woman ever again. A few years ago, a strange story happened in my village. At that time, it was the season of high water, and most people did not dare to go by boat alone to the middle of the river for fear of being swept away by the water. Only one man in the village voluntarily drove his boat away and disappeared for many days. Police and rescue forces heard the news and quickly arrived, gathering on one side of the bank to find the missing man. But days had passed and the rescuers and locals could not find any trace of the man. All hope seemed to be lost. The lifeboats of the rescue team were parked all over the river. Drivers were busy searching in the hope of finding the person in distress. The victim's wife and children were also present at the scene. Everyone was worried and thinking about the worst-case scenario. Despite searching for many days with many different search methods, the man's whereabouts have not yielded any other result. The man's wife and children were in so much pain that they cried and swelled their eyes, but everyone was hoping that a miracle would happen. At the end of the day, the rescue team drove a canoe ashore to a port with the same sad expression as the first day of the search. No trace of the man was found. The rescue team thought the man was swept into the ocean by the water, so his body could not be found. When the wife heard that, she collapsed and burst into tears, making the already tense scene even more painful and sorrowful. Suddenly, a person quietly approached from afar, carrying a large bag full of incense and other ritual objects. People in the village realized that she was a blind older woman living alone, working as a fortune teller in her town. She quietly brought the offerings to the shore and prepared to begin her work. The police and the rescue team saw her gradually heading to the shore. Everyone was worried and advised her to stop because they were afraid she would slip and fall into the swirling whirlpool. But she was already familiar with the way here, so when she just reached the edge of the cliff, she sat down, surprising many people. The police stood around her, attentively watching every action she was doing. Her whole body exuded a certain mystery that made people see extremely curious. The older woman gently took out a large bundle of incense and began to light it up. The incense smoke quickly rose high and gave off an enchanting fragrance. The policeman standing on the shore looked at her. Everyone was surprised and confused, not knowing what the older woman's purpose was. But no matter who was surprised or kept asking for her, she sat still with her eyes closed, her mouth mumbling, reciting the incantation, not bothered by anyone. After her bundle of incense burned, she took out a stack of paper and rolled it up, then continued to light it. Then she let the paper burn freely on the ground, forming a small spot just enough for her to burn the votive paper. Despite the policemen standing around her looking on in surprise, her manipulation was proficient. The ashes of the gold and silver banknotes shone brightly and then rose into the air, then gently fell to the surface of the water like leaves. The scene was a bit lyrical, but also sad. The burning smell of paper mixed with the smell of incense in the place where the older woman was sitting also made people feel stung. Many young policemen offered to stop her and bring her to the shore to avoid the older woman's danger, but the elderly police captain stopped them. Everyone around knew that the older woman was the last hope. If people didn't let the older woman try, it would be hard to find the dead man's body. The older woman's face clearly showed her concentration, not wanting to be bothered by anyone. When there was a slight sharpness on the older woman's face, it was also the time when the white smoke in the air changed, gradually appearing with a human face and a strange, scary look. The smoke rose straight into the air, revealing a man's face filled with anguish at the fear and astonishment of those present. The smoke slowly moved and formed a complete face with eyes, a nose, mouth, and hair like the man who was in trouble. The policemen who witnessed the incident were also surprised, only opening their mouths in awe. The wife witnessed the smoke and quickly recognized her husband's image through the white smoke, so she panicked and quickly covered her child's eyes with her hand. The crowd gathered more and more. Everyone was curious to see the older woman perform the magic. After a while of casting spells, the older woman's ritual finally ended. The older woman opened her eyes and looked at the space in front of her. The ocean waves finally became calmer. The older woman told the policemen that they could continue their search. Although everyone did not understand what she meant, They all gathered around the older woman to help her up out of courtesy. After that, she quietly left. While walking, she told the victim's wife and children to take a shirt from the victim, wave it in front of the river, and call out the victim's name. This action would help the victim's soul find its body and bring it to the shore. Besides, she also said that the soul of the dead was feeling very cold. The older woman advised people to quickly bring the body home to bury before having the next victim. After the older woman had left, the people left at the scene performed the ritual according to the older woman's instructions. After a while, strange water bubbles appeared under the water, as if someone was under the water. Just a moment later, the victim's body also slowly emerged from it, revealing a swollen and pale face, which was being soaked in water for too long. It looked extremely scary. No one expected that the victim's body could easily float to the surface without the help of any lifeguards. The policemen and lifeguards were all stunned, speechless at what was happening. No one could deny the strangeness of this story. The body slowly drifted closer to the shore. The wife saw her husband's body and rushed to him, bursting into tears of pain. Relatives of the victim immediately fell to the ground. The painful scene touched everyone present. Locals and policemen rushed to comfort the victim's family, and rescuers quickly sailed to the victim's place to bring the body ashore. After finding the victim's body, the family immediately brought the victim's body home for burial. The local people all sympathized with the plight of this family. They took the initiative to arrange the funeral for the victim on behalf of all his family.
This story was a scary one that happened to my family in the early 90s when I was just a kid. At that time, my father was a truck driver. This job was quite difficult. My whole family lived off of my father's truck driving job. Sometimes, I got to go with my dad to deliver packages. I enjoyed looking at the scenery on both sides of the road, and this story happened at the end of October. At that time, the weather also became much colder. At breakfast that day, my family was eating together. My father said he had urgent business and went to town to pick up the packages. It took about 4 hours by truck from our house to the town center. It meant that my father would depart in the morning and return in the afternoon of the same day. My father started getting on the truck and drove away after breakfast that day. He seemed to be in a hurry. I also walked to school because my house was also quite close to the school. When I got home from school, the door was open. I was curious about what had happened, but it was already dark. My father should have been home by that time, but I looked around and everything was quiet. I didn't see my father's truck in the yard either. The courtyard was eerily quiet. I went into the house and asked my mother, "Mom, is Dad still coming home at this hour?" Both mother and I didn't know what was going on. At that time, no one in my house had a cell phone, so I could not contact my father. My mom and I decided to have dinner while waiting for my father to come home. But my father never came home so late, no matter how far he went. I waited until after 9 o'clock at night and still did not see my father. Both my mother and I were extremely worried about him at this time. My mother looked at her watch for a moment and began to worry about my father. I didn't know what was happening to him. I also wanted to wait until my father came home before I became too worried. But because I had to go to school the following day, my mother asked me to go to bed early. She said she would stay awake waiting for my father to come home. Entering the room, I fell asleep after a long, tiring day. I did not hear my father's truck that night. The next day, just as dawn appeared, I heard my father return. My mother's voice didn't sound right. Maybe something happened.
I put on my clothes and went out to see what was happening. As I opened the door ajar and looked outside, my father looked very lost, clutching his shoulder himself and shaking violently. His whole body was haggard. His face was pale. My mother helped my father to bed and covered him with a blanket to keep him from the cold. Not until my father calmed down, my mother asked him what had happened. He said he had an experience with something very terrible and haunting. My mother and I were extremely scared when we heard his story from the previous night. My father said that his delivery went well at first. Packages were delivered to the place according to the agreed time. My father was an experienced driver, so it was not difficult to run long distances with him. But the consignee had a problem. There were no factory workers to unload during the holiday. With no other choice, my father could only wait outside for someone to unload it all. My father waited outside for hours. He was an impatient man, so eventually went inside to the security room. The security guard called several times but couldn't contact anyone. My dad was in a hurry because he didn't want to drive home when it was already getting dark. He waited nearly 4 hours, and some workers came to unload the packages. But when my father returned, it was already dark. The scene outside was eerily quiet. Drivers were afraid to cross this deserted road at night. That road wasn't very empty, but many people stuck couldn't get out. My father was afraid because many drivers had encountered strange things on the road at night. He initially calculated that he could get there before dark, but his idea was delayed in the end. When my father thought he was safely past the dangerous spot, the truck suddenly shut down. His truck stopped on a slope. It was pitch black outside at that time. My father was trying to restart the truck, but to no avail. It remained motionless and did not move. But no matter how hard he turned the key, it wouldn't start. There was nothing he could do about it, so he got out of the truck to check out what was happening, but found no damage. My dad tried a few more times to start the truck, but it wouldn't work. There were no other trucks passing at that time of dead night. My father started sweating and realized that something was wrong. The temperature outside was dropping. He glanced through the truck window as if he had a premonition that something was wrong. Fog started gathering up outside. The fog made the truck windows foggy. He panicked. He knew something was wrong. His fingers began to freeze. My father didn't dare to get out of the truck. He hugged his shoulders and crouched in the car. After a while, more and more cold air rushed into the truck, making him feel cold. He saw someone walking past outside the window. As he wiped the fog off of the truck window, he wanted to call for help outside. But when he looked outside and saw people, he realized they were covered with fog up onto their heads. Everyone's faces was purple. They did not look like living people. They suddenly saw my father and rushed towards him very quickly. My father quickly pulled the truck door tight and locked it. He was so scared. People outside were trying to knock on the door to get inside. But my father was scared and he hid in the truck and did not dare to go near the window. More and more of these people were getting closer to the truck and they were screaming things. These ghosts were cold, constantly banging their hands on the glass window to ask to go inside. Fear surrounded my father. It was the first time he encountered such a scary thing. My dad was huddled in the truck and it was cold. Outside the car there were a lot of scary people. What to do? My dad felt like he was frozen. He thought he would freeze to death in his truck that night. Then my dad heard someone knock on the window and call him. He opened his eyes and saw that it was a passing driver. The driver saw my father stop and not move, so he ran over to see if anything was wrong with him. And that is what saved my father's life. What was stranger than that was that the truck started up suddenly, and my father returned home safely. The other man said that if my father waited a little longer, he would most likely suffer the same fate as the frozen ghosts.
This story was a scary one that happened to me before. I remember that I was only 10 years old. Horror stories were completely true and they were scarier than rumors at that time. My brother was 2 years older than me. That evening, eating dinner, the two of us sat down to play together. After playing for a while, my mother urged us to sleep because we had to go to school the following day. After listening to my mother, my brother called me to put my toys away and go to the bedroom. Our beds were separate. After my brother told me a fairy tale, we also turned off the lights and went to sleep. I quickly fell asleep. I just slept for a while, when suddenly I felt like someone was calling me. I clearly felt my grandmother's familiar figure outside the window. She was calling my name. My eyes were still closed, at sleep, but I answered my grandmother involuntarily. My answer was also unconscious, and I simply answered her call. Strangely enough, I saw my grandmother standing there, staring at me. Everything was so hazy. I tried to open my eyes, but couldn't. I humbly tried to call my brother, but I couldn't. It was like I had sleep paralysis. My brother told me to sleep because he thought I was disturbing him and wanted to ask him to continue telling the story. At that moment, I could still hear my grandmother calling me outside. After that, her call faded away, but I still answered her. I asked if she was my grandmother. However, I still couldn't wake up. Grandma was still outside. She stood there motionless for a long time, but somehow I could see and feel her so clearly. I tried my best to turn around, but my body was stiff, frozen, feeling heavy. My grandma's call got louder and louder. She kept calling me back to her place. The following morning, the sunlight shining through the window woke me up. Accompanied by my mother's call, we need to get up for breakfast and go to school. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, remembering that last night's dream was strange and yet so real. I didn't even know if it was a dream or reality. I turned to my brother and asked him if he heard our grandmother calling outside the window last night. My brother, however, replied that no one had called except for my groans. My brother also emphasized that if my grandmother called me, she would have woken me up, so why call me for that? Besides, it was a third-floor window outside. How could Grandma call out there? Then my brother left the room, leaving me with a strange suspicion. But it was truly a third-floor window. How could anyone be standing out there? This story was strange, so it could only be a dream to me. When I went downstairs for breakfast, I still had my doubts about last night's incident. I told my parents what had happened to me, but my mother assured me it was just a dream. My father, he again confirmed it was a dream because I missed my grandmother so much. My grandmother also returned home yesterday. I went to school and also accepted that it was just a dream. However, when I got home that afternoon, I learned the scary truth. As I went upstairs to my room, I saw my mom and dad doing something very confusing. My mother was holding my dad back so he could get him out the window to hang something. I saw a wooden sword suspended by a red string. Even though I was young, I still knew it was a kind of exorcism that I still saw in dramas. I was surprised to ask my parents what they were doing. Why hang that thing outside my window? My mother turned to tell me that the apartment complex was haunted and that someone had fallen to below. Maybe what I saw last night was real and not a dream. In the morning, the janitor, while cleaning, discovered a child laying motionless on the ground. He panicked and ran to find the boy still alive. This boy was from the 4th floor above my family's apartment. An ambulance quickly arrived. The boy was taken to the car in an unconscious state. Everyone was confused as to why a child would fall from the 4th floor of the apartment building. When the child's parents heard the news, they immediately quit their jobs and ran to the hospital. Fortunately, The child fell into a soft mound of soil and vegetation, so they were only soft injuries, not life-threatening at all. When he regained consciousness, the boy told his parents a scary story he had encountered. While he was sleeping in his room, he heard a familiar voice outside the window. He realized it was his grandmother's voice. Unconsciously, he sat up. Because he recognized the voice of his loved grandmother, he had no doubts that it was her. The boy dimly went to open the window and asked in surprise why his grandma was calling him at that hour. Suddenly, a scary, pale, white-eyed face appeared. At this point, the boy realized that she was not his grandmother, but some terrifying figure. The older woman grabbed his hand and pulled him to below. Everything happened so fast that it took him by surprise. By the time he woke up and realized that this was a fourth-floor window and his grandmother had long since passed away, it was too late. He fell straight down. When my mother told me this, I got goosebumps. If so, did I meet a ghost last night? And did she disguise herself as my grandmother to lure me out the window? I have heard a lot about the legend of the apartment lady, but this time I did not expect to encounter anything like that. It was said that she could fake the voices and even the shapes of children's relatives and lure them to jump out of windows. Therefore, my father had to hang a wooden sword in front of the door to ensure our safety and prevent that woman from appearing again. This story is a true one I witnessed and which haunts me to this very day. When I was in middle school, I attended a gifted boarding school in the district. It was also the first time I had to live away from home and be independent. The dorm room I stayed in had 4 students, including one named Ben. He was eccentric, just lounging around in his room all day. Even though I asked him out to play football, he refused time and time again. He seemed to have a hard time getting along with anyone. Over time, we also became afraid of him, but he was the one who wanted to isolate himself, not because we shunned him. What was stranger was that he just liked to sleep all day. At the end of class, he would turn back to his room, climb into bed and sleep, as if sleeping was his only passion. A month later, something scary started happening to us. That night, I was sleeping when I heard strange noises. It seemed that the sound of the door opening was waking me up. I became curious and thought it must be one of the friends in the room getting up to no good in the bathroom. However, that day I still smelt a burning smell from somewhere. I sat up immediately, grabbed the flashlight from under the pillow, and shone the light around. I also asked, "Who's there? If you're just going to the bathroom, don't be so noisy." I shined my flashlight at Ben's place, but he was nowhere to be found. I thought it was true that he just went out to go to the toilet. My voice woke the other 2. Everyone was sleeping and told me not to pay attention to what Ben was doing because he must have had a stomachache, and that was why he smelled like that. Then we didn't think much of Ben but laid down and continued to sleep. It was quite cold that night. Near morning I suddenly woke up because I felt the need to urinate and decided to go out to the bathroom. I looked over at Ben's bed and was amazed. Ben hadn't yet come back. The door was still open. Why was he out all night? I walked out slowly. I would go to see what was wrong with Ben. This guy had a lot of weird actions, but after all, he was still my roommate. I should take care of him too, of course. As I neared the door, I suddenly heard footsteps. At this point, Ben walked in. His face looked quite tired. I called to him, Ben, do you have diarrhea or something? A crime of eating so much, hey? Your face looks so unsightly.
This time, however, Ben did not say anything. His face was like a lost soul, not responding to my words as he kept walking. It felt very strange. Normally Ben would answer anything I asked, but that day his attitude was very strange. I did not know what was happening. As I looked at him, I realized he was walking very strange. Even when Ben climbed into bed, he did not take off his slippers. He was really eccentric. I thought of going over there to tell him to take off his sandals, but at the time, I wanted to pee, so I just ignored him. The following day, I decided to tell the story of Ben to two of my roommates and ask them all to see where Ben went. I assumed he was sleepwalking. As I expected that night, the door opened again. Ben walked out with a strange gait. The three of us were curiously watching from behind, wondering if this guy was doing something shady, or was he really sleepwalking as I guessed. There was indeed something shady. Ben didn't go to the bathroom but walked past it. He then walked up the stairs, as we slowly followed. Ben continued to walk up to the 4th floor with a lost soul, then to the 5th floor. Again, our dorm room had 5 floors, and we were on the 3rd floor. Because the number of students was not that much, the 4th and 5th floors were empty. We felt curious. What was Ben doing there? Above the 5th floor was empty space. Darkness, where the air was cold and the musty smell was creepy. When we got there, Ben was nowhere to be found. We felt weird, knowing that he was there. How could he disappear so fast? But just then suddenly a girl's cry rang out at the end of the corridor, accompanied by a scary interrupting voice. We felt chills down our spines. This place was a male dormitory, so why was there a female up here? Maybe they were ghosts. Just thinking about it, all three of us got goosebumps. We gathered courage and walked to the room at the end of the hallway. We wanted to go to where the crying was coming from. I thought that maybe Ben was hiding some scary secret. In the dim darkness, 2 black figures appeared by the window. They were facing the window and with their backs to us. I recognized one person as Ben, but the long-haired girl beside him, we didn't know who she was. At this point, we understood and looked at each other and smiled. It turned out that Ben was secretly dating a girlfriend in this area. We didn't expect a shy guy like Ben to have a girlfriend. As if he heard our laughter, Ben suddenly turned his face. However, the strange thing was, where was the girl standing next to him? The three of us went inside the room. I cheerfully teased Ben that he had a girlfriend and refused to introduce her to us. He secretly met up here late at night. Is that what you were doing, Ben? However, when we shone the flashlight into the room, we did not see their girlfriend, but she was just there, right there. We curiously shone the light across the room to look for her, but there was absolutely no one there. What the hell was going on? I walked over and looked out the window. Strangely enough, this was the 5th floor area, empty of all people. Did we get dizzy just then? Ben was still standing motionless, and neither spoke nor answered our questions. I pointed my flashlight at him. It was scary that Ben's face became very strange. He was crying, and his eyes were white. What was really strange was that the tears kept coming from his eyes, as it turned out that he was the one crying all the time. All three of us were startled when we saw Ben's scary expression. So all the noises were coming from Ben, and we didn't see any girls in the room. One of us thought that Ben was sleepwalking. He even asked if he should wake up.
Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out and took Ben's shoulder. But the unexpected thing happened. Ben collapsed immediately, unconsciously. After seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was scared and quickly called for help. Then I heard from the manager again that Ben had a history of sleepwalking and had only recently gotten worse. The hospital later reported that Ben's life was not in danger, but his health was deteriorating. The strange thing was that the dormitory manager told us not to spread the scary story around. I also didn't know if Ben's sleepwalking was real, and who was that girl standing next to him? This was all still a mystery to me.
This story happened at my sister's house when my nephew was only a few months old, and the story was also the first time I heard the story of a child ghost. That night, while the whole family was sleeping, their son suddenly started crying. The cry of my nephew fainting at night made my sister's couple very worried. The baby cried all night. The baby didn't stop crying, which made my sister and her husband unable to sleep. Usually babies cry when they are hungry at night or when they are sick and tired. But that night, the baby was a little unusual because my nephew started crying for no reason. My sister made comforting milk, but the baby didn't drink it either. The boy also was not sick at all. After that, my sister tried to put the baby to sleep, but he kept crying so loudly that my sister's couple was confused and didn't know what to do. My sister could only hug and comfort the baby, hoping for him to fall asleep. The faces of my sister and her husband were listless and pale because they had not slept for several nights in a row. My sister thought that just holding the baby in her arms might work. The baby would be able to fall asleep instantly. My sister just gently patted it and sang lullabies to it all night. While the baby was asleep and no longer fussing, my sister gently placed him on the bed. The baby slept very well, like a little angel. My brother-in-law wondered why the child had been harassed at night lately, even though his son was not sick at all. My brother and sister's mood became more and more confused. My sister thought maybe the baby was scared of something else. My brother-in-law said that my sister should rest, and he would take care of the children because my sister looked very tired. If she continued like this, she would fall ill sooner or later. The baby had begun to sleep well, but my sister's couple was still worried. They still couldn't sleep peacefully. And not long after falling asleep, thinking that the child would sleep soundly until morning, suddenly the baby cried loudly again. He cried louder than before. My sister and her husband was in complete panic. The little boy cried louder and louder. So my sister and her husband took turns cuddling and comforting the baby, trying to put it to sleep, and so they continued to have sleepless nights. Although my nephew often cried at night, he played happily during the day. He was very obedient and did not bother his parents. During the day, my nephew was very lively and active. My brother-in-law called my mom to talk about his son, and my mom said she would come to my sister's house as soon as possible because my mother was also very worried about her baby grandson. My mother arranged to come over as soon as she received the call from my brother-in-law because she loved her grandson very much. No one understood her grandson better than she did because my mother had a lot of experience in taking care of children. My mother also came to look directly at her little grandson, so she looked at him in shock and exclaimed, "What happened to the child's face?" The child's face had a few red marks that weren't obvious, and they didn't know where those red marks came from. My sister also didn't know when these red spots appeared. My sister thought the baby had a rash, so she gave him medicine, but my sister herself didn't know what to do. My mother said that the baby had been bitten by a child. "It's not a rash, it's from a child's bite." My mother's words shocked everyone. My sister and brother-in-law were very scared and they heard that. Everyone in the family believed in ghost stories, and they believe in spiritual things like this. My mother said that kids who were like her grandson were the ones who easily angered the little demons. My mother bent to the ground and searched for something under the sofa to confirm her statement. My brother-in-law asked her what she was looking for because there was nothing suspicious about their house. It seemed that my brother-in-law also did not know what my mother's purpose was for doing so. My mother let my brother-in-law look under the chair. "This child not only harms your son, but also steals food." My brother saw a lot of leftovers that looked like rats eating something under the sofa. But there were no rats in the house. This time, my sister and brother-in-law believed and asked my mother what it was and whether it harmed their son. My mother told them that this was the soul of a little devil that died when he was less than a month old. His spirit was usually very naughty and would get in trouble. My mother said that the little demon was created from a dead child, and it would go around at night looking for targets to harm. It would go to find a house with babies to disturb, and it was crying of the baby that lured the little devil into the house. The little devil seemed to have smelled something because he heard the cry, and he began to climb into the yard. It waited for the child to fall asleep, and when the child's parents were also asleep, he would sneak into the house. It would start climbing into the house. It crept up to the side of my sister's couple and my nephew's bed. Maybe it was trying to harm my nephew. The little devil bit the child's limbs to suck his blood. That thing was also the reason why my nephew was scared and cried all night. The little devil's teeth were sharp and thin. The wound was like a rash. Children who cried for no reason at all were bitten by the little devils, tormented. And the adults couldn't see it because it was just a wandering child ghost. My sister was so scared that she cried and asked my mother what they should do, because if they didn't do anything, the little devil would come every night to harm their son. My mother said the devil was most afraid of lanterns. She asked my brother-in-law to buy 2 red lanterns for the night. They should follow, and it would be fine in a few days. My sister's couple all lit lanterns in the morning and the evening because they were afraid that the little devil would come to their house if they were careless. At night, my sister's house glowed red, like the house in a horror movie. The lanterns seemed to work well. The grandson, my nephew, didn't cry that night. He slept with a very peaceful face. The whole family hoped that he would sleep well that night. On the contrary, my sister and brother-in-law always kept an eye on everything in the house. They wanted to see if the little devil was hiding or not. The couple always looked around all night and did not dare to sleep for fear of where the little devil would crawl out. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the whole family spent a good and peaceful night under the red light of the lantern. The lantern was lit for 3 days in a row. The baby stopped crying, and since then, my sister taught everyone to use this method whenever they heard of a little devil that would come to disturb their families and young children at night. This story happened in our house, and my mom was the one to experience it. At that time, a new road was being built next to us and construction was right outside our windows. Those days, my father was on a business trip and I was not at home, just my mother and Hannah. Hannah was the name of our husky dog. In the countryside, people often went to bed early after having dinner. As usual, my mother entered the room and quickly fell asleep that night. However, my mother suddenly heard Hannah barking in the living room in the middle of the night. The dog was usually very good, but for some reason that day, Hannah was a bit naughty. My mother couldn't sleep when she heard Hannah howling, so she howled 2 or 3 times. "Hannah, shut up! I need to sleep!" At that time, my mother was angry. Hannah didn't usually bark at night, and my mother would get a good sleep. Sometimes she barked once or twice, but very seldomly. But that night, she kept barking all night long. My mother was so upset that she climbed out of bed, put on her shoes, and went to the kitchen to see what was wrong with Hannah. My mother quickly pushed open the door to see what was happening. "Hannah, what the hell are you doing? Do you know I'm sleeping?" my mother scolded. My mother heard that Hannah was still barking, even though she held at her. Hannah looked towards the main door and continued to bark loudly as if she had seen something. It looked like Hannah would continue to bark all night long. At this moment, she looked like she was scared of something, because her eyes kept moving towards the door and the dark space in front of it. My mother glanced at the door and was confused. There seemed to be nothing suspicious there. All was normal and silent. The kitchen door was closed. At first, my mom thought someone had broken in, but that couldn't be because the door didn't move at all. And my mother often had a habit of cleaning the kitchen floor at night. She was afraid that if she went to the kitchen when she was thirsty, she might slip and fall. That's why she was extra careful. After that, my mother left the door open to let the air in and ventilate the floor to dry. In the evening, all electrical appliances would be turned off in case of the event of a short circuit. She was alone, you know. My mother also remembered well that the kitchen door was open before she went to bed, but there seemed to be something out of the ordinary here. But my mother didn't think much of it then. She just thought the strong wind made the door close and Hannah startles, so it barked loudly. Hannah turned to look at my mother as if she wanted to say something, but my mother still didn't care and assumed that Hannah must have trouble sleeping. My mother got a little angry and didn't want to care about it anymore. She turned to go in and wanted to go back to her room. She must have been very tired after a long day. Hannah ran up to my mother again and continued to bark. She had never been like this before. Perhaps she had a premonition that something was about to happen. My mother didn't know why Hannah looked so upset that night. She didn't seem to want to listen to my mother's commands. "What? How are you, Hannah? Is something wrong? Are you hungry, baby?" As soon as my mother stopped at Hannah, it continued to bark into the kitchen. It was not because of a thief breaking in, nor was it because Hannah was hungry. Why was she like that? My mother suddenly realized that there might be something that made Hannah feel danger. It sniffed something. My mother decided to inspect the kitchen. She stepped cautiously closer to the kitchen door. She was afraid if someone or a thief tried to break in and unfortunately he had a weapon, she wouldn't know what to do. My mother carefully pressed the doorknob several times. She was scared, nervous and worried because if the door opened, heaven knew what would happen. But when she opened the door suddenly seemed stuck and could not open again. My mother wondered if someone had intentionally locked the door inside. When she suspected something was wrong, she suddenly stopped because she heard the sound of broken dishes in the kitchen. My mother got scared and backed away. In fact, this was extremely dangerous because if thieves were in the house, my mother would have no way to fight them. She quickly went back into the bedroom, locked the door and called 110 for help from the police. She carefully locked the door tightly and waited in the room for a while. She also listened to see if there was anything unusual outside. She just stared to open the door until the police came. My mother opened the door for the police to come in. Hannah did not bark like this before. 2 police officers quickly went to check the kitchen. Since the kitchen door didn't lock, they only needed to push it lightly to open it. 2 very cautious policemen entered to investigate. My mother standing next to me was equally nervous, but there was no thief in there. Police also didn't find any traces of opening the door or breaking in. The scene was just a little messy in the kitchen. All kinds of furniture was strewn all over the place as if someone had broken into the house, but obviously this reason couldn't be because there was no sign of a thief entering the house at all, and the floor was full of sticky things like grease. The side of the fridge was opened by someone and it couldn't close. Food and fruit were all over the ground. The two policemen did not know what it was, but they ruled out the possibility of someone entering the door because they did not find any tools used to break the door down. The only way to enter was the window to the kitchen, but the window had a carefully guarded latch, and there was no sign of vandalism. Something slipped through the gap in the iron railing, but it certainly wasn't a person, and the police suspected that wild cats or wild animals might have came in to find food. After determining there was no danger, the police left. My mother said the stains on the floor just then did not come off, and they smelled bad. The following day after that incident, the road behind my house was being repaired, and people dug up something. They flocked to see a lot, and my mother was also there. My mother had just come back from the market at the time. She saw people gathering to see something, so she joined them. She ran over and asked a man standing nearby to inquire about what was happening. The man said they were digging a coffin up. Something went wrong, so the coffin was dug open. The two men also brought out something wrapped in a cotton blanket. The cotton blanket had dripped black drops of water. This water stain seemed new, so it had not yet dried but dripped down. After looking at the drippings like oil, this liquid was black and gave off an extremely unpleasant stench that made everyone want to vomit. My mother's heart suddenly began to beat faster, for she remembered the stain in the oil on the kitchen floor last night. Exactly like these black liquid stains. Later, the post-mortem department came to examine the body and said that it was only a dead person that was buried here and the road was successfully repaired. My mother asked someone to hang a bagua mirror on the window facing the street. She said it could ward off evil spirits. After that, everything was okay. This happened to a friend of my dad's when he was a kid, and maybe for my dad, this was a part of a very horrifying memory. That friend's name was Lindo. Very talented and powerful in class because Lindo fully met the standards of a very good student. And he stood out the most, especially in sport. Almost everything about Lindo's strength training, he got the maximum results from it. There was sports festival or something. As long as he competed, he'd win first prize. In the sports world, Lindo seemed to have no rival. He was always the first to finish. No one could surpass Lindo. He was so strong on the track, like a beast. Lindo was like the school idol. Everyone at school admired him, saw him as an idol, and everyone wanted to play with him. Until bad things started to happen to him. He had a strange disease, and this disease seemed to have stolen everything from him. Lindo spent several days in the hospital. He looked so pale, emaciated. He had a tired look on his face. Lindo would probably stop playing sports for a while. My dad went to visit him. Everyone was very worried about him and his condition, and everyone was hoping that he would return to school soon. My dad said he didn't know what kind of illness Lindo had, but he kept looking at my dad like he didn't know him. He gave my dad a look with blank eyes that made him very sad. Then, when we heard that he was discharged from the hospital, my father came to visit him again. Because the two of them were very close to each other, they saw each other as close brothers, like a family. After being discharged from the hospital, he did not go to school, nor did he leave the house. He seemed to turn into a completely different person. When my dad visited him that day, Lindo was eating, but if he was just eating normally, there was nothing to talk about. Witnessing that scene, my father panicked. He was eating eggs, but the way of eating was very strange. Lindo didn't peel the egg. He didn't peel out the outer shell, and he immediately took the egg and shoved it into his mouth with shell and all. My father was really surprised. My dad didn't see Lindo chewing, but he was putting the egg straight into his mouth and swallowing it, and it was worse when it was a raw egg. His mother said that since being discharged from the hospital until now, he has not chewed anything but swallowed it whole, and especially raw eggs. The craving for raw eggs was getting worse. My dad sat next to me, but Lindo did not care or say anything. He ate 4 or 5 eggs at a time, absolutely raw. No one dared to play with him after Lindo got that strange disease, which made his mother very sad. After a long time, Lindo also gradually stabilized. He also looked fresher. Sometimes he even walked around the house with my father. But of course, another strange thing happened to Lindo, a sight that my father witnessed and which my father said he is still scared of to this day. When the weather was in late spring and early autumn, the gentle wind blew, bringing cool water vapor, and the leaves also began to fall, creating a charming landscape. But something wasn't right here. It was not the leaves falling on my father's shoulders, but the patches of skin falling from Lindo. What had just happened in front of his eyes made him extremely confused, because Lindo looked very scary and a little disgusting. At first, my father thought it was paper on the road that was blown away by the wind, but it turned out to be pieces of skin peeling off from Lindo's body. Not only on the neck, on the back of the neck, but all over Lindo's body, especially the face. Patches of human skin began to emerge and fall off. Lindo didn't even show any fear. He even tore the peeling skin off his entire arm like he was changing skin. After peeling the skin off of himself, he would hold the skin and play with it like a game, and this scared my dad to death. But something unexpected was happening to his skin, while it was still intact after tearing off another layer of skin. Looking at him, he was happy and without fear. People in the village said that perhaps Lindo had some sort of skin disease. As long as he ate snake meat, he would recover, because this was a folk remedy that everyone knew. Lindo's mother asked a young man in the neighborhood who often caught snakes to sell to everyone in the village, and his mother asked for some snake meat to bring it home. But inexplicably, when he saw the plate of meat, Lindo froze when he saw each piece of snake smoking. He was still eating raw eggs. He suddenly changed his face. He looked panicked, and he immediately shoved the plate of snake meat away with his hand. He had no control over his emotions or behavior. He screamed loudly, and he then smashed everything like a crazy man, looking angry and wild. He was still not satisfied, so he went to the young snake catcher's house. Lindo's insults and curses were extremely malicious. He kept emitting obscenities. He cursed the young man to death. Although Lindo's temperament changed, my father often played with him whenever he had time, and sometimes he also chatted with my father. By the time they were 15 or 16, Lindo's body had grown, and his hair had started to grow a lot, but Lindo didn't like it. Once when we were sitting and talking on the straw in front of the house, suddenly my father saw that Lindo was holding a pair of pliers. He said it was great to pull out the leg hairs with pliers, but the special thing was that he didn't feel any pain, but enjoyed it very much. Just when he was especially sober, Lindo said something to my dad. His words shocked my dad. "There's a snake living inside of me." Lindo began to remember and recount things that had happened to him. He said the other day when Lindo was on his way home alone, he heard rustling in the grass across the street, which attracted him. It turned out that the sound was from a green snake. It was lying in the grass and leaving its body outside. The snake was also quite big. Lindo couldn't even know what was on his mind at the time. He just knew that when he saw the snake, he felt very interested and excited for some reason. A crazy thought popped into Lindo's head. Rather, this was a cruel thought. Lindo quickly raised his foot and trampled the snake to death. After that, Lindo said that he went home and strange things started happening that night. He slept and had a dream about a snake. Maybe it was because he killed it and then he had a nightmare. He saw a particularly large snake, or rather giant snake, that had entered his body for shelter. Lindo's family also suspected that he was possessed by some sort of snake demon, so they invited an exorcist to help him drive away the snake ghost, but to no avail. Lindo died before he was 40 years old, and every time my father came home, he would go to the village cemetery to visit his friend's grave. My father once asked his classmate about this. He said that maybe because Lindo killed the snake, it might have brought revenge on him because snakes were inherently sacred. Lindo must have been bitten by a snake and it had possessed his soul. Now that's called retribution. But Lindo had no way out.
I had a close colleague. She was like a sister to me, and her name was Aki. Suddenly, one day she asked to take a week off because she was not feeling well. When I visited her, she told me a scary story that affected her mood. A close friend from her hometown named Yuko loved the guy in town. However, they broke up as soon as she announced she was pregnant. Because of this pregnancy, Yuko got a bad reputation in the village. So Aki returned to her hometown and invited Yuko to the city to live with her. Aki comforted Yuko that she didn't need to stay in a place that caused her so much sadness. The apartment that Aki rented was also quite spacious. It was sad to be alone. When Aki lived with Yuko, it would definitely be more fun. Stepping inside the apartment was clean and comfortable. The apartment space also made Yuko feel more comfortable. Aki said that the owner of the apartment was her cousin. They had just moved to the US, so they rented this place for her. This area was safe. Recently, a hotel had just posted a job advertisement. Aki said that they would take Yuko to the hotel to register for work. And so, the following day, the two started a new life in the new apartment. That night, Yuko came home late from work. She walked home alone. The air around was also quite cold. However, Yuko was also quite used to working late at night like that. She took heavy steps up the stairs. It was very late, so there was no one around. When this apartment had many elder people living in it, it was quiet at night. Everything was so quiet that only Yuko's footsteps were heard. While Yuko was walking warily, she suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Normally she wouldn't notice, but the voice was calling her name. She instinctively turned toward the source of the voice calling her name. However, the hallway was empty and no one was behind her. This made Yuko feel scared. The call got closer and closer, and it caused her to panic. She began to tremble with fear from the increasing number of screams around her. As Yuko lifted her head to look up, a terrifying scene unfolded before her eyes that made her legs go numb. Right above her head was a woman floating in the air, looking downright terrifying. This woman was wearing a red dress, her eyes were white, and she was a corpse. Yuko screamed in fear. It was the first time Yuko had seen such a terrifying floating corpse in her life. Yuko tried to run fast forward and opened the door to quickly run away and inside her apartment, but her eyes were still closed because of the terror. As soon as the door slammed shut, Yuko gasped for air. She still couldn't believe what she had just encountered. The ghost scared her to the point of turning pale. Aki saw Yuko's frightened expression and showed a surprised one. Aki asked her what had happened. Yuko then stammered to say that she had met a ghost. It was a ghost in a red dress that was terrifying. Aki was surprised and asked if it was the red dress ghost. In the past, there were rumors of hanging ghosts in this apartment building, but it was just a rumor. Why was it true? To prove her point, Aki opened the door and looked outside, but there was absolutely nothing. Aki said that maybe because Yuko was tired from work and pregnant, she was just hallucinating. But then Yuko claimed to have seen very clearly, even hearing the ghost's voice. Everything couldn't be an illusion. Aki reassured Yuko again and advised her to take a bath to relax and then go to bed to get a good night's sleep. That night, Yuko stayed in the bathroom for quite a while. Maybe she needed to relieve her stress from what had just happened. After bathing, Yuko also went to bed. She felt that today was too heavy for her. Suddenly, a voice spoke again. Yuko felt panicky. Why did the voice appear in her room? It was calling her name, calling her louder and louder. At the moment, Yuko seemed to be dead. She felt a pair of legs hovering above her head. Yuko's face turned pale, trembling as she looked up at the source of the voice. She seemed to know what she was about to witness. However, something still urged her to try to raise her neck to look up. Horrible. The red-dressed ghost was on top of her head and looked at her with lifeless eyes. Yuko was so scared that she hugged her head and shouted. Immediately, Aki rushed to open the door and asked what had happened. At that moment, Yuko was shivering on the floor, looking terrified. She didn't understand why that ghost kept stalking her. Yuko burst into tears and told Aki what she had just witnessed. She assured Aki that it was not an illusion. It was a woman in a scary red dress. That night, for Yuko's peace of mind, Aki slept with her. Aki understood that perhaps due to psychological pressure, Yuko had psychological problems too. What a poor girl. The following morning, the apartment complex suddenly became noisy. Aki was woken up by a noise. She turned to see Yuko, who was no more. Aki thought Yuko must have woken up early to get ready for work. However, there was a scream coming from outside, followed by more frantic screams. Aki was startled, not understanding what was going on. She immediately ran outside and asked the people nearby what was going on. The man told her that someone had committed suicide. Right on the stairs, a woman in a red dress was hanged. Her long hair fell to cover the girl's face. When Aki saw the creepy scene before her eyes, she couldn't believe it. It was Yuko. What horrible news! Why was she hanging herself in a red dress? I comforted Aki and said that maybe Yuko was too stressed from pregnancy and the breakup with her boyfriend. So maybe she came up with that woman in the red dress because maybe she had been contemplating death for a long time. On the occasion of returning to my hometown to visit my family, that day I had an appointment with a close friend of my class to drink wine. While drunk, he told me about a terrifying true story that he had encountered. My friend's name was Jin. One day, his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him after 3 years of dating. Because he was so bored, he invited his colleagues out to sing and drink to relieve his sorrows. The company friends with Jin were passionate about singing. The lyrics seemed to cut into the heart of a person who was lovesick like Jin. However, Jin still sat there and was sad. Jin also didn't want his friends to know that he was dumped by his lover. But the more he thought about it, the more the lyrics cut into his wound. This heart has always been for you, but why did you say goodbye so harshly? A friend saw Jin sitting sadly. He gave Jin the microphone and asked Jin to sing a song. He even joked, "Hey Jin, why do you look like you just got dumped, man? Cheer up! You want to sing a song?" As if he had been resentful for a long time, Jin felt like he was touched by pain. He burst into tears. It seemed that the alcohol had an effect on Jin and made him express his feelings. Jin cried loudly, so that his two friends were embarrassed for him. They tried to calm him down. That night, after releasing all his sadness through songs, Jin said goodbye to his two colleagues and left. The two friends also did not forget to comfort Jin, and everything would be fine. When sending two friends to the taxi, Jin also slowly walked home. His state of mind now turned terrible again. Jin and his girlfriend had been in love since they went to college together and shared a lecture hall. The two were attached for life, and they had a beautiful love that they shared with one another. However, after graduation, it seemed that things changed, with many temptations in society that made their feelings different. Jin was unable to do anything else. While he was thinking about those years, Jin almost arrived at home. Suddenly a girl passed by him, causing him to stop. The figure was familiar. He turned his head to look. The figure looked back. Was that his girlfriend? He looked quite surprised. Jin thought that maybe his girlfriend went to his house to see him and wanted to come back with him, but because she couldn't find him at home, she returned. So just as he was about to chase the girl, turned right. Jin paused for a few seconds and then decided to go after her. He ran to the end of the alley, but it was strange that the girl went so fast. There was only in the darkness in front of the alley now. No girl. Without hesitation, Jin shouted his girlfriend's name and quickly chased after her. He was afraid of losing her again. Emotions running high, Jin tried to chase after her in the hopes of catching up and telling her how much he loved her, how much he missed her. However, strangely enough, the more Jin chased after her, the more she was nowhere to be found. He did not know where she went. He looked around and wondered, where did she go? The place was a dead end. While thinking that maybe he was blindsided due to drunkenness, Jin suddenly saw a bill in front of him. It was a large denomination bill. He paused for a moment with the idea of whether to pick it up or not. However, he didn't understand why he didn't want to pick up that bill. Something urged him to prioritize finding his girlfriend first. So he ignored the bill and went ahead. He continued looking for his girlfriend. Suddenly a loud noise was heard right behind Jin. A glass door fell from above and the glass shattered, almost falling on him. He jumped forward in a panic. When he turned his head to look, his heart skipped a beat, as he just escaped an accident in an instant. The other window glass fell right on the bill's spot. If Jin had bent down to pick it up, the window would have fallen on him. Reflexively, Jin looked up to see which house was so careless. However, he discovered that this was an old apartment complex in the process of being cleared, and no people were living there. The weirder thing appeared again. He turned pale. What the hell was going on? The fairy note that had turned into a piece of paper. It was a high denomination note just now, right? Even more terrifying, looking closely at it, Jin discovered that it had become the money of the underworld. Why was there money from the underworld here? He looked up again, this time even more worried. Where the window used to be, something or someone appeared to be looking down at him. The figure of a girl appeared more clearly. She was slowly moving. He realized it was a female ghost. Her body was covered in blood, her eyes were white, and she was looking at him with a scary expression. He was dumbfounded. This time he realized that he had encountered a ghost. He ran out of the alley as fast as possible. The following day, Jin went to inquire around and learned that just last week in this area, a girl was kidnapped by a pervert and brought to the apartment complex that was about to be cleared. The poor girl was raped and thrown down through the window. A funeral was held for her, and banknotes and bills were thrown to pay for her way to the underworld.
This is a very mysterious story that I heard from my mother about my grandfather. My grandfather returned to his hometown in the 1960s and was assigned to work as a teacher in a rural primary school. He loved his job very much and also loved the children. It was said that my grandfather was the funniest and most loving teacher in the school, so some students, even from far away, came here to study with him. My grandfather was very enthusiastic. He always hoped that he would be able to change the lives of poor children in the countryside with his knowledge. At that time, there was a child who didn't go to school for 2 days. My grandfather didn't know what was happening, but he was really worried about the child. He asked the child from the same village as the girl, and the student said that she was helping in the fields at home. My grandfather shared a house with a villager. That night when my grandfather sat down to eat, he asked Uncle Kang about the little girl. Uncle Kang roughly said to my grandfather,
"Her father died long ago. The little girl was the only child in the family, so she had to take care of herself since she was small."
My grandfather said that the child did very well in school. She walked more than 10 miles to school every day. He wanted to go to her house to see if he could help. Uncle Kang wanted to dissuade my father from going, but he knew that he couldn't stop my grandpa.
"Okay, go ahead, but be careful. The road is dangerous."
My grandfather prepared everything and set off on the road. Because the mountain road was very dangerous and craggy, the air was cold, so the surrounding became even scarier. When my grandfather left the house, it was already dark. All the houses around were closed and silent, and there was only the sound of frogs. My grandfather went to the girl's house and helped her family with some chores and taught her lessons from the days when she didn't go to school. It was completely dark outside then. Everything was in the dark. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and my father had also started to finish work for the day. That little girl and her mother thanked my grandfather because he really helped them a lot too.
"You should arrange work and go to school,"
my grandfather said to the girl and left. When my grandfather walked for a little bit, the girl's mother reminded him not to take the path through the woods, but my grandfather didn't pay much attention to her words. He walked home. The bright moonlight in the sky illuminated the way for him. Walking the forest at night, like this, was very creepy. My grandfather also felt insecure because the mountains and forests were wild. If he was not careful, he could lose his way home at any time. So he started looking at his watch. The watch on his hand showed it was 9:30. If he went on the main road of the village, he would not have time to prepare his lessons for tomorrow when he came home. To save some time, to go home earlier, my grandfather chose to take a shortcut into the forest. This shortcut was a direct way home, so it would take less time, of course. No one could know how old the forest was. At night, it was easy to see certain blue flames like flickering ghosts. But my grandpa was not afraid at all. He knew that these blue flames were formed by evaporation of phosphorus from the corpses of people or animals. Not only was he not afraid, but he also found this to be beautiful, because thanks to the blue light, the way home was clearer without fear of getting lost. People in the village rarely dared to walk in the forest, below the sound of my grandfather's footsteps stepping on branches and leaves. My grandfather walked and made a rustling sound when he walked. Although he was not afraid, he was also very cautious because this forest had quite a lot of poisonous snakes. Because there was not only a rustling sound at my father's feet but also the sound behind him, he started to feel quite scared. At first, my grandfather just thought that someone was going into the forest looking for something, or an animal was running around and stepping on leaves, so that would make the noise. But when he looked around at the source of the sound, it was clear that he couldn't see anything. Everything fell into silence again. My grandfather said that at that moment he felt a chill in his back. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. It made him shiver. My grandfather started to speed up. He tried to walk faster to get home, but the rustle behind him got louder and louder. Grandpa turned around suddenly because he sensed danger, not simply a noise made by some animal. This thing was much worse. But as soon as my grandfather turned around, he still couldn't see what or who was watching him. The noises were almost gone silent. Grandpa said that he had never been so scared. He knew for sure something was following him. While he was afraid, he also thought of a way to see what was happening. My grandfather carried a small mirror in his briefcase, and he started taking it out. It seemed to be an ordinary mirror, but its use was not to show people. My grandpa used reflections from light to see behind him. Maybe this was a bit silly, but this mirror would help my grandfather know what was following him. This time, Grandpa saw something inside the mirror. His eyes showed panic. His face started to sweat a little. In the mirror, my grandfather saw a very clear image of a child. That child looked blurry and unidentified, standing right behind him. The kid looked monstrous. The hair covered his face to the extent that my grandfather couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl, but the kid was definitely not that old. Then my grandfather stood still for a few seconds. Right now he seemed to realize something about this child. He must not be an ordinary child at all. My grandfather tried to keep himself as calm as possible, but even he didn't know what to do with himself. Should he run or stay still? And then my grandfather made a decision for himself. He couldn't just stand there waiting for someone to save him. He started running. And as he ran, he felt danger close behind him. He couldn't see it, but he recognized the child with the hair covering the face chasing after him. Grandpa was so afraid that the child would catch up with him and harm him, so he continued to use the mirror to look and see if the child was still behind him. He already knew what this child was, and only by looking in the mirror could one see it. This time, my grandfather saw something more terrifying. The scene before his eyes made him shiver. That was still the same kid, but he looked terrible. The child's hair was blown up by the wind and half of his face was exposed. The other side of his face was completely rotted, looking disgusting. He was extremely scary, and my grandfather was scared, but his mind suddenly became clearer, and then he remembered hitting the gong he was carrying. My grandfather didn't know if the gong would cover his running footsteps or if the echo from the gong would scare the child away. But just like that, my grandfather beat the gong and ran so fast that he didn't dare to stop. In the end, he ran out of the forest anyway. He did not reduce his running speed and continued all the way to Uncle Kang's house, which still had a light on. My grandpa was completely exhausted by the time he got home. He could barely breathe. It took a long time for him to regain his strength. Uncle Kang also knew what happened to my grandfather, and he also knew who the child was that my grandfather met in the forest. It was a child who died tragically in the village a few years ago. When the child was 8 years old, he had carelessly played with the horse's tail, and that's when the tragedy happened. As a result, the horse ruffled its hair in panic because its tail was touched. So it kicked the child's face with its hooves and knocked the kid away. The little girl fell from the air and hit the ground with blood splashing, and half of her face was disfigured, looking very terrible. She died on the spot. Because she was so young, she died instantly. She couldn't enter her ancestors' graves,
so she was buried in the forest. Uncle Kang said the child probably just wanted to play with him. She did not want to harm him. My grandfather understood everything. He felt that this child was also pitiful, and just because of a little mistake that she had to receive such a tragic death is very sad. After that, every time my grandfather passed through the forest, he no longer felt fear because he knew that in this forest there was a very poor soul. My grandfather used to visit the child's small grave and then place pure white flowers on top. And that child never followed my grandfather ever again. There's another creepy story about my grandfather. It happened when he was a teacher in the village. For his convenience, my grandfather rented a place near the school. When he moved in, my grandfather asked a close friend to help him move things, and he also met the owner of the house to hand over before leaving. "Sorry to bother you, this house is very comfortable, but I need to move closer to the school for easy transportation." My grandfather felt sorry. "I understand, it's okay, but the place you moved to, I heard it's not so clean, it used to be cow stables," said Mr. Wong. That was not a problem for my grandfather. The important thing was that it was cheap and close to school. However, at that moment, Mr. Wong's face hardened. He said that the unclean thing he was talking about there was that the house was rumored to be haunted. When my grandfather heard that, he laughed. He didn't care about ghosts because my grandfather also encountered many ghosts before. My grandfather was also curious to ask the landlord what had happened there. So Mr. Wong immediately mentioned a villager named Lu who was 20 years old but suffered from mental illness and urinary problems. When Lu was only 15 years old and still a normal student, he had a problem with urinating, and he asked permission to go to the toilet. The teacher was a little angry because he was focusing on lecturing but was interrupted by Lu. He shouted to tell Lu to go quickly and return immediately. He didn't forget to grumble and thought that Lu could only use excuses to ask to go out without studying seriously. Because the way to the toilet was a bit far, when passing an old warehouse, Lu had a fleeting idea. So he went inside the warehouse to deal with this problem. Lu was comfortable peeing because he thought no one would come in. While he was urinating, from behind Lu, a scary woman appeared. The coldness emanating from her made him startled. Lu was so scared he fell right into his puddle of urine. He was so scared he couldn't even lift his legs. So he tried to crawl out and call for help. Hearing about this, my grandfather curiously asked the landlord what Lu said. Mr. Wong said, "It was a woman with a terrifying long tongue." The story didn't bother my grandfather, so he said goodbye to the old owner and left. Mr. Wong said goodbye and said that if my grandfather had any problems in the house, he would like to rent out Mr. Wong's old place again in the future to just contact him. Back at the new rented house, my grandfather brought some personal belongings into the house and started cleaning. The house was really old. My grandfather started to carry the table to the corner of the wall. However, something appeared in front of my grandfather's eyes that surprised him. Close to the wall there was a portrait of a woman. My grandfather was curious. He didn't understand why the old owner, when moving out of this place, left this picture frame here. Grandpa held the picture frame for a while. The woman's face showed something very sad. However, because he found it unnecessary, my grandfather immediately put the picture frame in the trash. That night, after finishing cleaning, my grandfather went to bed because he still had to go to school early in the morning. He began to draw the curtains on the windows so that the wind would not blow in. This house was not too bad for a poor teacher like him. Going to bed, he quickly blew out the kerosene lamp. After that, he also quickly fell asleep.
After a while, suddenly a strange noise came out, a sound as if from afar. "Get out of my house! Get out! Get out quickly!" Because the voice grew louder, it woke my grandfather. Because of severe nearsightedness, his sight was a bit blurry. Someone was standing at the head of the bed and wanted to chase him out. She approached and shouted in a terrifying voice. Immediately afterwards, she rushed toward my grandfather. Everything happened so fast that my grandfather was shocked. He saw that the scary woman with veins floating all over her face, her eyes were white, rushing towards my grandfather at lightning speed and screaming for my grandfather to get out of there. Suddenly the sunlight woke my grandfather up. Strangely, he found himself lying in the yard. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Opening the door of the house and looking inside in his sleep, he did not understand why he was lying outside. My grandfather came over and picked up his glasses. As soon as he finished putting on his glasses, a strange thing made him startle. Right on the table was a picture frame from yesterday. He threw it out in the trash. But more frightening, my grandfather seemed to remember that terrible nightmare. Yes, it was her, the ghostly woman who screamed to chase him out of the house. He immediately went to ask Mr. Wang about the scary thing. Maybe he would know something more about her. Mr. Wang mused sadly and recounted the story of that woman. "It's her, poor woman. That old woman's name was Zhang. When the war broke out because the son was suspected of joining the enemy, she was imprisoned and she was also arrested. However, she always believed the son was wronged. Because of her bad reputation, she could not leave the house. Then, in the most painful moment, she hanged herself. So since then, her spirit had always stayed in his house to wait for her son to return." Mr. Wang thought he had a way to comfort Ms. Zhang. He also said that his son had been exonerated but had died in prison before. That year, the government sent to the locality a medal to register the noble feat of his son. Since the family had no one left, Mr. Wang kept it. My grandfather then put the badge in front of Ms. Zhang's picture frame, hoping that her spirit would meet her son, as well as letting her understand that his son was exonerated a long time ago. Well, after that, my grandfather also fervently begged to stay in this house to teach while working in the village. He also promised to sincerely pray for her and her son. He hoped she would leave with peace of mind. That night, the space became strangely quiet, and my grandfather had a truly good night's sleep. Nothing scary happened anymore. Perhaps the woman's soul was at peace. She did not trouble my grandfather anymore. With demonic things, my grandfather always said that as long as he didn't do anything wrong, there was nothing to be afraid of.
This is a creepy story from my grandpa that he told about his time teaching in this village. After working for a while, because of his handsome and gentle appearance, my grandpa was loved by the villagers here. That day, my grandpa was walking down the street when he saw a group of children fighting. When he got closer, he saw two children bullying another beggar. They seemed very gloating. "Stop immediately!" My grandpa walked over and asked them to stop immediately. He recognized the other two children as upperclassmen. He asked them why they were bullying this poor boy. The students immediately said that the boy was an eccentric and painless idiot. Looking closely at this child, there were many old wounds on his face, and my grandpa also realized that this boy was mentally challenged. Immediately the boy ran away and ignored my grandpa reaching out to call back. Then he asked why they were bullying the boy, because as far as my grandpa knew, the two students were all good students in the school. Then one of them said that they hit the boy for revenge and said that the mentally disabled boy had caused the trouble first. Hearing that, my grandpa asked them to tell him everything. They said there was an abandoned house on the edge of the village. It was their secret base and they used to go there quite often. That day when the group of children was playing inside the house, suddenly the mentally challenged boy ran up and asked them all to get out of there. Even the next day, the mentally disturbed boy showed a harsh attitude. He held up rocks to threaten people. The children at the time were very confused and did not understand what was happening. They only knew how to avoid that dangerous rocks. The mentally challenged boy became madder and madder. He kept picking rocks and harshly chasing these kids out of there as if that house was his home. But when the children ran away for a while, they suddenly heard a loud bang behind them. They turned their heads and looked back. Shockingly, the house was completely collapsing, and while it fell apart, the children were so scared that they thought the mentally challenged boy had been crushed to death under the rubble. One of the guys got scared and asked them to run away from this place quickly or they would be scolded by the adults. And he also thought that the mentally disabled boy deserved to die because he dared to go there to chase them away. But the strange thing happened. The next day the disabled boy was still alive and walking around in the village. Telling the strange story, the children thought that the mentally challenged boy was a weirdo who could not feel pain. So whenever they saw him anywhere, they rushed in and beat him. That night my grandpa stopped by Mr. Wang's house for dinner. During the meal, my grandpa asked Mr. Wang about the boy, the special boy. He wanted to hear about him. And Mr. Wang asked if my grandpa was beaten by that boy. My grandpa was surprised. Why could that boy chase and beat many people in the village? Mr. Wang expressed sadness and recounted that the boy was a poor child. When he was young, he was still cheerful and lively, and he was just a normal boy like any other child. However, when he was 10 years old, he suddenly became strange. All day he was at the head of the village gate, snarling at the forest, no matter how much his parents intervened. The boy appeared angry, glaring as if there was something terrible in the forest. However, there was nothing in front of him. Everything seemed to be normal. But every day this boy came out there and stood and just looked at the forest. He didn't even go home and pretended to be afraid of something. A few years later, the boy's parents also died of illness. The boy became mentally challenged, and then he wandered around begging in the village. After hearing the story about the poor boy, my grandpa bought some food and went looking for him. He discovered the boy was in a big tree, sitting and staring in one direction. "Hey kid, come down here. I brought you some food." Hearing my grandpa's voice, the boy looked down and said that he couldn't go down at the moment. He had to sit there and watch. So my grandpa was curious. He stepped on the wooden boards to climb the tree and asked the boy. My grandpa gave him some food to eat and then asked him what he was watching. What was so interesting? So, the boy said that he was watching out for the scary, bad guys. He wouldn't let them into the village to harm people. Hearing that, my grandpa felt very curious, so he asked the boy what they looked like. The boy said that the fearsome people came from the forest. Some were tall and dark. Some had 3 heads, and every time he saw them, he ran to stop them so he wouldn't let them into the village to harm people. Another had a musty smell and was rotten. He could almost see them, but the villagers couldn't. When my grandpa heard this, he immediately understood that this boy could see ghosts, and it was he who chased the children out of the ruined abandoned house to protect them. My grandpa exclaimed that his abilities were amazing. However, the boy said that he could only stop some people, and some others he couldn't. Because of that, When some ghosts went into the village, there were still terrible accidents that would happen. The boy also sadly said that his parents died early because of these scary people. He unfortunately could not protect them. My grandpa also told the children in the village not to bully the boy anymore, but to love him instead. When he returned to the city, my grandpa did not forget the story of the strange boy. 25 years later, he came back to this village. The boy from the past had become a middle-aged man. He still silently protected this village from evil ghosts, and no one knew if he was crazy or not. This story is about an event which made the news 4 years ago. It had many versions of horror and spiritual meaning in the way it was told. The main protagonist was Nico, an office worker living in the city. On weekends, she often went shopping at the local mall. Because she usually carried multiple things, she didn't use the escalator but rather took the elevator down to save time. The elevator would usually be very crowded, but in this case, there was still room for one more person. She was urged to enter. Just as a woman raised her voice, Nico hesitated, suddenly feeling a sense of deja vu about the scenario in front of her. As Nico's hesitation before entering, a person behind her pushed through to the front as not to miss the opportunity to go down before Nico. The woman, who rushed past Nico, looked stressed as if she was late for the last train. When the girl entered the elevator, it was already packed with people. Nico was once again left behind, missing her opportunity to go down. The elevator doors closed as it started descending to the lower levels. Suddenly, there was a loud sound like the elevator was having trouble. At this point, Nico was still trying to remember where the scene had been before. That scene felt very familiar. She suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Immediately, a flash of lightning flashed in her mind, and Nico recalled the dream she had the night before. Her house was not far from the mall. Her place was also a building with an elevator. Nico worked as secretary for a nearby company. She was living in a house that was also owned by the company. Late at night, while Nico was sleeping, she had a dream. It was a true dream because she heard a voice calling her. In the dream, Nico was still in her room, but somehow below there was honking on her horn. Someone called her to get in the car. Nico looked outside and saw a bus stop in the yard. She wondered why it was late at night, but the bus was still running. Moreover, they always called Nico to the car, but she didn't know where they wanted to go. Nico couldn't understand these actions. While she was bewildered, someone kept calling her name. "Hurry! We only have one seat! This is the last one!" And everyone in the car seemed to be in a hurry. They urged Nico to hurry up. The car was dim. Nico could not see who was in the car. She could only see a shadow through the window looking at her. In the dream, Nico seemed afraid of missing something, so she replied that she was coming. In the end, all the things that she could think about was getting dressed quickly, getting out of the house, and getting in the car to grab the last seat. The woman in the car, perhaps seeing Nico's hesitation, became more worried, once more urging her on. But at this moment, another person's voice sounded again. That woman was afraid that the car would run away, so he told the car to wait for her. Nico saw the woman running out of the building where she lived and responded to the woman's screams in the car. The woman then quickly got into the car and grabbed the last seat that was supposed to be for Nico. As soon as the headlights came on, it began to accelerate forward. Nico felt she was missing something, so she tried to follow the car and saw who was in the car. But when she looked at it, she almost collapsed. All of the people in the car saw that not a single person was alive. They all turned their heads to look at her and smiled very devilishly. They turned their heads, looked at her, and smiled. Those 8 people were covered in blood. Their faces were deformed and even their eyeballs fell out. They knew she was looking at them, so they stared at her too. Nico was also awakened by this nightmare at that point. And thinking about that dream, Nico felt it was too real. The dream bus scene and the elevator scene in front of her happened in a very similar order. Thinking about this, the elevator suddenly creaked and there was a scream inside. The horrifying shout of the people in the elevator resounded throughout the mall. And then the elevator freely fell to the ground at fast speed, accompanied by a loud noise like a bomb exploding. Everyone present at the mall was alarmed by the sound. Nico finally realized that the dream scene seemed to overlap with reality. She almost understood what was going on. She knew the elevator had a serious accident attached to it. Nico reacted for a long time. She panicked and ran out in the hallway, looking down from the 6th floor. She saw many people gathering below. People who ran to the elevator to see what was going on. Not long after, police cars and ambulances arrived. The elevator doors were quickly pried open. The scene inside must have been called a tragedy. The victim's flesh and blood mixed together, and unfortunately all the people in the elevator were killed. The bloody scene in the elevator and the scene in Nico's dream were almost identical. Nico also later heard that one victim in the elevator also lived in the same building as her. This news haunted Nico for a long time. She didn't dare to take the elevator for a while. This story happened 4 years ago. It was known to be one of the most told spiritual stories of the time. That year, my village arranged for a man to work as a ranger, both morning and evening. His name was Cheeto. His duty was to patrol the forest every day. The monthly salary of this job for Cheeto was also enough to live through the day. But one day, Cheeto went up the mountain to patrol and did not return all night. His acquaintances were all very worried about him, so they went to the forest the following day to look for him. After the search, it was not until noon that Cheeto was found near an abandoned shrine in the forest. However, at the time, Cheeto was lying at the entrance of the shrine in a coma. One had to take many measures to wake him up. Seeing that he was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, after waking up, Cheeto had a weak expression, bewilderedly looking at the people in front of him and completely unaware of what had happened. After talking for a while, it seemed that Cheeto suddenly realized something and called out, asking where another man named Hero had gone. At first, everyone was a bit confused by Cheeto's question, but when Cheeto told them that he had just met Hero last night, everyone in the village felt a chill down their spine. Their reaction at first was very unexpected. They thought that this meeting could not happen, and then at the same time they also found out what happened to Cheeto last night. Mr. Cheeto had been very dedicated and responsible since working as a ranger. Cheeto went up the mountain every day to check after eating. Yesterday, as usual, Cheeto was still wandering in the forest until it was dark before coming down the mountain to have dinner. However, Cheeto had a bad habit of enjoying smoking. But Cheeto couldn't smoke while on patrol in the mountains, so after he got out of the mountains, he found a place to satisfy his cravings. Cheeto took the lighter and the cigarette he had hidden in the grass by the roadside earlier. He lit a cigarette and smoked as he walked. Cheeto had to take a quick break and call to nature, so he went to the grove by the roadside. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound behind him. As soon as Cheeto turned his head, he saw a person walking along the road going up deep into the forest. The above clearly states that anyone entering the mountain must be checked and strictly forbidden to bring lighters. When Cheeto encountered him, Cheeto asked the man where he was going. The man heard that and stopped and turned his head slightly to glance at Cheeto. Although it was dark, he couldn't see clearly, but with only half his face, Cheeto recognized that this person was Hero, a close friend for over decades. But who would have thought that Hero did not pay any attention to Cheeto but only looked at him for a moment and continued up the mountain. Not to mention whether he brought jungle gear or not, Hero's attitude of ignoring his best friend was enough to make Cheeto a little worried. Cheeto didn't understand what his friend was going through. He chased after Hero while he adjusted his belt, but no matter how much Cheeto chased or shouted, the other person ignored it and kept walking with his head bowed as if he had never known Cheeto at all. The strange thing was, although Mr. Hero slowed down and Mr. Cheeto increased his speed, Cheeto still couldn't keep up with his friend. The gap between the two never closed. Cheeto had just chased Hero up the mountain when he suddenly saw a dense fog in the forest. At this point, Mr. Hero, who was walking in front, finally stopped. Cheeto suddenly saw Hero standing there waving at him as if to signal that he would stop chasing him. It was just that Hero's movements were strange because each move was slow. Because of that, Cheeto couldn't help but scold Hero about his friend's strange behavior, and Cheeto chased him. However, Hero didn't care but turned around and continued up the mountain. Cheeto chased after Hero but with all his might, while the fog in the mountain was getting thicker and thicker. Cheeto suddenly discovered a small shrine in front of Hero at the moment. Hero's figure seemed to go straight to the small shrine. Hero stopped there for a moment, looked back and waved at Cheeto as if to say goodbye, then bent down to enter the small shrine. This scene made Cheeto realize something was wrong, but after chasing Hero, he had to go up to see what was going on. Therefore, Cheeto watched closely and approached the deserted shrine step by step. The story was strange because Mr. Cheeto saw Mr. Hero entering the small shrine, but the small shrine was empty and Hero was nowhere to be seen. All Cheeto could see was a statue of a lifelike god residing in the shrine, facing and looking at Cheeto with kindness. Cheeto was completely stunned because this small shrine only had a statue, an entrance, and no secret room, so a big living person like Mr. Hero couldn't just disappear. Mr. Cheeto began to feel that this strange incident was not as simple as it seemed. He couldn't explain the reason. His body shivered involuntarily. He looked at the statue again. The statue was still sitting motionless, but Cheeto intuitively felt something. This statue seemed to be alive. Furthermore, the statue's kind face was gone. Then Cheeto calmly looked at the statue again. When Cheeto wanted to call Hero's name, he couldn't make a sound. The scene in front of his eyes was getting blurred, and he slowly lost consciousness. After narrating all this, Cheeto looked at everyone as if wanting to get answers from anyone. Seeing that everyone didn't seem to want to talk to him, he had a bad premonition. They didn't tell him the answer, and they only said that he would have the answer when he turned back to the village. Later, Cheeto had just arrived and saw Hero's family holding a funeral. The atmosphere made him shocked and heartbroken. When Hero came home from work in the field, he had a heart attack and died. Cheeto was patrolling the mountains, so he didn't even know. Perhaps Mr. Hero's appearance in the forest was just to say goodbye to his close friend.
This mysterious story happened a long time ago. There were two men in a village whose main occupation was trading honey, so they often went to the mountain to collect it, both to sell and to eat it too. It was quite interesting to talk about the people in the village when they participated in foraging honey. They had a very special method of extracting it from the hive. To lure the wasps away, the locals would tie a piece of fresh meat to a stick and stick it in a place that could attract the wasps. Soon a wasp would come to eat, and when it ate, he was very attentive. The locals would carefully tie a feather or a strip of paper around its waist with a thin thread. The wasp could not eat the whole piece of meat when it was discovered, so it brought a small meatball to return to the nest. The bee accidentally became their guide. It couldn't fly fast with something strapped to its back. That made it easy for bee hunters to follow it. Feathers or paper were clearly visible in the air and they did not lose track.
In other words, people used this method to create a spy bee and follow the bee to a nest they didn't know where it was. These gentlemen, surnamed Gateau, were father and son. The father's name was Aaron, and the son's name was Asahi. Aaron and his son chased more than 2 miles into the mountains after bees and wasps. That's when they saw wasps wandering around the forest. They immediately knew that the goal was not far away. At the point, they must have been careful when approaching, because wasps could be extremely alerted, and then they could actually sting people if they got angry. The two of them cautiously entered the forest, and soon they found a nest of wasps weighing more than 10 kilograms. This made Mr. Aaron very happy, because he had been searching for a long time. And after walking the distance in the mountains many times, the sky gradually darkened. However, both of them were all versed in the mountain road, so the fact that it was dark didn't frighten them. Asahi lit wormwood in the iron pot as instructed by his father and added a few sulfur tablets. When the smoke rose, Asahi pushed it under the wasp's net. The smoke from the wormwood and sulfur was very suffocating. Sure enough, after a while the wasps came out of their nest and most of them were killed by the smoke, and those that were still alive also escaped from the nest. Asahi waited for the smoke to subside, then climbed the tree. He was unable to pick a bee pie in the dark. Aaron used a large bag and a sack to take the entire hive. Thinking about their trophy, they walked down the mountain while talking and laughing. But strangely enough, that day, Mr. Aaron got lost in the forest, even though he already knew all the mountains and the ways clearly. After walking for more than 2 hours, they returned to their original positions. Aaron had a lot of experience. He knew something was wrong, so he stopped. He did not continue and looked around. Looking at it, Aaron saw a woman in the forest not far from the two of them, and she was staring at both. This woman was very fashionable. She didn't look like a villager. The sky was too dark, her hair was long, and her face invisible, as she looked very strange. Aaron thought he had met someone and was quite happy, so Aaron just wanted to say hello and ask for directions. But before she could take 2 steps, the woman turned and walked towards the other end of the forest. Aaron lived to this age, so he knew many things, and he grabbed his son and told him to stop and not follow the woman. It turned out that by the moonlight he had seen the woman without a human figure and knew that it was not a person. Also, how could a young girl like this be able to go up the mountain at night all alone? Asahi broke out in a cold sweat when his father said that, and the two of them rushed to find a way to escape. The run was like running for their lives, running for more than an hour, and they still couldn't find a way down the mountain. After a few rounds, they continued to return to their original positions. This phenomenon was the ghost giving the way. If you continued to go, you would be exhausted and tired and may even die without knowing. They looked around and saw that the woman appeared again. Just at that place that they looked at, Asahi was looking at Aaron motionlessly. Aaron's voice trembled and could only cry while bowing his head, begging the witch for mercy for a long time. After that, the witch didn't say a word, but turned her body in one direction and left. They also didn't know if the witch's intention was to want them to follow her. No matter what, they couldn't run away. They walked together and were even more courageous. It didn't take long, but perhaps less than 20 minutes, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared into the cold air. At the time, both of them also discovered that they were out of the forest and could see the road. The highway was relatively high, there was a ditch running along the side below it, and they could return to their village by walking along that ditch. Aaron was overjoyed, thinking that one day he would have to do good deeds and accumulate a lot of karma. Aaron also wondered if he should go back to the forest to burn some paper money to thank the witch. But after walking for a while, he saw something in front of him. It was a large plastic bag that looked as if it had been dumped on the street. The most striking was the appearance of a human hand exposed in the bag that looked scary. There were also faint grey quartz spots. No matter how stupid the two of them were, they understood what was going on and ran 8 miles in the night to the police station to report the incident. The incident was quickly found out, and this was a love murder case that happened in a town tens of kilometers away. If the body was not found, everyone would think the woman ran away with her lover, and no one in the family knew anything about it. It was the middle of summer, and the body was rotting very quickly, and if no one found it, the identification of the victim would also take a long time to find out. And whether the witch that guided them that night was the spirit of the female body was unknown, but Aaron and Ashai both understood why the witch wanted to help them get out of the forest.